Blue Star Xian Nation Jinling City. Alarm sirens howled across the skies of the entire city. A Class B Secret Realm creature has broken through the East Gate defense line. Over 300 casualties have already been reported. All residents must evacuate immediately. On the holographic screen, a black behemoth over 10 meters long rampaged madly through the streets. Its entire body was covered in scales, and the blazing flames spewing from its maw turned the whole street into a sea of fire. 3 postnatal peak martial artists of the Dragon Unit of Xian Nation were risking their lives to hold the line, yet the giant beast casually swung a claw and swatted one of them away, sending him flying as he spat blood. Only when a Grandmaster personally stationed at the Jinling military district intervened did they finally slay the monstrosity, yet many lives had already been lost. Since the descent of the myriad heavens secret realms 10 years ago, such scenes had been reenacted again and again all over the world. Today marked the 10th year since the myriad heavens secret realms descended upon Blue Star. It was also the day when all high school students who had reached the age of 18 were required to enter a secret realm. 10 years ago, the myriad heavens secret realms had suddenly descended upon Blue Star. Each secret realm connected to an unfamiliar world, and from those worlds monsters ceaselessly poured forth to massacre humanity. Humans fought back with their lives on the line only to discover that ordinary weapons were almost useless against these creatures. Only when the first group of explorers returned from the secret realms bearing methods of cultivation did humanity finally glimpse a hope of resisting the monsters. Yet it was no more than a fragile hope, for the monsters emerging from the secret realms only grew stronger. 10 years ago they were merely Class E. 5 years ago they had risen to Class C. In recent years Class A monsters had even appeared. And now a single Class B monster already required the combined efforts of 3 of Xian Nation's most elite postnatal peak martial artists merely to barely hold it at bay. Humanity had to grow stronger. Thus 3 years ago all nations across the globe jointly decreed that every sound adult who had reached the age of 18 was required to enter a secret realm and seek a path to becoming stronger. It was compulsory. For those who did not enter the secret realms and gain power could only wait helplessly for death before the monsters. Jinling No. 1 High School Grand Auditorium. Over 3,000 18-year-old high school students sat below the stage, tension etched clearly across every face. On the stage, Principal Sun Zhengqing was delivering the final exhortation. Students, I know you are afraid. The old man's voice was hoarse and heavy. But you must go. For behind you stand your parents, your brothers and sisters, the 1.4 billion citizens of Xian Nation. The secret realms are perilous, yet if we do not go, the environment of Blue Star will be even more dangerous. Although most who enter the secret realms find it difficult to obtain martial arts manuals, when enough people go there will always be a few fortunate ones. If you are fortunate enough to bring back 1 or 2 methods of growing stronger, you will be heroes of Blue Star. Your teachers must have told you countless times already. When choosing a secret realm you must be exceedingly cautious. On the holographic screen behind him a list of many well-known secret realms available for selection appeared. Each secret realm had its danger level and known information noted beside it. Low-level secret realm, shooting carved world, danger level D. Information, low martial world, highest combat power at the innate realm. A total of 215234453 contestants from Xian Nation have entered, survival rate 82. Low-level secret realm, heavenly dragon world, danger level D. Information, low martial world, home to peerless arts such as the 6 veins divine sword and the 18 dragon subduing palms. A total of 189234656 contestants from Xian Nation have entered, survival rate 79. Low-level secret realm, divine, carved world, danger level D. Information, low martial world containing arts such as the lone 9 swords and the melancholy soul scattering palm. A total of 173465536 contestants from Xian Nation have entered, survival rate 80. Low-level secret realm, deer and cauldron world, danger level E. Information, low martial world with relatively low combat strength, considered safer. A total of 302243422 contestants from Xian Nation have entered, survival rate 91. Mid-level secret realm, snow world, danger level C. Information, mid-martial world featuring land immortal realms. A total of 4345625 contestants from Xian Nation have entered, survival rate 51. Mid-level secret realm, sword coming world, danger level C. Information, mid-martial world where the civilization of the sword path is highly developed. A total of 3825345 contestants from Xian Nation have entered, survival rate 47. Mid-level secret realm, white horse world, danger level C. Information, mid-martial world containing the arts of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism. A total of 4223425 contestants from Xian Nation have entered, survival rate 53. Mid-level secret realm, wind and cloud world, danger level C. Information, mid-martial world possessing Go-Dandaman level martial arts. A total of 5235136 contestants from Xian Nation have entered, survival rate 48. High-level secret realm, Shushan world, danger level B. Information, high martial cultivation world, famed for legends of sword immortals. A total of 10224434 contestants from Xia Nation have entered survival rate 25. High-level Secret Realm White Snake World Danger Level B. Information High Martial Cultivation World inhabited by demons who have cultivated for 1,000 years. A total of 932354 contestants from Xia Nation have entered survival rate 22. High-level Secret Realm Norse Mythology Danger Level B. Information High Martial World home to deities such as the Thunder God and Odin. A total of 822345 contestants from Xia Nation have entered Westerners Predominant Survival Rate 30. High-level Secret Realm Martial Soul World Danger Level B. Information High Martial World featuring a Soul Master System. A total of 152325 contestants from Xia Nation have entered Survival Rate 33. Class S Secret Realm covering Heaven World Danger Level A. Information Vast Cultivation World known for legends of emperors such as Yi Fan. A total of 32362 contestants from Xia Nation have entered Survival Rate 0.001. Class S Secret Realm Perfect World Danger Level A. Information Vast Cultivation World known for the legend of the Desolate Heavenly Emperor. A total of 22341 contestants from Xia Nation have entered Survival Rate 0.001. Class S Secret Realm Swallowed Starry Sky Danger Level A. Information A Science Fiction Cultivation World home to cosmic level powerhouses. A total of 21332 contestants from Xia Nation have entered Survival Rate 0.001. Class SS Secret Realm Journey to the West World Danger Level SS. Information Unknown. A total of 112 contestants from Xia Nation have entered Survival Rate 0. Remark to this day no one has ever returned alive from this secret realm. All contestants' life signs vanished within 10 minutes of entry. Class SSS Secret Realm Hongwong World Danger Level SSS Unspeakable Level. Information Unknown. Survival Rate 100. Remark to this day no one has ever returned alive from this secret realm. In the most recent recorded expedition, the Ming Nation Grandmaster Johnson led 3,000 heavily armed strongmen from Ming Nation all equipped with the most advanced individual weapons into the Hongwong secret realm. 3 seconds later all contact was lost, and their life signs dropped to 0. Subsequently 17 top-tier powerhouses from various nations entered alone, yet none survived longer than 5 seconds. The Global Explorers Association has classified the Hongwong secret realm as an absolute forbidden zone, and advises that no nation dispatch contestants into it. A death-like silence descended. Everyone's eyes were fixed upon those 2 blood-red characters Hongwong. So this is that absolute demonic abyss, isn't it? I heard it's filled with man-eating monsters, and those monsters are so powerful they're beyond comprehension. Just looking at them can drive you insane. A grandmaster from Ming Nation, you know. Someone who could shatter a mountain with a single punch, dead within 3 seconds after going in. Those grandmasters who entered the journey to the West secret realm couldn't last 10 minutes, and Hongwong is a whole rank above that. Who would dare go? Would anyone actually choose a place like that? Voices rose and fell in waves of discussion. Yet in a corner of the 3rd row of the auditorium sat a young man who was staring at the 4 characters Hongwong World, a strange light flickering in his eyes. His name was Jiang Li, 18 years old, a 3rd-year student at Jiang Li No. 1 high school. Yet only he knew that his soul came from another world, a world that possessed a complete Hongwong mythology and the investiture of the gods. A world in which all mythic tales had been utterly lost because of a cultural severance catastrophe centuries ago. Nuwa mending the heavens. Hui shooting down the suns. The investiture of the gods. Journey to the west. In this world none of them existed. People knew only of the terrifying monsters in the secret realms, but had no idea that behind those monsters lay a world of boundless grandeur. 3 years ago, in order to seize the initiative, financial conglomerates from Ming Nation gathered 3 of Blue Star's most powerful martial grandmasters, and led 3,000 fully armed strongmen from Ming Nation to forcibly descend into the Hongwong secret realm. The result was that Blue Star's life signal monitors lasted only 3 seconds, transmitting back just a single frame, a winged monstrous fish leaping from the sea swallowing 100,000 people in a single bite. The 3 grandmasters were swallowed along with them, not even a splash left behind. Rumor had it that some messages sent in their final moments had appeared in their group chats. Things like such terrifying monsters. I want to go home. I don't want to die. I regret it. From that moment on, the Hongwong secret realm became universally recognized across the globe as an absolute demonic abyss. Touch it, and you die. A monstrous fish. Jiang Li sneered inwardly. That was a descendant of Kuanping, a powerhouse of the demon race. As for Kuanping itself, it had long since surpassed the stage of devouring humans. Demons. There were indeed many demon clans, yet the demon race was not the protagonist of heaven and earth. Humanity was. Only Jiang Li, who was familiar with the entire Hongwong storyline, knew that it was no demonic abyss at all, but the ultimate pinnacle of martial power across all worlds. It was the supreme Hongwong, where saints walked everywhere, and great Luo golden immortals were as common as dogs. Hongwong secret realm, I am coming. Jiang Li moved with a single thought. Now all students, please begin selecting your secret realm. Principal Sun Zhengqing did not notice the inconspicuous Jiang Li. His voice echoed through the grand auditorium. Once you have made your choice, you will be transported into the corresponding secret realm. The Blue Star Heavens Net will display your life status in real time, whether you are alive or dead. Each secret realm will have a large group of 1 million participants. Everyone may only send 2 messages a day in that group. At the same time, you may form small groups with your classmates and chat there without restriction. Remember, stay in contact and support one another. Preparation time 10 minutes. All 3,000 students lowered their heads simultaneously to look at their personal terminals, where the interface for selecting secret realms appeared on the screens. Jiang Li drew in a deep breath and without the slightest hesitation tapped the Hongwang secret realm. Well, someone actually dared to choose Hongwang. A voice laced with mockery sounded from beside him. Jiang Li turned his head to look. The speaker was Wang Teng, a well-known second-generation rich kid from Jinling One high school. His family dealt in martial arts, and his father himself was a postnatal peak martial artist with considerable influence in Jinling City. Wang Teng's strength was not weak either. He ranked 7th in the entire school in the comprehensive tests, possessed an A physique, and had long since begun martial training. Everywhere he went, he boasted that he would enter the intermediate famous secret realm. At this moment, he was casting Jiang Li a sideways glance, the corners of his mouth curled in an obvious sneer. Jiang Li, I know you want to chase after Su Muqing, but shouldn't you at least weigh your own worth first? Wang Teng crossed his arms over his chest and deliberately raised his voice so that everyone nearby could hear. Choosing the Hongwang secret realm just to attract attention. Do you really think Su Muqing will spare you an extra glance just because you're throwing your life away? Many people in the auditorium turned to look over, some merely watched the spectacle, while others shook their heads and sighed. Jiang Li said nothing, simply gazing at him with a calm expression. Seeing that Jiang Li did not respond, Wang Teng became even more energetic. Your spiritual power might be decent, but look at that frail body of yours. Even a grandmaster from Migu can't survive more than 3 seconds in there. What exactly do you think you can do? Serve as a toothpick for the monsters? No, wait. You aren't even enough to fill the gap between their teeth. Wang Teng, that's enough. In the front row, Zhao Lei suddenly shot to his feet. He was Jiang Li's closest friend and could no longer bear Wang Teng's vile attitude. What? Did I say anything wrong? Wang Teng shrugged. I'm merely telling the truth. No one else is choosing Hongwang, yet he is. If that's not grandstanding, then what is? Just to show his face in front of the goddess Su, he's willing to gamble his life away. I've seen plenty of people like that. He turned his head toward the girl sitting precisely in the center of the first row. Su Muqing, the school belle of Jinling One high school, ranked first in the comprehensive tests, a genius with great physical fitness. She was currently looking down at her terminal, seemingly entirely uninterested in the quarrel behind her. Su Muqing, say something, will you? Wang Teng said with a laugh. This lovesick fool is literally staking his life for you. Only then did Su Muqing slightly turn her head and glance at Jiang Li. In those beautiful eyes there was no mockery, only a faint hint of confusion and disappointment. Jiang Li. Her voice was cool and clear. Your exam results are excellent. You could have become a pillar of Xian Nation. Choosing Hongwang just to die is not worth it. With that, she turned her head back and no longer looked at him. Wang Teng burst into loud laughter. Hear that? The goddess says it's not worth it. Why don't you choose a low-level secret realm and just muddle through? If you're lucky enough to cultivate some true qi and make it back as an ordinary martial artist, you might even get close enough to lick at the goddess's heels. A burst of uproarious laughter rose around them. In Jiang Li's small class group, chat messages began to scroll at a frantic pace. Jiang Li, damn it boss, don't make a reckless choice. That dog Wang Teng is just provoking you. Class monitor, you really can't go to Hongwang. Look at that survival rate, 0%. They say even grandmasters can't last 3 seconds in there. If you go in, aren't you just throwing your life away? Pick another one. Shi Jiao Tianlong, anything. We can go in together and look out for one another. Wang Teng's family is rich and powerful. His father is a postnatal peak martial artist. He's trained since childhood and is already at the 3rd level of body tempering. Of course he's not afraid, but you're different, Jiang Li. Looking at the screen full of messages, Jiang Li felt a warm current surge in his heart. Among these classmates, some truly cared about him, but he could not follow their advice. The advent of the secret realms was only the beginning. The monsters within them would grow ever stronger. Sooner or later, the meager true qi gained from low-level secret realms would not even be enough to defeat the weakest of those creatures. When that time came, with what would humanity resist? Only Hongwang. Only in that world could one find the true great Dao, power capable of enabling humanity to withstand all calamities. Thank you, everyone. Jiang Li typed these 4 words in the small group. Then, under the gaze of all those around him, he heavily pressed the confirm button. Candidate Jiang Li has selected the secret realm, Hongwang world. Transmitting. Ignoring the commotion behind him, Jiang Li was instantly engulfed by the crimson light surging from the realm gate. A violent sensation of weightlessness surged over him. When Jiang Li opened his eyes again, a thick stench of blood slammed into his nostrils. He found himself standing in the midst of a dense forest. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth was so dense it had practically condensed into substance, pressing against Jiang Li's chest until he almost could not breathe. At that moment, a strand of information suddenly appeared in his mind. Descent identity, postnatal human. Human. Jiang Li's heart sank. In the early era of Honghuang, humans were nothing more than food for the Yao race. Roar. A gust of fetid wind slammed toward him. Jiang Li snapped his head up. Less than 50 meters away, a black wolf monster as tall as a 3-story building was fixing him with millstone-sized blood-red eyes. The wolf Yao's maw still clamped half of a human arm, fresh blood dripping onto the rocks below with heavy plops, each drop punching tiny pits into the stone. Tender human flesh, a great tonic. The wolf Yao spat articulate words and kicked off hard with its hind legs. Boom. The rocks beneath shattered as its massive body turned into a black gale of blood-reeking wind, jaws gaping wide as it lunged straight for Jiang Li's head. The gap in strength between them was far too great. Jiang Li's body was completely locked in place by the demonic qi. He could not so much as move a finger. Was he about to die? Just as the wolf Yao's fangs were less than half a meter from his face, a crisp mechanical voice exploded in Jiang Li. Ding! Host descent into Honghuang detected. Super enlightenment system successfully bound. Mechanism overview: the host receives 1 enlightenment opportunity per year. 10 enlightenments may be exchanged for 1 comprehension of the Dao. 10 comprehensions may be exchanged for 1 union of body and great Dao. Newbie gift pack being issued. Use immediately. The reeking wind lashed Jiang Li's cheeks raw. Staring fixedly at the gaping maw so close at hand, he roared in his heart. Use it. Use it immediately. Jiang Li silently intoned. Time seemed to grow viscous in that instant. The wolf Yao's foul drool hung, suspended in midair less than 2 inches from the tip of Jiang Li's nose. Those blood-red eyes brimmed with greed and brutality. Ding! Newbie gift pack opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3 enlightenment opportunities. Golden Immortal level full power strike limited to 3 uses. A golden immortal strike. Jiang Li's pupils contracted. In Honghuang, the Luo was undying Tai, stood supreme, and the golden immortal was already a pillar of the immortal path, long-lived, able to shift stars and rearrange constellations.
Not out of mercy, but because they saw the torch blazing with golden radiance, the thatched hut shimmering with azure chi, the hemp tunic glowing with silvery light. And
use it. The moment the words fell, Jiang Li formed no seals, recited no incantations, not even lifting. An immeasurable, indescribably vast power traversed the boundaries of time and space and descended upon him from the void. He merely watched the wolf Yao before him with a tranquil gaze. The very void groaned under the strain. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no blinding flare of light. The massive black wolf Yao, towering 3 stories high, froze utterly the instant it met Jiang Li's gaze. Next, starting from the tip of its nose, fur, flesh, bones, and even its very soul disintegrated inch by inch into nothingness. A stray breeze blew and it dissolved into an exceedingly fine ash that drifted away into the crevices of distant rocks and mountains. Along with it, the dense forest behind the wolf Yao was cleaved apart by an immense invisible force, leaving a chasm tens of thousands of zhang wide and of unfathomable depth carved straight through the mountains. Instant kill. Jiang Li exhaled a long breath, feeling the sense of confinement dissipate entirely. The experience of the Golden Immortal's power was but a fleeting glimpse, yet it allowed him to fully comprehend what an absolute dimensional suppression truly meant. Those so-called grandmasters on Blue Star were utterly no match for the wolf demon they had just faced. In the presence of such power, even the dust on the ground was insignificant. No wonder that American Grandmaster brought 3,000 heavily armed giants with him, only to be annihilated in 3 seconds. In truth, Jiang Li knew they had held out for a while. The flow of time in various secret realms and Blue Star was not the same. In ordinary low-level secret realms, a day on Blue Star translated to merely 2 or 3 days there, but the Honghuang was different. A day on Blue Star equated to 100 years in Honghuang. Had he not known he would awaken a system, he would have been too afraid to venture into the Honghuang secret realm. It was simply too perilous, and for the most part the human race here served as sustenance for various races. Without the system, he might have gone directly to the journey to the West Secret Realm and entered Mount Fengshuan as a monk. Since Jiang Li traversed to Blue Star, he had possessed a system, though it had always indicated that he needed to enter the realms of the multiverse to activate it. Therefore, he was resolute in coming to Honghuang. Not only did he know all the major events that would occur in Honghuang's future, but with the system by his side, he was determined to carve out a long-lasting existence in this world. Jiang Li patted the rough beast skin clothing on his body. In his mind, the memories of the original host began to merge rapidly. This was a location in the western part of central Honghuang. The human race had been born for over 1 million years, currently struggling for survival in the crevice between the witch and the demon tribes. Yesterday, the tribe organized the young adults to hunt in the mountains, only to accidentally encounter the black wolf demon. The original host stepped forward to cover the retreat of the other tribesmen, leading the wolf demon deep into the dense forest. Everyone believed he was doomed. Let's return to the tribe and take a look. Following the route in his memory, Jiang Li turned and entered the dense primeval forest. Just as he was rushing toward the tribe. Blue Star Summer Country, Jiangling No. 1 High School Auditorium. Silence reigned. Over 3,000 teachers and students stared intently at the solitary red data bar on the holographic screen. SS-level Secret Realm, Honglong World, contestant Jiang Li, vital signs, stable survival time, 1 minute 22 seconds. This is impossible. Wang Tong had not yet entered his own secret realm. He wanted to wait a few seconds to witness Jiang Li's demise. Suddenly, he stood up abruptly, and due to the force his chair crashed to the ground with a loud bang. His eyes widened as he intently stared at the continuously changing time digits. 1 minute 23 seconds. 1 minute 24 seconds. It exceeded. The highest survival record in the journey to the West Secret Realm was 10 minutes, while the previous highest record in the Honglong Secret Realm was 5 seconds. And Jiang Li, an ordinary high school student, who hadn't even cultivated true qi, surprisingly survived for over a minute in a place universally acknowledged as a death trap. And it was still ongoing. The machine must be broken. It's definitely a malfunction in the life detection network. Wang Ting shouted loudly, his face filled with disbelief. In the front row, Su Muqing also turned her head, her cool gaze flashing with a very evident emotional fluctuation for the first time. She looked at the name on the big screen, her red lips slightly pursed. Wang Ting stopped talking nonsense. His best friend Jiang Li jumped up excitedly, pointing his finger at Wang Tong and scolding him. The Blue Star Secret Network connects to the laws of the multiverse. When has it ever made a mistake in the past 10 years? Jiang Li not only didn't die, he was alive and well. Didn't you just say he couldn't last 3 seconds? The auditorium erupted. What the hell? He actually survived. This is a place where even the American Grandmaster couldn't last 3 seconds. What on earth did he do? The Honglong world is exceedingly dangerous. This kid just had a stroke of luck. He must have landed in a very safe. At this moment, Principal Sun Zhengqing also realized that someone had chosen the Honglong Secret Realm and confirmed their entry, pressing his hands against the control panel, veins bulging on the back of his hands. He immediately connected with the high-ranking officials of the Summer Country's Ministry of Education. Immediately establish a separate encrypted file for Jiang Li. No matter how he survived, the information he possesses is invaluable to all of humanity. Contact him right away to see what intelligence he has. On the other side in the Honglong world, Jiang Li traversed through layers of miasma and towering ancient trees until a primitive settlement surrounded by massive stone caves appeared before him. Several hundred people clad in tattered beast skins appeared terrified as they gathered in the clearing. The air was thick with the lingering stench of blood and herbs. Jiang Li, a tribesman on guard in a giant tree, suddenly widened his eyes, his voice faltering. Suddenly the tribe fell silent, all eyes turned towards the entrance. The boy who should have been chewed to pieces by the demon beast was now walking up unharmed. Aside from a few torn holes in his beast skin clothing, he had lost not a single hair. A burly middle-aged man with a full beard pushed through the crowd. He was the leader of this small tribe. Dashan rushed over, gripping Jiang Li's shoulders tightly with tremendous force. He looked Jiang Li up and down, his rough face twitching. Good lad. You didn't die? What about the Black Wolf demon? I encountered a passing great demon, casually devoured it, and took the opportunity to run back. Jiang Li casually fabricated a reason, explaining the Golden Immortal's blow was too troublesome and wouldn't align with his identity as a postnatal human. The crowd gasped in astonishment. A great demon eating a small demon. Dashan sighed in relief, shaking his head bitterly. You are fortunate. It's as if heaven has protected you. Joy briefly dispelled the tension, but soon leader Dashan's brow furrowed tightly again. He waved his hand to disperse the surrounding tribesmen, pulling Jiang Li into the innermost stone cave of the settlement. The flickering firelight illuminated Dashan's face, which was filled with exhaustion and despair. Your return is a blessing for the tribe. But the days ahead may be difficult to endure. Dashan struck the stone wall with a heavy fist, sending stone chips flying. Leaning against the stone wall, Jiang Li's expression remained calm. What has happened? Dashan lowered his voice, a deep fear permeating his tone. The demon race has gone insane recently. A few months ago, in the Feng Gun Major tribe, which was 3,000 miles away from us, a tribe of tens of thousands was wiped out in a single night. Even the newborn infants were not spared. If you hadn't led that wolf demon away yesterday, our few hundred people would have also ended up as food for that beast. We hid deep within the dense forest far away, which allowed us to survive for a few more days. The slaughter of the human race. Jiang Li understood in his heart. The current time was the early period of Honglong. The demon race's heavenly court had already discovered that the resentment of the human race's souls could break the formidable flesh of the witch race, and thus began to recklessly capture humans to refine the demon-slaying sword. This was the true dark hour for the human race. The human race's holy mother stayed behind closed doors while the leader of the human education quietly watched the show. Chief, we cannot keep hiding, Jiang Li said. Dashan sat dejectedly on a stone block, tugging at his hair. What else can we do if we don't hide? Those demons can summon wind and rain. Their skin is tough, and their flesh thick. Our stone-tipped spears can't even pierce their hides. The human race is born to be their blood food. This is fate. No one is born to be blood food. Jiang Li interrupted Dashan's words. Dashan was taken aback. He lifted his head, looking at the 18-year-old youth. He suddenly realized that Jiang Li's gaze had changed. Gone was the vigilance and timidity he had shown while hunting in the jungle. In its place was an absolute calmness and confidence. Just like the everlasting rocks in the east sea standing firm against the tempest. Chieftain, does the tribe possess any cultivation methods? Jiang Li looked at Dashan, cutting straight to the point. The people from Blue Star only knew how to scramble for mortal martial arts manuals in low martial worlds, believing themselves invincible after mustering a wisp of true chi. They had no idea that in the primordial wilderness, the highest dimensional world of immortal cultivation, the essence of all power was the Dao. Even a blade of grass or a tree contained a Dao resonance thousands of times more profound than the experts of those lesser secret realms. He still held 3 opportunities for enlightenment. Dashan was taken aback, then walked to the depths of the stone cave, rummaging through a pile of clutter before pulling out a yellowed, worn, beast-hide bone scroll. This is the golden core great Dao passed down when the supreme pure sage established the human teachings. Dashan sighed, handing the beast hide to Jiang Li. But it's only a fragment. Our human race is physically weak and inherently deficient. Few can truly cultivate it successfully. The methods within our tribe are also incomplete. Cultivating to the peak only reaches the refining chi to transform spirit stage. When encountering a slightly formidable minor demon, we can't even break through its protective demonic aura. Refining essence to transform chi, refining chi to transform spirit, refining spirit to return to void, refining void to merge with Dao. These are the 4 realms before attaining immortality. Dashan was right. In the primordial wilderness, where sages were as common as grass, and Aluo golden immortals were less valued than dogs, even becoming a heavenly immortal, let alone reaching the refining spirit to return to void stage, would make one an easy meal for a great demon. But for Jiang Li, this was more than enough. He needed a seed, a foundation upon which the system could operate. Jiang Li put away the beast hide. Don't get your hopes up. The sage's cultivation method is not something we can easily learn. It's obscure and complex. In the hundreds of years of this tribe's history, no one has even reached the refining essence to transform chi stage. Dashan waved his hand, looking exhausted. Go get some rest. I need to arrange for heightened vigilance. The Fengyan tribe was slaughtered. This area is no longer safe. Back in his shabby thatched hut, Jiang Li sat cross-legged on the hard stone bed. He didn't immediately unroll the beast hide. Instead, he opened the Myriad Heaven's secret realm chat group in his mind. A blue light screen appeared before him. Messages in the chat window were scrolling at a frantic pace of dozens per second. Pessimism and despair nearly overflowed from the screen. Help! Isn't the looting secret realm classified as low risk? I was captured by Qing soldiers as a coolie as soon as I arrived, and get whipped if I don't work. I regret this so much. Why did I ever think of entering this realm? I landed in a poisonous miasma in the Shushan secret realm, and my vital signs are dropping to 0. What do I do? The Fengyan secret realm is terrifying. I saw a man flying in the sky, and he split a river with a single slap. I'm hiding in a pigsty right now, too scared to make a sound. Amidst the chorus of wails, a few messages dripping with smugness stood out starkly. Wang Tung, everyone good. I've arrived in the Jiangnan water town of the Bema secret realm, and happened upon the Jiangnan Thunderbolt Hall recruiting disciples. Thanks to my body tempering foundation from Blue Star, I passed the assessment and became a menial disciple. Wang Tung, the hall master, said that if I work diligently for 3 years as a menial, he'll teach me the Thunderbolt Hall's internal art, the Blazing Fire Heart Sutra. Within 3 years at most, I will definitely cultivate true chi and step into the Hodian realm. The group instantly erupted. Damn, Boss Wang is awesome. A head start by joining a major faction. A disciple of a major faction. That's a godly start. Look out for us, brothers. So jealous. I'm still begging at the foot of Mount Wudong. Forget internal arts, I can't even get a decent meal. Watching the flattery roll, and Wang Tung was clearly basking in it. Shortly after, an ID labeled Su Muqing also surfaced. Su Muqing, I've been pretty lucky too. I arrived at the foot of Mount Amei in the Divine Condor secret realm. A senior nun from the Amei sect took a liking to me and accepted me as an outer disciple. She's already taught me the Amei basic sword art, and I'm about to start practicing. This sent the group into a frenzy. School Beauty Su is truly in strength genius. Still a favored daughter of heaven in the secret realm. The Amei sect. That's a prestigious righteous sect. Congratulations, Goddess Su. Wang Tung quickly chimed in. Muqing is indeed formidable. Unlike some people who chose a death trap to show off. Jiang Li, class president Jiang, you're still alive. How's the scenery in the primordial wilderness? Which mud hole are you hiding in, gnawing on dirt? I heard even a US Grandmaster couldn't last 3 seconds there. For you to survive this long, you must have spawned in some demon's cesspit, right? A wave of agreeing laughter echoed through the group. Jiang Li glanced at the screen, his expression calm. Jiangnan Thunderbolt Hall. Amei sect outer disciple. That was the full extent of Blue Star's current understanding of power. They were smug over a low martial internal art, that might not even yield true qi. They had no idea that in the primordial wilderness, especially now, with its incredibly dense innate spiritual energy, even a roadside weed touched by spiritual energy could create countless terrestrial immortals if brought back to Blue Star. Jiang Li didn't respond to Wang Tung's provocation in the group. He exited the main chat and checked his private messages. The message icon flashed incessantly. His best friend Zhao Lei Lao Jiang. You're really alive. You scared the hell out of me. Where the hell did you end up? Don't go running around. Class teacher, Jiang Li, good to know you're alive. Remember, survival is the top priority. Don't casually interact with the natives of the secret realm. The person who sent the most messages was Principal Sun Jingqing. Sun Jingqing, Jiang Li. You are the first human to survive more than 5 minutes in the primordial wilderness secret realm. The National High Command has established a special file on you. Sun Jingqing, what's your current environment like? Have you discovered any cultivation methods or special products of the primordial wilderness? The next chance to log off is in a month. You must protect yourself. Jiang Li pondered for a moment, then replied to the principal. Jiang Li, I've landed in a very remote, small human tribe. It's poor here, no demons for now. Opportunities are scarce, and the natives struggle to even find food. I plan to lay low, figure things out first. Seconds later, Sun Jingqing replied immediately. Sun Jingqing, don't be rash. If you can survive and bring back basic intel from the primordial wilderness, you'll be a hero for humanity. After replying to the principal, Jiang Li sent a quick message in the class group chat. Jiang Li, in a remote, poor area. Looking for food. Don't worry. After sending this, he directly shut down his personal terminal. All the mockery, worry, and expectations were sealed off behind the light screen. Different dimensions, no point in arguing. While those Blue Star prodigies were still preening over a few mortal martial arts moves, Jiang Li's fingers had already slowly traced over the worn beast hide. The sage's golden core, Great Dao. Jiang Li called out in his mind. System here. Host currently has 3 enlightenment opportunities remaining. Jiang Li spread the beast hide on the stone bed. The divine script inscribed on it was twisted like ghostly talismans, enough to make any ordinary person dizzy just by looking at it. This was the Tao casually left behind by the Supreme Pure Laozi. Even though it was incomplete, even though much of its essence had been lost through oral transmission by the later human race, it was still a true immortal cultivation method. Use 1 enlightenment opportunity to comprehend the golden core, Great Tao fragment. Ding. Command confirmed. Enlightenment initiated. The moment the words fell, Jiang Li's world fell silent. The shabby thatched hut vanished. The howling wind outside the tribe vanished. He seemed to be adrift in a vast, boundless chaos. Before his eyes, no longer the worn beast hide, but the phantom image of an old man with a ruddy complexion and white hair, clad in an yin-yang Taoist robe, seated high above the 33rd heaven, slowly beginning to speak. The Tao that can be spoken is not the eternal Tao. Boom. The supreme Tao sound exploded within Jiang Li's mind. The incomplete cultivation method under the system's deduction was frantically repaired, reorganized, and elevated. The profound sounds of the great Tao resonated endlessly within Jiang Li's mind. Within the ethereal projection of Master Taking's teachings, each word that fell transformed into a brilliant divine pattern imprinted deeply into Jiang Li's consciousness. Those obscure and difficult fragments of scripture through the system's mechanism of sudden enlightenment automatically completed the missing operational pathways, forming the most perfect great cycle of the Grand Zhou heavens. The spiritual energy of the primordial world was exceedingly violent. It was not the thin and gentle qi of later eras, but contained a trace of innate creation energy from the dawn of heaven and earth. Above the thatched hut, within a radius of 100 miles, spiritual energy gathered into a visible funnel-shaped vortex. The bottom of the vortex aligned precisely with the crown of Jiang Li's head. The wild spiritual energy surged downwards. The meridians of ordinary postnatal humans could not withstand such an intense influx. Contact would lead to collapse. However, Jiang Li was in a state of sudden enlightenment. The system not only forcibly protected his heart meridian, but also guided the spiritual energy to expand every meridian within his body in the most domineering manner. Agonizing pain accompanied by extreme exhilaration surged forth. Jiang Li's pores opened wide, expelling a large amount of thick, dark brown impurities that emitted a pungent stench. This was the innate fetal toxin and turbid qi within the postnatal human body. His bones cracked with sharp pops like popping beans, while his muscle fibers were repeatedly torn and reconstructed by the spiritual energy emanating a faint jade-like luster. Within the dantian, the previously empty sea of qi was instantly filled with a dense mass of liquid spiritual power. The initial stage of refining essence into qi had begun. Mid-stage of refining essence into qi. Latest stage of refining essence into qi. Peak of refining essence into qi. In less than 10 breaths, Jiang Li surpassed the first great hurdle that ordinary cultivators might spend decades overcoming. Yet the process of enlightenment did not cease. The voice of Master Taking's projection suddenly rose in pitch. Jiang Li sensed a rumbling deep within his brow. It was the sound of the purple mansion spirit, sea, being forcibly opened. The previously wandering soul power nourished by spiritual energy underwent a sudden qualitative transformation, condensing into an intangible, yet all-seeing divine sense. Centered on the thatched hut, the divine sense instantly radiated in all directions. 10 miles, 20 miles. Within this range, the trajectory of falling leaves, the crawling of underground insects, even the heavy breathing of distant tribal people were all vividly reflected within Jiang Li's mind. True Qi transformed into magical power, and the soul evolved into divine sense. Early stage of refining Qi into spirit. Mid-stage, latest stage. The soaring advancement halted at the peak of refining Qi into spirit. The projection of Master Tai Ching slowly dissipated. The potential of the fragmentary scripture, golden core great Dao, had been fully exploited, and the system provided enlightenment time concluded precisely. Jiang Li opened his eyes. Darkness sparked with electricity. Two solid beams of divine light flashed deep within his gaze, piercing 2 half-inch deep holes straight through the stone wall before him. He looked down at his hands and casually clenched a fist. The air was crushed with a dull, explosive roar. The surging power within was no longer the rough, true Qi of a martial artist, but the purest form of cultivator's magical power. The martial system of Blue Star is divided into body-tempering postnatal innate Grandmaster and Supreme Grandmaster. At the Supreme Grandmaster level, true Qi can be projected outward, enabling flight. With void steps, the physical body can withstand conventional firearms, and lifespan reaches up to 3 centuries. There was once a Supreme Grandmaster in America who shattered half a mountain with a single punch and was revered as the war god of humanity. The peak of refining Qi into spirit on the primordial world corresponds exactly to the Supreme Grandmaster peak on Blue Star. Yet, Jiang Li knew clearly that these two were worlds apart in essence. Blue Star martial artists absorb the thin and mixed energies of modern society, cultivating internal force and true Qi. What now courses through his body is the orthodox magical power of the Xin sect, transformed from the innate spiritual energy of the primordial world. At equivalent levels, the primordial world's peak refining Qi into spirit could crush 10 Blue Star Supreme Grandmasters with a single finger. It was an absolute crushing of lower dimensional energy by higher dimensional power. An 18-year-old Supreme Grandmaster. Jiang Li moved his neck, the joints emitting a series of crisp cracks. On Blue Star he could indeed walk arrogantly, but in the primordial world he remained an ant. He did not indulge in pride. Even a random great demon at the transformation stage outside could swallow him whole, flesh and bone. Bang! The broken wooden door of the thatched hut was kicked open. The tribal leader Dashan charged in, holding a polished stone spear, his face filled with terror, muscles taut to the extreme. Jiang Li, run quickly. A great demon's aura is descending. Dashan's words abruptly ceased. He froze in place, maintaining his forward posture. His eyes fixed intensely on Jiang Li, seated on the stone bed, pupils constricting sharply. There was no demonic aura. The terrifying pressure that drove the spiritual energy of 100 miles to frenzy originated from this 18-year-old youth before him. Dashan had cultivated the fragmentary scripture for most of his life and barely reached the threshold of refining essence into Qi. He understood better than anyone what the convergence of heaven and earth just now signified. It was a realm he dared not even dream of. You. Dashan's lips trembled, and the stone spear in his hand clattered to the ground. He felt that before him was not a junior of the tribe, but an insurmountable mountain. With a thought, Jiang Li withdrew all outward divine sense and magical power fluctuations back into his body, transforming once again into the seemingly ordinary postnatal human. The oppressive aura vanished suddenly. Dashan collapsed heavily to the ground, gasping for breath, his clothes soaked with cold sweat. Leader, it's nothing. I was just comprehending the golden core great Dao, and made a slight breakthrough. Jiang Li rose and helped Dashan to his feet. Slight breakthrough. Dashan swallowed hard, staring at the stone wall pierced by divine light, feeling his throat dry. You can cultivate this. Yes. That aura just now. What realm are you at? I have seen those who have refined essence and a Qi in the main tribe before, but none possessed such an aura as yours. Peak of refining Qi into spirit, Jiang Li said calmly. Dashan's eyes rolled back, nearly fainting. Since the birth of humanity, excluding the innate humans, those postnatal humans who break into refining essence into Qi before 100 years old are considered geniuses. Half an hour ago he received the cultivation method, and half an hour later he reached the peak of refining Qi into spirit. This was not a breakthrough, it was a saint's reincarnation. Leader, keep this matter confidential for now. Jiang Li did not elaborate, immediately changing the subject. I need you to draw a detailed map of the nearby 100-mile range of Demon Clan forces. The more detailed the better. With the foundation of refining Qi into spirit, Jiang Li no longer intended to remain passive. Those low-level man-eating little demons had now become perfect materials for him to test his skills and gather intelligence on the primordial world. Dashan, still overwhelmed by shock, mechanically nodded and staggered out to fetch the bone tablets. Jiang Li sat back down on the stone bed and opened his personal terminal. Less than an hour of Blue Star time had passed since his arrival in the primordial world. White Horse, Secret Realm, Jiangnan. Under the blazing sun, waves of heat rolled through the air. Wang Tung struggled up the blue stone steps leading to the back mountain of the Thunder Hall, carrying 2 enormous wooden buckets. Water in the buckets swayed with his steps, splashing droplets onto the scorching stone slabs, instantly turning into white steam. Rough hemp ropes cut into his shoulders, and his coarse linen shirt was stained with crimson blood. Sweat streamed down, flowing into wounds, causing sharp stings. He gritted his teeth, uttering no cry of pain. His eyes burned with fanatic zeal. Wang Tung, hurry up. The kitchen is waiting for water to boil. A disciple from the inner sect dressed in silk training clothes stood above, scolding with a vine rod in hand. Coming, senior brother. Wang Tung answered loudly, quickening his pace. He set down the buckets, straightened, and rubbed his aching shoulders. His gaze swept over the formal disciples practicing fists in the front yard of Thunder Hall, a flicker of jealousy and longing in his eyes. Ordinary people only needed to endure 3 years of menial tasks to learn the fiery heart method. By cultivating true qi and returning to Blue Star, even the richest man in Jiangli City would bow his head and address him as Master Wang. But he was different. Once he understood the situation of Jianglin's Thunder Hall, the gold and ginseng he brought with him would be useful, allowing him to access internal cultivation techniques ahead of time. This was the class leap brought by wealth. For some reason, the name Jiang Li suddenly surfaced in Wang Tung's mind. Wang Tung shook his head slightly, thinking that even with such thorough preparation, survival in the perilous 10 Death 0 survival Primordial Secret Realm was difficult. How could Jiang Li possibly live through it? In the secret realm of Etienne, at the edge of a May mountain, a group of young girls is practicing swordplay. Su Muqing holds a blunt iron sword, mechanically repeating the slashing motions. Her pale wrists are already swollen, and the skin around the sword-wielding area has cracked, blood staining the hilt. An old nun stands expressionless nearby. The old nun's voice is cold. Use your wrists, not your arms. The sword must move lightly, your movements are too stiff. Su Muqing bites her lip, readjusts her posture, and swings the sword again. This class genius from Jiangling No. 1 high school on Blue Star is just an average outer disciple here. She knows all too well that her background on Blue Star means nothing here. To survive and bring back powerful martial arts, she must fight with all her might. A figure resolutely choosing the Hongwang secret realm flashes through her mind. Just a fool trying to catch her attention. She shook her head. The path is her own choice. Jiang Li is already dead, and she must return with greater strength. Blue Star, Jiangling City, outside the gate of No. 1 high school. Time passes. The secret realms have been opened for nearly an hour. Yellow caution tape surrounds the plaza. Armed guards patrol every 3 steps, securing the entire plaza tightly. The black uniforms glint with a cold, hard sheen in the sunlight. Thousands of parents crowd outside the caution line. No one speaks loudly, the air is stifling and oppressive. Everyone's gaze is fixed on the massive holographic display on the outer wall of the administration building. The screen is filled with 3,000 names. Green represents the living, gray represents the dead. A piercing alarm sounds. In the lower left corner of the screen, a green name flickers twice before turning a lifeless gray. Name Zhang. Secret Realm, Daming Jianghu. Status deceased. A chilling scream erupts from the crowd. A woman in a professional outfit collapses backwards, her husband beside her instantly bloodshotted, holding her tightly and emitting suppressed sobs. Death is hovering above everyone's heads. Jiang Jiangwo clutches a deformed water bottle in his hand, his knuckles stiff. Sweat trickles down his graying temples. Chun Hui grips her husband's sleeve tightly, her eyes red and swollen, frantically searching among the thousands of names. Jiangwo, he's not there. His name is nowhere to be found. Chun Hui's voice trembles violently. Jiang Jiangwo wipes his face, takes a deep breath, and forces down the panic rising in his chest. Don't panic. Shaoli has always been sensible. Before leaving, he promised me he would never enter those dangerous martial arts secret realms. He must have chosen a safe, life-oriented realm, like farming tycoon. A scoff comes from the side. Wang Defa, dressed in an expensive suit, strides over, twirling 2 walnuts in his hand. Old Jiang, still looking for your little bookworm. Look up there, that row of striking golden names at the top of the screen. See that? That's my son Wang Tong. In the Bama secret realm, he's already part of the pile of thunder. Parents around them cast envious glances. Joining a local sect in the secret realm means not only survival, but also bringing back true extraordinary power. This is a matter of great honor for the family. Wang Defa relishes the attention, looking at Jiang Jiangwo with unhidden disdain in his tone. Old Jiang, the times have changed. If you don't strive to learn martial arts now, you'll become inferior in the future. Even if your Jiang Li learns excellent cooking skills in a life realm, what can he do when he comes out? Be my son's personal chef. Jiang Jiangwo's facial muscles tighten, and he chooses not to respond. Chun Hui shoots Wang Defa a cold glance. Being a chef is better than fighting and killing all day. As long as my son is safe, that is better than anything. A woman's perspective. Wang Defa snorts coldly and turns to continue boasting to other parents. No one knows that dozens of meters away from the crowd, in a black bulletproof command vehicle, several pairs of eyes are closely watching Jiang Jiangwo and his wife. A military officer with a gold star on his shoulder sits in the back seat, while Principal Sun Zhengqing sits awkwardly opposite him. Sir, those two are Jiang Li's parents. Sun Zhengqing points at the monitor displaying Jiang Jiangguo and his wife. The officer's gaze is sharp as he presses his earpiece. Squad 1 is the perimeter secured around the target. Report, sir, 3 sniper positions are in place and plainclothes agents have formed a protective circle within 3 meters of the target. Any suspicious individuals approaching will be dealt with immediately. Very good. The officer cuts off communication and looks at Sun Zhengqing. The higher-ups have issued a strict order. Jiang Li is the first human to survive over an hour in the Hongwang realm. He is not only a student at your school, but also a top secret of Xia country. Even a single blade of grass he brings back could change the entire combat power structure of Blue Star. We must not allow foreign agents to come into contact with his family. Sun Zhengqing wipes the cold sweat from his forehead. Sir, should we inform his parents about Jiang Li choosing Hongwang? They are very worried right now. No. The officer firmly refuses. The fewer people who know the better. Once Jiang Li returns safely for the first time, the military will personally escort him. In the Hongwang world, Jiang Li shuts down his personal terminal. The wails and boasts from the Blue Star group do not pique his interest in the slightest. He pushes open the rickety wooden door and steps out of the thatched hut. Dashan approaches quickly holding a smoothly polished half-body beast bone. Thick rough lines are drawn on the bone with black charcoal. Jiang Li, this is the topographical map of the area within 200 miles. I have marked it for you. Dashan points to a black dot at the center of the bone. This is our tribe. 100 miles to the east is a poisonous swamp home to a group of black crocodiles led by a large demon that devours humans without spitting out bones. Dashan moves his finger to a cross symbol north of the tribe. 100 miles to the north is a desolate wood mountain. There is a shape-shifting black wind snake there controlling hundreds of little demons. Dashan's voice grows softer as he speaks, his eyes filled with trepidation. This black wind snake is the most ferocious. Recently the Fengyan tribe was slaughtered, and it was one of the main forces. Jiang Li, even if you break through, never provoke it. It is said that this creature is about to condense its demon core. To the west lies an endless dense forest. We do not know what lies in the west, but it is said that there is great terror there, and even some demon clans dare not venture. Jiang Li's gaze is fixed on the mark of desolate wood mountain, almost condensing its demon core. In the Hongwang system, that equates to the peak of Qi refinement, half a step into void refinement. For Jiang Li, this is the perfect testing stone for his blade. He possesses the realm power bestowed by the system, but lacks any combat experience and defensive treasures. The golden core Dao passed down by Taiping Laozu includes the basic patterns for refining weapons. The flesh, bones, and demon core of the Hongwang demon race are exactly the heavenly materials ready for human cultivation. What is it usually like? Jiang Li asks. Dashan pauses for a moment and instinctively replies, yes, that creature likes shiny things. It often attacks passing low level, which clans snatching weapon fragments to line its nest. Jiang Li's lips curl into a subtle arc. Weapon fragments. Readily available metal materials. Uncle Dashan, tell the tribe not to leave the tribe these days. Jiang Li reaches for the bone board and turns toward the tribe's main gate. Dashan's expression changes drastically as he grabs Jiang Li's arm. Are you crazy? Where are you going? That is a demon about to condense its core. Jiang Li does not look back. The pure Taoist power within him erupts. The ground erupts beneath his feet as Jiang Li's figure leaves a residual shadow, breaking free from Dashan's grip and vanishing from the spot. Only 2 deep footprints remain on the ground, the surrounding soil singed black from the high temperatures. Dashan stands frozen, maintaining his outstretched hand posture, mouth agape. This speed, capable of shrinking the distance in an instant, shatters his entire understanding of power. 100 miles for an ordinary person would take 2 days to traverse. For Jiang Li, at the pinnacle of Qi transformation, it was merely the time taken to burn a stick of incense. He traversed through the ancient primordial forest of the wilderness. Towering ancient trees rapidly retreated, and the fierce winds howled past his ears. His divine sense was fully extended, perceiving every blade of grass and tree within a radius of several dozen miles. Suddenly, a violent wave of spiritual energy surged ahead. Accompanying it was an ear-splitting screech as several trees thick enough for a person to embrace snapped in half under the pressure. Jiang Li immediately restrained his aura, exerting force in his legs, and silently leaped onto the crown of a 100-foot giant tree, hiding amidst the dense leaves. Peering through the dense shadows of the trees, he discerned a scene 10 miles away. It was a gigantic black-patterned python as thick as a water barrel. Its body was covered in palm-sized black scales, and 2 fleshy bulges had even formed atop its head, indicating signs of transformation into a dragon. At that moment, this notorious black wind snake, infamous within 100 miles, was writhing in agony on the ground, creating massive, deep pits. Through the dense shadows of the trees, he saw a youth clad in a red and green Taoist robe floating in midair 10 miles away. The youth stood with his hands clasped behind his back, not supported by any magical artifact, completely defying the common principles of flight for beings of the acquired realm. The massive body of the black wind snake twisted wildly in the air. Its black scales shattered and flew in all directions, crashing onto the deadwood mountain below and reducing large sections of hard rock to powder. This great demon, on the verge of coalescing its demon core and notorious within 100 miles, was emitting a heart-wrenching cry. It was firmly bound in midair by an invisible force, unable to break free no matter how frantically it exerted its demonic power. The youth's expression was indifferent, his lips moving slightly. A mere little demon snake dares to touch my ancestral spirit grass, truly seeking death. His voice was extremely calm, yet it transcended spatial distance, ringing clearly in Jiang Li's ears. The youth slowly raised his right hand, fingers curled slightly. The black wind snake suddenly stiffened, emitting a desperate roar. A blinding burst of bloodlight exploded from the snake's head. A fist-sized black demon core exuding a strong stench of blood burst forth from the snake's body, crossing the void and landing steadily in the youth's palm. The black wind snake, having lost its demon core, instantly perished. Its massive body lost all support, crashing straight into the valley below, stirring up clouds of dust. Amidst the tremors of the earth, several small peaks collapsed directly. Jiang Li, hidden deep within the tree crown, suppressed his entire aura. The strength of the black wind snake was certainly not weaker than those grandmasters of martial arts who stood at the peak on Blue Star, perhaps even much stronger. It hadn't even touched the youth's clothing before its demon core was drawn from afar. The opponent had not only used no magical artifacts, but also maintained a flawless control over his magical fluctuations. Even a cultivator at the return to Void and Unity realm might not achieve such a feat. A celestial being, undoubtedly a celestial being, but was he an earth immortal? Heavenly immortal? True immortal? Or perhaps a mystic immortal? Jiang Li dared not contemplate the higher realms. The world of the wilderness had no concept of reversing age. Innate beings or powerful entities typically retained the appearance they established when they first took form. The youth before him, who called himself Ancestor, was undoubtedly a terrifying existence that had lived for countless ages. With just a casual flick of a finger, he could obliterate the peak combat power of the entire Blue Star. The striking red and green of his Taoist robe was exceptionally eye-catching. Jiang Li quickly filtered through the records of known figures from the wilderness in his mind. The aesthetic of red and green did not match any known powerful beings. Whoever the opponent was, he was not someone Jiang Li could provoke. Without any hesitation, he immediately severed his intention to continue observing, lightly tapping the tree trunk with his toes, preparing to retreat silently along the same path. The first rule of survival in the wilderness: never observe the battles of high-level beings. Jiang Li had barely retreated 5 steps when the youth in midair suddenly turned his head. 2 gazes pierced through the primordial forest for 10 miles, precisely locking onto the tree crown where Jiang Li was hidden. Human. Interesting. The youth's voice resounded once more. There was a hint of surprise in his tone. You little boy, peeping at me while I slay a demon, and now you wish to leave. Jiang Li's figure froze. The opponent's intent had already locked down the space around him. The air instantly became exceedingly thick, and the flow of magical power within his meridians immediately stagnated. There was no escaping it. Jiang Li turned around, standing calmly on the branch. He did not forcibly activate his magical power to clash against that binding strength. With his hands naturally hanging down, his consciousness sank deep into the system interface within his mind. Item inventory: Golden Immortal Level Attack Opportunity 2. This was his absolute trump card left over from completing the system's novice task. He had used 1 previously against the giant wolf, leaving 2 remaining. As soon as he willed it, he could unleash a destructive force equivalent to a full-powered strike from a Golden Immortal. However, if the opponent was a Tai Golden Immortal or a Deluo Golden Immortal, these 2 attacks would only produce a sound. But if the opponent were merely a Heavenly Immortal or True Immortal, this power would be sufficient for him to achieve an extreme counterattack. Jiang Li calculated the distance and timing for activation. The youth stepped forward. The space rippled like waves of water. In the next moment, he had crossed several miles and appeared 3 zhang in front of Jiang Li. Upon closer inspection, the youth had a handsome face with a hint of rebellious wildness in his brow. The red and green Taoist robe he wore was extraordinary, shimmering with subtle patterns. The youth looked down at Jiang Li from above, his brow raising slightly. A being of the acquired realms. He scanned Jiang Li from top to bottom, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes. I didn't expect such a peak chi transformation being to emerge from this small tribe. Moreover, the aura of magical power upon you. The youth leaned in closer, sniffing the air. Golden Core Technique. Jiang Li clasped his fists and performed a standard Taoist greeting. Junior Jiang Li. His tone was calm, showing no signs of fear. By chance, I gained some insights. I accidentally disturbed the ancestors' quiet cultivation, and I hope for your understanding. The youth squinted, staring at Jiang Li for a long time. You have quite the audacity. A playful smirk appeared at the corner of the youth's mouth. If it were any other human, upon seeing this ancestor, they would have long knelt and begged for mercy. Not only do you not kneel, but you also dare to greet this ancestor as an equal. Do you know that with a mere breath I could annihilate both your form and spirit? Jiang Li met the youth's gaze directly. His right index finger was slightly bent, ready to trigger the Golden Immortal Strike at any moment. The ancestor's cultivation is indeed profound, and can easily obliterate this junior. Yet the ancestor would not do so. Oh, the youth crossed his arms. Give me a reason. Hearing Jiang Li's words, the youth was slightly taken aback, then a hint of mockery flashed in his eyes. He was about to speak, ready to tease this young human who was trying to maintain his composure. Jiang Li's mind raced. The red and green Taoist robed the youth's appearance, claiming to be an ancestor, effortlessly killing the black wind snake at half-step return devoid. The wilderness world was vast and boundless, beings claiming to be ancestors numbered in the hundreds, if not thousands. The likes of Ming, He, and Kuan Peng were the top-tier powers of the world, and this youth clearly did not belong to that level. The red-green color scheme the youth's form is unconventional behavior. Jiang Li's mind was flooded with the myriad names from the investiture of the gods. Damn it, red and green doesn't match either. Which ancestor could this possibly be? Jiang Li released his slightly bent right index finger, dissipating the golden immortal strike that was held in his mind. He met the scrutinizing gaze of the young boy with calm composure. Firstly, the ancestor possesses profound cultivation and is decisive in killing, yet there is not a trace of bloodthirsty karma surrounding him. Jiang Li's voice resonated steadily in the silent primeval forest. Just now the ancestor killed that black wind snake and took its demon core. The movement was as smooth as flowing clouds, clearly displaying the aura of the orthodox sect. The ancestor is certainly not a bloodthirsty fiend. Hearing this, the boy's brows relaxed and a hint of pride flickered in his eyes. This is the second point. Jiang Li continued, clasping his hands together once more. I am merely a postnatal human who has just glimpsed the path. I possess neither heavenly materials nor earth treasures, nor have I formed a golden core. The ancestor killing me would only entangle him in the karma of humanity, bringing no benefit. I believe the ancestor would not stoop to bother with a mere ant like me. The boy burst into laughter. His laughter reverberated around, causing the towering ancient trees within 100 feet to sway, and leaves fell like rain. You human brats sure have a sharp tongue. The boy floated down from midair, his feet hovering 3 inches above the ground, suspended before Jiang Li. Human karma. In this primordial world, the demon race regards you as blood food and slaughters you at will. Who cares about your human karma anymore? The boy leaned closer to Jiang Li, circling around him, taking 2 deep sniffs. However, you did say one thing correctly. This ancestor indeed finds it beneath him to dirty his hands. The boy suddenly halted, his gaze becoming sharp. You practice the saint's golden core Dao, but this technique is severely flawed, yet within you lies an extremely pure stream of magical power. What intrigued this ancestor even more was the boy's eyes were locked onto Jiang Li's right hand. Just now, for a brief moment, I sensed a hint of danger from you. You, a human refining chi to transform into spirit, actually harboring means that can threaten me. Jiang Li acknowledged calmly. As I tread the perilous primordial lands alone, if I had no means to protect my life, I would have long since become a meal for the demon beasts. The boy's interest deepened. Interesting. You, a mere human, rather than hiding in your large tribe, come to this wilderness. Are you seeking death? Jiang Li turned, pointing towards the east where the sound of waves could be faintly heard. To eliminate demons, seek immortality and pursue the Dao. Seek immortality. The boy's eyes sparkled with interest, his gaze scrutinizing Jiang Li up and down, growing increasingly pleased. Suddenly a ripple appeared in the distant void, and a clear voice came from afar. Qing Feng. What are you dawdling? Have you finished gathering the herbs? If you don't return soon, the master will finish his teachings. If the master discovers we sneaked out to play, we will be punished to transcribe the Dao Classic 100 times. Before the voice faded, another young boy dressed in the same red and green robe crossed through the void. This boy had a fair complexion, red lips, and white teeth, holding a green medicine basket filled with several strands of herb, exuding a sparkling radiance. The newcomer was Mingwei. King Feng's expression immediately darkened, the previously profound aura vanishing without a trace, transforming into a mischievous child caught red-handed. Mingwei, why are you rushing me? I just casually killed a snake who I was about to return. Qing Feng shrank his neck somewhat, sheepishly pointing at the corpse of the black wind snake on the ground. Look, this foul creature dared to steal the immortal herbs I had my eyes on. Mingwei rolled his eyes, his gaze falling on Jiang Li, who stood on the tree branch, curiously inspecting him. Hey, how come there's a postnatal human here? What were you pretending to be just now? Cough, what pretending? I don't need to pretend. Based on the master's identity, if you call my name inside the observation hall, I won't argue with you. But outside the hall, calling me ancestor isn't too much. I was just teasing him a little. Qing Feng scratched his nose awkwardly. Jiang Li stood still, the tension in his heart easing slightly. Qing Feng and Mingwei. Master transcribing the Dao Classic, gathering herbs. In this primordial world, who else could make these two boys refer to him as master, besides that figure known as the lord of the same era, and the progenitor of Earth immortals, Zenyuanzi. No wonder Qing Feng could effortlessly crush that black wind snake that was about to transform. The boys from Wuzhuang Temple, even if just gatekeepers, possess cultivation that far surpasses ordinary immortals. Jiang Li composed himself, clasping his hands in a salute. I am Jiang Li, and I pay my respects to the 2 immortal boys. Qing Feng waved his hand, regaining some youthful vivacity. All right, you are quite interesting. You didn't even blink when facing me. If Mingwe hadn't arrived quickly, I would have had to scare you with a spell. Mingwe stepped forward and tugged on King Feng's sleeve enough, joking around. Hurry up, if we delay the master's important matters, we'll both be in trouble. Qingfeng nodded, turning to Jiang Li. Human brat, the area around Withered Wood Mountain is not very safe. Though the Black Wind Snake is dead, we cannot ensure that other powerful demons won't come. With your level of cultivation, it's better for you to hurry back to your small tribe. We are returning to Wanshou Mountain, perhaps we will meet again. Having said this, Qingfeng and Mingwe exchanged glances, both forming hand seals simultaneously. A layer of yellowish auspicious light enveloped them, and in the next moment their figures directly melted into the void, disappearing without a trace, leaving not even a ripple of magical fluctuation. The Wutu avoid dust art under the Earth Immortal's command is incredibly marvelous. The valley fell silent once more, leaving behind a scene of devastation and the immense corpse of the Black Wind Snake. Jiang Li stood atop the treetops, gazing in the direction the two had departed, taking a deep breath. Although he could not leverage this opportunity to establish a connection with the Jiejiao, learning that this place is not far from Wanshou Mountain and Wuzhuang Temple is indeed crucial information. Moreover, Jiang Li's gaze gradually descended, landing on the massive corpse of the Black Wind Snake sprawled in the valley below. Qingfeng and Mingwe left hastily, completely oblivious to this enormous demon beast's carcass. To them, this was merely a piece of trash they casually killed. But for Jiang Li and his tribe, this was an unimaginable treasure. Those palm-sized, incredibly hard black scales are perfect materials for crafting armor. The flesh, rich in vital energy, can significantly enhance the physique of the tribesmen, and the massive bones of the snake serve as excellent substitutes for crude weapons. This haul is not a loss. Jiang Li's lips curled slightly upward as his figure swayed, gracefully landing from the towering tree. Jiang Li landed lightly, his toes pressing down on the hard scales of the Black Wind Snake. This enormous 100-foot-long carcass lay across the valley, still emanating a chilling aura of ferocity. He stepped forward, placing his palm against the snake's belly, his internal magical power circulating at full speed. A layer of misty azure light enveloped the massive snake body. Jiang Li focused his mind, forcibly pulling it into the space he temporarily opened with his magical power. Although the space was on the verge of breaking apart, it was still able to hold the entire body. This space was forcibly opened with a large amount of magical power, making it very unstable and difficult to maintain, only barely lasting for several days. This feat was sufficient for him to bring back the snake's corpse. Had he not comprehended this while in the state of understanding the Tao, with his current level of cultivation, it would have been far from achievable. After securing the snake's body, he did not return the same way, but instead turned and leaped toward the main peak of the Withered Wood Mountain. Since it was a powerful demon nearing Golden Core, it must have a lair where resources are hoarded. His divine sense spread out comprehensively, probing the ravaged cliffs inch by inch. Half an incense stick later, he discovered a deep cave on the shady side of the mountainside. A stench mixed with faint spiritual energy emanated from within. Jiang Li held his breath, igniting a flame of Tao fire to light the way, and stepped inside. The interior of the cave was not complex. At the end was a spacious stone chamber. In one corner lay a haphazard pile of scrap metal. Several broken bronze halberds and a shield covered with strange totems marked by deep, slashing scars. Jiang Li approached, knocking on the shield with his knuckles, producing a dull, heavy sound. The material was extremely tough, and within it contained a trace of heavy, earthly fiend energy. This was clearly the remains left behind after a battle with the Witch Clan. Good stuff. This is an excellent base material for refining weapons. Shifting his gaze, he noticed 3 strains of spiritual grass radiating a ghostly blue light, growing on a flat stone platform nearby. Qingfeng and Mingwe found such low-level spiritual items unworthy. Jiang Li, however, was unreserved, uprooting them and collecting them along with the Witch Clan's weapons. Having completed his acquisition, Jiang Li turned and left. In the human tribe, Deshawn paced anxiously in front of the wooden fence. Jiang had been gone for several hours, and there was no news. The Withered Tree Mountain was notorious for being a dead zone within 100 miles. That kid must have gone mad. Chief, should we take a couple of brothers to check? A sturdy man beside him asked. Check what? Are we going to deliver blood food to that beast? Deshawn admonished in a deep voice. Before he finished speaking, the sky suddenly darkened. A fierce wind swept through, causing the 2 men to squint their eyes. Accompanied by a deafening roar, a colossal creature fell from the sky, crashing heavily onto the open ground in the center of the tribe. Dirt flew everywhere, and a large section of the sturdy wooden fence was knocked down. Deshawn turned his head rigidly. It was an enormous black spot python, its scales larger than half of his body. Black wind snake. Deshawn fell to the ground, his face pale, and his voice trembling violently. It was over. This great demon had actually come to their doorstep. The tribe was doomed. Uncle Deshawn, get out of the way, don't let the poisonous blood splash on you. A familiar voice. Deshawn froze and looked up. Jiang stood atop the massive snake's head, holding a piece of snake scale that he had torn off with his bare hands, looking down at him. Deshawn rubbed his eyes vigorously. The snake was motionless, completely dead. There was a horrifying blood hole piercing through its 7-inch point. You killed it. Found it on the way. Jiang jumped down from the snake's head and brushed off the dust from his hands. I happened to encounter it being struck dead by heavenly lightning, so I dragged it back. Deshaun swallowed hard. This excuse was something even a fool wouldn't believe. But he wisely closed his mouth. Let's divide the snake meat. Jiang pointed at the huge mound of meat on the ground. This meat contains pure blood energy. Eating it will enhance the strength and vitality of the tribe members. The bones and scales will be kept for armor after some polishing. The tribe members hiding at a distance peeked out, their eyes filled with wild enthusiasm upon seeing enough food to last the entire tribe a month. Jiang ignored the cheers of the crowd. He walked to the snake's belly, and with a gesture his magic transformed into a razor-sharp sword light slicing through the tough flesh. He reached inside, groped for a moment, and dug out a dark green snake gallbladder the size of an adult's head, exuding a strong fishy smell and heat. Then he cut off a large chunk of prime snake meat closest to the 7-inch point. I'll keep this part. Jiang carried the snake meat and gallbladder directly toward his thatched hut. No one is to approach this hut for the next few days. Understood, understood. Deshaun nodded repeatedly, his gaze toward Jiang filled with deep respect. As the primitive human tribe celebrated the snake meat, the wooden door of the thatched hut was casually closed by Jiang, creating a dull sound. He set up a simple early warning formation, using some scrap snake bones behind the door, briefly isolating the outside world from detection. The room was dimly lit, with only the dark green snake gallbladder the size of an adult's head emitting a faint glow and astonishing heat on the stone platform. Jiang sat cross-legged on the grass couch, not rushing to swallow the snake gallbladder. Instead, he focused his mind and summoned the chat group of the secret realms from deep within his consciousness. Since arriving in the wilderness, he had been in a state of high mental tension. Now, having a rare moment to breathe, he needed to understand the movements of Blue Star and other secret realms. In the group from Jiang Li High School, messages were rapidly flooding in. Wang Tung, White Horse Secret Realm, Thunder Hall. Today the steward of Thunder Hall saw me chopping wood with great effort and rewarded me with half a boiling blood pill, even teaching me 3 moves of the fierce tiger fist. After taking this pill, I feel like my whole body is burning with energy. Once I grasp the situation, I'll refine for another 2 or 3 years, and I will definitely become an outer sect disciple cultivating true energy. When I return to Blue Star, I'll at least be a martial arts master. Congratulations, Wang Xiao. I have made progress here too. Today I can barely use the first 3 moves of the Ame sword technique. The group immediately exploded with compliments and envious voices. Classmate A, so awesome. Wang Xiao and Su, the campus goddess, are indeed the pride of our school. This progress is simply astonishing. Being able to join a major sect within the secret realm is truly impressive. Classmate B, have you heard? Today major news outlets across the country are broadcasting a message that Zhao Tianjiao from Yanjing High School entered the Wind and Cloud Secret Realm and joined the Heavenly Society. The country directly issued the highest level of commendation, even protecting his family's ancestral grave with the military. Classmate C, that's not all, it's crazy abroad too. I heard that a certain John in the United States awakened some intermediate fire element affinity in the magic secret realm. The White House let off fireworks for 3 hours and boasted on international forums that their extraordinary beings will dominate Blue Star in this secret realm exploration. Looking at the celebration in the group, Jiang's gaze was calm, showing no signs of disturbance. Wang Ting's message popped up again. Wang Tung, by the way, what about that Jiang Li who chose the wilderness in our class? His profile picture is still active, he hasn't died yet. Could it be that he just fell into some rat hole after being teleported and has been surviving on mud until now? The wilderness is a place where survival is nearly impossible. The previous grandmasters didn't last 5 seconds. He's probably scared out of his wits, hiding in some corner trembling. What a pity, if he had chosen a low-level martial secret realm back, then at least he could eat something. Jiang glanced at the rolling text on his retina, a fleeting smile flickering at the corner of his mouth. Heavenly Society disciple. Half a boiling blood pill. Intermediate fire affinity. Is this really worth celebrating nationwide and showing off to the world? Besides the group chat, there were quite a few private messages, most of which were inquiries from the principal about related matters. His friend Jiang Li also sent several private messages, one stating his situation, that he was currently surviving in a low-level martial secret realm, and another checking on his safety. Jiang reassured the principal, and Jiang Li simply stating that he was currently in the wilderness world waiting for an opportunity. Then Jiang shifted his gaze from the interface to the remaining black wind snake demon's core, which was the size of a water tank, and the chunk of snake meat exuding terrifying blood energy. If this thing were thrown to Blue Star, the spiritual energy radiation it emitted would probably cause all the martial grandmasters in Jinling City to explode. One cannot speak of ice to summer insects. Jiang silently complained and decisively closed the chat group interface. The gap created by information disparity had already placed him and these so-called Blue Star prodigies on entirely different levels. Debating was meaningless. Strength was the only passport in the wilderness. Jiang focused his mind and placed the cut piece of prime snake meat before him. With both hands forming seals, the cultivation route of the Tai Ching golden core Dao fragment thunderously circulated within his body. In the purple mansion, his divine sense spread out like a vast net, instantly enveloping the snake meat and gallbladder. He took a deep breath and suddenly inhaled sharply. The massive snake meat, as large as a grinding disc, instantly transformed into streams of crimson blood energy under the pressure of his magic rushing into his body through his mouth and nose. Immediately after, he cradled the dark green snake gallbladder in both hands without any hesitation, bit through its outer membrane, and drank the boiling hot gall juice within. Boom! Two violently surging energies collided explosively within Jiang's body. If the previous influx of spiritual energy was gentle like a breeze, then the impact of the demon power now was like a tsunami. The blood essence of the century-old demon contained extremely savage, destructive power, violently tearing at Jiang's meridians. Jiang groaned, his skin immediately oozing fine beads of blood. His entire body felt like a red-hot iron radiating astonishing heat. Yet his eyes showed no signs of panic, instead revealing a ruthless determination. "Refine for me." With a thought, his Tai Ching magic transformed into a grinding wheel, forcefully crushing the remaining violent will of the black wind snake. The pure demon power was meticulously extracted, transforming into torrents of true essence, continuously expanding his meridians and cleansing his bones. Jiang Li sat cross-legged on the grass couch. The demonic power surged through his meridians with excruciating pain, transmitting directly to his brain through the nerve endings. The black wind serpent was about to form its golden core, its demonic power exceedingly pure and tyrannical. The Tai Ching mana was at a quantitative disadvantage, and the defense line was continuously retreating. The immense power contained within the serpent's flesh surged chaotically between the muscle fibers, bursting small blood vessels. Large blood beads continuously seeped from the surface of his skin. His body temperature soared. The air inside the thatched hut distorted with heat, and wisps of blue smoke rose from the dry grass in the corner. Jiang Li's expression was emotionless. He did not stop operating his technique. His consciousness sank deep into his mind. System used the second opportunity for enlightenment. A cold mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding. One opportunity for enlightenment consumed. Remaining one. A sense of absolute clarity descended upon him. This force directly acted upon his soul. The frantic demonic power slowed its running speed under this force's suppression. The pain vanished. Jiang Li's thought processes surged to their limits. The incantations of the golden core Dao's fragment were dissected word by word in his sea of consciousness. The originally fragmented flow of operation was forcibly reconnected and perfected. In the state of enlightenment, the technique began to actively adapt to this external violent energy. The Tai Ching mana altered its trajectory. It no longer clashed heat-in with the demonic power, but transformed into countless fine nets, segmenting and enveloping the massive demonic energy. A high-speed rotating vortex formed within his dantian. The segmented demonic power was drawn into the vortex and rapidly assimilated by the Tai Ching mana, stripping away the sinister energy within, transforming it into pure, Taoist true essence. Simultaneously, the massive blood energy was guided out of his meridians, flooding into his limbs and bones. The bones emitted a dense sound. The originally pale surface of the bone was covered with a layer of jade-like luster. The speed of blood production within the bone marrow doubled, and the newly formed blood exhibited a deep crimson color containing astonishing vitality. The ruptured blood vessels quickly healed, and the torn muscle fibers reassembled, becoming even more robust and resilient. The blood sweat seeping from his body was directly evaporated by the emitted high temperature, forming a layer of dark red scab. Half an hour passed. The energy from the serpent's gallbladder was completely extracted. The blood energy from the serpent was entirely consumed. The total amount of mana within Jiang Li's body reached a critical point. The barrier of refining qi into spirit at its peak appeared in his perception. This was a significant threshold for post-heaven beings. Crossing it would lead to a transformation of divine sense, gaining initial mastery over the use of the world's spiritual energy. Failing to cross it would result in being trapped here for a lifetime. Jiang Li did not pause for a moment. The state of enlightenment continued. The Tai Ching true essence within the vortex collapsed inwardly at an extreme rate. The gaseous mana underwent a qualitative change under rapid compression. A drop of crystal-clear liquid true essence condensed at the center of his dantian, then heavily dripped down. Following that, the second drop, the third drop. More and more liquid true essence was generated, gathering into a small puddle. Within the purple mansion, his divine sense surged. The originally limited range of divine sense, only a few miles, instantly broke through its constraints. 10 miles, 20 miles, 50 miles. All movements within a 50-mile radius vividly reflected in Jiang Li's mind. The wind on the withered tree mountain, the hushed conversations of the human tribe. He even captured the trajectory of a blind worm wriggling 10 feet underground. Refining spirit and counteracting void. Early stage. At the moment of the breakthrough, a powerful wave of mana erupted from Jiang Li's body. This wave soared into the sky and directly slammed into the simple formation behind the door. The formation, set up with serpent bones, couldn't withstand even a breath. The serpent bones exploded into powder. The wave burst forth from the thatched hut, sweeping across the entire tribe. The giant mountain, who was cutting serpent meat in the open space, stopped his actions, his legs going weak, collapsing to the ground. The surrounding tribesmen all fell prone, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. They did not know what had happened, only feeling a pressure 10 times more terrifying than the black wind serpent appearing out of nowhere. Inside the thatched hut, Jiang Li opened his eyes. He raised his right hand and clenched his fist. The air in his palm burst, producing a crisp sound. His strength was several times greater than at the peak of refining chi into spirit. If he faced that black wind serpent again, now he would not need to use the golden immortal strike rewarded by the system. With just the mana and physical strength of the early stage of refining spirit and counteracting void, he was confident he could defeat it. This is the remarkable span of cultivation in the primordial world. Jiang Li shook off the blood scabs from his body. That Wang Tung in the group took half a low-quality pill, practiced 3 moves of mundane martial arts, and was preparing to spend 3 years developing true chi. Those martial arts masters, revered as deities on Blue Star, had barely touched the surface of refining essence into chi. In this high-dimensional world, even a mere gatekeeper beast could crush the extraordinary beings that Blue Star took pride in into a pulp. With a thought, Jiang Li's external divine sense was drawn back into his body like a tide. The tribesmen outside the tribe finally gasped for breath, rising from the ground, their eyes filled with awe as they looked at the thatched hut. The state of enlightenment completely dissipated. Jiang Li introspected his purple mansion, confirming that his realm was thoroughly stabilized without a hint of instability. He stood up and walked to the stone platform. There lay the spoils scavenged from the black wind serpent's lair. 3 stalks of eerie blue spiritual herbs emitted a chill. A pile of discarded weapons. Jiang Li's gaze fell upon a bronze shield engraved with strange totems. Earlier, with his weak divine sense, he had only felt that this shield was made of hard material infused with earth energy. Now that his divine sense had entered the counteracting void realm, its perceptual precision had vastly improved. He reached out and grasped the edge of the shield, forcing his divine sense into it. The internal structure of the shield magnified in his mind. Deep within the dense cracks lay a drop of dried dark red blood, its surface wrapped in an extremely violent aura. The moment Jiang Li's divine sense made contact, an overwhelming battle intent surged along the divine sense into his purple mansion. The scene in front of Jiang Li shattered. A shattered sky, fractured mountains. A giant of the witch tribe, towering 100 feet, wielded a massive axe, fighting against the dark clouds of demons. He fought to the death, his sinister energy soaring into the sky. The Ta Ching true essence automatically protected its master. A blue barrier formed within the purple mansion, forcibly severing the connection of divine sense. Jiang Li opened his eyes, cold sweat beading on his forehead. This drop of blood did not belong to the demon race. Mixed within the blood were remnants of ancient memories. This was the essence blood of a witch tribe warrior. The witch tribe did not cultivate divine sense, focusing solely on the physical body. The blood contained a power of vitality 10 times greater than the entire black wind serpent, extremely repulsive and violent. With his current early stage counteracting void realm, forcibly swallowing the energy within this drop of blood could only lead to one outcome: exploding his body. A good thing. Unfortunately, I can't consume it now. Jiang Li operated his mana, directly storing the broken bronze shield in the temporary space he had opened. When his realm improved in the future, or he found a suitable body refining technique, this drop of which warrior's essence blood would be an excellent trump card for his physical body to attain sanctity. After securing the shield, Jiang Li extended his divine sense outward. All movements within a 50-mile radius vividly reflected in his mind. His perception was extremely acute now. Outside the tribe's wooden fence, a group of strangers appeared. There were more than 10 of them, ragged and wrapped in tattered animal skins, exuding a strong smell of blood and earth. The giant mountain was exchanging words with several sturdy men holding bone spears at the entrance. The primordial survival environment was harsh. Small human tribes often communicated and exchanged resources and information with each other to survive. Jiang Li pushed open the door and stepped outside. As he approached the main gate, a voice came from a thin old man leading the group. The voice was extremely hoarse, filled with deep despair. "Chief Dashin, can we trade for some meat? We only need a few pieces, even bones would suffice. The Heishui tribe is gone. Everything is gone." Dashin suddenly took a half step back, dropping the wooden stick in his hand. The Heishui tribe was the largest settlement of humans within a radius of hundreds of miles. With a population of over 10,000, the tribe had several cultivators at the chi transformation stage stationed there alongside sturdy stone walls for defense. "When did this happen?" Dashin's voice trembled. "Last night." The old man tightly grasped Dashin's arm. A black wind swept through. Not even a scream was heard. "When we went to look at dawn, there wasn't even a single bone left in the entire tribe. The ground was scraped bare. The demon race has gone mad. A great demon has emerged from the mountains." The faces of the surrounding strong men turned pale, their hands gripping their bone spears, trembling uncontrollably. Dashin turned his head and saw Jiang Li coming over. He immediately approached and quickly reported the situation. Jiang Li remained expressionless. He was acutely aware of the reasons behind the downfall of the Heishui tribe. The demon race's heavenly court is currently refining the slaughter witch sword. The souls and blood of humans are the nemesis against the flesh of the witch race. The demon army has already begun a sweeping raid on humans. The attackers are undoubtedly great demons of the Shinxian level or above. Thousands of people have been silently erased. The butcher's knife is already hanging over their necks. Give them meat. Trade for the herbs and minerals they have in hand. Jiang Li issued the command. Dashan hesitated not at all and turned to make the arrangements. Jiang Li's display of strength in killing the Haifeng snake had already made him the absolute backbone of the tribe. Jiang Li turned and walked back to the thatched cottage. Classmate, a latest news, Zhao Tianjiao from Yanjing No. One high school has learned internal skills in the Fatality secret realm. Wang Tenghi Zhao Tianjiao is indeed classmate, a latest news, Zhao Tianjiao from Yanjing No. One high school has learned internal skills in the Fatality secret realm. Wang Tenghi Zhao Tianjiao is indeed impressive, but soon I will also learn the internal skills of the Jiang and Pilai Hall. Su Muching everyone is making progress, but Jiang Li still has no news. The Hongwang secret realm is too dangerous. Surviving until now is truly not easy. Jiang Li glanced at it and directly closed the panel. But in Hongwang, with his current level of cultivation, he was still just an ant. He had to stay low for now. In the early stage of the spirit refinement realm, he would be nearly invincible on Blue Star, but in the wilds of Hongwang, encountering any mature demonic beast would result in becoming its blood meal. Even more deadly was the fact that the golden core Dao fragment had reached its end. After spirit refinement comes the stage of returning to the void and merging with the Dao, followed by transcending tribulation to become an immortal. Without subsequent techniques, the vast touching true essence within him was like a stagnant pool of water. Forcing it to operate would only shatter his meridians and lead to death. He must seek new techniques. He must find a true great backing. Jiang Li closed his eyes, rapidly simulating the power map of Hongwang in his mind. The Western sect. The two saints Jane and Junti were constantly lamenting their poverty and begging for resources. The Western lands are cut off, barren, and desolate. Going there not only means missing out on resources, but also becoming cannon fodder. He must not go. The witch race. The 12 ancestral witches are extremely exclusive, without which blood one cannot even touch the fringes of the core area. He must not go. The Chan sect. Yuan Shi Tianzuan places great importance on roots and lineage. The 12 golden immortals are all innate beings or spiritual entities transformed. He, a mere being with hair and horns, is not even worthy of finding the entrance to Kunlun Mountain. He must not go. The human sect. Lousy advocates for governing without action. Xuandu the Great Master is the only direct disciple. Although he has cultivated the fragments of his teachings, relying on a saint to personally descend and take him as a disciple is utterly fantastic. He must not go. Only one choice remains. The Jia sect. Tongtian, the leader of the Jia sect. The leader of Tongtian never values lineage, whether it be birds or beasts, plants or stones, or even acquired beings. As long as there is a heart seeking the Tao, they can enter Gold Ao Island to listen to the great Tao. This is his only opportunity. He possesses a system of enlightenment, and once he listens to the saint's great Tao in the Jia sect, he will surely gain much. The direction is set. However, the reality is extremely severe. The journey from here to Gold Ao Island is unfathomably long. Countless Hongwang sea demons lurk in the endless seas. Crossing the East Sea with the realm of spirit refinement would leave a survival rate approaching zero. He must significantly elevate his cultivation before setting out. He must at least reach the Earth Immortal realm. Without techniques, how can he break through? Jiang Li opened his eyes, his gaze cold. Merit. In the Hongwang world, the merit of the heavenly Tao is absolute hard currency. It can enhance cultivation, eliminate karmic obstacles, and refine treasures that kill without incurring karma. Nuwa became a saint by creating humans, and Laozi became a saint by establishing the human sect. If he could scheme for a sum of heavenly Tao merit, he could forcibly break through the boundary barriers without needing techniques to guide him. The current miserable plight of the post-heavenly human race is the best entry point to earn heavenly Tao merit. Aside from merit, there is another opportunity within reach. Wanshou Mountain Wuzhuang Temple. Zenyuanzi, the ancestor of Earth Immortals, holds the Earth Book and possesses the heavenly spiritual root of the ginseng fruit tree. The clear wind and bright moon had just killed snakes and gathered herbs at the withered tree mountain, indicating that Wanshou Mountain is definitely not far from here. Zenyuanzi has a gentle disposition and is extremely protective of those he cares for. If he could take the opportunity to establish a connection with Wuzhuang Temple, listening to the ancestor of Earth Immortals expound the Tao, or observing a couple of scrolls of Tao scriptures, would completely fill the gaps in his cultivation knowledge. Jiang Li stood up and pushed open the door. The sky had already darkened. The cold wind blew across the desolate shores of the East Sea. In the open area, Dashan was directing the clan members in cutting and curing the flesh of the Haifeng snake. Dozens of clan members still bore the fear of the Heishui tribe's annihilation on their faces. Jiang Li strode over. Dashan stopped his actions and turned to look at Jiang Li. Notify everyone. Gather your things. Jiang Li's voice was steady without a hint of fluctuation. Dashan was stunned. Chief, throw away all the rotten wood and broken stones that we can't take. Only take the snake meat and warm beast skins. We depart tomorrow. Jiang Li looked at Dashan, issuing an irrefutable command. Depart. Where to? Dashan's face was filled with confusion. Jiang Li turned his head, his gaze crossing the dark wilderness, looking towards the west. This was also the direction in which the clear wind and bright moon had left. We head west, Chief. Didn't you say the west is a place even the demon race dares not go? We should go there. Staying here will eventually make us the blood meal of the demons. Although the clear wind and bright moon didn't specify where Wuzhuang Temple was, Jiang Li still managed to catch a faint trace of their presence when they left. They went west, and referring to the information given by Chief Dashan, the west is indeed a place where demons do not return. The eastern sky began to lighten, and a bone-chilling cold wind swept across the wilderness carrying a heavy scent. Hundreds of mortals from the human clan dragging their families along gripped makeshift wooden sticks and bone spears closely following behind. No one complained, only feelings of fear for the unknown and a desperate desire for survival. Jiang Li walked in the middle of the group. He did not fly in the air. Since he had decided to lead these people to Mount Wanshou for refuge, he needed to use them to unveil subsequent plans. At noon, the group entered a barren forest. The bushes ahead shook violently. A foul wind rushed toward them. Dozens of large wolf demons sprang out, their crimson eyes fixated on the massive human clan, drool dripping from their fangs. Form a formation. Jiang Li shouted, gripping his bone spear tightly, yet his legs trembled uncontrollably. Though this group of wolf demons had not reached the golden core stage, their sheer numbers meant that if a battle broke out, at least half of the hundreds would perish. Jiang Li halted his steps. He raised his right hand, bringing his index and middle fingers together. The power of Tai Ching flowed at his fingertips. He spoke no words, simply slicing forward. A blinding azure sword light tore through the air, sweeping horizontally close to the ground. The dead trees were severed in half with a smooth cut. Where the sword light passed, over 30 wolf demons did not even have time to scream before their bodies were split in two. Guts and blood splattered everywhere. Jiang Li swallowed hard, his hand gripping the bone spear frozen in midair. The remaining members of the human clan knelt on the ground, frantically bowing to Jiang Li. Skin them, cut the meat, take it away. Jiang Li retracted his hand, speaking in a flat tone, and walked straight ahead. The smell of blood attracted several wandering small tribes nearby. They witnessed Jiang Li casually slaughtering the beasts and unhesitatingly chose to join. In just 3 days, the migrating group swelled to over 1,000 people. Jiang Li became the absolute deity of this group. Night fell, and the group set up camp in a sheltered valley. Piles of bonfires were lit. The tribespeople skewered the meat of the wolf demons and black wind snakes, with branches, roasting it directly over the flames, or digging a pit, lining it with animal skins, and boiling it in water. The meat was charred black, and the boiled water was covered with a layer of scum. Jiang Li sat on a large stone, observing this primitive scene of eating, his brow slightly furrowed. The flesh and blood of the ancient beasts contained immense spiritual energy. Such crude cooking methods would let 9/10 of the spiritual energy leak away, rendering the enhancement to their vitality very limited. The human clan was too weak to endure such waste. He opened a temporary space he had created and took out a pile of discarded weapons scavenged from the black wind snake's lair. Avoiding the bronze shield that contained the blood of the shaman general, he selected a few rusty iron pieces and discarded blades. Jiang Li held his palm up. A ball of azure Tai Ching, true fire, spontaneously ignited. The raw iron floated above the flames. Under the intense heat, impurities turned into black smoke and dissipated, while the molten iron gradually fused and transformed. Jiang Li guided the molten iron with his thoughts, stretching and expanding it until it solidified into a large iron pot with a diameter of 2 feet and a depth of half a foot. He walked over to the bonfire and placed the iron pot on a few stones. Jiang Li immediately approached, looking at the black object with confusion. Jiang Li, what is this? Cut off the fatty meat, Jiang Li instructed. Jiang Li used a bone knife to cut off a large chunk of snake fat. Jiang Li tossed the fat into the heated iron pot. A sizzling sound arose as the clear animal fat quickly rendered. Jiang Li then poured in the chopped lean meat, casually tossing in a few wild aromatic herbs he had gathered along the way. He stir-fried it over high heat. The iron spatula clanged against the bottom of the pot, producing a crisp sound. In less than a moment, a rich, meaty aroma mixed with the fragrance of herbs burst forth in the camp, accompanied by an abundance of vital energy. The hundreds of people around stared hungrily at the iron pot, swallowing hard. Eat. Jiang Li poured the stir-fried meat onto a large, clean beast leaf. Jiang Li reached out and grabbed a piece, stuffing it into his mouth. It was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, oozing with juice. Most importantly, after eating this piece of meat, a warm current surged through his limbs and bones without any obstruction. Chief, this is delicious. Eating this meat makes my body feel warm and invigorated. Jiang Li exclaimed excitedly, his words tumbling over each other. This is stir-frying. From now on we will cook like this. Jiang Li returned to the large stone, closed his eyes, and breathed deeply. For the next several days the group traveled by day and camped at night. Using various metal ores collected along the way, Jiang Li crafted over a dozen iron pots and distributed them to the newly joined tribe leaders, teaching them the stir-frying technique. The human clan ate better, absorbing more vitality, and their travel speed significantly increased. Instances of deaths from illness and starvation were completely eliminated. On the evening of the 15th day, the group crossed a ridge and set up camp in a flat area. The sounds of iron pots being stir-fried echoed around several bonfires, and the aroma of meat wafted through the air. Jiang Li sat cross-legged under an ancient tree, operating the golden core Dao's fragment to stabilize his cultivation. Suddenly the sky changed. The originally dim twilight vanished in an instant. In the depths of the sky, a layer of dark golden light illuminated. This light was not blinding, yet it carried a supreme and vast pressure. Mountains, rivers, and vegetation stood still. The wind ceased. Jiang Da and the thousands of mortals felt their legs weaken, uncontrollably crawling on the ground. The birds and beasts within 100 miles trembled in their burrows, terrified. Jiang Li suddenly opened his eyes. He raised his head, staring intently at the cracked sky. A strand of yellowish-black energy the thickness of a finger penetrated the clouds and fell straight down. The Tao of Heaven's Merit. Jiang Li's heart raced. He had merely brought the stir-frying technique from Blue Star to this primitive world. In this era of primitive survival, he had altered the way of eating for the postnatal human clan, aligning it with the developmental trajectory of human civilization. The Tao of Heaven is just directly bestowing rewards. This is merit. The two saints from the West would even discard their faces for a bit of merit. Laozi established the human sect, and Nuwa created humanity, all relying on merit to become saints. Though this thread of merit was only as thick as a finger to Jiang Li at that moment, it was no different from a supreme elixir. The yellow-black energy split in two in midair. About 1/10 of the merit took a turn and precisely landed in the center of the camp, striking the first iron pot that Jiang Li had forged himself. The black pot forged from ordinary iron erupted with dazzling golden light in an instant. With a sizzling sound, the impurities on the pot's surface were thoroughly purified. The sedimented yellow-black energy formed ancient Tao patterns at the bottom of the pot, the initial form of a postnatal merit spiritual treasure. Jiang Li had no time to examine the changes in the iron pot. The remaining 9/10 of the merit thread had already entered above his head, rushing straight towards his purple palace. There was no violent energy impact. The entry of merit was the gentlest and purest sublimation in this primitive world. The issue of the cultivation method's discontinuity that had troubled Jiang Li was trivial in the face of the Tao of Heaven's Merit. There was no need for subsequent operating routes. The power of merit transformed into vast and mighty strength, directly forcibly widening his meridians and reshaping his roots. The barriers of the mid-stage spirit refinement shattered. The barriers of the later stage shattered. The barriers of the peak shattered. Within the purple palace, the originally shallow pool of liquid Taiching true essence instantly gathered into a lake like a torrential downpour. The color of the true essence gradually shifted from blue to pure transparency, emanating a faint aura of immortality. Jiang Li's physical body emitted explosive sounds like frying beans. The mundane impurities of the postnatal human clan gushed out through countless pores, then were directly evaporated by the high temperature of his body surface. His bones transformed into pure white jade color, and his blood surged like a great river. The level of life was in transition. Boom! An invisible wave of energy swept outward from Jiang Li's center. The leaves on the ancient trees were sent flying in all directions. Earth immortal, shedding the mortal body, achieving an immortal form. Jiang Li opened his eyes, the golden light within his gaze receding. He clenched his fist, causing a dull sound explosion in the void. With his current physical strength alone, he could punch through the drywood mountain. If the so-called martial masters and terrestrial immortals from Blue Star stood before him, they would be unable to withstand even the natural spiritual pressure he emitted, and their bodies would collapse instantly. His divine sense surged along with his cultivation. From a radius of 50 miles, it expanded directly to 500 miles. Within the 500-mile radius, the dark rivers flowing underground, the insects lurking in the soil, and even the traces of spiritual energy in the air were all clearly reflected in his mind. At that moment, several messages suddenly flashed through Jiang Li's mind deep within the chat group. Wang Tung, White Horse Secret Realm, everyone. Today the outer sect manager praised my sweeping skills and said I will be taught the basic internal cultivation soon. What the hell, Wang Xiao, how long have you been in the secret realm? Wasn't it said that it would take 3 years? When I entered the secret realm, I brought some gifts and repaid favors. As you all know, my dad is a warrior, so he prepared 2 wild ginsengs and some gold for me. Su Muching, Etien's secret realm, congratulations, Wang Xiao. My master also praised my swordsmanship, and I will soon be taught internal skills as well. Congratulations, Muching. Once we return to Blue Star, we must hunt more demon beasts and contribute to humanity, unlike some people who, after entering the high-level secret realm, are still lingering in one place. I wonder if we should go out and seek opportunities. Jiang Li, is Jiang Li there? Jiang Li. Wang Tung tagged Jiang Li in the group, wanting to ask where he was hiding in the wilderness. Jiang Li glanced at the panel, a cold and fierce arc forming at the corner of his mouth. Basic internal cultivate. The geniuses of Blue Star were still pleased with their starting point in martial arts, while he had already opened the gate to the immortal path in this deadly wilderness. He turned off the chat group. Now was not the time to pay attention to these ants. Jiang Li's gaze turned westward. In the far distance from the plain, he vaguely saw a range of mountains. The mountains emitted an extremely rich essence of earth, thick and peaceful. Wanshou Mountain was approaching, indeed, not far from the previous location, only a few tens of thousands of miles away. It wasn't too far. At the current speed of the tribe, they could arrive in 1 or 2 years. Once they entered the Wanshou Mountain area and went further inside, the tribe should be able to avoid the attacks of the demon clan, allowing Jiang Li to seek immortality and the Tao in peace. Since he had come to this tribe, he could not abandon them and leave. But in the next moment, Jiang Li's brows furrowed. His divine sense detected a black, demonic wind sweeping in from 300 miles to the north of the group, obscuring the sky. Within the demonic wind, there was a nauseating aura of blood and the resentment of countless humans at the moment of their death. This demonic energy was extremely condensed, far surpassing the previous black wind snake. It was incredibly fast with a clear target. It was a true immortal level great demon. 300 miles. For mortals, it would take 10 days or half a month to cover that distance, but for a true immortal level great demon, it was merely a few breaths. Jiang Li had just broken through to Earth Immortal, and his divine sense was fully spread out. He clearly captured the silhouette of the demonic wind. At the center of the demonic wind was a black-feathered ferocious bird over 100 feet long. Its wings spread wide, obscuring the sky. Each feather glimmered with a cold metallic sheen. Surrounding the demonic body was a heavy stench of blood, the resentment left behind by thousands of fallen humans so thick it was almost tangible. Blood rain. Earth Immortal, Celestial, Immortal, True, Immortal. There were 2 insurmountable realms in between. In the wilderness, the suppression of realms was absolute. In front of such a being, Earth Immortal did not even have the qualification to draw their sword. Jiang Li stood on the plain, the fierce wind making his clothes whistle. His mind was remarkably calm. Earth Immortal cultivation was inadequate. Escaping was even less likely. The marching speed of over 1,000 humans was akin to standing still in the eyes of a true immortal. He had only one card to play. The golden immortal level attack opportunity from the beginner's gift pack. Only 2 chances left. Use one, lose one. But now it had to be used. Boom. The fierce wind swept across the plain. Dozens of bonfires were instantly extinguished. The wooden shelters and animal skin tents that had just been erected in the camp were all blown away. The black-feathered ferocious bird descended upon the plain. Its massive shadow completely enveloped the thousands of humans. The terrifying pressure of a true immortal poured down. The ground cracked with numerous wrist-thick fissures. Deshaun's legs gave way, kneeling heavily on the ground, and his bone spear slipped from his grasp. He wanted to shout, but found that he couldn't make a sound. Around him, over 1,000 tribesmen were all pressed to the ground, unable to even move a finger. Despair spread. The black-feathered ferocious bird did not waste words. In its eyes, this group of humans below was merely food it was ordered to collect. Food did not need a name, and was not worthy of hearing it speak. It suddenly flapped its wings. 2 black tornadoes formed out of thin air mixed with wind blades that could tear through space, directly sweeping toward the crowd. This force aimed not only to lift all living beings, but also to seal them within storage treasures. Jiang Li stood in the center of the crowd. He was the only one who had not knelt down. The body of the Earth Immortal and the freshly condensed Tai Ching true essence barely withstood this residual force. He looked up, watching the black tornado roaring toward him, gazing at the cold and cruel crimson beast eyes in the sky. Use the golden immortal level attack opportunity. Jiang Li issued the command in his heart. There were no unusual phenomena in the heavens and earth, nor was there any grand momentum. Jiang Li raised his right hand, pointing his index finger at the black-feathered ferocious bird in the sky. A beam of golden light as thick as his finger shot out from his fingertip. The moment the golden light appeared, the space on the plain froze. The howling gale froze in midair. The black-feathered ferocious bird high above was instantly replaced with extreme fear in its eyes. It sensed the imminent danger. It wanted to flap its wings to escape, to burn its essence blood, to beg for mercy. Too late. The golden light pierced through its brow. There was no earth-shattering explosion. The moment the golden light entered its body, the golden immortal laws directly obliterated its primordial spirit and simultaneously destroyed all its vitality. The massive black-feathered ferocious bird lost control and plummeted straight down. Bang! The 100-foot-long demonic body smashed onto the plain, raising a cloud of dust. The 2 black tornadoes collapsed, turning into a gentle breeze. The oppressive force weighing down on all the humans suddenly vanished. Deshaun lay on the ground, gasping heavily, his body drenched in cold sweat. He stiffly turned his head, staring at the enormous ferocious bird corpse that resembled a hill nearby, his mind completely blank. At that moment, he thought everyone was doomed. Jiang Li lowered his right hand, his expression unchanged. He quickly walked over to the corpse of the black-feathered ferocious bird. The demon body at the true immortal level had feathers as hard as treasures with bones containing vast spiritual power, and its blood was a great tonic. For the current tribe members, this level of demon was generally not consumable, but for him, it was a huge moving treasure. With a movement of his divine sense, Jiang Li directly stored the entire corpse in a temporary space he had opened. After doing all this, Jiang Li turned around and scanned the thousands of tribesmen still slumped on the ground. Deshaun barely propped himself up to stand and walked to Jiang Li's side. He looked at the empty space where the ferocious bird's corpse had been placed, his voice trembling. "Chief, that demon beast." Yes, Jiang Li was now the chief. "It's dead," Jiang Li replied flatly. Deshaun did not understand what a true immortal was, but he knew that the suffocating sense of oppression just now was far more terrifying than the previous black wind snake. "Are we safe now?" Deshaun asked. "No. It was responsible for harvesting this area. Now that it's dead, the demon clan will discover it soon. Next time they will send someone stronger." Jiang Li looked to the west. "We must leave here before dawn." Jiang Li still had one golden immortal attack opportunity left, but it could only defend against one strike. If the demon clan sent a few golden immortals or Tai golden immortals, they would all turn to ashes. Notify everyone to abandon all unnecessary supplies. Only bring pots and a few days' rations. Depart immediately. Jiang Li gave the order. Deshaun hesitated not at all, turning to rush toward the crowd, loudly organizing the tribe members. Having witnessed the miraculous instant kill, just now this group of postnatal humans had a fervent obedience to Jiang Li's orders. In less than a stick of incense, over 1,000 people regrouped. All the animal skin tents were abandoned. Heavy oars were left behind. Each person only carried a bone spear and a bag of dried meat. Several strong men carried the newly forged iron pots. "Let's go." Jiang Li walked at the forefront of the group. He activated the divine sense of the earth immortal he had just broken through to the extreme, covering an area of 500 miles. No fluctuation of demonic energy could escape his detection. The group rushed westward into the night. In the primal wilderness, darkness enveloped everything. The howling winds ravaged the plains, mingling with the heavy scent of blood. A throng of over 1,000 people dashed madly through the shadows. No one raised torches, nor did anyone make a sound. Only the heavy breaths and chaotic footsteps echoed among the wild grasses. Jiang Li walked on the right side of the group. He did not fly through the air. Having just broken through to the earth immortal realm, his divine sense within the Niwen Palace had completely liquefied, transforming into a clear lake. His divine sense spread out, capturing every movement within a radius of 500 miles. 80 miles to the left front, a pack of three-eyed demon wolves was tearing apart their prey. 120 miles to the right front, a centipede lying in wait underground was on the verge of forming its core. Jiang Li casually unleashed a few streams of Tai Ching true essence. The pure celestial spirit energy silently entered the bodies of the weaker individuals in the group, stabilizing their crumbling heart veins. Under his guidance, the rout of the group precisely avoided all areas of concentrated demonic energy. This was truly a stealth maneuver from a divine perspective. A faint grayish-white began to appear on the horizon. The extreme sprint lasting 4 hours had pushed this group of postnatal humans to their physiological limits. Dashi's legs moved mechanically, his beast-hide boots soaked in blood. Some in the group collapsed to the ground mid-run, unable to rise again, and were dragged forward by others. Jiang Li halted his steps. He raised his hand. "Rest in place." His voice was not loud, yet it clearly reached the ears of the over 1,000 people. The group immediately collapsed in exhaustion. Dashi threw down his bone spear, his chest heaving violently as he gasped for air. Several sturdy men responsible for carrying the iron pot simply lay on the ground, not even wanting to move a finger. Jiang Li did not sit down. He stood with his hands behind his back, gazing straight ahead. This was a vast hilly area with withered yellow grass reaching half a person's height. Under his earth immortal divine sense investigation, this area was strikingly different from the previous tribal encampment. The concentration of spiritual energy in the air had tripled. More importantly, the flow of the underground veins had changed. Previously, the veins were chaotic and violent, but here they were condensed, substantial, and gentle. A trace of extremely pure earth essence rose from the ground, merging into the air. In the distance, a vast outline of a continuous mountain range could be faintly seen. Above the mountains, yellow-brown clouds lingered year-round. Mount Wanshou, the ancestral ground of the earth immortals, the domain of the master of the Dao Xinyuanzi. They had sprinted through the night, crossing nearly 100 miles. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Jiang Li's eyes. According to the geographical divisions of the primal world, as long as they advanced a few thousand more miles and crossed the distant river, the ordinary army of the demon clan would no longer dare to carry out large-scale massacres. Though Xinyuanzi was not one to contend with the world, the face of the ancestral earth immortal still warranted respect from Dijuan and Dongwang Tai. Boil some water and cook the dried meat from yesterday. After eating, we continue on. We cannot stop. Jiang Li turned and gave the order. Dashi struggled to rise, going to prepare the fire. A year passed in the blink of an eye. The fierce winds of the primal wilderness remained cold and harsh. The trek of several thousand miles was a transformative trial for the thousands of postnatal humans. The group advanced across the vast plains. Dashi walked at the very front carrying a half-length, half-zhang-long one-horned wild boar demon on his shoulder. This wild boar possessed the strength of a peak Kai-refining level, having been killed by Dashi with a bronze spear. At the rear of the group, a dozen sturdy men each carried heavy demon beast carcasses. No one appeared emaciated. After a year of consuming demon beast blood and flesh boiled in an iron pot, absorbing the blood energy and spiritual essence within the physical strength of these ordinary humans had multiplied several times. Dashi had even managed to barely reach the so-called martial arts master level of Blue Star through sheer physical strength. In the primal world this was utterly trivial, but in Blue Star it was enough to make various so-called prodigies look up to him. Throughout the year, Jiang Li had refrained from taking action easily. He forced Dashi and the others to engage in battles with low-level demon beasts. A dozen days ago, a demon wolf at the initial stage of chi refining charged into their formation. Dashi, along with dozens of sturdy men, managed to exhaust it to death using crude bronze spears and sheer brute force. 20 or so people were injured. Yet after experiencing a life-and-death struggle, their expressions changed. The primal world did not nurture the weak. If the postnatal humans wanted to survive in this dire place, they could not rely on the heavens and gods. Only self-improvement. The clansmen could not hide behind him forever. Jiang Li had given them the opportunity to grow stronger. Whether they seized it or not was up to their own fate. Jiang Li walked in the middle of the group. He turned his gaze inward to his purple palace. The Taiching true essence was completely full, and wisps of celestial energy faintly rose above the liquid true essence lake. The earth immortal realm was completely stabilized. His divine sense range expanded from 500 miles to 800 miles. Within an area of 800 miles, the flow of the earth veins and distribution of demonic energy were all under his control. There were still over 1,000 miles to Mount Wanshou. As long as they walked for another month, they would cross that river and completely enter the realm of Mount Wanshou. No matter how arrogant the pursuing soldiers of the demon clan were, they would not dare to run rampant in front of the ancestral ground of the earth immortal. On this day, while Lin Yuan was resting, he opened the light blue chat group of the secret realm of all heavens. Messages in the group flickered rapidly. Wang Tung White Horse Secret Realm. Everyone, I moved 300 pounds of fine iron tonight, and the manager rewarded me with a blood essence pill. With the internal skill I've learned, I feel like I'm about to cultivate a trace of chi perception. Classmate, wow. Wang Shao is amazing. How long has it been, and you're already about to cultivate chi perception? I'm so envious. I'm still helping at the docks, carrying heavy bags. I don't know when I'll be able to join the cargo gang. Su Muching Etienne Secret Realm. Congratulations. My master taught me a basic sword technique from a Mei, and with the breathing exercises, I feel light as a swallow able to jump 2 meters high. Classmate B, Su Schoolflower, is also taking off. Our Jinling no. One high school will definitely shine in the province this time. Wang Tung. Be low-key. By the way, is Jiang Li still not dead? It's been so long. A person who hasn't even trained in blood essence should have become demon beast dung in that kind of desperate place. Jiang Li swept his eyes over these words, his heart undisturbed. A punch shattering blue bricks. A leap of 2 meters. He glanced at the temporary space where lay the corpse of a black-feathered fierce bird of the true immortal level, its wings as hard as treasures. The previous finger-pointing kill had sent ripples that flattened the hard frozen ground for dozens of miles. This was the absolute chasm brought about by dimensional disparity. Just as he intended to close the group, chat, a striking red exclamation mark suddenly popped up in the lower right corner of the interface. It was a private message. Sender Principal Chen Changfeng. Jiang Li clicked on it. A lengthy message popped up filled with an overwhelming sense of urgency. Jiang Li. Reply immediately upon receiving this message. Do not speak. Use your thoughts to type. Make sure not to make any sounds that might alert the nearby demon beasts. The military has confirmed that you have survived in the primal world for over half an hour. This is a miracle. An unprecedented miracle in the exploration history of Xia country. Listen carefully or do not run around. The primal world is an SS-level restricted area. According to the intelligence painstakingly retrieved by predecessors, even ordinary wild beasts there possess the strength to tear apart grandmasters. The only thing you need to do now is find a hole in the ground or a tree hollow and hide yourself tightly. Eat tree roots, eat weeds as long as you can survive. Do not worry. Just now the highest military command issued orders, and people have been secretly dispatched to protect. Jiang Li, hang in there. As long as you endure this first month of the mandatory exploration period and return alive to Blue Star, I guarantee that the doors of the first military university of Xia country will be wide open for you. All top-tier martial arts techniques will be yours to choose from. You are the spark of Xia country. Survive. Jiang Li looked at the long message. His steps did not halt. In the darkness, his gaze deepened. The rapid response and decisiveness of the upper echelons of Xia country were beyond his expectations. They had directly sent people to protect his parents. This kindness weighed heavily, resolving his only vulnerability in Blue Star. As for hiding in a tree hollow, eating weeds, Jiang Li scoffed internally. He had just brought over 1,000 people to eat a meal of stir-fried demon snake meat with wild onions. Now with his Tai Ching true essence abundant, the earth immortal magic flowed smoothly. As for the top-tier martial arts techniques from the military university, such things were too impure for him to even use to start a fire. However, he accepted the goodwill of his elders. Jiang Li focused his thoughts and quickly replied, "Received. Thank you, principal, and thank you to the military. My parents are well, so I have no worries. Everything is going smoothly on my end. I haven't eaten tree roots. Moreover, I've changed my residence and have been on the move for the past few days, so there's no need to worry. See you in a month." He closed the panel directly. With the situation in Blue Star completely secure, he now needed to wholeheartedly devise a grand strategy in this perilous primal world. Time passed. Half a month had gone by in the blink of an eye. The winds over the wasteland had grown gentle, no longer carrying the previous biting chill. The essence of the earth below surged almost to the point of condensing into mist, wafting through the grass that stood half a person high. Taking a deep breath, warmth spread through his internal organs. They were now less than 100 miles from Wanshou Mountain. Looking up, the endless and majestic mountain range occupied half of his field of vision. Brown-yellow clouds enveloped the mountain peak, exuding a sense of invulnerability against calamities. Jiang Li retracted his divine sense. They had encountered no obstacles during these past 2 weeks. The closer they got to Wanshou Mountain, the fewer traces of the demon race they encountered. Here, even the ordinary, unintelligent beasts had become much more docile. Leader beyond the ridge ahead, the terrain flattens out. The mountain pointed ahead. His muscles bulged, blood and energy surged faintly, resonating like the roar of tigers and leopards. This was the transformation brought about by years of consuming the flesh and blood of true immortal beasts. Jiang Li nodded. Just as he was about to speak, his expression changed suddenly. Within the Niwen Palace, the liquefied lake of divine sense surged violently. For 100 miles behind them, a highly condensed and violent demonic aura was approaching at a speed that ripped through the air. The target was unequivocally their 1,000-strong team. The realm was that of an early Xian immortal. Jiang Li furrowed his brows. The true immortal-level black-feathered fiercebird had died over a year ago, and the head of the demon tribe responsible for this area had finally sensed something amiss. Following the faint trace they left behind, it had tracked them here. A fierce wind suddenly arose. At the horizon, a rolling wave of green demon clouds approached, uprooting the wild grass in its path and shredding it to pieces. Form the formation. The mountain roared. Over 1,000 human warriors did not scatter. The life and death struggles of the past year had etched a sense of instinct deep into their bones, urging them not to flee but to fight. More than 100 strong men drew out their sharpened bronze spears, positioning themselves at the rear of the formation, their eyes fixed on the approaching demon cloud. 400 miles was but a moment's work for a Xian immortal-level demon. The green demon cloud halted midair. As the cloud dispersed, a green-eyed wind leopard measuring several dozen feet in length emerged. Its tail bore barbs, and it stood poised in midair, swirling with visible wind blades. The pressure of the Xian immortal descended. The ground sank 3 feet. The mountain and others felt their legs tremble, their bones grinding with an excruciating sound. Yet this time no one knelt. They ground their teeth, bracing themselves against the ground with their bronze spears. The crimson vertical pupils of the green-eyed wind leopard scanned the area below. Its gaze fixated on the several large iron pots in the center of the formation. The bottoms of the pots still bore remnants of metallic shimmering black feathers. Such audacity! A deep hoarse voice reverberated across the wasteland. A mere postnatal blood meal dares to consume my subordinate demon generals. Who gave you the audacity? The green-eyed wind leopard did not ponder how a group of mortals had slain a true immortal fierce bird. In its eyes, they were merely ants taking advantage of the bird's severe injuries or moments of madness. It raised its right paw, and green wind blades gathered in its palm, transforming into a colossal wind blade 10 feet long. With just one strike, these 1,000 individuals would be reduced to mere bits of flesh. Jiang Li stood in the center of the formation, looking up at the wind leopard in midair. They were just 100 miles away. The demon race was indeed punctual. He slowly raised his right hand. This was his last chance for a gold immortal level attack. Using it here felt somewhat wasteful, but he had protected this group of people. His thoughts sank into the system, ready to issue the command. Just as golden light was about to flicker at Jiang Li's fingertips, a voice came from the direction of Wanshou Mountain. What thing dares to run rampant at Wanshou Mountain? The voice was not loud but clear and pleasant, laced with unabashed contempt and arrogance. The moment the words fell, the very earth shook violently. The previously gentle and floating essence of the earth instantly transformed into the purest gravity of heaven and earth. There were no blinding lights of combat magic nor earth-shattering explosions. The green-eyed wind leopard in midair did not even have time to emit a cry of despair. The wind blades surrounding it collapsed in an instant, and the 10-foot-long wind blade disintegrated into nothingness. The massive body of the demon was crushed down by an unresisting, invisible force, plummeting to the ground. Bang! The impact created a giant pit in the earth. The green-eyed wind leopard lay prone at the bottom of the pit, its bones breaking inch by inch, blood gushing from its mouth and nose. A Xian immortal level demon was rendered useless in one strike. Not even a finger could move. The mountain and others stared blankly at the beast in the deep pit, their minds crashing once again. Jiang Li released the system lock on his fingertips, looking in the direction from which the voice had come. On the ridge ahead, the air shimmered. Two youths with top knots exquisitely sculpted like jade stepped into reality. The one on the left wore a red robe with green edges, holding a piece of dogtail grass, plucked from who knows where. The one on the right wore a green robe with red edges, hands behind his back, exuding an air of old age. It was Qing Feng and Mingyue. Qing Feng spat out the dogtail grass from his mouth and curled his lip. Our master returned to the mountain a few days ago, sealing the gates of Wuzhuang Temple and retreating to calculate the heavenly secrets. We were getting restless in the mountains, just came out for a stroll, hoping to find some newly sprouted spiritual herbs. Mingyue continued. As a result, the moment we stepped out, we heard barking at our doorstep. The two stepped through the void, walking step by step above the deep pit. The extreme fear finally emerged in the eyes of the green-eyed wind leopard at the bottom of the pit. It recognized the garb of these two youths. Red and green robes, Wanshou Mountain. Under the instruction of Zhenyuan Daxin Qing Feng and Mingyue. Tyke, young master, spare my life. This little demon did not know this is the territory of Wuzhuang Temple. I am acting on the orders of the Heavenly Court. The wind leopard coughed blood, desperately begging for mercy. Heavenly Court. Qing Feng scratched his ear. Even Dijuan and Tai would not dare to act recklessly within Wanshou Mountain. What are you to threaten me with the Heavenly Court? Mingyue shook his head. Why waste words with him? Defiled the spiritual energy here, just dispose of it. Qing Feng flicked a finger. A stream of earth-yellow light plunged into the pit. The voice of the green-eyed wind leopard abruptly ceased. Its massive demon body silently melted away, transforming into the purest spiritual energy nourishing the land. Not even its nascent soul could escape. To kill a Xian immortal was no different from stepping on an ant for these two heavenly boys, the ancestors of Earth immortals. After dealing with the demon beast, Qing Feng turned to look at the human team below. Oh, his gaze swept across the crowd, finally landing on Jiang Li. Qing Feng blinked and rubbed his eyes. Mingyue sensed Qing Feng's anomaly and followed his gaze. The next moment, the usually aloof Mingyue was also stunned. The two descended directly from the air, landing before Jiang Li. Jiang Li's expression was calm as he adjusted his sleeves, cupping his hands in a gesture of respect. Senior Qing Feng, Senior Mingyue, it has been over a year since we last met. I hope you are both well. The scene fell into a 3-second silence. Qing Feng pointed at Jiang Li, his finger trembling. You are that human kid from the east. That would be me. Jiang Li smiled. You. Mingyue stepped forward, scrutinizing Jiang Li again, and even using a bit of divine sense to probe. This probing caused Mingyue to lose his composure entirely. The true chi of Tai Ching flowed endlessly, the liquefied divine sense within his purple palace vast as an ocean, his physical body pure and flawless, faintly surrounded by a protective golden light of virtue. An earth immortal, a genuine one, and his foundation was even more stable than many innate beings. You have become an earth immortal. Qing Feng raised his voice, drawing the attention of those around him. Qing Feng circled around Jiang Li twice, looking at him like a monster. When I saw you over a year ago, you had barely refined your divine sense. How long has it been? Harmonizing with the Tao, transcending tribulation to become an immortal. How did you achieve this in just a year? Mingyue also took a deep breath. A postnatal human race, without innate foundations, no matter how fast the cultivation speed, should not defy reason. You must have encountered some extraordinary fortune. Jiang Li remained extremely calm inside. He knew this was his golden opportunity to step into the sight of these top-tier, second-generation beings of the primordial chaos. Demonstrating value was the only way to gain protection. You flatter me, seniors. Jiang Li's tone was steady. I improved the human cooking methods along the way, educating my kin, and fortunately gained a bit of heavenly virtue. I borrowed this virtue to cleanse my meridians, barely pushing open the gates of immortality. Heavenly virtue. Qing Feng and Mingyue exchanged glances. In the primordial chaos, virtue was the hardest thing to obtain. Nuwa created humanity and became a saint. That was a measurable virtue. For ordinary beings to gather even a bit of virtue was harder than ascending to heaven. This postnatal human race actually triggered heavenly virtue. Qing Feng's contempt in his eyes completely receded. The primordial chaos valued foundations. But to receive heavenly virtue from the Tao meant this was no ordinary postnatal being. This was someone with immense fortune. Where are you taking this group of people? Mingyue glanced at the exhausted human team behind, asking. The demon race has slaughtered the human race. There is no place left for us in the east. Jiang Li looked directly at Mingyue. I have heard that the ancestor of Earth immortals, Zhenyuan Daxian, is benevolent, and that Wanshou Mountain is one of the few tranquil places in the primordial chaos. Therefore, I boldly bring my kin westward, seeking a stable place for survival and reproduction in this boundary. Jiang Li did not explicitly say he wanted to enter Wuzhuang Temple, merely indicating a desire to survive in the boundary. With measured words, he did not provoke any dissatisfaction. Qing Feng stroked his chin. Our master indeed dislikes slaughter. In this vast area of tens of thousands of miles, the demon race would absolutely not dare to enter. Qingfeng looked at Jiang Li, finding him increasingly likable. Polite, intelligent, and crucially possessing virtue. Associating with him would not bring about karmic consequences. Since we've met, it must be fate. Cross the river and walk a little further in. There is an open area at the foot of the mountain with sufficient spiritual energy. You can camp there. Mingyue also spoke. Jiang Li bowed deeply. Thank you, seniors. The great river spanned 1,000 miles. The water's surface gleamed in a mysterious yellow, unfathomable in depth. Jiang Li did not rashly soar into the sky. Instead, he harnessed the powers of the earth immortal to sever the cliff face, shaping it into a massive stone raft that carried over 1,000 human beings across the river. Occasionally, shadows as long as 100 feet glided through the river, but deterred by the earth immortal's deliberate release of pressure, they did not launch an attack. After a full 9 days and nights, the group finally reached the opposite shore. As soon as they set foot on the soil of the opposite bank, the chilling and oppressive feeling completely dissipated. The wind carried away the miasma, and bloodshed filled instead with the pure fragrance of grass and wood. The concentration of innate spiritual energy in the air was several times higher than in the previous location. Continue onward. Jiang Li did not linger. The group traversed through the mountains. Ancient trees towered above their crowns, obscuring the sunlight. Unenlightened immortal deer and spiritual cranes moved gracefully through the forest, and upon seeing the humans they neither fled nor shied away, but instead paused to observe. The giant mountain had been on high alert for a whole month, clutching a bronze spear. Only after confirming that these strange beasts posed no threat did he finally lower his guard and break into a hearty smile. 3 months later, the terrain suddenly opened up. Upon crossing a ridge, a vast basin appeared before them. The basin was surrounded by mountains on 3 sides and bordered a body of water on one. In the central area, 100-foot-wide spiritual spring gushed forth with milky white water. The surrounding terrain was gentle, filled with purple spiritual bamboo whose leaves rustled together, producing a crisp sound like the clash of metal. The energy of the earth's veins gathered here, manifesting as a yellow mist flowing close to the ground. Even a common person, merely by breathing this air, could extend their lifespan. We've arrived. Jiang Li came to a halt. This was the clearing at the foot of the mountain spoken of by Qingfeng Mingyue. The perspective of the ancestor of earth immortals was indeed vastly different. Such a place, which could only be called a clearing in the eyes of the formidable beings of the primordial era, would be enough to incite dozens of true immortals and great demons to fight over in the outside world. Set up camp. Cut bamboo to build houses. Jiang Li commanded. Over 1,000 post-heaven humans erupted in thunderous cheers. After more than a year of blood and turmoil, they had finally found a place of absolute safety. Jiang Li walked to the edge of the spiritual spring and chose a piece of blue stone to sit cross-legged. Spreading out his divine sense, he enveloped a radius of 1,000 miles. Deep below the ground, 9 tiny earth veins converged beneath the spiritual spring, continuously delivering the essence of the earth. Jiang Li cast his gaze towards the distant east. Donghai Jianao Island. That was his ultimate goal for breaking the situation. Yet Jiang Li remained extremely calm. From Wanshou Mountain to Donghai, the distance was not just millions of miles. In between lay the endless wilderness ruled by the demon race's heavenly court, the 10,000 mountains of the witch tribe, and countless innate forbidden lands and territories of ancient fierce beasts. As an earth immortal, to dare traverse millions of miles across the primordial land without any backing would greatly increase the probability of encountering misfortune along the way. Going to Jianao Island now would be tantamount to sending oneself to death. Wanshou Mountain was guarded by the earth immortal ancestor Zhenyuan Daxian, and with no saints emerging, no one dared to wreak havoc here. This was the hardest real estate in the primordial world. Zhenyuanzi had a rule of giving lectures every 10,000 years. According to Qingfeng Mingyue, the next lecture would be in 1,200 years. Jiang Li set a grand plan. He was not in a hurry to leave. He would enter seclusion by the spiritual spring, using the rich spiritual energy and the systematic opportunities for enlightenment to push his cultivation to the peak of earth immortal. After 1,200 years, he would listen to Zhenyuanzi's lecture, then utilize the accumulated enlightenment and even the opportunities to merge with the Tao to break through the barrier to celestial immortal in one go. In the primordial world, a celestial immortal could barely be considered a pawn with self-preservation capabilities. By then he would plan to head to Donghai, which would be much safer. Before entering seclusion, Jiang Li gently moved his thoughts and opened the chat group of the Secret Realms. The interface flickered wildly. Wangtung Whitehorse Secret Realm, everyone, I have great news. I've made it. The manager saw that my physique was decent and made an exception for me to participate in this year's selection of outer disciples. Wang Xiao is invincible. If you become an outer disciple, you'll be able to learn internal martial arts. So envious. Su Muqing Etian Secret Realm, I have already made small achievements in the first 3 moves of the Amei sword technique. My master praised my exceptional comprehension and rewarded me with a finely crafted steel sword. This sword cuts through iron like mud. I just tested it and severed a tree with one strike. Su Xiaohua has also taken off. When will I take off? Wangtung Su Xiaohua is impressive. By the way, what about that Jiang Li who chose the forbidden land of the primordial era? I haven't seen him pop up for a day. I see his avatar is still alive. When did the Primordial Era become so safe? I estimate he is still hiding somewhere. The Primordial Era is far too dangerous. I heard that there are powerful and indescribable demonic beasts everywhere, not a place for humans. Don't mention the dead. He chose his own path. I've said it long ago, one must have self-awareness. Without a diamond, one shouldn't go to an SS-level forbidden land to seek death. It's not worthy of sympathy. Jiang Li quietly observed these messages. Internal martial arts. A steel sword that cuts through iron like mud. He turned to look not far away. The giant mountain bare-chested lifted a massive blue stone weighing thousands of pounds, roaring as he forcefully slammed it into the ground to solidify the foundation of the house. As for weapons, the bronze axe hung at the giant mountain's waist, mixed with fragments of weapons from the witch tribe, weighed over 1,000 pounds. The so-called prodigies of the low martial secret realm were no match for the post-heaven humans of the Primordial Era. They were weaker than ants. Jiang Li did not reply a single word. The official account of the Xia state pinned a notice at the top of the group. The fissure in the Blue Star Abyss is expanding, and the invasion of otherworldly creatures is intensifying. All secret realm explorers are urged to speed up their cultivation progress. The nation needs your strength. Jiang Li glanced over the notice and closed the panel. Once he became a celestial immortal, he would return to Blue Star with the teachings of the saints. Those martial artists from low martial worlds would come to understand what true dimensional oppression is. System use an enlightenment opportunity. With the command given, Jiang Li shut his eyes, and his consciousness was instantly pulled into the enlightenment space. The spiritual energy around the spiritual spring surged violently. The essence of the earth and innate spiritual energy within 100 miles transformed into a visible funnel of spiritual energy, rushing madly into the Baihui acupoint atop Jiang Li's head. Inside the Niwen Palace, the lake of divine sense roiled violently. The scriptures of the Taichin Golden Core Dao lit up in his mind word by word, each a precious gem. The seclusion officially began. The primordial world does not keep track of years. Time lost its meaning in this pure land. Seasons changed. The purple spiritual bamboo withered and flourished, alternating 500 times. In 500 years, this basin underwent earth-shattering changes. Stone halls were arranged in an orderly manner around the spiritual spring. Over 1,000 humans drank the spiritual spring water day and night, consuming bamboo shoots infused with spiritual energy and the flesh of strange beasts. 500 years passed without anyone aging or dying. In this high-dimensional environment, their lifespans were infinitely extended. Moreover, nearly 100 tribesmen reached the peak of refining essence into qi. The giant mountain had even broken through to the initial stage of refining qi into spirit with his divine sense just awakening. In these 500 years, not a single demon had stepped into this territory. In the early spring of the 501st year, Jiang Li slowly opened his eyes while sitting on the blue stone by the spiritual spring. As his eyelashes fluttered, 2 pure rays of Taichin, celestial light, flashed in the depths of his pupils. He opened his mouth and exhaled a long breath of turbid air. The turbid air condensed into substance, transforming into a white ribbon that shot straight into the clouds, piercing through the thick clouds overhead. Midstage, Earth Immortal. 500 years of stillness consumed dozens of enlightenment opportunities. Combined with the unique spiritual vein of Wanshou Mountain, his cultivation made a significant leap forward. The Taichin true essence within him fully liquefied, thick and heavy. His divine sense expanded, covering a range that surged from 1,000 miles to 2,000 miles. I'm now at the late stage of Earth Immortal, but the cultivation method has already reached its limit. To further advance to the peak of Earth Immortal, I will likely need to use the opportunity to merge with the Dao that comes once every 100 years. Jiang Li clenched his fists, feeling the terrifying power within him that could cleave mountains and rivers. He did not continue to push himself. Balance is the right path. Moreover, during these 500 years, the system automatically granted an enlightenment opportunity once a year. Now there were over 400 enlightenment opportunities lying on the panel. This reserve was sufficient to exchange for over 40 opportunities for enlightenment or 4 experiences of merging with the Dao. Resources were abundant to the extreme. Jiang Li stood up, tidied his blue robe, and prepared to check on the cultivation progress of the giant mountain and the Jiang Li pushed open the stone door of the stone hall. Sunlight bathed his azure Taoist robe. The latest Taichin true essence circulated within him, forming a stable resonance with the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth. He descended the stone steps. The architectural complex in the basin had already taken on the semblance of a city-state. Thousands of human tribesmen were busy with their tasks. A towering figure trained over 100 young men in the open space. All of these 100 individuals had reached the peak of refining essence into qi, their vital energy flowing like dragons with white mist rising above their heads. The towering figure himself was firmly at the initial stage of refining qi into spirit, his every movement accompanied by the sounds of wind and thunder. Upon seeing Jiang Li approach, the towering figure immediately halted his actions and quickly welcomed him. "Chief, you have emerged from seclusion." He bowed his head in respect. Jiang Li nodded, his gaze sweeping over the spirited tribesmen. Good progress. The foundation has been laid solidly. During these 500 years, Jiang Li had not been idle. He occasionally paused his seclusion to wander the mountains within a 3-family radius of Wanshou Mountain. One reason was to explore the surrounding environment, and the other was to seek out usable resources. Wanshou Mountain truly deserved to be the Taoist site of the ancestor of Earth immortals, for even the most remote wild mountains were filled with, or in vegetation imbued with innate spiritual energy. He dug out several pieces of red flame copper and Xianite iron. These two metals were exceedingly common in the primordial wilderness, considered mere scraps that even great demons would disdain. In his leisure time, he summoned his magical true fire and roughly refined them. Without carving array patterns or adding restrictions, he simply sought durability and sharpness, forging 3 long swords. In the primordial wilderness, these could at most be deemed hard objects, falling short of even the threshold for postnatal treasures. Jiang Li flipped his wrist, retrieving a dark red long sword from his purple mansion space, and casually tossed it to the towering figure. The towering figure fumbled to catch it. The sword's hilt felt exceedingly heavy, weighing at least 1,000 pounds. The dark red sword body had no sheen, exuding a raw and primitive aura. Infuse your true chi and swing the sword towards that wild mountain over there, Jiang Li commanded. The towering figure did not hesitate. He grasped the sword hilt with both hands, and his true essence at the initial stage of refining chi into spirit surged violently into the dark red long sword. The sword body suddenly glowed with a red light, and the surrounding air's temperature soared instantly. With a fierce shout, the towering figure's muscles bulged, aiming at a wild mountain 1,000 steps away. He struck down with great force. A Tinjong-long dark red sword aura shot forth, tearing through the air with a piercing shriek. Boom! The sword aura struck the mountain's body. There were no flying stones, only an extremely pure cut. The entire 100-zhong wild mountain was split in half, the cut as smooth as a mirror. On both sides of the severed mountain, scorched marks from the high temperature remained, and the rocks turned into dark red lava dripping down along the cut. All the hundreds of tribesmen practicing nearby halted their movements, staring intently at the cleaved wild mountain. The towering figure stared at the dark red long sword in his hands, trembling uncontrollably. Chief, what is this divine weapon? Just a broken iron sword. Jiang Li's tone was calm. This sword was indeed just scrap metal in the primordial wilderness. But on Blue Star, its sharpness and material were enough to easily slice through the composite armor crafted by humanity's highest technology. Jiang Li raised his hand again, revealing 3 fist-sized fruits covered in blue-scaled patterns. These were Qinglin fruits he had picked at the edge of a cliff. These were mere snacks used by the exotic beasts of the primordial wilderness to quench their thirst, not even qualifying as spirit roots, merely fruits formed from absorbing the rich, innate spiritual energy of this land. Take these and divide them. 1 small bite each. Do not eat more, or you will explode. Jiang Li tossed the Qinglin fruits into the towering figure's embrace. The towering figure cradled the fruits in both hands, feeling the surging vitality within, and nodded heavily. After conveying the matters of the tribe, Jiang Li returned to sit on the blue stone by the spiritual spring. He stirred his mind slightly, and summoned the panel for the chat group of the Myriad Realm's Secret Realm. His gaze swept across the timestamp in the upper right corner of the interface. In the Blue Star calendar, only 5 days had passed since this batch of explorers entered the Secret Realm. 500 years had elapsed for Jiang Li in the primordial wilderness, while only 5 days had passed on Blue Star. While the people of Blue Star were still feeling proud of their few days of cultivation progress, Jiang Li had already possessed hundreds of years of development time. In the chat group, information scrolled rapidly. Wang Tung from the White Horse Secret Realm posted a photo. In the photo was a cold, gleaming willow leaf blade with fine forging patterns on the blade. The text followed closely. Everyone, this is the 100-forged steel knife awarded to me by the External Affairs Manager of the Jiangnan Thunder Hall. 100-forged steel sharp enough to slice hair. With this knife, my survival rate in the White Horse Secret Realm has increased by at least 30%. Classmate A immediately chimed in. Wang Xiao is impressive. It's only been a short time since entering the Secret Realm, and you've already acquired a divine weapon. This knife will definitely fetch a fortune back on Blue Star. Classmate B, I am tired of saying the word envy. I barely managed to join the Beggars sect, but I am still stuck cleaning toilets there. Su Mooching from the Etian Secret Realm also bubbled up. She posted a photo of a withered medicinal herb. I went down the mountain to shop today, and picked up a 100-year-old wild ginseng at the market. My master said I have deep fortune, and I have been granted permission to enter the inner sect scripture pavilion to select a second-rate lightness skill. Su Muking's words were filled with undeniable pride. The group erupted again, filled with flattery and praise. Jiang Li looked at the photo, his lips curling into an extremely bland arc. The withered ginseng roots contained spiritual energy so thin it was less than a wisp of mist from the air of Wanshou Mountain. If these people in the group were to see the towering figure cleave the 100-zhong wild mountain just now, or see the 3 Qinglin fruits the towering figure held to quench thirst, their sense of superiority would instantly crumble. After enjoying the flattery of the crowd, Wang Tung changed the subject. Wang Tung, Speaking of which, where's our great hero Jiang Li? By the calculation of time, he has miraculously survived 5 days in that SS-level dire situation in the primordial wilderness. This has broken the historical record of Blue Star. Su Muching, perhaps he's hiding in some mouse hole too afraid to come out. In a place like the primordial wilderness, even a gust of wind can kill a person. What does surviving 5 days matter? Without resources or techniques, one can only struggle in a corner for survival. By the time Blue Star forcibly returns in a month, he will likely be inferior to an ordinary postnatal warrior. Classmate C. Su Xiaohuai's right. Choice is more important than effort. Jiang Li is just too arrogant. Jiang Li closed the group chat hall and opened the private message interface. Principal Sun Zhengqing had also sent a series of messages. The first few were excited while the later ones expressed concern. Qin Chongfeng, Jiang Li, you actually survived for 5 days. The military's higher-ups are taking you very seriously. Remember, do not do anything, just find a safe place to hide and endure. As long as you can survive until the forced return, you will be a hero of the nation. His close friend Zhao Lei's message was much more straightforward. Li Gu, please don't be reckless. Did you encounter any powerful monsters over there? You aren't missing any limbs, are you? Jiang Li's fingers tapped on the virtual keyboard, replying to both of them with the same message. Hiding in a safe place, everything is fine, do not worry. After sending, he closed the system panel. There was no point. When he returned to Blue Star a month later with his already ascended cultivation, all doubts and ridicule would be crushed under the absolute weight of his power. Jiang Li stood up, preparing to take a stroll in the spiritual bamboo forest to stretch his muscles and also to deduce the breakthrough opportunities regarding the peak of Earth Immortals from the Ta Ching Golden Core Dao. The purple bamboo forest by the spiritual spring has transformed through the passage of time. 700 years in the vast wilderness is but a fleeting moment. Yet for this postnatal human tribe at the foot of Mount Wanshou, it has been a time of monumental change. During these 700 years, the wilderness has not been at peace. Jiang Li stood atop the highest stone peak in the basin, gazing into the distance. The northern horizon is often stained red with blood, a sign of the clashes between the demon and shaman tribes at the border. For centuries, the sky occasionally rained down great bloodied feathers crashing into the earth miles away. Yet in the land of Mount Wanshou, the passage of time remained tranquil. The name of the ancestor of the Earth Immortals is enough to suppress all petty beings. Jiang Li exhaled a breath of white mist. The mist coalesced into an illusory, white tiger roaring once in the air before dissipating with the wind. At the pinnacle of Earth Immortal cultivation. Over these 700 years, Jiang Li has consumed 7 opportunities for enlightenment through system synthesis, thoroughly comprehending the secrets of the Earth Immortal realm, as taught by the Ta Ching Golden Core Dao, is cultivation naturally advancing to Earth Immortal perfection. Within the purple palace of the mind, the lake of divine sense has transformed into a vast ocean. The pure essence of Ta Ching within him flows like a surging river, filling his limbs and bones. With just one opportunity, he could shatter the celestial barrier and transcend to immortality. However, this step is exceedingly difficult, especially for beings like Jiang Li, who lack subsequent cultivation methods. Just as Jiang Li was retracting his aura, an immense, ancient, and magnificent presence suddenly swept across the entire Mount Wanshou. There was no pressure, yet it caused the soul to tremble uncontrollably. Immediately after, an ethereal voice resonated in the minds of all beings within millions of miles of Mount Wanshou. I am Zhen Yuanzi. In 30 years I will hold a teaching session outside Wuzhuang Temple. All beings within the realm of Mount Wanshou are welcome to attend. As the voice faded, thousands of human tribe members in the basin knelt and bowed their heads. Jiang Li stood with his hands behind his back, looking up towards the main peak of Mount Wanshou. The opportunity has arrived. These 30 years are the time for countless beings to make their way. Great Mountain. Jiang Li's voice was not loud, yet it clearly reached the ears of the great mountain on the other side of the basin. In just a few breaths, a towering figure rushed up the stone peak like a whirlwind. The great mountain knelt on one knee, emanating a dense aura characteristic of the early stages of spirit reform. He carried the dark red long sword that Jiang Li had casually forged years ago on his back. This sword had accompanied him for 700 years, drinking the blood of surrounding beasts, and the blade exuded a hint of ferocity. Chief, the great mountain lowered his head. Select 15 tribe members who have reached the pinnacle of Qi refinement and take weapons and provisions. Tomorrow follow me to Wuzhuang Temple. Jiang Li commanded. Understood. The next morning, Jiang Li donned a blue Dao robe and walked at the forefront of the group. The great mountain and the 16 tribe members followed closely behind. They did not fly, but walked steadily, traversing through the mountains and forests. The teaching session spans 30 years, and Jiang Li intends to use this journey to temper the mindset of the great mountain and others. Barely 300 miles out of the basin, a rustling sound emerged from the ancient woods ahead. The great mountain gripped the hilt of the dark red long sword, his eyes gleaming with ferocity, while the 16 tribe members instantly formed a defensive formation. Put away your weapons, Jiang Li said without turning around. A massive blue-furred lion poked its head out from the woods. The lion sported a pair of horns that had yet to shed, and its demonic aura reached the level of true immortality. In the wild, this lion could swallow an entire tribe in one bite. Yet at this moment, upon seeing Jiang Li and the others, the blue-furred lion did not show its ferocity, but instead bent its front legs in a human-like gesture of respect. Greetings, fellow Taoists. Are you headed to Wuzhuang Temple to listen to the teachings? The blue-furred lion spoke human words, its tone polite. Jiang Li nodded slightly indeed. Then I shall accompany you for a distance. The lion demon grinned widely, willingly clearing a path. This scene repeated itself numerous times along the way. Beasts and spirits that would usually tear and kill in the outside world all became extraordinarily docile once they stepped onto the pilgrimage path to Wuzhuang Temple. The rules of Zhenyuan de Xian are the absolute laws of this land. After 3 months of travel, Jiang Li's group stopped to rest by a great river. Several hundred people had already settled by the riverbank. Scanning with his divine sense, Jiang Li discovered they were all humans. These individuals wore simple animal skins, their faces gaunt, yet their eyes shone with determination. They were also leaders and elites from other tribes here to listen to the teachings. Upon seeing Jiang Li and his party arrive, the humans by the river all cast wary glances. When the white-bearded old chief recognized Jiang Li's group, he gasped in astonishment. Which tribe do these people belong to? The old chief's eyes widened. The great mountain and the others exuded a dragon-like vitality, their skin gleaming with a bronze hue, looking nothing like struggling postnatal humans. Instead, they resembled ancient warriors of the shaman tribes. Most alarming was the weapons they carried. The oppressive aura emanating from the dark red long sword and the bronze giant axe was enough to suffocate those of their kin wielding sharpened wooden sticks and stone axes. Fellow Taoists, the old chief bravely approached and clasped his hands towards Jiang Li, saying, I am the old man Mu He from the Baigu tribe in the west. May I ask who you are? We are from the Wanshou mountain territory that migrated over 1,000 years ago. Jiang Li calmly returned the greeting. So it is Chief Jiang. Mu He swallowed hard, his gaze fixating on the bronze axe at the waist of the great mountain. Are the divine weapons in your brother's hands bestowed by powerful beings? What divine weapon? This is just some scrap metal casually forged by the chief, the great mountain replied, scratching his bald head. Mu He nearly choked on his breath. The old chief, trembling, pulled out a blue mineral exuding rich water spiritual energy from his bosom. Chief Jiang, this sea blue essence was stolen from a crocodile demon's lair at the cost of 10 human lives. Can it be exchanged for your treasures? Mu He had long since noticed that the great mountain and the others had a round-bottomed iron vessel hanging from their bags with a lingering fragrance of spiritual herbs inside 100 times richer than the raw spirit grass they chewed. Jiang Li glanced at the sea blue essence. This is a prime material for crafting water attribute treasures. I left outside Mount Wanshou. It could incite a bloodbath among the earth immortal level demon tribes. Great Mountain give him 2 pots and 3 precision iron knives, and also teach them how to cook. Jiang Li said flatly. Mu He was moved to tears, repeatedly bowing in gratitude. The other tribal leaders nearby instantly became agitated, pulling out their treasured spiritual herbs, animal skins, and exotic minerals, gathering around to request trades. Jiang Li did not refuse anyone. He exchanged those casually forged crude tools and scrap weapons for a wealth of valuable spiritual items within the wilderness. In just a few days, Jiang Li's group became the core of the human tribes in this region. Several human tribes simply merged into one, following Jiang Li with great momentum as they continued towards Wuzhuang Temple. As night fell, the group set up camp at the foot of a cliff. Jiang Li sat alone on a large stone, the light of the bonfire reflecting off his calm face. He focused his thoughts, and a transparent panel appeared before him. The chat group of the secret realm of all heavens. 12 days had just passed in Blue Star time since they entered the secret realm. Messages in the group flickered continuously, bustling with activity. Wanting White Horse secret realm, huh? Everyone, great news. My master taught me the first move of the outer sect's ultimate skill, Thunderblade technique, from Jiang and Pile Hall today. I have already cultivated a trace of true energy which counts as half a foot in the threshold of postnatal warriors. A photo was attached below. Wang Tong, wearing gray servant clothing, held a forged steel knife, striking a chopping pose. Classmate A. Wow. True energy in just 12 days. How long has it been in the secret realm? Wang Xiao's talent is definitely worthy of a master. Classmate B. Am so envious. I'm about to be chased to death by zombies in the Blackwater secret realm while Wang Xiao is already flying high. Su Muqing Etian secret realm followed up. Congratulations, Wang classmate. I have already caught a glimpse of the path of a Mei internal power. My master said that I have a chance to place in the top 10 in next month's outer sect assessment, officially becoming an outer sect disciple. Classmate C. The school beauty is mighty. When you 2 masters return to Blue Star, you must take care of your old classmates. Wang Ting replied with a sense of pride. Sure thing. By the way, that Jiang Li who chose the wilderness, is he still alive? I guess he must have been digested into dung by the demon beasts. Su Muqing, no way to survive. The wilderness has no cultivation methods, no resources. Even if he was lucky enough to survive for 12 days, he would just starve to death. Jiang Li quietly watched the screen, filled with revelry. A trace of true energy. half a step into postnatal warriors. Jiang Li lightly tapped his fingers and sent 3 words in the group still alive. After sending it, he was too lazy to look at the explosive, astonished replies in the group and directly closed the panel. Time flowed as they journeyed on. 29 years later, after traversing endless mountains and rivers, the outline of Wuzhuang Temple finally appeared on the horizon. It was an ancient Taoist temple built against the mountain with simple blue bricks and gray tiles shrouded in rich, innate earth energy, faintly revealing the presence of a dragon of the earth, veins coiling and roaring underground. Outside the temple was a vast square capable of holding millions. At this moment, the square was already filled to the brim with people, the demonic energy soaring to the heavens and celestial light swirling. Jiang Li halted his steps, and his divine sense intensely contracted. He sensed terrifying auras all around. Celestial beings were as numerous as the hairs on a cow, and true immortals could be seen everywhere. Giant demons at the Xian immortal level lounged on various mountaintops, while several pressures at the golden immortal level surged forth like the blazing sun, causing the surrounding beings to dare not approach. The great mountain and the others did not even dare to breathe. Here, even a random passerby could exhale and annihilate their entire tribe. Jiang Li, leading the human group, found a patch of empty ground at the edge of the square and sat cross-legged. Silence blanketed the square. Purple chi rose in spirals before the bluestone Taoist temple. A Taoist master manifested his form, robed in yellow, a whisk resting gently across his folded arms. Jinyuan Daxian ascended the dais. No oppressive aura descended, yet 10,000 Yao spirits and demons instinctively prostrated themselves. Daoic resonance began to sound, celestial laws coalescing into countless golden tangible talismanic characters that drifted outward in all directions. His discourse encompassed the primordial origins of cultivation for all beings, from earth immortals upward, through celestial immortals, true immortals, and mystic immortals, culminating in the golden immortal Tao itself. Such instruction from a quasi-sage level master was profoundly abstruse. Surrounding demon kings wore expressions of utter bewilderment. Several colossal beasts even slumped over, snoring loudly. No matter how exalted one's realm, without innate comprehension, enlightenment remained unattainable. Jiang Li summoned a holographic interface. His fingertip brushed the surface. The supreme enlightenment mechanism activated. Hundreds of accumulated opportunities, hoarded over years, were now expended without reserve. A tempest erupted deep within his cerebral realm. His divine sense churned like an ocean in upheaval. Previously acquired fragments of the Taiching Golden Core scripture had long led him into an impasse. Now confronted with the complete orthodox Taoist canon, the two systems collided, merged, and complemented each other. Obscure veils of confusion peeled away layer by layer. Profound knowledge crystallized into lucid, indelible pathways, searing themselves into his soul. Jiang Li drank it in like parched earth, absorbing life-giving rain. He devoured the scattered fragments of celestial law raining down around him. Within the Blue Star Exchange group, messages scrolled rapidly. Flaunting posted, "Good news. After months of effort, I finally pierced the Ren and Du meridians. External projection of inner force is imminent." Su Muqing replied, "Congratulations, young Master Wang. I've mastered the Ame sect's foundational sword forms, and my master has bestowed upon me a marrow-washing pill." Classmate A saluting the masters. "While we're still wallowing in mud, you two are about to soar." The interface flickered brightly. Jiang Li glanced at it once, then closed the screen instantly. The Ren and Du meridians. External projection of inner force. He was deciphering the structural architecture of celestial immortal immortality itself. The gulf between them wasn't merely vast. It was a chasm of dimensional magnitude enough to crush hope entirely. Spring faded, autumn returned. Time raced forward. A century passed in the blink of an eye. The Daoic resonance ceased abruptly. Above the dais, the majestic Dharmakaya gradually dissolved. The session concludes. All shall withdraw. An august divine voice reverberated across the 9 heavens. Countless beings kowtowed in unison, then withdrew en masse from Wuzhuang Temple like a receding tide. The broad square emptied in an instant. Only one figure clad in azure remained, immovable as bedrock, rooted firmly in place. Jiang Li's eyes remained tightly shut. Primal whooshing earth chi from every direction coalesced into visible vortices, funneling violently downward into his Baihui acupoint atop his crown. Far away, Deshan burned with anxiety. If their leader refused to depart, how could the tribe decide its course? A burly warrior raised his dark red iron sword, stepping forward to call out. The air beside him warped. Qingfeng, the young immortal page, materialized sideways, blocking his path. "Do not disturb. Lead your people down the mountain and settle them safely." His voice rang clear and crisp, yet carried irrefutable authority. Mingyue, the other page, drew his sword from behind his back. Its blade traced a half circle along the ground. Silver array patterns surged upward, forming an absolute barrier. All external noise vanished completely. Deshan dared not defy the command. He withdrew obediently. Years continued to flow. 50 more winters and summers passed. Within Jiang Li's body, the ultimate metamorphosis had been completed. Taiching true qi purified away all impurities. His formerly coarse network of meridians had been widened and reforged by the immense subterranean spiritual energy. All latent dangers stemming from the incomplete cultivation manual were eradicated. The formidable barrier obstructing his ascension now fissured like cracked porcelain. Only the slightest external catalyst was needed to shatter it utterly. His eyelids trembled faintly. Then his eyes snapped open, brilliance condensed returning to serene, unadorned authenticity. Two exquisitely refined immortal pages stood inches away studying him with unabashed curiosity. Jiang Li rose swiftly. He straightened his robes. With hands clasped in formal salute, he performed the full ceremonial bow of a junior disciple. I am deeply grateful for your esteemed protection. Gratitude is unnecessary. Qing Feng waved dismissively, his expression haughty. Ming Wei sheathed his sword and interjected briskly, our master has issued a decree. Jiang Li's heart lurched. We are instructed to escort you to the rear hall for audience. Those words struck his ears like thunderclaps. Zixiao Palace's red dust guest, the ancestor of Earth Immortals, the quasi-sage grandmaster. Why would such a being grant private audience to a mere post-heavenly human? Jiang Li suppressed his racing pulse, forcing himself into calm composure. He followed the two pages closely crossing the bronze threshold. Stepping inside the temple grounds, thick, dense, spiritual mist enveloped him. At the courtyard center stood a colossal divine tree, its boughs luxuriant, its foliage immeasurable. Among its canopy hung strange fruits resembling newborn infants. Ginseng fruits, a supreme primordial spirit root. Jiang Li immediately averted his gaze. Not a trace of greed dared surface. They traversed several winding corridors, then pushed open massive solid wood doors. The hall exuded ancient solemnity. Incense smoke curled lazily from a bronze censer. Upon a cloud-draped couch sat an elder robed in azure, his beard long and flowing. His presence was fathomless, as though fused seamlessly with the entire sacred mountain. This junior disciple Jiang Li humbly pays homage to the great immortal, he declared, bowing low until his forehead touched the floor. The elder opened his eyes, his gaze piercing across eons of time and space, directly into the core of Jiang Li's soul. Your body bears traces of Taiching's legacy, yet also carries a thread of human merit. His voice was gentle, but edged with the incisiveness of one who sees beyond illusion. Moreover, your fate lies entirely outside heaven's calculations. Cold sweat broke instantly across Jiang Li's spine. Truly a grandmaster ranked among the foremost beneath the sages possessed terrifying insight. Those arrogant fools boasting in the myriad realm chat groups had no conception whatsoever of what true transcendence entailed. Great Immortal's perception is as luminous as the sun. He straightened his posture, offering no flimsy falsehoods. Before absolute power, all pretense was futile. Humanity has endured a cataclysmic trial of life and death. I seek but a single thread of survival. The elder slowly stroked his beard. The Yao court rules heaven. The Wu clan dominates the earth. What chance remains for you post-heavenly mortals? The question cut straight to the heart. Jiang Li lifted his chin slightly and unveiled the sole extraordinary trump card granted to transmigrators. The Dao numbers 50. Heaven calculates fortinin. This junior dares declare humanity must retain one thread of survival. Each word rang with unshakable conviction. The entire hall plunged into absolute silence. Even the incense smoke hanging midair froze motionless. The elder's pupils contracted minutely. Then after a pause he burst into hearty laughter. What a bold little fellow. His mirth subsided. Yet when he looked upon Jiang Li again, his gaze held a new, intriguing quality. In the Honghuang world, one's origin determined one's ceiling. Post-heavenly humans were to the myriad deities and immortals nothing more than clay figurines shaped casually by the Holy Mother Nuwa. Yet this figurine now dared speak of heaven's calculation of fortinin, daring to seize that singular thread of survival. How intriguing. Zenyuanzi raised his right hand, index and middle fingers extended, pointing into empty space. A subtle, ineffable Dao resonance emanated from his fingertips, vanishing into the void. Jiang Li felt his entire being tighten, as if stripped bare and exposed on a frozen plain, every secret laid utterly bare. Yet he did not move, merely lowered his lashes, slowing his breath to its most tranquil rhythm. He knew a quasi-sage grandmaster was divining the threads of fate. After several heartbeats, Zenyuanzi lowered his hand, his long eyebrows twitching faintly. How extraordinary. He calculated meticulously, only to find the youth's destiny shrouded in utter chaos. More strangely still, though compassion stirred within him, prompting thoughts of taking the youth as a disciple, he discovered their master-disciple affinity was exceedingly faint. Following the karmic thread further, he glimpsed, vaguely, a boundless eastern sea, and above it an incomparable sword intent soaring through the ninth heaven. So it belongs to that one from the eastern sea. Zenyuanzi's mind cleared instantly. He abandoned all notion of discipleship. Entangling himself in the karma of a sage's lineage was unwise. Still, forging a simple auspicious connection was a risk-free, mutually beneficial arrangement. Should this youth truly rise within that lineage, Wuzhuang Temple would gain a valuable ally. Should he fail, well, a minor gift meant less than a single hair on Xinyuanzi's body. Enough. With a gentle sweep of his voluminous sleeve, Xinyuanzi declared, to meet is to share fate. I perceive true chi surging within you. The barrier to celestial immortality already fractured. This Chao Huan Dan pill is yours. May it aid your breakthrough. As soon as the voice fell, the towering shadow of the divine tree swayed in the center of the hall. A fruit resembling a child who has not yet reached 3 years of age detached from the branch, slowly floating down and hovering before Jiang Li. The surface of the fruit exuded an extremely rich ethereal wood essence, instantly thickening the spiritual energy in the entire hall like water. Jiang Li's breath came to a sudden halt. The ginseng fruit. Just smelling it grants one 360 years of life, and eating one allows a person to live 47,000 years. This is the pinnacle of innate spiritual fruits. Among the vast wilderness, it is also the most exceptional heavenly material and earth treasure. Jiang Li raised his head to meet the calm gaze of Xinyuanzi. Without hesitation or refusal, he understood that excessive politeness would only be seen as hypocrisy in the face of absolute power. Jiang Li caught the ginseng fruit with both hands, feeling its warmth as if it were a true flesh and blood entity. He carefully stored it in his purple mansion space, then straightened his azure robe, kneeling on both knees to perform the most solemn bow. I, Jiang Li, thank the great immortal for bestowing this treasure. Xinyuanzi accepted the bow with calmness, lightly waving his feather duster. Go now. A gentle breeze swept through. When Jiang Li opened his eyes again, he found himself standing on the steps outside the back hall. The solid wooden door behind him closed silently. The Taoist boys Qing Feng and Ming Wei stood in the courtyard, holding jade plates, looking over with curiosity. You immortal of the post-heaven human race managed to stay in the Lord's hall for so long. Qing Feng snorted, circling around Jiang Li. What good thing did the Lord reward you with? The great immortal showed mercy and offered some guidance on the perplexities of cultivation. Jiang Li replied with a smile and clasped his hands in greeting, omitting any mention of the ginseng fruit. Wealth must not be revealed. This is a caution ingrained in him. Mingwei withdrew her gaze, pointing to the outer courtyard. Let's go, I'll take you out. Your people have been waiting for you at the foot of the mountain for 50 years, anxious like ants on a hot pan. Jiang Li nodded and followed her. Upon reaching the entrance of Wuzhuang Temple, Jiang Li paused. He looked at the two exquisitely carved youths, speaking sincerely. Thank you both for your care over the past century. My tribe is located in the basin at the foot of the mountain. If you have time, please come visit. There isn't much in the tribe, but we have researched a few methods of cooking spiritual beasts with iron pots. The taste is quite nice. Iron pots. King Feng's eyes lit up as he licked his lips. Last time I saw your tribesmen stewing the meat of those demon beasts with that dark fellow, the aroma was indeed special. Fine, once the Lord finishes his seclusion, we will sneak down the mountain to find you. Mingwei tugged at King Feng's sleeve with a stern face, but her throat moved slightly. It depends on my mood. Jiang Li smiled and clasped his hands in farewell, turning to step down the stone stairs of the mountain. The moment he turned his back to Wuzhuang Temple, the smile on his face quickly faded, replaced by extreme calmness and depth. This trip was immensely rewarding. A century of listening to the Tao had exhausted hundreds of opportunities for enlightenment. Not only did he deduce the incomplete technique to the golden immortal realm, completely filling the gaps in subsequent techniques, but he also gained the appreciation and investment from the ancestor of the earth immortals. That ginseng fruit was the key to unlocking the door to the celestial immortal realm. Once he stepped into the celestial immortal realm, his divine sense and physical body would undergo a true qualitative change. In this vast wilderness where great luo was prevalent and golden immortals were as common as dogs, he could finally be considered to have a modicum of self-preservation power. Most importantly, I will remember this kindness from Xinyuanzi. Jiang Li privately vowed in his heart. If he could later join the Jie sect and cultivate great supernatural powers, he would surely repay this kindness tenfold. At the foot of Wanshou Mountain, the basin was dotted with tents. The great mountain stood bare, wielding a dark red iron sword to cleave down a freshly hunted black bear demon. The sword flashed as blood and flesh separated, the technique executed with utmost finesse. Chief. Upon seeing the azure figure floating down from the sky, the giant mountain threw down the iron sword and knelt on one knee with a thud. Around them, hundreds of human warriors also set aside their tasks, kneeling down in unison. The chief has emerged from seclusion. Jiang Li scanned his surroundings. 50 years had passed, and this human army had not only maintained its numbers, but had also absorbed several nearby small tribes, expanding to 3,000 members. The aura of the giant mountain had grown even heavier. He had reached the peak of chi refinement, just a step away from breaking through to spirit refinement. Rise. Jiang Li raised his right hand slightly, a gentle Taiji essence lifting everyone up. Inform everyone the tribe is to be on full alert. I need to enter seclusion. No one is to approach the main tent by even half a step. Understood. Blue Star. Summer Kingdom, the top secret air defense command center, located 1,000 meters underground. In front of the tactical command table, a middle-aged man in a specially tailored officer's uniform pounded the table heavily. Holographic projection screens flickered with blinding red light, and a piercing alarm echoed throughout the hall. The third defensive line outside EC City has been breached. High-energy life forms detected, landing crossing the critical point of 3 tiers, reaching the 4th tier. Conventional heavy firepower cannot penetrate the defenses. The laser interception net has been paralyzed by 30. Have the batch of warriors headed to Etienne's secret realm taken action yet? They have. Master Li is leading the team, but the losses are severe. The strength of the demon beast scale surpasses that of refined steel. Their innate vital energy can only leave white marks. The intelligence officer rapidly struck the keyboard as bad news scrolled across the big screen. On either side of the conference table, the faces of a dozen senior decision-makers from the Summer Kingdom were ashen. For 10 years since the secret realm's arrival, the space barriers of Blue Star have been riddled with holes. Initially, only low-tier monsters descended, manageable with machine guns and cannons. Later, the first batch of explorers who entered the myriad realms returned, bringing back martial arts, true energy, and magical elements, which stabilized the human defensive line. However, now the evolution speed of the demon beasts far exceeds the strengthening speed of the explorers. At this rate, within 6 months at most 5th tier, or even 6th tier, national destruction level great demons will appear. The elder in Tang's suit seated at the head pinched his brow. His name was Lin Jinan, the highest commander of the Summer Kingdom. Everyone, we must seek higher dimensional power for reinforcement. What is the exploration progress of the other major nations in the secret realms? The United States is primarily attacking the Sacred Paradise secret realm, bringing back Angel Gene Liquid, and has currently created 2 4th-tier Holy Knights. The Sakura Nation has been deeply working on the Takamagara secret realm, and it is said that someone has signed a contract with the remnant soul of the 8-headed serpent. But these efforts are insufficient to reverse the overall disadvantage of Blue Star. The command center fell into silence. At this moment, an elder in military uniform who had been resting with his eyes closed suddenly opened them. He was adorned with numerous military medals, a stabilizing force in the Summer Kingdom's military. Chu Chantian. Everyone, let me share something that might change the fate of our nation. Chu Chantian pressed down on the control panel before him. The battlefield map on the big screen instantly vanished, replaced by a top-secret document. The photo displayed a youthful, serene-looking high school student. Jiang Li, a senior student from Jiangling No. 1 high school, entered the myriad realms for the first time 20 days ago. Chu Chantian spoke. A senior military official frowned. Elder Chu, a high school student. Even if he awakens in level talent and enters the high martial secret realm, it would take him decades to grow. Chu Chantian shook his head, his fingers swiping across the screen to enlarge the section labeled Secret Realm Location. The glaring red characters pierced everyone's nerves. Wilderness. The intelligence officer suddenly stood up. Lin Jinan also straightened his body, his gaze fixed on the screen. You all know that 3 years ago the American Consortium dispatched 3 Grandmasters and 3,000 powerful warriors along with 100,000 fully armed enhanced soldiers to airdrop into the Wilderness Secret Realm to seize the opportunity. As a result, the instruments showed that within 3 minutes of landing, the signal of total annihilation was sent back. We had also attempted it before, but the results were equally poor, resulting in significant losses. That is globally recognized as a meat grinder. Even a single crawling insect within can destroy a city. This high school student chose the wilderness. Has he gone mad? Chu Chantian surveyed the surroundings and dropped a bombshell. He hasn't lost his mind. Moreover, he has survived. What? Lin Jinan slammed his palm on the table. In Blue Star time, it has been a full 20 days since he entered the secret realm. Chu Chantian pulled up the communication records of Chun Chongfeng, the principal of Jiangnan No. 1 high school. The celestial secret realm system shows that Jiang Li's vital signs are stable, and he even sent messages in the group. The hall fell silent. He has survived for 20 days. In that wilderness world where even an army of 100,000 cannot last 3 minutes, a high school student unarmed has managed to survive for 20 days. Where is he? What has he encountered? A senior official's voice trembled. It's unclear. The rules of the secret realm restrict him from sending back specific images. Chu Chantian crossed his arms and pressed them on the table. I have ordered the military special forces to take full control of the district where Jiang Li's parents reside, categorizing it as SS level highest protection. Chu Chantian raised his head, his eyes bursting with unprecedented brilliance. Gentlemen, every explorer who survives a month will be forcibly returned to Blue Star for rest. There are 10 days left. If Jiang Li can hold out for these last 10 days and return alive to Blue Star, even if he only brings back a handful of soil from the wilderness world, a blade of grass, or even a piece of information, it will deliver a devastating blow to our current power structure. Lin Jinan took a deep breath and ordered sternly, seal the news. At all costs, ensure the safety of Jiang. The entire army is to enter a state of first-level combat readiness, staunchly guarding the line and waiting for his return. In the wilderness world, Jiang Li sat cross-legged on a mat. Outside the tent, 3,000 human warriors held fine iron weapons surrounding the main tent tightly. The mountain loomed like an iron tower vigilant as it watched the surroundings. Jiang Li gazed at the semi-transparent panel before him. In the Celestial Secret Realm chat group, messages were now flooding in at a much faster rate than before. With 10 days left until the first return, the survivors in the group were ecstatic. Wang Tung from the White Horse Secret Realm. Everyone, did you see? I just ate a 30-year-old wild ginseng today, and my chi has increased again. I can now split a stone the size of a water tank with a single strike. A photo accompanied the message showing a shriveled ginseng root. Classmate A, holy crap. 30-year-old wild ginseng. That must be priceless on Blue Star. Wang Xiao is awesome. Su Muqing from the Etian Secret Realm. Congratulations, Wang Xiao. Unfortunately, I have yet to receive my master's teachings on the Amei 9 Yang art, but I have already mastered the basic sword techniques. My master said I have good talent, and will teach me the Amei 9 Yang art next year. Wang Tung, Su's campus flower is magnificent. By the way, Jiang Li, you're not dead yet. You said you were alive a few days ago, but why haven't you moved in the past few days? Are you hiding in some crevice and eating dirt too weak to type? Su Muqing, classmate Jiang, face reality. Just hold on, and try to survive, you'll be back in 10 days. A barrage of mockery and superiority flooded in. In their eyes, this group of people from Jiangnan know. One high school, Wang Tung and Su Muqing had already become the top talents standing at the pinnacle. And Jiang Li merely a clown who sought attention and met his demise. Jiang Li looked at the screen with a blank expression. 30-year-old wild ginseng. Splitting stones with a single strike. Jiang Li shook his head and directly closed the chat panel. The dimensional gap was too vast, he had no interest in refuting them. Summer insects cannot speak of ice. Jiang Li flipped his wrist. The purple mansion space opened. Buzz. A fruit resembling a child not yet 3 years old quietly hovered in the palm of his hand. The moment the ginseng fruit appeared, the air in the tent became thick like droplets of water. The rich primal wood essence transformed into visible green dragon shadows swirling around Jiang Li's arms. Just a whiff of its medicinal fragrance made Jiang Li's Taiching true essence surge like boiling seawater. This was the supreme innate spiritual root that could grant one 360 years of life, with just a sniff, and 47,000 years with a bite. Compared to the so-called heavenly materials and earthly treasures boasted in the group, a single drop of juice from this fruit could explode an entire low-level martial world. Jiang Li hesitated not at all. In this perilous wilderness, treasures must only be swallowed and transformed into one's own strength for safety. He opened his mouth and took a bite. The ginseng fruit had no pit and melted in his mouth. Boom. An indescribable surge of vitality poured down Jiang Li's throat and into his limbs, and if the previously existing Taiching true essence was like a great river, then the energy rushing into his body now was like the Milky Way cascading down from above the 9 heavens. Jiang Li's skin instantly turned transparent green, and what flowed through his veins was no longer blood, but liquefied innate spiritual energy. In his mind, the fragments of laws accumulated over a century of listening to teachings began to frantically piece together under this overwhelming vitality. The celestial barrier, that chasm that had trapped countless postnatal beings. At this moment, under the onslaught of that vast energy, it couldn't even withstand half a breath of time. Crack! A sound that only Jiang Li could hear echoed. The barrier shattered. At this moment, Jiang Li's level of life underwent a monumental transformation. His mortal flesh and bones shed layer by layer, replaced by the pristine and flawless body of a celestial being. Within the Purple Mansion's Niwen Palace, the originally boundless divine sense was directly compressed and condensed into a blinding divine sense sun. Divine sense separation. 1,000 miles. 10,000 miles. Jiang Li's divine sense easily covered 10,000 miles, even spreading towards the more distant wilderness. Jiang Li closed his eyes and turned inward. In the Purple Mansion's Niwen Palace, his divine sense floated like a blazing sun. The pure essence of Taiching surged through the widened meridians. Having descended into the primordial chaos for 2,000 years, he officially stepped into the threshold of a celestial immortal from the frail postnatal human race. It was all a struggle for survival, relying on fate and the system. Jiang Li summoned his virtual panel to assess his assets. Moments of Enlightenment 3. Opportunities for understanding the Tao Zero. Opportunities for merging with the Tao Zero. A century of listening to teachings at Wuzhuang Temple had drained his accumulations. His gaze shifted downward where an item in his inventory hovered, radiating a dazzling glow. One attack of golden immortal level. This was the strongest trump card he currently held. Celestial immortals in the primordial chaos were barely considered minor leaders. When encountering Xian immortals, he might have a chance to escape, but against powerful golden immortal beasts, he would only be instantly obliterated. This trump card must not be used except in a life or death situation. In terms of magical treasures, a black iron pot, exuding a dark yellow aura, sat at his feet. This was a transformed treasure of postnatal merit born after teaching the human race to cook, which attracted divine merits. Its attack power was negligible, but its defense was decent. The rest were a few crude artifacts he had experimented with. They could handle ordinary minor monsters, but were unworthy of the stage. Jiang Li closed the panel, his gaze profound. The current situation in the primordial chaos was exceedingly clear. The demon court had discovered that the essence and resentment of the human race could breach the defenses of the ancestral witches in order to counter the formidable physical strength of the witch tribe. The plan to forge the witch-slaying sword had already been initiated. This led to the destruction of the Blackwater tribe and the rampant slaughter of the human race by the demon clan. The ultimate battle between witches and demons was imminent. After the decisive battle, the world would shatter, and the three teachings would usher in an explosive expansion and development. That would be the best of times. The goal before the calamity of the witches and demons ended to traverse millions of miles and reach the Golden Turtle Island in the East Sea. He must seize the first batch of seats before the Tontian Patriarch began large-scale recruitment, utilizing the system's comprehension mechanism to showcase his potential before the saints. Jiang Li stood up. Dashin. The curtain lifted. A towering man bowed as he entered, kneeling on one knee. Chief. Dashin had reached the peak of chi refinement, his aura stable and restrained. Jiang Li took out 3 rolls of nitrate-treated animal skins from his sleeve and tossed them in front of Dashin. This is the complete technique for reaching the peak of the void refinement and merging Dao. After I leave, you will still be the chief of the tribe. Jiang Li spoke in a calm tone. Dashin suddenly lifted his head, his eyes trembling. Chief is leaving. Where to? East Sea. Jiang Li pointed towards the eastern part of the tent. Mount Wanshou is protected by the great immortal Jin Yuan. The demon court does not dare to launch a large-scale invasion. But the tribe cannot remain cooped up here forever. You all should cultivate according to the technique, do not act recklessly, and protect the tribesmen well. Dashin gripped the animal skin rolls tightly, his nails digging into his flesh. He did not speak to persuade him to stay. He knew the chief's decisions were unchangeable. The man knelt on both knees, his forehead heavily striking the blue stone slab. I accept your orders. Jiang Li walked out of the tent. 3,000 human warriors stood in formation outside, silent as a grave. All held fine iron weapons, kneeling on one knee in unison. Jiang Li did not waste words. With a light touch of his toes, the pure essence of Tai Ching surged. His blue Dao robe fluttered as he soared into the sky, transforming into a long rainbow that sped towards the eastern horizon. Below, the 3,000 armored soldiers remained motionless. The primordial chaos was vast. In a territory spanning millions of miles, the gravitational force of the earth was immense. Even celestial immortals could not traverse vast distances in an instant. Jiang Li left the domain of Mount Wanshou, flying for 3 whole months. The further east he went, the stronger the stench of blood became. The clouds hung low. Below was a continuous mountain range with charred trees pointing skyward. Jiang Li paused midair, spreading his divine sense. 100 miles away, a dilapidated human camp was ablaze. 3 gigantic black panthers, each dozens of feet long, were driving hundreds of naked humans. One of the black panthers opened its massive jaws, sucking in sharply. Dozens of wailing humans were lifted off the ground, falling into the panther's mouth. The sound of chewing, accompanied by the crunch of bones, was chilling. 2 at the early stage of true immortal, 1 at the late stage of true immortal. I cannot win. Jiang Li assessed the situation. It was a patrolling team of the demon clan. He pressed himself against a charred cliff, holding his breath. 100 miles away, the sickening sound of chewing drifted on the wind. The 3 true immortal black panthers were devouring their meal. Blood stained the wasteland, and the screams of hundreds of humans quickly faded. Within the purple mansion, the pure essence of Tai Ching surged, and the power of the early celestial immortal stirred within his meridians. Jiang Li's fingers tightened around the trump card in his sleeve, the golden immortal level attack card. To save or to flee. In the moment this thought flashed through his mind, Jiang Li made a decision. He would not save. 3 true immortal great demons completely suppressed him. That trump card could only be activated once. If he killed one, the remaining 2 could tear him apart in an instant. In the world of primordial chaos, celestial immortals were merely robust insects that had just escaped the ranks of ants. There were no fairy tale victories over higher realms, only the cold, crushing force. Jiang Li closed his eyes, severing his divine sense, suppressing his aura to the extreme, like a lifeless piece of dead wood. He slid silently along the shadow of the cliff, avoiding the slaughterhouse. Echoes of desperate cries from his kin reverberated in his ears, yet Jiang Li's steps did not falter. To save others, he must first survive. Dying here would be worthless. Traveling eastward, the deeper he ventured into the heart of the primordial chaos, the more vividly the brutality of this world was revealed. In the 3rd month, Jiang Li encountered 2 armies clashing. Over 10,000 demon warriors clad in bone armor were slaughtering hundreds of towering witch warriors on the wasteland. There were no fancy spells, only pure physical collisions and the burning of blood. A half-step, golden immortal celestial wolf bit down on a witch warrior's arm, only to have its head smashed by another great witch's punch. The heavens poured down a stinky blood rain. The aftermath of the battle stirred up terrifying gales, flattening mountains within thousands of miles. Jiang Li hid in an underground cave miles away, relying on the Tai Ching technique to suppress his breath, enduring for half a month. After the fighting subsided, he finally emerged from the ground and continued on his journey. Along the way, the plight of the human race was heart-wrenching. The demon clan's efforts to collect resentment and essence blood to forge the witch-slaying sword intensified. When encountering solitary minor demons or severely injured demon soldiers, Jiang Li would ruthlessly summon the Taiching true fire, turning them to ashes. When coming across groups of dozens or hundreds of fleeing humans, he would leave behind a simple technique for attracting chi, pointing them in a direction, then withdraw. He could not help much. He was also a clay Buddha crossing a river. The primordial earth was thick and boundless. Deep within the rock layers flowed abundant, tainted, and ancient malevolent energies. Jiang Li cloaked in a yellow-brown aura dove 2,000 fathoms underground, traveling at full speed. It had been over 300 years since he left Mount Wanshou. During these 300 years, Jiang Li traveled eastward. To avoid the intensifying battles between witches and demons above ground, he rarely emerged. After a century at Wuzhuang Temple, he combined the remnants of Tai Ching with the Earth's path, comprehending a technique of earth evasion. With the flawless body of a celestial immortal, he could travel thousands of miles in a day. Along the way, with his divine sense scouting, he bypassed the deep-buried remnants of dragon bones and avoided the abyssal fire that devoured everything. He walked slowly and stopped frequently, surviving to the utmost. On this day, the rock layers ahead became exceptionally hard. Just as Jiang Li was about to mobilize the pure essence of Tai Ching to forcibly break the rock, his mind jolted. From deep within the front, an exceptionally pure energy was calling out to his divine sense. Jiang Li instantly halted his movements, concealing his aura and cooling his body temperature to freezing. In the primordial chaos, opportunities can sometimes be accompanied by deadly dangers. Jiang Li did not immediately rise or dive according to his instincts. He spread his celestial divine sense, covering 1,000 miles in radius, scanning every inch. Only after confirming that no great demons lay in ambush did he follow that faint sense and adjust his direction, delving deeper into the earth's veins. The pressure surged downwards. At a depth of 30,000 zhang, the pressure from the earth veins was enough to crush the body of an earth immortal into a mist of blood. Jiang Li relied on his solid foundation at the early stage of the celestial immortal realm to withstand the immense pressure breaking through the final dark blue stone wall. Ahead, a vast expanse opened up. This was a gigantic natural cave. Stalactites dripped thick spiritual liquid from the cave's ceiling, splattering onto the ground and transforming into rising spiritual energy. In the center of the cave stood a pedestal of white jade. Above the pedestal, a sphere the size of a fist floated silently. The sphere was entirely earthy yellow, exuding an extremely rich earth spiritual aura which transformed into tangible yellow radiance in midair. Innate spiritual treasure. Jiang Li blurted out, his breath abruptly halting. As his divine sense swept across the yellow radiance, the laws of the earth path in his mind spontaneously began to operate. Earth Spirit Pearl, one of the 5 elemental spiritual pearls of the primeval world. It contains a trace of the earth's source laws. When used offensively, it exerts tremendous force. When used defensively, it is difficult to breach, and it can greatly enhance the understanding speed of the earth path. An innate spiritual treasure like this would make even Tai golden immortals and even Deluo golden immortals envious throughout the primeval world. Jiang Li took a deep breath, suppressing the fervor in his eyes. He stood at the edge of the cave, not taking a step forward. He pinched a Tai Ching spell with his fingers, tentatively casting it towards the pedestal. As the azure magical power drew near the sphere, the space suddenly produced subtle wrinkling. A yellow light shield composed of complex runes appeared out of thin air, completely devouring the magical power. An innate formation. When the heavens and earth nurture a spiritual treasure, there must be a natural great formation to protect it. Jiang Li walked around the pedestal, investigating the flow of the formation's patterns. The formation was connected to the earth veins. Any brute force assault would inevitably trigger a collapse of the ground. With his early-stage celestial immortal cultivation and mediocre understanding of formations, it would take him thousands of years to deduce it on his own. Jiang Li sat cross-legged on the ground and summoned the system panel. After over 300 years of traveling underground, the system's annual enlightenment opportunities continued to be granted. Enlightenment opportunities 335 times understanding opportunities 0 times union opportunities 0 times a considerable accumulation. Exchange for 30 understanding opportunities. Jiang Li silently thought. The panel's values fluctuated, reducing the enlightenment opportunities by 300, while the understanding opportunities increased to 30. Without hesitation, he directly consumed one understanding opportunity. A bright light burst forth from the divine sense within his purple mansion, and a layer of clarity enveloped Jiang Li's eyes. A state of absolute clarity descended. The obscure innate formation patterns ahead were deconstructed layer by layer in his vision, transforming into basic earth path runes. The life gate, death gate, and formation nodes gradually revealed themselves. A year passed, and the effectiveness of understanding diminished. Jiang Li consumed another understanding opportunity to resume his deduction state. Time lost its meaning in the dark cave. 30 years later, Jiang Li's eyes returned to clarity, his fingers flying like shadows, consecutively casting 108 dispelling spells. The spell accurately landed on the secret nodes of the light shield. A muffled, thunderous sound echoed within the cave. The yellow light shield flickered rapidly before finally exhausting the power of the earth veins and completely dissipating. Jiang Li rose, stepping onto the pedestal, and grasped the earth spirit pearl in his hand. It felt warm and extremely heavy. If not for his celestial immortal physique, the weight of the pearl alone could have shattered his arm. Jiang Li bit his fingertip, forcing a drop of essence blood onto the pearl's surface, with Taiching true essence enveloping his divine sense as he directly penetrated inside. The spiritual treasure needed to be refined before it could be used. He sat down on the spot, entering a closed-door meditation. Another tedious passage of years began. Utilizing the insights gained from the same root and source of earth escape, Jiang Li continuously washed away the restrictions within the pearl. Nearly 100 years passed. Jiang Li suddenly opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of turbid air. The earth spirit pearl transformed into a beam of yellow light, burrowing into his purple mansion's Niwen palace, slowly revolving around the divine sense sun, emanating a heavy aura to nourish his soul. The first 3 innate restrictions were refined. The ability to control and discharge increased significantly. Jiang Li stood up and brushed off the dust from his robe. With the formation breaking and treasure refining, over 130 years were spent here. Since leaving Wanshou Mountain, over 400 years had passed. In Blue Star's timekeeping, it was exactly 25 days. All explorers were forced to return to Blue Star within a month. That is 30 days. 5 days remaining. Jiang Li stood up. 5 days in the primeval world equated to 500 years of time. 500 years would be enough for him to traverse an extremely long distance. Jiang Li formed a Taiching spell with his hands. The earth spirit pearl spun within his purple mansion, a thick layer of earthy yellow radiance emanating from it, enveloping his entire body. With a single step, he melded directly into the solid rock layers. With the enhancement of this innate spiritual treasure containing the laws of the earth's source, the earth escape technique experienced a qualitative leap. The heavy rocks, mud, and even the toxic underground swamps ahead automatically rolled aside under the illumination of the earthy yellow radiance. Speed surged dozens of times. Previously encountering the chaotic evil energy of the earth veins required him to sense it in advance and detour. Now, with a tremor from the earth spirit pearl, those evil energies immediately dispersed. Traveling tens of thousands of miles per day, the depths of the primeval world were devoid of sunlight. Jiang Li suppressed his divine sense fluctuations and sped eastward. Every few million miles, he would urge his magical power to rise, breaking through the surface to glance at the sky and discern the eastern direction, then diving down again. The monotonous trek felt extremely tedious. 200 years passed in this repetitive transit. At this moment in Blue Star, Jiangnan City, the sky displayed an eerie dark red hue, with smoke filling every street of the city. Outside the defensive line, the deafening sound of artillery fire filled the air. Heavy machine guns spat long tongues of flames, sweeping across the dark tide of beasts. The third defensive line has been breached. 2 third-tier armored rhinoceroses have charged in. Martial artist squads, hold your ground. A hoarse shout came through the communicator. Inside the air raid shelter, the atmosphere of the temporary command post was oppressive to the extreme. Military Commander Lin Zenen's eyes were bloodshot as he fixedly stared at the satellite image on the large screen. Outside Jiangnan City, a throng of demon beasts climbed over their fallen kin. 4th-tier demon beasts have appeared. Lin Zenen's voice was hoarse. At the edge of the screen, a giant wolf with a body length exceeding 30 meters hovered in the air. Every time it flapped its wings, it unleashed a deadly wind blade, shredding the steel defenses below into pieces. Conventional weapons were ineffective against 4th-tier demon beasts. Even the strongest martial arts grandmaster on Blue Star could only barely hold his ground, often requiring several grandmasters to work together to repel the beasts. Chu Changtian stood at the table, supporting himself with his hands. In front of him lay a separate screen displaying a name and a countdown. Jiang Li survival return countdown: 3 days, 2 hours 14 minutes. Send all reserve forces in Jiangling. Use lives to hold the line for me for 3 days, especially in the district where Jiang Li's parents reside. Chu Changtian did not look up. The surrounding officers stood at attention and saluted before rushing out of the command post. Lin Jinan turned to Chu Changtian and let out a heavy sigh. In the world of the primordial chaos, deep underground, there lies a vein of spirit crystals. Jiang Li sat cross-legged on a crystal stone, exuding rich spiritual energy, closing his eyes to meditate. The Taiching true essence surged within his body. He opened his eyes and summoned the translucent panel of the chat group for the secret realms of the heavens. The blood-red countdown in the upper right corner was also frozen at just over 3 days. Messages in the group scrolled at an unprecedented speed. The surviving members were engulfed in the frenzy of an imminent return. Wang Tung from the White Horse Secret Realm brothers. I won a match in the outer sect competition yesterday. An elder from the Thunder Hall personally bestowed upon me a refined steel sword. It comes with the attribute of slicing through iron like mud. When I returned to Blue Star, I could slay a first-tier monster with a single strike. Classmate A Wang Xiao is invincible. I'm still just sweeping the floor, haven't even touched any techniques. Su Muqing from the Etian Secret Realm, I have already memorized the remnants of the Amain 9 Yang technique. My master said my aptitude is excellent, and I will become an official disciple in a few years. When I return this time, I should be able to deal with first-tier monsters as well. Everyone hold on for the last 3 days. Wang Teng Su, the flower of our school, is impressive. By the way, that guy named Jiang Li hasn't shown up since he sent a coordinate last time. In a place like the Primordial Chaos where survival is impossible, he has probably been digested by monsters as a snack long ago. What a pity. If he had chosen a safer secret realm with his usual cleverness, he might have been able to scrape by as a handyman. Wang Teng Jiang Li, if you're not dead, give a sign. I'll bring you a dagger for self-defense when I return. Jiang Li scanned these messages with a blank expression. Refined steel sword. He lacked a concrete concept of these words. He looked down at the black iron pot next to him that absorbed heavenly merit. The weight of this pot could flatten the highest peak on Blue Star. He sensed the earth spirit pearl floating within his purple mansion. It contained a trace of the world's original laws, a congenital spiritual treasure. The dimensional difference was too great, completely stripping away the joy of rebuttal. Jiang Li directly closed the panel. Compared to the meaningless bragging in the group, he was more concerned about the law conflicts upon returning to Blue Star. If the power of a celestial immortal in the early stage were released on Blue Star, would it directly shatter that fragile space? Continue to move forward. Jiang Li stood up and transformed into a yellow light burrowing back into the earth. With the aid of the Earth Spirit Pearl, Jiang Li moved through the underground like a fish in water. The humidity of the rock layers ahead suddenly increased, and dense water spiritual energy seeped into the earth veins, continuously washing over his protective yellow light. I've arrived. Jiang Li suppressed the impulse to surge upwards. He mobilized his divine sense, extending it upwards along the direction of the water spiritual energy. Passing through hundreds of feet of rock and mud, a wide view opened up before him. A vast ocean. The surface was not the calm blue of Blue Star. This sea displayed a deep ink green, with every wave containing violent spiritual energy. In the far distance, the surface of the sea suddenly exploded. A colossal octopus measuring 10,000 feet long waved, several tentacles battling a dark golden-scaled black dragon. Gigantic waves rose thousands of feet high. The black dragon unleashed black lightning, while the octopus spewed corrosive ink. The seawater was evaporated and then replenished. Two peak true immortals of the deep sea. Jiang Li quickly severed his divine sense exploration, fearing to alert them. This is the East Sea. The Primordial Chaos East Sea was never a kind place. Although the Dragon Clan had declined, the Four Seas remained their stronghold. The forces of the Demon Clan were also infiltrating here, not to mention the interception from countless cultivators coming to pay respects, along with numerous rogue cultivators. In this place, even a random fish might possess the strength to crush him. Jiang Li was now facing a deadlock. To reach Janeo Island, he must cross the sea. How do I go? Flying over would be suicidal. In the East Sea there is no cover. With his early celestial immortal cultivation level, he would be like a torch in the night sky. If he were to encounter a passing rogue cultivator, or if two big monsters were to duel in the clouds, even the slightest aftermath could turn him to ashes. Water escape is not an option either. He primarily practiced the Tai Ching Golden Core path, which emphasized balance and tranquility. Relying on the system and enlightenment over the past few hundred years, he had perfected earth escape. But he had no accomplishments in water escape. Forcing a water escape in the East Sea filled with sea monsters would be akin to voluntarily walking into a trap. I must deduce a highly sophisticated water escape technique or a method to conceal my presence. Jiang Li summoned the system panel. After 200 years of underground exploration, he still had hundreds of chances left. Deep within the underground spirit crystal vein, Jiang Li steadied himself and summoned the system panel. Enlightenment opportunities 335 times, Dao comprehension opportunities 0 times, merge opportunities 0 times, deduct 200 enlightenment opportunities. Jiang Li issued the command in his mind. The panel values fluctuated wildly. 200 enlightenment opportunities transformed into 20 comprehension opportunities, and then were further compressed and refined into 2 illusory runes radiating primordial purple energy. Merge opportunities 2 times in the primordial chaos. The laws are not lightly transmitted. As a postnatal human with no foundation to survive in the sea filled with monsters, he must possess a trump card that transcends his own realm. Use 1 merge opportunity to comprehend the teachings of Zhen Yuanzi and deduce the method of presence concealment. Boom. Jiang Li's divine sense was forcibly pulled out of his mud pill palace by an irresistible force soaring to new heights. He broke free from the constraints of his physical body and the suppression of the earth veins. At that moment, his perspective aligned with the laws of heaven and earth. The entire primordial land transformed into countless intertwined threads in his eyes. The laws of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth were clearly visible, and the operating trajectories of spiritual energy were laid bare. The memories of Zhen Yuanzi giving teachings at Wuzhuang Temple were forcibly extracted by the system. Those originally obscure and difficult to understand profound sounds of the Dao meant for quasi-saints and great Luo golden immortals were gradually deconstructed. Fragments of rules about the cosmic magnetic field life energy and the five elements concealment surged into Jiang Li's divine sense. Time stood still underground. Decades later the merged state began to wane. Jiang Li opened his eyes, clarity swirling within. It worked. An unnamed method of presence concealment that directly points to the origin took shape in his mind. Jiang Li activated the technique, and the aura on his body instantly collapsed and shrank. The fluctuations of Tai Ching true essence, the pressure of an early celestial immortal, and even the blood aura of a human were all concealed. At that moment, even if a great demon at the level of Tai golden immortal swept by with its divine sense, it would only regard him as an ordinary stone. Jiang Li did not stop decisively, using his second merge opportunity. He locked onto the water path. Another few decades passed. Jiang Li deduced a technique called the water separation technique. Limited by the properties of his Tai Ching Golden Core path and Zhen Yuanzi's Earth path, the water separation technique was not top tier. It could allow him to move freely in the depths of the East Sea, but at an average speed. For escaping, he still had to rely on Earth escape. Jiang Li made his judgment. With the technique perfected, Jiang Li formed the hand seals. The Earth Spirit Pearl emitted a brilliant yellow light, and he broke through the rock strata, surging upwards. On the shore of the East Sea, 3,000 miles from the coastline, there was a continuous stretch of desolate mountains. The spiritual energy here was depleted, vegetation sparse, and very few great demons resided, making it a gathering place for bottom-tier rogue cultivators. Halfway up the mountain, Jiang Li waved his sleeve, splitting the hard rock to create a simple cave dwelling. He firmly suppressed his cultivation level at the newly broken through early celestial immortal stage, changing into a gray cloth robe, disguising himself as a rogue cultivator with no sect. For years passed quietly. During these 4 years, Jiang Li rarely ventured out, occasionally visiting the rogue cultivator market deep in the mountains to exchange supplies and make a few neighbors. One was a turtle immortal with a black-backed old turtle body, and the other was a white ape demon that gained intelligence by consuming spiritual herbs. Both had low cultivation levels, barely reaching the threshold of celestial immortal, but they had survived long enough to be well informed about the situation around the East Sea. Before the cave dwelling, on a stone table, sat 2 jugs of coarse fruit wine. The white ape demon took a gulp, scratching his head and ears. Taoist Jiang, listen to my advice. The waters of the Eastern Sea are too deep. A few days ago, 2 flood dragons of the mystic immortal realm fought over a water palace, and the tsunami they stirred up swept hundreds of lesser demons along the coast into their bloody feast. Jiang Li raised his wine cup and took a sip. Taoist, by though the Eastern Sea is perilous, its opportunities are equally vast. For loose cultivators like us to advance further, we must find a powerful backer. Do you know how one might join the legendary Jia sect? Hearing this, the turtle Taoist immediately set down his cup and shrank his neck. Brother Jiang, speak with caution. The sanctum of a saint. How can wild demons and loose cultivators like us presume to covet it? Jiang Li cupped his hands. I beg you, elder brother, to enlighten me. As he spoke, he slid over a century-old vermilion fruit brimming with pure spiritual energy. The turtle Taoist's eyes lit up at the sight of the fruit. He quickly tucked it into his sleeve and lowered his voice. For the sake of this vermilion fruit, I'll give you the inside scoop. There are only 3 paths to enter Golden Ao Island. First, the benevolent Lord Tontian has decreed that once every 10,000 years he holds a Dao discourse at the island's periphery. Any being who can cross the Eastern Sea alive and reach the discourse waters may be registered as an outer disciple of the Jia sect. Second, if an inner disciple of the Jia sect personally recommends you, you may board the island directly with their token. Third, if your talent is so extraordinary that the Saint Lord takes a liking to you at first glance, he might take you in as a direct disciple. The turtle Taoist sneered. The third path is a pipe dream. As for the second, we can't even catch a glimpse of a Jia sect immortal. And the first, I advise you to abandon. Though the Saint's great Tao accepts all without discrimination and all beings may attend, even so the Saint's lineage is not easily entered. The next discourse is still 4,000 years away. Never mind whether you can survive those 4,000 years. Just consider the Eastern Sea spanning billions of miles, teeming with monstrous sea demons. True immortals and mystic immortals are as numerous as ox hairs. You're merely a heavenly immortal. How do you plan to cross? Jiang Li nodded and thanks, his expression calm. The turtle Taoist and white ape demon finished their wine and departed. Jiang Li sat before the stone table, his fingers tapping lightly against its surface. Of the 3 paths, only the first remains viable. For 1,000 years, to the primordial wilderness, that's merely a moment's nap for a mighty being. These 4,000 years he must lie low on the shores of the Eastern Sea. On one hand, he would accumulate his foundation through the system's yearly enlightenment opportunities. On the other, he would cultivate Zhen Yuanzi's earth element great Tao, striving to push his cultivation to the late heavenly immortal stage, or even its peak. Only with sufficient strength would his chances of crossing the sea improve. Jiang Li rose to his feet, preparing to seal his cave and formally begin a 4th sandier seclusion. At that moment, the clouds in the far distance were suddenly torn apart by a violent force. Boom! A streak of blood-red light plummeted from the heavens, smashing directly into a mountain peak 10 li away. The violent shockwave kicked up a cloud of dust that filled the sky. Jiang Li's brow furrowed slightly as his aura-concealing technique instantly activated to its limit, his body merging into the shadows before his cave. Whoosh! A battered figure burst forth from the bloodlight. It was the white ape demon who had just left. His pristine white fur was now scorched black, his left arm severed at the shoulder, black venomous flames clinging to the wound, frantically devouring his vitality. The white ape demon stumbled and crashed against the formation's light barrier outside Jiang Li's cave, coughing up mouthfuls of blood. Taoist Jiang. Save me. Jiang Li remained unmoved, standing within the formation, without so much as a disrupted breath. Such trouble was none of his concern. Then a piercing, maniacal laugh echoed from the horizon. A massive black cloud pressed down from above. As it dispersed, a black tiger demon over 100 zhang in length was revealed. He transformed into human form, clad in dark iron heavy armor, wielding a 9-ringed great blade wreathed in venomous flames. Peak of the early mystic immortal stage. His oppressive aura was released without restraint, crushing the low-level loose cultivators of the entire mountain range into the ground. The black tiger demon landed before the white ape demon and stomped him into the dirt. Yet his gaze passed over the formation's light barrier, fixing on Jiang Li inside the cave. A mere acquired human, and you dare to cultivate and establish a residence here? The black tiger demon grinned wide, revealing stark, white fangs, saliva dripping from his chin. Jiang Li's expression was blank as he watched through the formation. The black tiger demon raised his 9-ring blade, pointing its tip at Jiang Li. I am a menial servant under Black Cloud, immortal, and outer registered disciple of the Jia sect. Today I am ordered to scour the shores of the Eastern Sea for blood sacrifices and alchemical ingredients. This ape counts as one, and you with your soft, tender human flesh will come along with me too. As he spoke, the black tiger demon tore a pitch-black iron token from his waist. Etched upon it was a single character, Jia, radiating a sharp, sword-like intent. Jiang Li stood at the edge of the formation's light barrier, his gaze locked onto that pitch-black iron token. The character, Jia, blazed with sharpness, containing an unparalleled sword intent that could tear heaven and earth asunder. That was an aura unique to a saint's lineage, impossible to forge. The Turtle Taoist had said that to enter Golden Ao Island for the Tao Discourse, besides waiting 4,000 years for the next 10th Ascendier cycle, the most direct method was to hold a Jia sect token. And this black tiger demon before him, merely a menial servant under a registered disciple, was carrying such a pass token. Jiang Li's mind raced. Today's affair could not be resolved peacefully. This black tiger demon hunting for blood sacrifices would never let him go. There was only one path: kill the demon, silence him, and seize the token. But a vast chasm in cultivation level loomed before him. The black tiger demon was at the peak of early mystic immortal stage with a formidable physique, while he was merely an early heavenly immortal, a full major realm behind. In a direct fight, even with his profound reserves, the ensuing massive fluctuations of spiritual power would surely attract other great demons. Fortunately, he still had one unused system reward, a golden immortal level attack opportunity. It seems this thing is destined to be mine. Jiang Li's gaze was as calm as still water. Seeing that Jiang Li not only refused to kneel, but even dared to deactivate the formation and step out, the black tiger demon was momentarily stunned, then threw his head back and roared with laughter. Humans truly are the most reckless wretches in the primordial wilderness. You dare to look directly upon a Jia sect edict. They'll strip your tendons, flay your skin, and burn your soul as a lamp. The black tiger demon bellowed, his thick legs kicking off with explosive force. The ground collapsed into a pit dozens of zhang deep. His massive form transformed into a streak of black, stinking wind, closing the distance to Jiang Li in an instant. The 9-ringed great blade, wrapped in corrosive, venomous flames, descended upon Jiang Li's head with a ferocious chop. The terrifying pressure of mystic immortal level sucked the very air dry for 10 li in every direction. The white ape demon lying nearby closed his eyes in despair. He knew this human was finished. Facing a strike that fell like a mountain, Jiang Li didn't even raise an eyelid. His right hand remained hidden within the wide sleeve of his Taoist robe, as his divine sense locked directly onto the black tiger demon's brow. Activate. Jiang Li issued the command in his mind. Boom. There was no ear-splitting thunder, only a faint sound of space tearing. A blinding beam of golden light burst forth from Jiang Li's fingertip. Though the golden light appeared slender, it contained a golden immortal level destructive force that could make heaven and earth lose their luster. The instant the light appeared, the black tiger demon's maniacal grin froze solid on his face. His pupils contracted sharply. The instinct of a great demon told him he was facing an unprecedented, overwhelming terror of life and death, an absolute crushing force that transcended his very level of existence. Gold. The black tiger demon could only utter half a syllable. The golden light silently pierced through the venomous flames, through the 9-ringed great blade, through the dark iron heavy armor, and finally bored straight through the black tiger demon's brow. No blood sprayed. No limbs scattered. Under the scouring of golden immortal laws, the Black Tiger Demon's steel-hard body, along with the primordial spirit within his purple mansion, vaporized in an instant like residual snow under a blazing sun. Not even a wisp of ash remained. Clang! The nine-earing broadsword, now without a master, fell heavily to the ground and broke into two pieces. Beside it, the pitch-black iron plate of the Jia sect lost its support and plummeted to the earth. Jiang Li raised his hand and summoned an invisible giant hand made of Taiching true essence to steadily grasp the iron plate in his palm. Cold, heavy, and laced with a hint of salty seawater. Jiang Li flipped his hand and stored the iron plate in his purple mansion, then turned to look at the white ape demon on the ground. The white ape demon was already heavily injured, with poison flames attacking its heart. The previous strike from the golden immortal, though Jiang Li had tried to control its range, still released a trace of pressure that directly shattered the white ape demon's heart vein. The ape demon's eyes widened, staring fixedly in Jiang Li's direction. Its breath had ceased. He spared himself the effort. Jiang Li felt no sympathy. He quickly urged the earth spirit pearl, and a yellow light swept across the ground. The fragments of the Black Tiger broadsword were collected into his storage bag, and the bloodstains and battle pits on the ground were all covered by the power of the earth vein. Finally, he struck with his palm, completely collapsing the simple cave dwelling he had inhabited for 4 years. Without any hesitation, Jiang Li's body glowed with a yellow halo, and he merged into the hard rock, speeding down 2,000 zhang into the earth. Deep within the earth vein, Jiang Li carved out a narrow space, barely big enough for one person. Sitting cross-legged, Jiang Li let out a long sigh of turbid air. The brief clash just now was extremely short, yet allowed for not the slightest mistake. He extended his divine sense into his purple mansion, wrapping around the Black Jia sect iron plate. It retained the faint spiritual imprint of the Black Tiger Demon. Jiang Li mobilized Taiching true essence, and with a fierce twist, the imprint instantly shattered. Following that, his divine sense smoothly penetrated into the interior of the iron plate. There were no complex formations, only a domineering and pure upper clear, true chi, along with a massive sea map imprinted with divine sense. On the sea map, countless blue light points marked numerous islands and reefs in the East Sea. At the very core of the map, there was a massive island radiating dazzling golden light. That was the main base of the Jia sect, Janeo Island. Moreover, after careful investigation, Jiang Li discovered that the true function of this iron plate was this upper clear, true chi. As long as it was worn, the iron plate would emit a unique aura belonging to the outer sect of the Jia sect. No wonder a mere errand boy at the early stage of true immortal dares to act arrogantly by the East Sea. This plate is the best talisman for protection. Jiang Li held the iron plate, his heart steady. With this sea map for guidance and the protection of its aura, he no longer needed to wait for 4,000 years. Time is of the essence. I must cross the sea immediately. Jiang Li activated the earth escape technique, quickly burrowing upwards. When he reached the juncture between the seabed rock layer and the seawater, he stowed the earth spirit pearl and swiftly formed hand seals. The water separation technique was in operation. The gray Dao robe on Jiang Li's body moved of its own accord without wind. His body gradually became transparent, merging perfectly with the surrounding deep waters, transforming into a barely perceptible undercurrent. He hung the Jia sect iron plate at his waist. A faint yet extremely domineering upper clear, true chi enveloped him entirely. Jiang Li exerted his legs, propelling himself like an arrow shot from a bow, plunging into the cold and turbulent waters of the East Sea. The scene in the sea left Jiang Li secretly astonished. Less than 100 zhang down, he saw a deep-sea magic whale over 1,000 zhang long swimming by. The dark current raised by the whale's breath alone was comparable to a level 12 hurricane on Blue Star. This magic whale evidently possessed the cultivation of a late true immortal. The magic whale's crimson giant eye swept across the waters where Jiang Li was located. Just as it prepared to open its massive mouth to devour this burst of spiritual energy, it sensed the upper clear, true chi emitted by the iron plate at Jiang Li's waist. A trace of human-like caution flashed in the magic whale's eyes as it suddenly flicked its tail and turned to dive deeper into the abyss. Effective. Jiang Li felt assured in his heart. The Jia sect's dominance in this maritime domain exceeded his imagination. As long as he did not encounter those bloodthirsty lunatics or extremely high-level Tai golden immortals, this plate was enough to ensure his smooth passage. Following the guidance of the sea map, Jiang Li pushed the water separation technique to its extreme, dashing at full speed towards Janeo Island. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. Jiang Li traversed countless miles in the deep sea, avoiding dozens of lethal underwater whirlpools and several groups of patrolling demonic soldiers. At the end of his line of sight, the color of the sea began to change. 3,000 miles ahead, a massive island unfathomable by sight floated on the surface of the sea. Countless stars slowly revolved around the edge of the island, pouring down heavy streams of chaotic aura. The sky was no longer a reflection of the sea, but was tightly enveloped by an intertwining glow of azure purple and golden light. Saint's Dojo upper clear celestial light. The pitch-black iron plate hanging at Jiang Li's waist began to tremble wildly, the character Jia on its surface shining with piercing brilliance, the upper clear true qi within rejoicing and urging him to move forward immediately. Yet he did not advance another inch. I cannot enter. Jiang Li's gaze was extremely calm. The temptation was great, yet his mind was frighteningly clear. This iron plate belonged to the Black Tiger demon, containing the aura imprint of that demon's errand boy. Although the Jia sect claimed to be inclusive, welcoming all immortals, the island's protective formation was a primordial array laid down by the celestial master himself. Under the operation of the formation causality, chi mechanisms, bloodlines, and souls, everything illusory could not escape detection. As a human holding the demon's pass attempting to infiltrate the saint's dojo, the concealment technique may fool the loose cultivators of the East Sea or the patrolling demonic soldiers, but it would absolutely not deceive the means of a saint. Once he stepped into the range covered by the formation, if the formation's spirit sensed a mismatch between the aura and the token, the ensuing consequence would surely be a sword chi capable of reducing even a great Luo golden immortal to ashes. Jiang Li quickly stuffed the iron plate deep into his purple mansion. The Taiching true essence surged forcibly, severing the connection between the iron plate and Janeo Island. Retreat. Without the slightest hesitation, Jiang Li turned, and following the current he came from swiftly retreated. Since borrowing an identity was not feasible, he would take the first route to wait for the grand lecture in 4,000 years. These 4,000 years would be spent absorbing spiritual energy around the periphery of Janeo Island. The concentration of primordial spiritual energy here was 100 times stronger than that by the East Sea, making it an excellent place for seclusion. Taking a breath, he exited a distance of 80,000 miles. Jiang Li stopped in a continuous underwater volcanic region. The terrain here was intricate, the currents furious, and very few sea demons ventured into this area. He activated the Earth Spirit Pearl, transforming into a yellow light that directly plunged into the base of a dormant volcano. After descending 3,000 zhang upon reaching the hard and hot core, Jiang Li carved out a stone chamber measuring 10 zhang in radius. With a flick of his fingers, dozens of Taiching runes embedded into the surrounding rock walls, thoroughly sealing off the aura of this place. After completing all this, Jiang Li sat cross-legged. Before his retinas, a translucent panel that only he could see suddenly lit up. The blood-red countdown numbers 00958 00957, the 10-year Secret Realm exploration deadline, had only the icon for the Heavenly Secret Realm chat group blinked at an extreme frequency, and the number of unread messages in the upper right corner instantly surpassed 100,000. Jiang Li casually clicked on it. The survivors in the group erupted into frenzied cheers. Wangteng Whitehorse Secret Realm, huh? Only 10 minutes left. I survived. Everyone just now. An elder from the Thunder Hall personally bestowed upon me a small pill of restoration. After spending half a year in the Secret Realm, I have completely opened my run and do meridians, stepping into the realm of postnatal warriors. Classmate, Aetian Secret Realm. Damn. Postnatal warrior. Wang Xiao is amazing. I've heard that postnatal warriors can punch through half-meter thick red brick walls. Wang Tung, half-meter red bricks. Now with a single punch, I possess 1,000 gene of strength. Once we return to Jiangnan City, no first-tier demon beast like the Gale Wolf will stand a chance against my palm. Su Muqing, Aetian Secret Realm. Congratulations, Wang Xiao. My master also taught me the Amei introductory sword technique. Now with my Qinggang sword in hand, I should have no problem facing 2 first-tier demon beasts. After returning to Blue Star, we will finally no longer have to live in fear. Wang Tong, no problem. Once we are back in Jiangnan City, I will protect you. As for Jiang Li, who chose the Primordial Secret Realm, he is probably still hiding somewhere. Jiang Li looked at these words and smirked. 1,000 gene of strength. Half-meter red bricks. Killing a first-tier demon beast with a single slap. He lowered his head to glance at his purple palace. There floated a black iron pot weighing 10,000 gene, absorbing the merits of the Heavenly Dao, and a primordial spiritual treasure, the Earth Spirit Pearl, containing the essence of earthly laws. He casually mobilized a trace of mana within him. The oppressive force of the early celestial immortal stage leaked slightly within the stone chamber, and the surrounding volcanic rock, reinforced by formations and as hard as steel, instantly turned into fine dust without a sound. 1,000 gene of strength in his eyes was hardly anything compared to a gentle breeze. The dimensional gap was too vast, even rebutting it seemed absurd. Jiang Li closed the panel. His current focus was entirely on the impending return. The physical body and mana of the celestial immortal realm had already transformed into a non-material substance. Could that fragile world of Blue Star, which could be dominated by even 4th-tier demon beasts, truly withstand his descent? What if upon landing he accidentally caused the Jiangnan City plate to sink? Jiang Li took a deep breath and began to fully operate the breath-holding technique, forcefully suppressing his early celestial immortal realm. With the perfection of the Earth Immortal stage, the early Earth Immortal stage, and the Qi refining stage transforming into the spirit, he finally suppressed his aura to the level of an ordinary mortal, without even a hint of spiritual energy leaking out. Time passed second by second. At the same time in Blue Star Jiangling City of the Xia Nation, the sky presented a bizarre dark red hue. Continuous dark clouds pressed down on the entire city, and the shrill sound of air raid sirens echoed hoarsely amidst the heavy rain. On the 5th-meter-high alloy city wall, there were corpses and burning mech fragments everywhere. Boom! A giant raging ape over 30 meters tall and covered in pitch-black scales smashed its fist against the heavy city gate. The steel-forged city gate caved inward, creating a massive fist imprint, the ear-piercing sound of metal fracturing echoing far and wide. Hold on. The city wall cannot break. Commander Chu Chantian of Jiangnan City gripped the serrated alloy battle blade with one arm, breathing heavily. His lungs wheezed like a bellows, each breath exuding a strong scent of blood. Outside the city wall, the third-turtle quaking ape roared at the sky. Its thick arms raised high, it smashed down heavily on the cracked steel city gate. Boom! The 50-meter-high alloy city wall shook violently, and over a dozen wrist-thick cracks opened up. Several soldiers stationed on the city wall lost their balance, screaming as they fell into the tide of beasts outside the city, instantly torn to shreds by the swarming low-tier demon beasts. Fire! Heavy artillery positions, don't stop. Push it back from the city gate. Chu Chantian wiped the blood from his face and shouted angrily. Intense artillery fire rained down on the raging ape. Flames shot into the sky. Only a few white marks were left on the black scales of the raging ape. The physical defense of a 4th-tier demon beast had long since become immune to conventional firearms. Chu Chantian bit down on his back molars filled with bitterness. He was a grandmaster. His vitality surged forth, able to condense a layer of substantial qi on his surface. In the entirety of the Xia Nation, grandmasters were rare. But so what? A single ordinary 4th-tier demon beast required at least 2 grandmasters working together to barely hold it back. To slay it, a formation of 3 to 4 grandmasters was needed. Normally, with 3 grandmasters stationed in Jiangling City, they could manage. But 3 days ago, the other 2 grandmasters received a top-level military order and urgently went to Modu to carry out a confidential mission, claiming that they discovered an ancient relic that might trigger a beast tide. Before leaving, they said they would be back within 3 days at most. Who would have thought that on the last day of this window, a 4th-tier quaking ape would bring tens of thousands of demon beasts upriver, directly threatening Jiangling City? Chu Chantian was alone, having fought desperately for 2 hours. His left arm was broken by the ape's slap, and his true energy was nearly depleted. The raging ape seemed to grow weary of the artillery's disturbance. It suddenly turned its head, its crimson eyes fixated on the gap in the city wall where Chu Chantian stood. The instincts of the demon beast told it that as long as it tore apart this human, the city would become a feast of slaughter. The raging ape's legs bent, causing the ground beneath to collapse substantially. Its massive body launched into the air, using the recoil, leaping to a height of 50 meters. Its giant paws came together, crashing down towards Chu Chantian. The air was compressed by the violent force, producing a piercing sonic boom. Commander, get out of the way. The adjutant's eyes bulged. Get out of the way. Chu Chantian smiled bitterly. Behind him were millions of unarmed civilians in Jiangling City. Once the city wall fell, it would become a hell on earth. Beast! Chu Chantian squeezed out the last trace of true energy from his dantian. His severed arm burst with blood scabs and blood gushed out. Holding the knife with one hand, the blade erupted with dazzling crimson qi. He leaped up to meet the descending raging ape, delivering a peak grandmaster strike against the 4th-tier demon beast. The knife's qi clashed with the giant paw in midair. There was no stalemate. The crimson knife's qi lasted less than a second before shattering to pieces. The alloy battle blade broke into several segments. The raging ape's giant paw with its residual force heavily struck Chu Changshan's chest. The protective qi shattered. Chu Changtian, like a kite with a broken string, crashed into the streets behind the city wall, plowing a deep trench over 100 meters long on the asphalt road, finally crashing into a 3-story shop, his fate unknown. Commander! The defenders erupted into desperate screams. The raging ape landed steadily on the city wall, its immense weight collapsing an entire section of the wall. It beat its chest, releasing a deafening roar. The city has fallen. The tide of beasts surged into the streets like a flood breaching a dam. At the same time, in the White Horse Secret Realm, Wang Teng stood in a training ground surrounded by several corpses of bandits. He withdrew his fist, looking at the blood on his knuckles, his lips curving into a mad grin. This is the power of a postnatal warrior. So strong. He opened the panel, watching the numbers flashing above. 00005, countdown, 5 seconds remaining. The chat group was still going crazy. Su Muching, see you on Blue Star. I've got a sword that can cut through iron like mud. Once we return, we'll team up to hunt demon beasts in the wilderness and make a fortune. No problem. With me around Jiangling City, we'll walk proudly in the future. 0.0 the 1-month period is up. Secret Realm exploration ins. Teleportation back begins. The sensation of dizziness vanished in an instant. Jiang Li opened his eyes. The school auditorium. The rules of the secret realm of the heavens dictate that one returns from where one entered. At the same time, bursts of white light flashed within the auditorium as hundreds of surviving students materialized in succession. Ha! I Wang Tung have returned. A loud, arrogant laugh erupted within the auditorium as Wang Tung, clad in martial attire, slammed his hand onto the armrest of his seat. Bang! The wooden armrest shattered into pieces under the force of a postnatal warrior's internal energy, sending wood splinters flying. Su Muqing tightly grasped a blue steel longsword and let out a deep breath. She looked at her hands, feeling the warm flow of true qi within her body. She had survived and brought back the Ame sword technique. The two exchanged glances, seeing the ambition and excitement in each other's eyes. Yet this excitement lasted barely half a second. Jiang Li was sitting not far away. He had not fully adapted to the environment of Blue Star. In the primordial era, he had kept his celestial true essence in a state of high operation to guard against great demons. In that 1/10th of a second during his return, he did not have the time to completely suppress his early-stage celestial cultivation. A mere trace of extremely faint celestial aura drifting just outside his pores brushed against the air of Blue Star. Creak. The space within half a meter around Jiang Li emitted a sound that made one's teeth ache as fine black cracks appeared in the air. The spatial barrier of Blue Star could not bear the weight of non-material substances. This aura, which Jiang Li himself considered negligible, surged forth through the cracks in space, explosively dispersing at a speed surpassing light. Silently, it swept over Class 37 of the third year across Jiangnan City's first high school and throughout the entire Jiangnan Jinling region. Outside the city walls, a 30-meter-high, earth-shaking mad ape was looking up, preparing to unleash a victorious roar. Its crimson eyes were fixated on the distant streets, filled with thoughts of the impending blood feast. In the next moment, the mad ape's gaping maw froze. Its proud fourth-tier beast body, capable of withstanding heavy artillery, let out a series of explosive sounds. Bones shattered, muscles tore. A terrifying pressure surpassing all levels of life and imbued with the vastness of ancient primordial chaos descended from the heavens. Bang! The third turtle giant ape didn't even have the chance to struggle. It was forcefully pressed into the muddy blood below, creating a deep pit. Its eyeballs bulged out and black blood gushed from its 7 orifices. Its heart nearly stopped beating in its chest, and it lost control of its bowels. This was not merely a suppression of strength. This was the absolute crushing of dimensions and life loss. Outside the city walls, the thousands of onsamanic bloodthirsty beasts, whether first-tier gale wolves or third-tier bloodthirsty tigers. In the same second, all 4 limbs dropped to the ground. Some low-tier beasts didn't even have time to cry out. Their innards were shattered by this overwhelming majesty, causing them to die on the spot. The surviving beasts buried their heads deep in the soil, their breathing completely halted. Amidst the ruins of the city walls, the commander Chu Changtian, with one arm severed and barely clinging to life, struggled to open his eyes. He looked at the scene before him, his brain completely lost its capacity for thought. The 4th-tier overlord, who had just been flaunting his power, now lay like a dead dog, twitching in the muddy water. The beast tied across the mountains and plains fell silent, not a sound to be heard. The dark red clouds above Jinling City were instantly blown away by this invisible aura, revealing piercing sunlight. What happened? Chu Changtian coughed up a mouthful of blood, staring blankly at the sky. In Class 37 of the third year, Wang Tung's wild laughter caught in his throat. He felt a ringing in his head, as if a mountain had directly crashed onto his spine. Thud! Wang Tung's knees buckled heavily, kneeling on the ground covered in wood splinters. His kneecaps hit the ground, producing a crisp sound. Su Muqing could barely hold onto her sword, and the blue steel sword clattered to the ground. She collapsed onto the floor, her face pale, struggling to breathe. The feeling of power that had just expanded was crushed under this nameless terror. Jiang Li furrowed his brow. He immediately activated the concealing breath technique. He forcefully pulled back that trace of celestial true essence to his purple mansion. All the pores in his body completely sealed. The magical power in his meridians ceased to flow, locked tightly deep within his dantian. Earth immortal completion. Qi refining into spirit. Mortal. In less than half a breath, the aura surrounding Jiang Li completely receded. He transformed into an ordinary high school student, devoid of any spiritual fluctuations. The creaking spatial cracks quickly healed. The laws of heaven and earth and Blue Star finally breathed a sigh of relief, restoring everything to its original state. The terrifying weight that loomed over everyone vanished. Huff! Huff! Wang Tung gasped heavily, his entire body soaked in cold sweat. He supported himself on the ground, his eyes filled with terror. What is going on? Did I go into a trance? Is there a flaw in the inner skill of the Thunder Hall? Wang Tung wiped the sweat from his face and struggled to stand up. Su Muqing also stood up, leaning against the wall, picking up the blue steel sword from the ground, her hands still trembling uncontrollably. It should be, because it's the first time returning from the secret realm of the heavens. The body is still not adapted. Jiang Li sat in the corner, ignoring the reactions of others in the classroom. His divine sense had already enveloped the entire Jinling City in an instant. 1/3 of the 50-meter high alloy city wall had collapsed. Tens of thousands of beasts lay outside the city walls. The commander of Jiangnan City, named Chu Changtian, had fractured ribs and massive internal bleeding, with vital signs rapidly fading. Although that trace of pressure had caused the beasts to lose their ability to act temporarily, as Jiang Li contained his aura, the fourth-tier, earth-shaking mad ape was slowly regaining its senses in the mud pit. Its eyes filled with horror, but upon realizing that the power had vanished, its bloodthirsty instincts regained dominance. The mad ape struggled to rise. Once it regained its mobility, without a great master to oversee Jiangling City, would turn into a slaughterhouse within 10 minutes. It had to be dealt with. Jiang Li stood up, smoothing out his somewhat wrinkled clothes. Jiang Li, a voice tinged with surprise and disdain rang out. Wang Teng turned his head and saw Jiang Li walking out from the corner. The earlier suffocating sensation embarrassed him, and now seeing Jiang Li, he desperately needed to regain some sense of superiority. You're really not dead. Wang Teng scrutinized Jiang Li from head to toe. There was no fluctuation of true energy, and he wore nothing but the school uniform he had on when he entered. I heard that the Primordial Secret Realm is a place where one dies without exception. You kid must have been lucky, probably found a crevice to hide in for a whole month right after landing. Wang Teng sneered, clenching his fists. The internal energy of his postnatal warrior body flowed within him again, restoring his confidence. You can escape the first day of the new year, but not the 15th. What does it matter if you've returned to Blue Star? As a mere mortal, how will you survive in this world? Su Muqing also looked over. She observed Jiang Li's ordinary appearance, a hint of disappointment flashing in her eyes. Jiang Li, the world has changed. Without power, you can only remain at the bottom. Su Muqing's tone was cold. Jiang Li did not even lift his eyelids. He stepped toward the classroom door. The monsters outside the city have begun to gather again, and he has no time to listen to two ants chattering here. This dismissive attitude ignited Wang Teng's fury. In the White Horse Secret Realm, he served tea and water to the elders of the Thunder Hall. After finally becoming a postnatal warrior and returning to Blue Star, he was ready to enjoy the adoration of his entire class, even the whole school. But a waste dares to disregard him. Stop! I'm talking to you, are you deaf? Wang Teng shouted sharply. He forcefully pushed off from the ground with his right leg, his figure darting out like a leopard. The speed of a postnatal warrior exploded as he extended his right hand, his fingers curling into claws accompanied by a howling wind directly grasping towards Jiang Li's shoulder. Let me show you what the strength of a postnatal warrior is. Oh. Before he could finish his sentence, Wang Teng's fingers touched Jiang Li's shoulder. Jiang Li did not dodge. He didn't even activate his protective true energy. Yet the indestructible attribute of the celestial body meant that even if Jiang Li were asleep, he remained in existence that the laws of heaven and earth could not shake. Wang Teng's proud thousand-gene power crashed against Jiang Li's shoulder like an egg smashing against Mount Buzhou at supersonic speed. Crack! The crisp sound of bones breaking echoed through the classroom. Wang Teng's 5 fingers instantly snapped, pressing against the back of his hand. Immediately afterward, a terrifying recoil surged back along his arm. Bang! The sleeve of Wang Teng's entire right arm exploded. His muscles tore, and the ulna and radius shattered into dozens of pieces protruding from his flesh. Blood sprayed forth. Wang Teng flew backward at a speed 10 times faster than when he came. He crashed heavily into the blackboard at the back of the classroom, creating a large dent, and then slid down to the ground like a broken doll. Oh, my hand! My hand! Wang Teng clutched his twisted and deformed right arm, rolling frantically on the ground, letting out a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. The room fell silent. Su Muqing, holding her sword, froze, her eyes wide with disbelief as she stared at the scene. What just happened? Jiang Li didn't even return a strike, and Wang Teng's arm was completely shattered. The other students gasped in shock, retreating, looking at Jiang Li as if they had seen a ghost. Jiang Li stopped. He turned his head and calmly glanced at Wang Teng on the ground. There was no mockery, no anger, only indifference, as if he were looking at a stone on the ground. This gaze caused Wang Teng, writhing in pain, to instantly stop his screams, as if his throat were filled with shards of glass, unable to utter a single word. If you want to act, make sure to choose your target wisely. Jiang Li withdrew his gaze and continued to walk outside. His footsteps echoed in the empty corridor. The auditorium was dead silent, with only Wang Teng's wretched screams reverberating in the air. Several students swallowed hard, pressing their bodies against the wall, afraid of obstructing Jiang Li's path. Su Muqing dropped her Qing steel sword and ran to Wang Teng's side. She grabbed his arm, trying to stop the bleeding. The moment she touched the flesh, her fingers stiffened. Underneath the flesh, there was no bony texture, only a mass of mushy fragments. This was the result of the veins and bones being completely shattered. The inner energy that Thunder Hall prided itself on had failed to leave even a trace within Wang Teng's body. This is impossible. Su Muqing collapsed to the ground. She looked up towards the door. Sunlight poured in, and Jiang Li's silhouette merged into the light and shadow, not pausing for even half a second. He pushed open the heavy glass door of the auditorium. The air outside was mixed with a strong smell of gunpowder and blood. Jiangnan First High School's campus was desolate, with most teachers and students still hiding in the underground shelters during the Beast Tide alarm. Jiang Li walked along the tree-lined path, his pace not fast, even carrying a hint of leisurely strolling. His divine sense was always locked on the breach in the city wall 50 kilometers away. Just now, when he forcibly withdrew the pressure of the celestial being, the 30-meter-tall, earth-shaking savage ape broke free from the brief moment of near-death fear. At this moment the savage ape shook its massive head, and a more frenzied brutality erupted in its crimson eyes. It thought that the suffocating feeling just now was merely the deterrence of some high-frequency weapon. It took a step with its sturdy legs crushing the collapsed bricks of the city wall. In the ruins, Chu Changtian lay on his back. His left arm was severed at the root, and his chest caved in. In his line of sight, the massive foot of the savage ape loomed down like a dark cloud. In the end, we still can't hold it. Chu Changtian grinned, blood foaming at his mouth. The surrounding guards were frantically pulling the triggers. Heavy machine gun bullets hit the savage ape's dark scales, causing only a few sparks to fly, without leaving a single white mark. Despair spread across every soldier's face. On the tree-lined path of the campus, Jiang Li stopped. He stood under a sturdy camphor tree. There was no one around, as the surveillance cameras had cut off civilian power when the alarm was triggered. Jiang Li glanced at the dark clouds in the sky. It's so noisy. He raised his right hand, bringing his index and middle fingers together, casually forming a basic sword gesture. During the 400 years he spent in seclusion by the eastern sea of the primordial era, he had idly deduced a fragment of the Shangqing sword art. For the celestial body, the space of blue star was as fragile as a layer of thin paper. He tightly locked his immense magical power in his dantian, only extracting 1/10,000,000th of his true energy, forcing it out through his fingertips. A faint golden glow formed at his fingertips. Jiang Li aimed at the direction of the city wall 50 kilometers away and waved his hand. The golden light shot out. There was no deafening sonic boom, nor any earth-shattering momentum. This beam of golden light did not even cause any disturbance in the surrounding air, directly merging into emptiness and disappearing. Jiang Li lowered his hand, adjusted the cuffs of his school uniform, and continued walking towards the school gate. 50 kilometers away at the northern defense line of Jinling City, the savage ape's foot was less than 3 meters away from Chu Changshan's face. The foul-smelling gale made it impossible for Chu Changtian to open his eyes. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. Without warning, the sky suddenly lit up with a golden light. This light was as thin as a thread, yet bright enough to blind everyone instantly. It crossed the spatial distance and directly appeared above the earth-shaking savage ape. From top to bottom it flashed past. The savage ape's downward step abruptly halted. Its crimson eyes instantly lost all color, and its massive body froze in midair. A gentle breeze swept across the battlefield. Sizzle, a sound reminiscent of tearing fabric, echoed. The 30-meter-high, earth-shaking savage ape had a straight line of blood appear from the center of its brow. The bloodline continued downward, piercing through its throat-chest cavity until it reached between its legs. Then, in the shocked gaze of hundreds of soldiers, this fourth-tier beast overlord's massive body evenly split apart. Boom, boom. The two massive halves of the corpse crashed heavily into the ruins on either side of the city wall. The entrails, mixed with black, boiling blood, poured down like a waterfall, drenching the charred earth. There was no struggle, no roar. It was a single fatal strike. The cut was smooth as a mirror. Whether it was the indestructible dark scales or the bones harder than alloy, they offered no resistance against this golden light. But this was not the end. The golden light, having cut through the savage ape, maintained its momentum and plunged straight into the earth. In the midst of the densely packed beast tied outside the city, a chasm over 10 kilometers long suddenly appeared. The chasm was 100 meters wide and bottomless. Thousands of low-tier beasts that stood in the path of this chasm had no chance to scream, instantly turning into molecular dust within the sword energy. The originally crowded and frenzied beast tide was forcibly plowed out of vacuum zone in the middle. The land at the edges of the chasm showed a crystallized, glazed appearance. Dead silence. Whether it was the defenders on the city walls or the surviving demonic beasts outside, all were frozen in place. An instinctual terror deep within their souls gripped the beasts. The next second the beast tide collapsed. The remaining beasts tucked their tails, whimpering in fright, as they fled madly towards the distant wilderness. They scrambled and trampled over each other. In less than a minute, the beast tide that had besieged the city retreated completely. Chu Changtian lay between the two halves of the giant ape's corpse, staring blankly at the sky that had cleared above him. After a long while, he swallowed a mouthful of blood with difficulty and struggled to sit up. He turned to look at the smooth bone at the ape's severed edge, then at the terrifying chasm over a dozen kilometers long outside the city. His mind went completely blank. What kind of technique is this? Chu Changshan's voice trembled. A grandmaster. Don't be ridiculous. Even if you gathered all the grandmasters in Xia country and drained them of their protective chi, they couldn't carve out a chasm like this stretching over 10 kilometers. Has a hidden pinnacle expert made a move, eh? His adjutant scrambled over to Chu Changtian, still clutching his broken rifle, his face deathly pale. Crackle. The military communicator at Chu Changshan's waist emitted a harsh static noise. A urgent voice from the command center came through. Commander, what's the situation over there? The satellite just detected an unanalyzable high-energy fluctuation. The energy level exceeded our detection limits, and the instruments burned out 3 units. Chu Chantian took a deep breath, forcing his wildly pounding heart to calm. The beast tide has retreated. The Earthshaker ape is dead. There was a moment of silence on the other end, followed by an incredulous exclamation. Dead? How did it die? It was split in 2 by a single sword strike. Chu Chantian stared at the blood on the ground. Who did it? Which war god has arrived? Chu Chantian looked up towards the direction of Jiang Li City. That was where the golden light had originated. I don't know. Investigate. Immediately retrieve all functioning surveillance cameras in the city. Focus on tracing the source of that energy fluctuation. Whoever this senior is, find him at all costs. Chu Chantian bit the tip of his tongue, using the pain to stimulate his nerves and prevent himself from passing out. Also send the signal of Jiang Li City's crisis resolution to the Yanjing General Military Region. Report the appearance of a divine realm expert. Jiangnan City No. 1 High School Southgate. Jiang Li strolled leisurely along the campus avenue. The images relayed back by his divine sense were quite satisfactory. By holding back his strength, he had just eliminated the troublesome beasts without causing any major geological shifts. This swordsmanship, he had casually comprehended, was indeed effective. Jiang Li's steps were light. The streets of Jiangnan City were in a mess. The beast tide alarm had just been lifted, and people were still in the bomb shelters. Shop windows on both sides of the road were shattered, and vehicles were scattered haphazardly on the ground. Jiang Li stopped at a traffic light intersection. He looked down at his shoes. The soles were completely worn flat. He hadn't controlled his strength properly earlier. The physical body of an immortal was too powerful. Even with all his magical power sealed, his bodis density and mass far exceeded the bearing capacity of Blue Star. With each step he took, the asphalt on the road sank an inch. Jiang Li mobilized his divine sense. He activated the concealment method to its limits, not only sealing his magic power, but also forcibly compressing his bodis weight within his bones. He took another step. The asphalt remained intact. Jiang Li nodded in satisfaction and headed home, following the route in his memory. Jiangnan City First Hospital. Top floor emergency center. Bang! The door to the resuscitation room was kicked open. Wang Defa burst into the corridor wearing a custom suit with his tie pulled loose. 2 black-suited bodyguards followed behind him, emanating the true chi fluctuations of Hotian martial artists. The director of the emergency department walked out sweating profusely. Wang Defa grabbed the director by the collar. How is my son? Wang Defa's voice was low. The director struggled to breathe, clutching Wang Defa's wrist with both hands. President Wang, let go. Your son's life is out of danger, but his right hand is ruined. Wang Defa's hand trembled, and he released the director. What do you mean ruined? The director straightened his white coat, his expression grave. Comminuted fracture. But that's not entirely accurate. The bones, tendons, and meridians from the palm to the wrist are all severed. Unless we amputate and install a mechanical prosthetic. Or, the director paused, glancing at the bodyguards behind Wang Defa. Or use rare herbs brought back from high-level secret realms. Ordinary medicine won't work. Wang Defa's facial muscles twitched. He stared intently at the closed door of the resuscitation room. Wang Tong was his most valued son. To enter the White Horse Secret Realm and connect with the Jiangnan Thunderclap sect, how much money had the Wang family spent? He had hoped Wang Tong would return, having mastered his skills, and lead the Wang family to greater heights in Jiangnan City. Now his hand was ruined. How could he practice the Thunderclap sect's blade and fist techniques? Wang Defa pulled a palm-sized wooden box from an inner pocket of his suit. The box was dark purple-black and emitted a faint medicinal fragrance. This is the Black Jade Continuation Ointment I acquired from the Etian Secret Realm for 300 million. Wang Defa slapped the box onto the director's chest. Take it. Use it with your surgery, and make sure you save his hand. If you don't, I'll tear down your hospital. The director caught the box, nodded repeatedly, and turned to rush back into the resuscitation room. Wang Defa walked to the rest area at the end of the corridor and sat down on a sofa. The 2 bodyguards stood behind him. Found out anything? Wang Defa lit a cigar and blew out a puff of smoke. The bodyguard on the left stepped forward and handed him a report. We've investigated. The surveillance in the auditorium lost power due to the beast attack, so there's no recording. But we found several students who were present. Su Muqing is outside. Bring her in, Wang Defa said. The bodyguard opened the door. Su Muqing entered with her head lowered. She still held the green steel sword in her hand, her clothes stained with dust. Seeing Wang Defa, she flinched. Uncle Wang. Wang Defa pointed to the chair opposite him. Sit. Tell me what happened. Su Muqing didn't sit. She took a deep breath, recalling the scene in the auditorium. Wang Tong wanted to teach Jiang Li a lesson. He went over to grab Jiang Li's shoulder. Jiang Li didn't dodge, nor did he fight back. The moment Wang Tong touched him, his arm shattered completely, and he was sent flying over 10 meters. Wang Defa's hand holding the cigar stopped midair. Jiang Li didn't fight back. No. Su Muqing shook her. He didn't even move. There was no true chi fluctuation from him at all. He's just an ordinary person. Wang Defa fell silent. Cigar ash fell onto the carpet. He waved his hand. The bodyguard led Su Muqing out. The corridor fell silent again. Wang Defa took out an encrypted phone and dialed a number. Old son, help me look into someone. Jiang Li Class 7, Grade 12, Jiangling City No. 1 High School. The sound of keyboard clacking came from the other end of the line. A few seconds later, Old Son's voice came through. Can't find anything. This kid's file is encrypted by the military. Level clearance. Wang Defa's expression changed. Name your price. It's not about money. Level files touching them gets people killed. 50 million. I just need to know which secret realm he entered. Wang Defa made a direct offer. There was silence on the line for over 10 seconds. Transfer the money to my overseas account. Give me a moment. 3 minutes later, Wang Defa's phone received a self-destructing message. It contained only a few short lines. Jiang Li. Entered SS level unnameable, forbidden land, primordial desolation. Survived 30 days. Returned this morning. Wang Defa stared at the message, the veins on the back of his hand bulging. Wang Defa looked at the text message, the veins on the back of his hand bulging. The Primordial Secret Realm. For 10 years, countless talented individuals and powerful beings from Blue Star had perished within. The American consortium sent in 100,000 troops and 3 grandmasters, none of whom survived for more than 5 minutes. And now a high school student without any martial arts foundation had entered and returned unscathed after a month. Not only did he return, but he also managed to shatter the arm of a postnatal martial artist without retaliating. Wang Defa crushed his phone in his grip. A logical chain quickly formed in his mind. Jiang Li exhibited no fluctuations of true energy, indicating he had not obtained any martial arts inheritance and was still an ordinary person. The Primordial Secret Realm is filled with powerful demons. An ordinary person like Jiang Li could not possibly defeat those demonic beasts. He must have immediately found a hidden place to conceal himself. And that hidden place was likely to be a relic of an ancient powerhouse. Jiang Li found a protective treasure within. Such a treasure does not require its owner to activate it. It automatically rebounds against any attack. Wang Teng's arm was shattered by that protective treasure. Lucky kid, Wang Defa sneered. Innocent bystanders suffer when a treasure is involved. An ordinary person walking the streets with a primordial treasure. This was a chance sent by heaven to the Wang family. If that treasure could easily withstand the attacks of postnatal martial artists, what would happen if it fell into the hands of innate experts, or even grandmasters? Wang Defa stood up. Erzi. He looked at the bodyguard on his right. Take people to Jiang Li's home. I want everything he possesses. Remember, capture him alive. If he refuses to cooperate, injure him, and bring him back. Be aware that his home is likely under military surveillance, and you must avoid their gaze. Understood. Bodyguard Z turned and left. Wang Defa reignited his extinguished cigar, gazing out at the overcast sky of Jiangnan City. With the primordial treasure, my Wang family can rise even further. In Jiangnan City, in the old district, Jiang Li arrived at an old residential building. The exterior walls were peeling and the motion sensor lights in the hallway were long broken. Jiang Li climbed the stairs to the 5th floor and stopped in front of a rusty security door. He reached for the doorknob. Without a key, a thread of extremely thin magical power slipped into the lock. With a click, the door opened. The room was empty. The furniture was covered in dust cloths, and the air carried a musty smell from long disuse. Jiang Li stepped inside, his gaze sweeping over the coffee table in the living room. On the coffee table lay a letter printed with the secret patterns of the Xia country's military. Jiang Li walked over and picked up the letter, which bore a few lines of strong, vigorous handwriting. Classmate Jiang Li, your parents have been taken over and protected by the Jiangnan military district and are now housed in the underground fortress No. 1 in Yinjing. Please be careful in the Primordial Secret Realm. Commander of the Jiangnan Military District, Chu Chantian. Jiang Li set down the letter. He had spent 3,000 years in the Primordial Realm, while only a month had passed in Blue Star. With his parents safe, his greatest concern vanished. Jiang Li walked to the balcony and looked at the dilapidated street scene outside, considering what identity he should adopt to integrate into the present Blue Star. Showing his celestial power directly would indeed resolve all troubles, but it would also bring about countless attention and trivial matters. Just then, Jiang Li's divine sense stirred slightly. 5 miles away, 3 black SUVs were speeding towards the old district. Inside were a dozen fierce martial artists led by someone exuding the fluctuations of perfected postnatal true energy. Jiang Li withdrew his divine sense. The greed of ordinary people is often more direct than the instincts of demonic beasts. He did not leave the balcony, but turned around and sat down in an old rattan chair, closing his eyes, waiting for them to come. At the same time, in the makeshift command tent, Chu Chantian lay on a stretcher, his body wrapped in bandages. His left arm had already been treated for bleeding, and the broken bones in his chest had been reattached. Commander Yinjing headquarters has replied. They have not sent any top-notch experts to Jiangnan City. The experts from surrounding battle zones are also in their own defense areas. The aide reported with a communicator. Chu Chantian gritted his teeth, cold sweat running down his forehead. Not from the military. Then who could it be? I am the story wishing to transform into stars, lighting your path in countless nights. At the northern defense line of Jiangling City, in the temporary tent, Chu Chantian was still dazed by the sword scar spanning over 10 kilometers when the red secure phone on the table rang. The aide pressed the speakerphone. Chu Chantian, I am Li Zhan from the Yinjing General Military District. Chu Chantian sat up abruptly, pulling at his wound, forcing himself to endure the pain as he spoke. Sir, the matter of the beast tied in Jinling will be reported later. Right now you must go to Jinling. No. One high school, immediately find Xiaozhang and lead a team to make contact with a high school student from the old district of Jiangnan City. A high school student? Chu Chantian was taken aback. His name is Jiang Li. Li Zhen's voice was filled with extreme seriousness and urgency. Top secret file level S. He has just survived, returning from the Primordial Secret Realm. Chu Changshan's mind buzzed. He really came back. A place of certain death. A land where the entire army was annihilated. He actually returned alive and stayed for a full month. So what did he bring back? Chu Chantian breathed rapidly. I don't know. That's why I'm sending you. Protect him at all costs. As long as he is alive, even if he only brings back the most ordinary grass or a set of breathing techniques, it would be an immeasurable wealth for our entire Xia country. I don't care what methods you use, he must not be allowed to come into contact with any consortium or private armed forces. The call ended. Chu Chantian ripped off the foretube from his left arm, blood gushing out. Commander, your injury. The aide exclaimed. I want die. Prepare the car, go to the old district. Chu Chantian grabbed his coat and strode out of the tent. A ridiculous thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Just returned. A sword scar over 10 kilometers long. Could it be him? Impossible. Even if he found a divine herb in the primordial realm, it would be impossible for him to reach the level of slaying a fourth-tier demonic beast in just a month. In the old district of Jiangnan City, on the 5th floor, the rusty security door creaked under pressure. Bang! The door was kicked open. The door lock, along with half the door frame, crashed onto the floor, kicking up a cloud of dust. Jiang Li sat in the old rattan chair on the balcony, not even opening his eyes. Erzi burst into the living room with 13 black-clad bodyguards. The already small, old living room became crowded in an instant. Kid, you have some guts. You didn't even run when the door was opened. Erzi cracked his neck, the joints popping. The perfected postnatal true energy within him surged, causing the dust cloths in the living room to flap. Jiang Li opened his eyes. His gaze passed over Erzi and landed on the black SUVs parked downstairs. You dirty my floor. Jiang Li spoke in a calm tone. Erzi was taken aback for a moment before bursting into laughter. He walked to the coffee table and kicked it over. Glass shards scattered everywhere. An ordinary person with dog's hit luck is still pretending in front of me. Erzi drew a 3-edged military dagger from his waist. Hand over the protective treasure that brought you out of the primordial realm. That thing will only get you killed if it stays in your hands. Hand it over, and they'll spare your life. Upon hearing the words protective treasure, Jiang Li finally focused his gaze on Erzi. He understood. Wang Teng's arm had been shattered by the backlash of his own physical body. These ordinary people could not comprehend the celestial physique and stubbornly believed he possessed a treasure that could resist attacks. Greed clouded their intelligence. There is no treasure, Jiang Li replied. You are asking for trouble. Erzi's expression darkened. Search. Just leave him a breath of life. The 3 black-clad bodyguards grinned and pounced towards the balcony, their postnatal true energy gathering in their fists. Jiang Li remained seated. He couldn't even be bothered to mobilize his magical power. As the group of mortals approached within a meter of him, Jiang Li retracted a trace of the breath concealment technique that covered his body. The weight of a celestial body under the force of gravity released a pressure of 1 part in a million around it. This was purely a matter of mass crushing. The air froze in that moment. The 3 bodyguards rushing towards Jiang Li suddenly halted in midair. Then an indescribable, terrifying gravity pressed down upon their backs. Boom. The 3 of them crashed onto the floor in a star shape. The immense impact shattered the floor beneath them. The concrete cracked, and the steel reinforcement snapped. The remaining 10 people in the living room froze. The smile on the second man's face was completely frozen. He hadn't even seen Jiang Li make a move. There was no fluctuation of true energy, no aura released. Only an overwhelming sense of absolute oppression that made the soul tremble. What did you do? The second man took a step back, his hand gripping the military dagger trembling. Jiang Li stood up. The broken floor beneath him let out a mournful creak. I told you, there are no treasures. Jiang Li walked towards the living room. He took his first step. The remaining 10 bodyguards in the living room all knelt down in unison. Their kneecaps smashed through the floor, blood gushing. They pressed their hands firmly against the ground, trying to resist the gravity, but their arm bones quickly snapped. Jiang Li took his second step. The second man collapsed to the ground with a thud. The perfected postnatal true energy was worthless against this pressure. Every vein in his body bulged, and his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Senior. Misunderstanding. The second man squeezed out a few hoarse syllables from his throat. Jiang Li stopped in front of him. Did the Wang family send you? Yes. General Wang. No Wang Defa. The second man bled from his mouth and nose. Jiang Li looked down at him. Go back and tell Wang Defa. Jiang Li casually waved his right hand. A slender vortex of magical energy brushed past the second man's ear, directly lifting all the black-clad bodyguards from the ground and throwing them off the 5th floor balcony like garbage, accompanied by a series of muffled thuds as they landed. Jiang Li looked at the trembling second man. No need to go back. I'll find him myself. Jiang Li extended a finger and tapped the second man's forehead. A trace of pure qi flowed into him. The second man's body convulsed violently before collapsing to the ground. His pupils dilated. His meridians shattered, rendering him completely useless, yet he could not die. Downstairs, a military vehicle with a government license plate screeched to a halt at the entrance of the community. Chu Chantian pushed open the car door and rushed out. Xiao Zhang followed closely behind with 4 fully armed soldiers. It's in that building, Unit 5 on the 5th floor. Xiao Zhang pointed at the old building ahead. Chu Chantian had just taken 2 steps when he suddenly stopped. He saw a dozen black-clad individuals sprawled haphazardly on the ground below Unit 5. Blood stained the ground. Xiao Zhang rushed over to check. Commander, all bones are shattered and the internal organs are ruptured. They are already dead. Judging by their clothing, they are the private armed forces of the Wang family. Xiao Zhang looked up to report. Chu Chantian looked up at the 5th floor. That position was right where Jiang Li's balcony was. The balcony's security net had already vanished. Chu Chantian swallowed hard. He sensed an extremely faint yet terrifying aura in the air that made his soul tremble. This aura was of the same origin as the energy lingering from the abyss outside the city several kilometers away. Go, up there. Chu Chantian drew his pistol. They charged into the dark corridor running straight to the 5th floor. The security door on the 5th floor was wide open, or rather the door frame had been dismantled. Chu Chantian held his gun and approached the doorway, scanning the interior with his gaze. The living room was in shambles. The floor had several large holes. A man lay collapsed in the ruins, twitching continuously. Standing at the edge of the balcony was a boy in a school uniform. The boy stood tall, facing away from them. The wind outside blew through his clothing. Hearing footsteps at the door, the boy slowly turned around. His gaze was calm, devoid of any sadness or joy. The moment Chu Chantian met those eyes, his heart skipped a beat. He had seen countless veterans coming down from the battlefield and top-tier powerhouses emerging from high-level secret realms. But none of their gazes could compare to that of the boy before him. That was not a gaze belonging to a human. It was a high-dimensional stare devoid of any trace of mundane warmth, looking down upon all living beings. Chu Chantian instinctively lowered the muzzle of his gun. Jiang Li. Chu Chantian tentatively spoke. Jiang Li looked at Chu Chantian, his gaze sweeping over the severed stump of his left arm and the bandage on his chest. You left me a message. Jiang Li said. Yes. I am Chu Chantian, commander of the Jiangnan military district. I was ordered to take charge of your parents' security. Chu Chantian stepped forward and glanced at the fallen second man on the ground. These people. Just a few insects. I cleaned them up. Jiang Li walked towards the door. His tone was so understated that it left Chu Chantian and Xiao Zhang in a daze. Dozens of postnatal warriors were referred to as insects. Classmate Jiang Li, the military highly values your experience in the Primordial Secret Realm. The higher-ups hope we can have an in-depth exchange. Chu Chantian immediately got to the point. He had to complete the mission. Jiang Li stopped in front of Chu Chantian. An exchange is possible. Jiang Li glanced downstairs. But before that, I have some personal matters to attend to. Personal matters? I can have the military handle it. Chu Chantian immediately stated. No need. Matters like exterminating a family aren't clean when handled by others. Jiang Li stepped out of the room. Chu Changshan's hair stood on end. Exterminate a family. He turned sharply to look at Jiang Li's back. Where are you going? Jiang Li did not turn back. His voice carried through the corridors, draft cold as ice. To the Wang family. Chu Chantian felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. He immediately pressed down on the communicator. The underground landscape of Jiangnan City would be turned upside down tonight. Jiang Li walked down the stairs. The dim light of the old corridor fell upon him. Chu Chantian stood at the 5th floor doorway, watching that slightly thin figure. Jiang Li. Chu Chantian couldn't help but call out. He couldn't understand how a high school student who had just returned from the secret realm a month ago could have the audacity to utter the words exterminate family. The Wang family was a colossal entity in Jiangnan City with hundreds of private armed forces under their command, and Wang Defa himself was a peak postnatal warrior. Jiang Li did not stop. He reached the entrance of the 1st floor unit and took a step. The puddles on the road did not ripple at all. Jiang Li's figure vanished into thin air. Chu Changshan's pupils constricted sharply. He rushed to the window and looked down, but there was no one. No afterimage, no sound of true energy breaking through the air. Teleportation. Spatial laws. Chu Chantian gasped, the pain in his broken bones causing him to step back slightly. Commander, the target has vanished. The radar is completely unresponsive. Xiao Zhang reported, loudly pressing against his earpiece. Chu Chantian gritted his teeth. Notify the Jiangnan City Police Department. At Jiangnan City First Hospital on the top floor of the emergency center. In the rest area at the end of the corridor, Wang Defa leaned back on the sofa, turning the jade ring on his thumb. The smoke from the cigar swirled in the air. How long has it been since the second man left? Wang Defa asked. The bodyguard behind glanced at his watch. Half an hour. Dealing with a mortal should have him back soon. Wang Defa nodded. That primordial protective treasure would soon belong to the Wang family. Just then the corridor's sensor light flickered. The flow of air seemed to slow down. Wang Defa raised his head. Standing on the red carpet ahead of the rest area was a person unknown when they had arrived, dressed in the blue and white school uniform of Jiang Li. One high school tall and slender with an indifferent expression. Jiang Li. Wang Defa's fingers which were clutching a cigar stiffened. Jiang Li glanced at the bright red light of the emergency room. You recognize me. Jiang Li's voice was not loud, but it rang clear in the deathly silent corridor. Wang Defa's mind raced. Jiang Li was here, and the second brother had not returned. Something has happened. He suddenly stood up. Two bodyguards immediately drew their sidearms, aiming the dark muzzles at Jiang Li. You've got some skills. Wang Defa regained his composure, exuding the aura of a capitalist. To escape from the second brother and find your way here. I underestimated you. Jiang Li ignored the guns and stepped forward. Stop. The bodyguard disengaged the safety. Jiang Li did not halt his steps. Wang Defa sneered. Jiang Li, I know you survived in the wilderness, but the things you brought back won't be kept safe. Hand it over, and it'll give you 100 million, ensuring your livelihood for the rest of your life. The Jiangnan military district can't protect you, but my Wang family can. If you're talking too much. Jiang Li interrupted him. Wang Defa's expression darkened. Fire. Shoot his legs. Bang. Bang. The flames of the guns erupted. Two specially made armor-piercing bullets spun out of the barrels. Jiang Li did not dodge. The bullets stopped 3 inches away from his body, suspended in midair as if embedded in some kind of invisible gel. The kinetic energy of the bullets was instantaneously neutralized. The two bodyguards froze. Jiang Li raised his hand and casually flicked his index finger. The two bullets flew back at a speed 100 times faster than when they were fired. Thud thud. Blood holes appeared in the foreheads of the two bodyguards, their skulls exploding into a mist of blood as they collapsed. The sneer on Wang Defa's face froze. The jade ring slipped from his trembling fingers, landing on the carpet. You're not an ordinary person. Wang Defa retreated, his back hitting the wall. Is the protective treasure that the second brother spoke of what you desire? Jiang Li stopped 2 steps away from Wang Defa. It's a misunderstanding. All a misunderstanding. Wang Defa's legs turned to jelly. You want money? They'll give you 500 million. Half of the Wang family's assets are yours. Jiang Li looked at him. During the 3,000 years in the wilderness, he faced great demons, treading carefully, not daring to step out of line. To survive, he had lurked underground for hundreds of years, not even daring to breathe too loudly. Now back in Blue Star, facing a group of mortals who didn't even know what the laws of the Dao were, he was still being schemed against. I've been in the wilderness for too long and my temper has become a bit peculiar. Jiang Li said slowly. What? Wang Defa did not understand. Jiang Li raised his right hand. Sorry, I don't eat beef. His palm facing down, he gently pressed. No true energy erupted, no spiritual energy fluctuated. Pure spatial gravity collapsed above Wang Defa's head. Wang Defa's body visibly compressed. The sound of bones shattering merged into a dense cacophony of explosions. In less than a second, Wang Defa was compressed into a blood and flesh pancake, less than 3 centimeters thick, deeply embedded in the marble floor. The corridor was eerily silent. Ding. The door to the emergency room opened. A nurse pushed a stretcher out and the director removed his mask, his face showing fatigue mixed with a hint of relief. Mr. Wang, the surgery was very successful. Your son's hand was saved. As the director spoke, he raised his head. His voice came to a sudden halt. The nurse let out a short, sharp scream and collapsed to the ground. Jiang Li stood amidst the blood, turning to look at Wang Teng, who had just regained consciousness from anesthesia on the stretcher. Wang Teng's right hand was encased in thick plaster, his face pale. Following Jiang Li's gaze, he saw the piece of flesh in a fine suit fabric embedded in the tiles. Though deformed, he recognized the jade ring that had rolled nearby. It belonged to his father. Jiang Li. Wang Teng's voice trembled, his previous arrogance shattered, leaving only raw fear. Jiang Li walked to the side of the stretcher. The director and nurse retreated repeatedly, not daring to intervene. Jiang Li looked down, meeting Wang Teng's eyes. Your father is dead. Jiang Li's tone was calm, as if he were stating an inconsequential matter. Wang Teng's lips trembled violently, unable to make a sound. You might wonder why I didn't kill you as well. Jiang Li tilted his head slightly, as if pondering. Perhaps it's because I found your previous lofty demeanor quite amusing. I want to see if, without the Wang family, you can still act as arrogantly as before. Jiang Li turned and walked towards the window at the end of the corridor. Live well. Jiang Li pushed open the window and stepped out. The summer breeze rushed into the corridor. Wang Ting lay on the stretcher, staring at the blood on the ground, letting out a desperate howl. In the western suburbs of Jiangnan City, at the Wang family manor, the luxurious villa area covering dozens of acres was brightly lit. Dozens of fully armed private bodyguards patrolled the surroundings. Jiang Li stood suspended in midair. Under the celestial eye, the breath, heartbeat, and even the sound of blood flowing in every person in the manor were crystal clear. The power of mortals is truly fragile. Jiang Li's divine sense spread out instantly, locking onto all those within the manor who had Wang family bloodline or trained in Wang family techniques. Jiang Li extended his right index finger, a faint blue light glowing at its tip. This was not ordinary lightning, but divine thunder born of the Dao of Xinyuanzi. For Blue Star, this was energy sufficient to annihilate the continent. Jiang Li compressed it to the extreme. With a flick of his finger, no thunder roared in the night sky. Only an extremely fine blue ray fell straight into the Wang family manor. In the next moment, the entire foundation of the Wang family manor silently sank 10 meters. Dozens of acres of buildings, luxury cars, swimming pools, bulletproof glass, and over 100 people inside the manor vaporized the instant they came into contact with the blue light. No explosion, no fire, not even a speck of dust was raised. It was as if a chalk drawing on a blackboard had been wiped clean by an invisible eraser. The surrounding trees remained unscathed, and even the streetlights just a few meters away were flickering normally. Absolute control. Jiang Li retracted his hand, not looking back, his figure transforming into a streak of light disappearing from sight. 10 minutes later, a convoy of military vehicles screeched to a halt outside the Wang family manor. Chu Changtian pushed open the car, door still gripping a military communicator. Xiao Zhang jumped out with his men only to freeze in place. The iron gate was still there, but the grand villa complex behind it had vanished. In its place was a 10-meter deep, smoothly cut square pit. Inside there was nothing. Only soil compact. Commander. Xiao Zhang's voice was ethereal. Chu Changtian stared at the deep pit, cold sweat soaking his back. He recalled Jiang Li's words in the corridor. Mass extermination is something better left to others. It's not clean enough. Is this what they called extermination? This was physical erasure. Commander. The communicator crackled with the anxious voice of Li Zhen from the general staff in Yanjing. The energy detector in Jiangling City has gone off the charts again. Just now an incomprehensible destructive energy appeared in the western suburbs. Chu Changtian swallowed hard. Chief, I know the source of the energy. What is it? It's Jiang Li. Chu Changtian stared intently at the deep pit. He flattened the Wang family. The other end of the communicator fell into a prolonged silence. Jiang Li materialized in the living room. The security door lay toppled with its frame, and a gaping hole in the floor was plainly visible. The military cleanup squad had yet to clear the wreckage. Jiang Li walked over to the tattered sofa and sat down. In his pocket, his old smartphone suddenly vibrated. The ringtone echoed through the draft-filled living room. Jiang Li pulled out his phone. The screen showed Zhao Lei. He pressed the answer button. Lao Jiang, you're alive. Zhao Lei's thunderous voice blasted through the speaker with the roar of a car engine in the background. I knew you were tough. So what if it was an SS-rank secret realm? My brother's got a life that fate itself can't chew through. Jiang Li held the phone a bit farther from his ear. Not dead. Came back alive. Haha, I told you. Where are you now? I woke up in the grand auditorium and heard you'd left. That Wang Tung didn't cause you any trouble, did he? You home yet? Zhao Lei's voice was brimming with excitement. Your bro Lei here has finally made it big. The intermediate low martial secret realm, Tianlong, ever heard of it? I joined the beggars sect there, and now am cultivating true qi too. Jiang Li glanced down at the reinforced concrete floor slab that had been crushed by sheer, overwhelming mass. Impressive, Jiang Li said. You bet it is. You must have suffered a lot in that primordial wilderness. From now on, your bro Lei has got your back. Anyone dares to mess with you, he'll show them the beggar's sect fist. Zhao Lei declared, thumping his chest. Oh right, Principal Sun is in my car too. He insisted on coming along. We're almost at your neighborhood. We'll talk later. The call ended. Jiang Li put away his phone. Downstairs, Chu Changtian had just finished his call with the Yanjing General Military Region. His hand still rested on the communicator, the cold night wind drying the cold sweat on his forehead. A black sedan pulled up outside the neighborhood security cordon. Fully armed soldiers immediately stepped forward to block it. The door opened, and Zhao Lei stepped out alongside Sun Jingxing, the principal of Jiangnan No. 1 High School. Comrade, I am Sun Jingxing, principal of Jiangnan No. 1 High School. Here are my credentials. Sun Jingxing presented his work ID, his gaze sweeping over the tight military blockade, a storm of shock rising within him. The military had already been protecting Jiang Li in secret all along. No surprise, he was the one who survived the primordial wilderness secret realm. Chu Changtian turned at the sound. He strode over and pushed aside a soldier's rifle barrel. Principal Sun, and this young friend. Chu Changshan's tone was unprecedentedly gentle, even carrying a hint of careful deference. You're here to see Mr. Jiang. Mr. Jiang. Sun Zhengqing's pupils contracted sharply. Chu Changtian, the commander of the entire Jiangnan military region, a grandmaster-level powerhouse, was using such a respectful title for Jiang Li. Yes. I'm Jiang Li's best buddy, Zhao Lei. Zhao Lei, oblivious to the subtext, proudly flexed the muscles on his arm. Greetings, General. I'm also a martial artist who just returned from a secret realm. Chu Changtian glanced at the faint fluctuation of true qi around Zhao Lei. Under normal circumstances, such a low-level martial artist wouldn't even warrant a second glance from him. But now his face was wreathed in smiles. So you're a close friend of Mr. Jiang. Please come in. Chu Changtian stepped aside and gestured to Zhang. Deputy Zhang, escort these two up personally. Remember absolute courtesy. Zhao Lei was flattered while Sun Zhengqing followed behind Zhang, stepping into the stairwell of Building 5. The smell of blood had mostly dissipated in the night breeze, but the splattered bloodstains on the walls and the armed soldiers stationed every few floors sent a chill down Sun Zhengqing's spine. They reached the 5th floor. Seeing the missing security door and the shattered wall, Zhao Lei gasped. Holy crap, did Lao Jiang's place get robbed? Jiang swallowed hard, not daring to reply. This wasn't a robbery, it was a one-sided massacre. Zhao Lei poked his head in and walked inside. Jiang Li sat on the sofa, holding a glass of clear water. Lao Jiang. Zhao Lei strode over the hole in the floor, rushed up to Jiang Li, and looked him up and down. Missing any limbs? Jiang Li shook his head. No. Good. Zhao Lei plopped down beside him, casually grabbing an apple from the table and taking a big bite. That scene downstairs scared me half to death. The general was so polite to me. Must be because of my status as a third-bag disciple of the beggar's sect. Sun Jingqing walked into the living room. He wasn't as carefree as Zhao Lei. This veteran educator of 30 years immediately noticed the bizarre nature of the damage to the living room floor. No scorch marks from an explosion, no cuts from blades. Only the sheer crushing force of gravity. Sun Jingqing stood awkwardly to the side. Principal, have a seat. Jiang Li gestured to the single sofa across from him. Okay. Sun Jingqing sat down, hands resting on his knees. Jiang Li set down his glass. Principal, you're here about the primordial wilderness. Jiang Li cut straight to the point. Sun Jingqing straightened his back, his expression turning grave. Yes. Jiang Li, the primordial wilderness is recognized as an SS rank unnameable forbidden land. Remember the American consortium of 100,000 grandmasters. They didn't even last a single day before being wiped out. You are the first human in all of history to walk out of there alive. Zhao Lei stopped mid-bite, staring at Jiang Li with wide eyes, equally eager to know what he had experienced. Sun Jingqing took a deep breath and continued, the highest levels of the government are extremely concerned. We need to know, what is it really like in there? And how did you survive? Jiang Li leaned back against the sofa. He recalled the 3,000 years spent in the primordial wilderness. The demon clans slaughtering humanity, mighty powerhouses overturning seas, sages scheming against heaven and earth. It was quite ordinary, Jiang Li offered. Sun Jingqing was stunned. Ordinary? Yes. Jiang Li tapped his fingers lightly on his thigh. The creatures there are a bit larger in size, a bit higher in cultivation, and a bit more irritable in temperament. Other than that, a bit larger. How large? Sun Jingqing probed. Well, a bird with its wings spread could probably cover the entire city of Jiangnan. Jiang Li's tone was as flat, as if he were commenting on the weather. Crack. Zhao Lei's apple dropped to the floor. Sun Jingqing's hand trembled. Then, a bit higher in cultivation. Jiang Li thought of the black feather great demon and the black tiger demon. With one exhale they could blow away Earth's atmosphere. A casual sneeze would reduce a fourth-tier beast tide like the one in Jinling to nothing but dust. Jiang Li said. The living room fell into dead silence. Zhao Lei's jaw hung open as the imagined power of the beggar's sect fist crumbled into dust. Sun Jingqing's forehead beaded with sweat. He realized he was utterly incapable of comprehending such a level of power. Then how did you survive? Sun Jingqing's voice trembled. Did you just hide the whole time? Sort of. When I encountered beings of that level, I did my best to avoid them. Jiang Li wasn't lying. When he met creatures at the true immortal level or above, he indeed took detours, unless they insisted on seeking their own doom. As for saints and quasi-saints, he stayed hidden underground. That must have been incredibly difficult. Sun Jingqing let out a long breath, his mind conjuring an image of a high school student trembling in fear, hiding for 30 days in the cracks between world-destroying demons. Your survival is a miracle for all humanity. The nation will give you the best compensation. Jiang Li didn't bother correcting his misconception. Oh, by the way, Lao Jiang. Zhao Lei snapped back to reality. Have you checked the group chat? That Wang Teng who went to the White Horse Secret Realm and learned some lightning hole martial arts is jumping up and down like crazy. He just said you must have survived by scavenging for scraps. When school starts tomorrow, I'm going to teach him a lesson with my fist. Jiang Li took a sip of water. No need, Jiang Li said. Why not? Don't be afraid of him, I've got your back. Relax. Zhao Lei slapped it. He won't be coming anymore. Jiang Li set the glass back on the table. His whole family is gone. His tone was utterly devoid of emotion. Zhao Lei was frozen in shock. Sun Jingqing's face turned pale in an instant. Zhao Lei was stunned. Sun Jingqing's face instantly turned pale. Old Jiang, are you joking? Zhao Lei chuckled dryly, feeling that this was a chilling hell of a joke. Jiang Li did not respond. Zhao Lei swallowed hard and lowered his head to unlock his phone. The notification from the local news blared a bright red breaking news. An unidentified geological disaster occurred in the western suburbs of Jiangnan City, with the Wang family's private estate suspected of a complete collapse. Currently, there are no reports of survivors. The accompanying image taken from a distant high-rise showed what was once a brilliantly lit hillside now transformed into a square black hole. Clang. The half-apple in Zhao Lei's hand rolled to the ground. He suddenly raised his head, looking at his childhood friend as if he were a monster. This was not a gang fight, nor a vendetta. It was a physical erasure. Sun Jingqing, having dedicated his life to education, felt his heart reach its limit. He leaned on the armrest of the sofa, forcing himself to stand straight. Classmate, Jiang Li. Since you've returned safely, then I'll take my leave first. There are still some settlement matters at school. Principal's son, no rush. Jiang Li looked up. Outside, two faint knocks echoed in the corridor. In fact, the security door had already fallen to the ground, the doorframe a large hole, but the person outside still maintained the posture of knocking, as if tapping on an invisible air door. Chu Changtian, the commander of the Jiangnan military region, stood there. A dignified grandmaster, he had his hands pressed against his pant seams, standing tall, his combat uniform still stained with the blood of a fourth-tier earth-shaking beast. He looked down at the ground, not daring to meet Jiang Li's gaze. "Come in." Jiang Li uttered a single word. Only then did Chu Changtian step over the broken hole in the ground. He glanced at Zhao Lei and Sun Jingqing, then looked towards Jiang Li, slightly bowing. "Mr. Jiang." This term of address was uttered with genuine willingness. The photos sent back from that timid deep pit had completely shattered Chu Changshan's understanding of martial arts levels. "What's the matter?" Jiang Li asked. "The highest commander of the China Military District, Commander Li Zhan, is currently en route to Jiangnan City aboard the Xin Niao supersonic fighter jet. He is expected to arrive in half an hour." Chu Changtian spoke respectfully. "The commander represents the highest decision-making body of China and wishes to have a private meeting with you to discuss matters regarding the Primordial Secret Realm." Upon finishing, Chu Changshan's peripheral vision swept toward Zhao Lei and the others. Sun Jingqing immediately understood. Li Zhan, after all, was a divine warrior of China. Such a figure flying in overnight to meet a high school student meant that the ensuing conversation was not something they could eavesdrop on. "Jiang Li, you all continue your conversation. Oh, I really must leave." Sun Jingqing abruptly pulled the still dazed Zhao Lei. "Let's go back to school." Zhao Lei stumbled as he was dragged, and at the door, he turned to glance at Jiang Li. The boy sitting on the tattered sofa, holding a cup of water, looked familiar, yet seemed to sit on a cloud unreachable. "Old Jiang." Zhao Lei opened his mouth. "See you tomorrow." Jiang Li smiled. Zhao Lei grinned widely and nodded vigorously. "See you tomorrow." Chu Changtian stepped aside and gestured towards the door. "Adjutant Zhang, drive Principal Sun and Brother Zhao back. No mistakes must occur on the way." "Yes." Once the sound of their footsteps faded in the corridor, Chu Changtian turned around and deeply bowed to Jiang Li. "Mr. Jiang, we will set up defenses downstairs. We absolutely won't let anyone disturb you. After Commander Li arrives, I will report to you in advance." Jiang Li glanced at the dented armor on Chu Changshan's chest. That was a fatal injury sustained during the defense against the beast tide earlier in the day. Although his true energy had sealed off his meridians, his internal organs had already shifted. "You are gravely injured," Jiang Li said. Chu Changtian forced a smile. "It's nothing. Martial artists have vigorous energy and blood. After a half-year's recuperation, I will be fine." His words were cut short. Jiang Li raised his right hand. A wisp of faint light flickered from his fingertips, accurately entering Chu Changshan's chest. This was not a mystical art, but merely a hint of vital energy he had casually captured while meditating beneath the ginseng fruit tree in Wuzhuang Temple. Yet in Blue Star, this was akin to the miraculous ability to bring someone back to life. The light entered his body. Chu Changtian shuddered. He could clearly hear the thunderous sound of his bones grinding within broken ribs, automatically realigning, and damaged organs instantly brimming with overwhelming vitality. Even more astonishing was that the Grandmaster bottleneck that had plagued him for 5 years actually showed a hint of loosening under this surge of vitality. Chu Changshan's eyes almost bulged out. "Thank you." Jiang Li withdrew his hand, his tone casual. "You moved my parents to a safe place, saving me a great deal of trouble. You may leave now." Chu Changtian took a deep breath, his eyes turning red. He took a half step back and stood up straight, performing an extremely standard military salute to Jiang Li. Without saying another word, Chu Changtian turned and exited downstairs. The living room on the 5th floor returned. The night wind poured in through the hole in the wall, rustling a few sheets of scrap paper on the coffee table. Jiang Li leaned back on the sofa, his palm opened, the slightly cracked old phone quietly lying in his hand. He dialed a string of numbers he had memorized by heart. The phone rang only once before being answered. "Xiaoli." His mother's trembling voice came from the other end, followed by uncontrollable sobbing. "Is it really you? Are you okay? Speak to me." "Mom, it's me. I'm fine." Jiang Li's voice instantly softened, the celestial indifference completely withdrawn at that moment. There was a flurry of scrambling sounds on the other end, and his father Jiang Zhangwo, with a deep yet slightly choked voice, came through. "You little rascal. Do you know that the Primordial Realm is a place of certain death? What were you thinking when you chose that? If you hadn't come back, how would your mother live?" Hearing his father's scolding, Jiang Li couldn't help but smile. During the 3,000 years in the Primordial Realm, facing the overwhelming demon race and the lofty celestial teacher, he hadn't even dared to let out a laugh. "Dad, I'm back safe and sound," Jiang Li said softly. "How are things with the military?" Pretty good, pretty good," Jiang Jiangwo responded repeatedly. That afternoon, several military vehicles suddenly arrived and took us directly to Yanjing. We are now staying in a place called the General Military District Family Compound, surrounded by soldiers on guard with dedicated personnel managing our food and accommodation. "They said you have become a national hero." His father paused, lowering his voice. "Shall we tell Dad the truth? Were you seriously injured inside, and the country is just using this to appease us?" Jiang Li chuckled lightly. "Dad, you should watch fewer spy dramas. I not only wasn't injured, but I also became a little stronger." That's good, that's good. His mother's voice chimed in again. Xiao Li, when will you come to see us? Mom will make your favorite braised pork. Tomorrow, Jiang Li replied. Tomorrow. From Jiangnan to Yanjing, even by high-speed train, it takes 5 hours. Does the military let you run around freely? Jiang Jiangwo sounded a bit worried. Don't worry, Dad. No one can restrict me now. I will arrive on time tomorrow noon. After hanging up, Jiang Li placed the phone on the coffee table. He stood up and walked to the broken window, looking down at the city of Jiangnan. The neon lights flickered and the traffic flowed like a weaving tapestry. Those mortals toil for a few taels of silver, while warriors break their heads over a few yellow-grade martial arts manuals. Yet in his divine sense, he could obliterate this city from the map with a mere thought. The might of the celestial beings is not to be insulted or measured. Yanjing. Jiang Li murmured softly. He knew that tomorrow's trip to Yanjing was not merely to visit his parents. He did not seek power, but he required absolute tranquility. Anyone who dared to set their sights on his parents would meet the wrath of the Wang family. Half an hour later, the clouds above Jiangnan City were suddenly torn apart by a violent stream of air. Accompanied by a deafening roar, a sleek, black sci-fi styled Xian Niao supersonic fighter jet hovered above the main road outside the community. The entire street had long been placed under the highest level of martial law by the troops, led by Chu Changtian, with 3 lines of caution tape drawn. No ropes, no parachute. A figure clad in a black Zhongshan suit leaped directly from a height of 100 meters. Boom. The person landed with both feet, and the asphalt road showed no signs of cracking. All the impact from the fall was perfectly dissipated the moment it touched the ground. The extraordinary control over true qi left the surrounding soldiers gasping in astonishment. The foremost figure of the Huaxiao military, a divine realm powerhouse, Li Zhan. Chu Changtian hurried forward and saluted. Commander. Li Zhan appeared to be in his 60s with graying hair at the temples, but his eyes sparkled with sharpness. He did not engage in pleasantries, but extended his hand directly. Show me the site photos of the Shijiao Wang family. Chu Changtian immediately took an encrypted tablet from his aide and handed it over. Li Zhan lowered his head, sliding his finger across the screen. His originally rock-solid expression gradually changed. Upon reaching the 3rd photo, the smooth mirror-like 10-meter-deep pit, Li Zhan's fingers suddenly halted. As a divine realm expert, he could easily obliterate a small mountain with a single punch. But to erase all material without an explosion or charring just like this was not martial arts. This was a principle. Did he really just spend a month inside? Li Zhan's voice carried an almost imperceptible hoarseness. To be precise, he spent 30 days in the Hongwang. But based on what he told Wang Defa in the corridor, Chu Changtian swallowed hard. He said, I've been in the Hongwang for too long and my temperament has become somewhat peculiar, and I've been lurking inside for hundreds of years. Li Zhan's pupils constricted. Time flows differently. He spent hundreds of years inside. Chu Changtian nodded gravely. It's probably even more. The time flow in general high-level secret realms is several times that of Blue Star. The Hongwang is the first place he returned from alive, and we still don't know the specifics. Li Zhan took a deep breath and returned the tablet to Chu Changtian. He raised his head, looking at the illuminated opening on the 5th floor of the building. Commander, Chu Changtian reported in a low voice. Mr. Zhang's attitude seems relatively calm for now. However, he is extremely ruthless towards his enemies. Our upcoming conversation. I know the boundaries. Li Zhan adjusted the collar of his Zhongshan suit. Chu Changtian, you have achieved a great feat. If it weren't for you rallying him and protecting his parents at the first opportunity today, it might not just be the Wang family that was erased. Chu Changtian broke out in a cold sweat on his back. Li Zhan entered the building alone. He did not bring any guards. He walked slowly down the corridor, feeling the remnants of a residual pressure in the air with each floor he ascended. It was a form of absolute suppression at the level of life, as if a low-dimensional being faced a high-dimensional deity. Arriving at the 5th floor, Li Zhan looked at the hole in the ground and the doorframe, took a deep breath, and knocked on the adjacent wall. Come in. A calm voice came from inside the room. Li Zhan entered the living room and saw the young man sitting on the sofa. There was no fluctuation of true qi, no surge of vitality, ordinary as a boy next door. Yet the more ordinary he appeared, the more turbulent Li Zhan's heart became. The instincts of a divine realm expert were wildly warning him the person before him was exceedingly dangerous. Mr. Jiang, I apologize for the intrusion. Li Zhan took the initiative to speak, slightly bowing. I am Li Zhan. Have a seat. Jiang Li gestured to the single sofa across from him. Li Zhan sat down, his back straight, hands resting on his knees, his movements surprisingly restrained. He looked at Jiang Li and did not beat around the bush. Instead, he directly pulled out a folder with a classified red seal from his bosom, placing it on the coffee table and sliding it over. Mr. Jiang, I rushed here overnight, firstly, to represent the nation and thank you for the sword you struck outside Jinling City, saving millions of soldiers and civilians. Li Zhan's expression grew serious as he paused before continuing. Secondly, I wanted to understand the relevant details about the Hongwang secret realm. Li Zhan sat opposite the folder spread on the table. Inside were the top secret assessments of the Hongwang secret realm from various nations of Blue Star. The mortality rate 100%. Danger level SS class, indescribable. Jiang Li didn't even glance at the document. You want to know about the Hong Huang? Jiang Li picked up a cup of water and took a sip. Yes. Li Jun leaned slightly forward. The nation needs to know what kind of world it truly is and whether we have any chance. Jiang Li set down the cup. His gaze passed through the window, without glass, looking at the deep night sky. Over 400 years of time flickered in his eyes. Very large. Jiang Li provided a single word. Li Jun perked up his ears. Just one mountain range in the Hong Huang is millions of times larger than the entirety of Blue Star combined. Jiang Li's tone was flat. The density of spiritual energy there is 10,000 times that of Blue Star. An ordinary blade of grass placed on Blue Star could spark contention among warriors. Li Jun's breath hitched. He knew the secret realm was vast, but this scale exceeded his imagination. Who are the rulers there? Li Jun asked. Two dominant races, the Wu clan and the Yao clan. Jiang Li's fingers tapped on his knee. They inherently master the laws. The Wu clan has 12 ancestral shamans. Their physical bodies traverse the void, commanding wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, with a single punch capable of shattering stars. The Yao clan has the Yao Emperor Dong Huang Tai, wielding innate supreme treasures, commanding millions of Yao beings. Shattering stars. Li Jun murmured to himself. As a divine realm expert, he was already a nuclear-level deterrent on Blue Star. Yet in Jiang Li's description, he seemed hardly more than cannon fodder. The two races are competing for supremacy, having fought many Yuan meetings. Yuan meeting. A unit of time. Yes, one Yuan meeting is 129,600 years. Jiang Li continued. Cold sweat broke out on Li Jun's back as he gripped his pant leg tightly. Then, what about the human race? Li Jun's voice was hoarse. What identity did you have to survive in there? Jiang Li remained silent for 2 seconds. The human race is the weakest race. Jiang Li looked into Li Jun's eyes. The human race has only recently emerged. They lack naturally strong physiques and do not possess accompanying treasures. In the eyes of the myriad races in the Hong Huang, the human race is merely a bottom-tier two-legged sheep. Li Jun's eyelids twitched violently. The Yao clan discovered that devouring the blood, flesh, and souls of the human race could enhance their cultivation. Thus a massacre lasting tens of thousands of years began. Jiang Li's tone was devoid of fluctuation. The Yao clan's army blotted out the sun. Mortal tribes were exterminated by the hundreds and thousands. Tribes of millions, tens of millions, and even hundreds of millions were turned into graveyards overnight. Li Jun clenched his fists. As a soldier, he could hardly bear to hear of such slaughter. What about time? Does time flow quickly? On Blue Star, 1 day equals 100 years in the primordial era. Li Jun looked at Jiang Li. A tragic scene floated in his mind. An 18-year-old youth was transported to a world of destruction. Surrounded by vast, towering demons, the sky bled and the earth crumbled. The youth hid like a mouse underground day after day, year after year. No wonder the killing intent on him was so heavy. No wonder he showed no hesitation in erasing the Wang family. Having endured 3,000 years in such a hell, it was a miracle he hadn't gone mad. Li Jun stood up and deeply bowed to Jiang Li. Mr. Jiang, you have suffered greatly. Jiang Li calmly accepted the bow. He did not explain the facts of consuming ginseng fruits, worshipping Xinyuanzi, becoming an immortal, or wielding innate spiritual treasures. Some truths are too much for Blue Star to bear now. The state sent you here not just to listen to stories. Jiang Li raised his hand, signaling Li Jun to sit down. Li Jun reseated himself, his expression solemn. Mr. Jiang's secret realms have descended across Blue Star. There are those in the West who have brought back the legacy of angels, and the Western sects are starting to stir. On the side of the Cherry Blossom country, someone has returned with a Shikigami contract. Our situation in Xia country is quite passive. The martial arts of the low martial secret realm cannot withstand high-tier demons. Li Jun paused, gazing intensely at Jiang Li. Having stayed in the primordial era for so long, did you bring back any methods to help people become stronger? Even the most basic breathing techniques would suffice. Jiang Li remained silent. He raised his right hand, bringing his index and middle fingers together. A stream of golden light whirled at his fingertips. Li Jun's pupils constricted. This force carried no fluctuations of true energy, yet just a glance made the divine sense true energy within him freeze completely, as if encountering a natural enemy. Jiang Li pointed his fingertip at Li Jun's brow. Li Jun did not evade. He could not evade. The golden light entered Li Jun's mind. Boom. A massive flow of information exploded in Li Jun's consciousness. It was a scripture. Each character exuded an ancient and profound aura. The Tao that can be spoken is not the eternal Tao. The Taiji generates the two forms generate the four symbols. Li Jun closed his eyes, his body trembling violently. The bottleneck he had been trapped in the divine sense for 10 years was like a layer of window paper in front of this scripture instantly pierced through. He saw a path leading to the heavens. A cultivation system pointing directly to immortality. Refining essence into chi, refining chi into spirit, refining spirit back to emptiness, refining emptiness into the Tao. 10 minutes later, Li Jun suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were bloodshot, gasping for breath. This is... Li Jun's voice trembled uncontrollably. The fragmented scripture of the Golden Core Dao. Jiang Li withdrew his hand. It is a foundational technique of humanity passed down by a supreme being of the primordial era. Fragmented. Li Jun found it absurd. Every single command in this technique surpasses all existing top-tier martial arts in Blue Star. The contents recorded within can only cultivate up to refining spirit back to emptiness, corresponding to what you refer to as the divine sense of Blue Star. Jiang Li said, above the divine sense one needs to comprehend the laws. This fragment does not contain that. In truth, Jiang Li had a complete golden immortal cultivation method in his mind. But the concentration of spiritual energy on Blue Star is too low. Even if he provided them with the complete method, they wouldn't achieve anything remarkable. This foundational technique of humanity passed down by the Taiji Laozi is sufficient for Xia country to deal with the current crisis. Li Jun trembled as he touched his head. He understood what this meant. It meant Xia country could mass-produce grandmasters. Given time, they could even systematically cultivate divine sense powerhouses. This was no mere lifeline. It was a nuclear bomb reshaping the world structure. Li Jun stood up again, bending his knees ready to kneel. Jiang Li raised his hand, and an invisible force supported Li Jun's knees. No need to kneel. I am a citizen of Xia country, and this is also for my parents' stable rear. Li Jun took a deep breath and stood straight. He solemnly saluted with a military gesture. Mr. Jiang, from now on you are the highest guardian of Xia country. Any resources or privileges that Xia country possesses, just say the word. Li Jun stated firmly. Jiang Li stood up. I don't need any privileges. Tomorrow morning I will go to Yanjing to see my parents. I do not wish to encounter any blind individuals or events during this process. Jiang Li looked at Li Jun. Li Jun tightened his back. He sensed the killing intent in Jiang Li's words. It had been less than 2 hours since the incident with the Wang family. Rest assured. Li Jun replied solemnly. I will personally arrange everything for you. In Yanjing I will clear away all obstacles in advance. The high-ranking officials of the military will be waiting for you in Yanjing, and the other chief wants to meet you. Jiang Li nodded. Alright, it's getting late. You may leave. Jiang Li issued the dismissal order. Li Jun showed no signs of displeasure. He cautiously put away the folder on the table. As he reached the door he paused and looked back at Jiang Li. Recently there has been a lot of commotion from the West. A contestant from the United States who claims to have obtained the legacy of the Son of Light has declared he will challenge our martial artists from Xia country at the Global Secret Realm exchange next week. Li Jun lowered his voice. Jiang Li poured himself another glass of water. Let him jump. Jiang Li replied flatly. If he's tired of living, I don't mind letting him experience what true light is. Li Jun felt reassured. With this statement, the sky of Xia country would not collapse. Li Jun stepped out of the room. Chu Changtian stood in the hallway waiting anxiously. Seeing Li Jun come out, Chu Changtian immediately approached. Chief, how did it go? Li Jun glanced at Chu Chang. He did not speak, merely raising his right hand and lightly swiping it in the air. A visible blade of true energy appeared out of thin air, silently slicing through the concrete wall opposite the cut, as smooth as a mirror. Not a trace of physical blood energy was used. It was pure spiritual energy manipulation. Chu Changshan's eyes widened. Chief, have you broken through? No. But this is more terrifying than a breakthrough. Li Jun looked at his hand. Chu Changtian, notify the highest command in Yanjing. All personnel on high alert. Tomorrow noon, we will welcome a deity. Chu Changtian gasped in shock. The roar of fighter jets sounded once again. Li Jun returned to Yanjing overnight. In the living room on the 5th floor, Jiang Li turned off the lights. He walked to the balcony, gazing at the night view of Jiangling City. A gentle breeze swept through, lifting the hair from his forehead. 3,000 years in the primordial era, he had tread cautiously. Now back on Blue Star, he no longer needed to be so cautious. With his cultivation as an immortal, he was already invincible on Blue Star. He closed his eyes, his divine sense instantly spreading. 100 kilometers, 500 kilometers, 1,000 kilometers. The entire territory of Xia country lay before him. He saw the lurking demons in the deep mountains and the bustling crowds in the cities. He also noticed several beams of dazzling energy on the western continent. Angels. A cold smile curled on Jiang Li's lips. The Western teachings in the primordial era were merely the doctrine of guiding the enlightened. Those two old fellows were always thinking about reaping the autumn wind in the east. Now on Blue Star, these so-called Western deities are not even worthy of polishing the shoes of those bald monks from the primordial era. Jiang Li withdrew his divine sense. Tomorrow he would go to Yanjing and settle his parents' affairs. At 7 in the morning in the old district of Jiangling City beneath Building 5, Chu Changtian stood upright, holding 2 large thermal containers at the entrance of a hallway devoid of a security door. He did not dare to knock on the door, just quietly waited outside. Come in. A voice from inside responded, belonging to Jiang Li. Chu Changtian stepped inside and placed the thermal containers on the impeccably clean coffee table. Mr. Jiang, these are crab roast soup dumplings made by the best master in Jiangnan City, along with soy milk and some other breakfast items. Chu Changtian deftly lifted the lid, revealing that the breakfast was still steaming hot. Jiang Li sat on a worn sofa dressed in ordinary casual wear. He picked up a pair of chopsticks and grabbed a soup dumpling. Chu Chantian took 2 steps back and reported, "The Xin now has been prepared for takeoff. News from Yanjing indicates that the airspace has been cleared and we have a green light all the way. Once you've finished eating, we can depart at any time." Jiang Li's eating speed was unhurried. After 3,000 years without tasting grains, having consumed too many spiritual fruits from the primordial era, this ordinary bun instead made him feel grounded. "Let's go." Jiang Li set down his chopsticks and wiped his mouth with a tissue. Chu Chantian descended the stairs and opened the rear door of the SUV. 15 minutes later, at the military airport, the black-painted Xin Niao supersonic fighter jet was stationed in the center of the runway, surrounded by a circle of armed soldiers. Jiang Li climbed aboard the aircraft via the boarding ladder. Chu Chantian did not follow him in. He was not qualified to participate in the meeting in Yanjing and needed to remain in Jinling City to oversee matters. The jet's engine roared, and a bright blue tail flame erupted. Moments later, the Xin Niao broke through the cloud layer, racing northward. Yanjing, the military command center, the highest-level special-grade helipad. The airspace within a 30-kilometer radius was under strict control. 32 fighter jets circled and patrolled at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Around the helipad, guards stood every 3 steps, and a lookout every 5. Fully armed Special Forces members gazed ahead. Not far off, several middle-aged men with profoundly deep auras remained vigilant of their surroundings. A heavy atmosphere of tension hung in the air. At the front of the runway stood a group of over a dozen individuals. In the center was an elderly man dressed in a gray jacket. To the left of the elder was Li Jun, who had rushed back overnight. To the right stood 3 elders adorned with 5-star insignias on their shoulders. Behind them were another dozen high-ranking officials. This assembly was capable of determining the future direction of the entire nation. At this moment, they all faced the chill of the morning wind, quietly waiting. "Oldly, is that martial art truly as miraculous as you say?" A fellow military expert in the divine realm fixed his gaze on Li Jun, asking in a lowered voice. Li Jun's eyes were red, clearly having not slept all night. Yet the aura around him was even more profound and restrained than yesterday. "Old Zhou, I won't waste words." Li Jun extended his right hand palm facing upward. He did not expend any vital energy. A pure golden light gathered in his palm, transforming into a 3-inch-long flying sword. The space around the blade visibly distorted. Old Zhou's pupils constricted. The breaths of the surrounding high-ranking officials momentarily halted. No need to gather strength, no need to communicate with the heavens. Li Jun retracted the golden light. "This is merely the superficiality of the first layer of the golden core Dao. Last night, I organized the part concerning refining essence in a chi, allowing 12 martial artists at the peak of the postnatal stage to attempt to operate it. By dawn today, 6 of them broke through into the innate stage." A gasp of astonishment echoed on the helipad. The elder turned his head, gazing at the clouds in the sky. "With such a talent, China shall rise." The elder spoke, his tone steady. Boom. A deafening sonic boom resonated from above the cloud layer. The black Xin Niao tore through the clouds, see its body dragging a white airflow as it smoothly descended onto the runway. The deceleration parachute deployed, the fighter glided, finally stopping 30 meters in front of the crowd. The hatch opened. All eyes were fixated on that hatch. The soldiers of the Special Forces even tightened their grips on their rifles. A youthful boy, merely 18 years old, stepped down. He wore an utterly ordinary white hoodie and jeans. With his hands in his pockets, there was no earth-shattering pressure, no suffocating vital energy. He was so ordinary that if thrown into the streets of Yanjing, he wouldn't even cause a splash. A few divine realm experts were stunned. This was entirely different from their imagined unparalleled powerhouse with 3 heads and 6 arms capable of swallowing mountains and rivers. Yet Li Jun stepped forward, standing tall. The elder in the center also stepped up, walking toward the boarding ladder. Jiang Li stood on the asphalt ground, looking up at the spectacle before him. "Mr. Jiang." The elder extended his hands, his tone gentle. "Welcome to Yanjing." Jiang Li extended his right hand and shook hands with the elder. "This is quite the grand reception," Jiang Li remarked. "Not too grand," the elder shook his head. "Your sword last night saved the lives of millions. The martial art you left behind has given hope for the future of China. This reception is well deserved." Jiang Li did not continue the pleasantries. His divine sense swept over a nearby cluster of buildings. In that heavily guarded family compound, he saw his parents. His mother was stewing meat in the kitchen, while his father paced back and forth in the living room, occasionally glancing at the wall clock. Jiang Li's expression softened. "I appreciate your care for my parents during this time," Jiang Li said. "It is what we ought to do." Li Jun stepped forward. "Mr. Jiang, we have prepared tea in the command room regarding the upcoming global situation." Jiang Li raised his hand, interrupting Li Jun's words. He did not look at Li Jun, but instead raised his head, gazing at the clear sky above. "There's a fly." Jiang Li uttered 3 words. Li Jun was taken aback, and then his expression changed drastically. The individuals beside the elder instantly shielded him behind them. The 3 divine realm experts unleashed their vital energy, glaring intensely at the sky. But they saw nothing. Jiang Li withdrew his right hand from his pocket. His index and middle fingers came together, and with a gentle swipe, he pointed at the sky. In low Earth orbit, 400 kilometers above Blue Star, a military reconnaissance satellite bearing the star-striped flag was orbiting at first cosmic speed. The satellite's main lens had locked onto the airspace above Yinjing. Its high-precision optical radar was working furiously. At that moment, a golden sword energy appeared out of thin air in the vacuum. There was no sound, no explosion. The titanium alloy shell of the satellite was more fragile than paper in the face of the sword energy. The hundreds of tons of reconnaissance satellite were sliced in half within 0.1 seconds, and then under the destructive laws contained within the sword energy, even the remnants were completely vaporized. In low Earth orbit, a space was cleared. At the Yinjing helipad, Jiang Li retracted his hand and placed it back in his pocket. "It's clean now?" Jiang Li said. Everyone present felt their scalps tingle. Just at that moment, an aide from the command center rushed over, drenched in sweat, clutching a communicator. "Report." The aide's voice trembled. "The Space Administration just sent an urgent message. The God's Eye reconnaissance satellite of the United States, hovering over our northern border, has suddenly lost its signal source, and all physical signals have completely vanished." Silence fell. An eerie stillness. The three Divine Realm experts stared intently at Jiang Li's right hand, their throats dry. With just a swipe, he annihilated a satellite 400 kilometers away. What does that even mean? The most advanced intercontinental missiles of Blue Star would take time and require guidance to reach the target. Did he just stand there and casually wave a hand? Li Jun's back was instantly soaked. He had originally thought that obtaining the remnants of the Golden Core Dao had slightly narrowed the gap between him and this figure. Now it seemed the gap was not only unchanged, but so vast that he didn't even have the qualification to look up. Jiang Li disregarded the astonishment of the crowd. He turned to the old man and said, "I will first go see my parents. I won't be having any tea." The old man swallowed hard and immediately nodded. "All right. Old Li, you lead the way." "No, I will go with you." "No." Jiang Li's divine sense had already locked onto the location of the family compound. "I know where it is. You all carry on." With that, Jiang Li took a step forward. Before the eyes of everyone, his body transformed into countless golden light points, blending into the air and vanishing without a trace. There were no spatial fluctuations, no residual true qi. He just disappeared into thin air. Old Zhou rubbed his eyes and turned to Li Jun. "Old Li, was he human just now?" Li Jun took a deep breath, gazing in the direction Jiang Li had vanished, his voice hoarse. "Do not use our martial arts. Notify the entire army, maximum alert. Also suppress the information just now. Oh, it absolutely must not reach abroad." The old man waved his hand, signaling those nearby to retreat. "Old Li, what about the challenge from the Son of Light in America?" the old man inquired. Li Jun sneered. "Let them come. I even want to buy them plane tickets." Across the ocean at the highest military council of America, alarms echoed throughout the underground base. "Report. Eye of God has lost contact." The last transmitted data was a high-energy reaction. The blonde commander slammed his fist on the table. "Investigate. What weapon could it possibly be? Has the Summer Kingdom developed a new type of space-based weapon?" A young man seated at the end of the conference table stood up. He wore a white robe with long golden hair cascading over his shoulders. Behind him, 12 illusory wings of light flickered faintly. "No need to investigate further." The young man's voice was ethereal. "That is the power of heretics." He raised his hand, holding a cross radiating with holy white light. "The great Lord has delivered a divine message. An evil god has awakened in the east." A glint of fervent killing intent flashed in the man's blue eyes. "Next week's global exchange meeting, I will personally go to the Summer Kingdom. In the name of the Lord, purify him." In the family compound of the Yinjing Military District, Building 5, Unit 3, the doorbell rang. Jiang Li's mother, dishing out braised pork in the kitchen, trembled and spilled the sauce on the counter. Jiang Zhangwo, sitting on the sofa, suddenly stood up, rushing to the entrance without even wearing slippers. The security door swung open. Jiang Li stood outside, enjoying the aroma of the braised pork wafting from the house. "Dad." Jiang Li smiled. Jiang Zhangwo's eyes turned red as he pulled Jiang Li into the house, feeling his shoulders and arms up and down. No missing arms or legs. "Good lad, you finally came back." Jiang Li's mother ran out of the kitchen with a bowl, tears streaming down her face. "Little Li." Jiang Li walked over, took the bowl from his mother's hands, and placed it on the dining table. He opened his arms and hugged her. "Mom, I'm back." The bloodshed and schemes of 3,000 years in the primordial wilderness vanished at this moment. He was not a celestial being. He was just Jiang Li. The three of them sat at the dining table. Jiang Jiangwo opened a bottle of aged wine that had been stored for 10 years and poured a small cup for Jiang Li. "Little Li, tell me about the situation in the primordial wilderness. Experts online say it is filled with great demons that can swallow a city whole." Jiang Jiangwo took a sip of wine, staring at his son. Jiang Li picked up a piece of braised pork and put it in his mouth. The meat was tender and fatty without being greasy. "The experts are right. It is indeed very dangerous there." Jiang Li swallowed the meat and took a bite of rice. "So how did you survive? Did you awaken some powerful martial talent?" Jiang Li's mother asked anxiously. Jiang Li thought for a moment and put down his chopsticks. "I was quite lucky. I encountered an old man as soon as I entered the secret realm. He took a liking to me and insisted on taking me as his disciple. Jiang Jiangwo slapped his thigh, a hidden master. This is a great opportunity. What was that old predecessor's name? We should set up an altar for him at home. Jiang Li. The name cannot be spoken, no matter where it is mentioned it will be sensed. Jiang Jiangwo was taken aback. What skills did he teach you? Jiang Li smiled. Just some cultivation techniques. They are quite useful. Jiang Jiangwo nodded, as long as they are useful. Now that you are back, let's not enter the secret realm. Let's find a stable job. Before he could finish, a sudden sound of hurried footsteps came from outside. Then there was a knock on the door. Jiang Jiangwo frowned and got up to open it. A young man in military uniform stood outside with the rank of major on his shoulder. He looked anxious, holding an urgent document in his hand. Is Mr. Jiang in? The major glanced at Jiang Jiangwo and directly bypassed him, looking at Jiang Li seated at the dining table. Jiang Li did not stand up, continuing to pick at the dishes. What's the matter? The major quickly walked to the dining table and stood at attention to salute. Urgent command. A massive tsunami has erupted along the coast, with satellites detecting intense spiritual energy fluctuations. A deep-sea giant python over 1,000 meters long is approaching the coastline of Jin City. 3 grandmasters at the defense line are requesting support. General Wang asked me to check with you if you want to take action to stretch your muscles. Jiang Jiangwo's wine glass fell to the ground with a thud. 1,000-meter giant python. This is a mythical monster. Jiang Li put down his chopsticks and wiped his mouth with a napkin. A small snake 1,000 meters long. Jiang Li stood up, adjusting the hem of his sweatshirt. He looked at his mother, his voice gentle. Mom, I'm going to kill a long worm. He'll be back to continue eating. You're crazy. Jiang Jiangwo snapped back to reality, gripping Jiang Li's arm tightly, the veins on his hand bulging with strength. Jiang Li's mother held the bowl of meat, her hands trembling so much that she couldn't hold the chopsticks, her eyes instantly reddening. Little Li, that's a monster 1,000 meters long. Even grandmasters cannot defeat it. What can you, a child, just back do? Listen to your mother. With the country backing us, let's stay well in Yanjing and not go anywhere. The major standing nearby was sweating profusely. Although his orders were to ask Jiang Li if he was willing to take action as an ordinary person, he understood the terror of that giant python. He quickly flipped open the top secret document in his hand. Mr. Jiang, General Wang means that if you are unwilling to act, the 30 kilometers off the coast of Jin City will be designated as a strategic sacrifice zone, and tactical nuclear weapons have entered the countdown to ignition. Using nuclear weapons would destroy that area as well. Jiang Li did not look at the major. He gently patted his father's rough hand, prying open Jiang Jiangwo's tightly clenched fingers one by one. He could feel the deep-rooted fear emanating from his parents. To ordinary people, a giant beast 1,000 meters long is an unmatched natural disaster. Dad, Mom. Jiang Li's tone was calm, even carrying a hint of a smile. During this time in the primordial wilderness, I have become very powerful. That 1,000-meter-long mixed-blood water snake doesn't even have the qualifications to get on the table in the primordial wilderness. Jiang Jiangwo was stunned momentarily, not understanding the meaning behind his son's words. Jiang Li did not intend to waste more breath. Some things are 1,000 times more effective when seen with one's own eyes than explained. Mom, keep making braised pork. I'll be back in 5 minutes. The moment the words fell, there was no explosive roar of qi, nor any flow of true qi. Jiang Li's body turned into countless tiny golden streams of light, merging into the air before his parents and the major's astonished eyes. The living room was empty, leaving only half a cup of old wine still steaming. The top secret document in the major's hand fell to the floor with a thud. Jiang Jiangwo stood by the dining table, still in a grasping posture, his mind completely blank. In Jin City, along the coastal defense line, dark clouds loomed over the city as a fierce wind whipped up torrents of water vapor. A 300-meter-high tsunami resembled a black wall connecting heaven and earth, advancing towards the breakwater with unstoppable force. Behind the wall of water, a massive creature covered in black scales emerged from the sea. Its 1,000-meter-long body obscured the sun, and its crimson vertical pupils exuded a cold, ruthless brutality. With every roll, it stirred up winds of over 10 degrees. Behind the breakwater, the air raid sirens wailed piercingly. The highway leading inland was choked with frantic vehicles honking in panic. Crying and sirens melded into a cacophony. In midair, 3 martial grandmasters guarding Jin City hovered, drenched in blood. Laming, evacuate the civilians. I will hold it off with my men. Once the evacuation is complete, we will use nuclear weapons. An elder, missing his left arm, roared, his eyes bloodshot blood, and she reversing within him, beads of blood seeping through his skin. He was burning his life, preparing to self-destruct to buy time. We can't leave now. The grandmaster named Laming ground his teeth. If it lands, too many will die. I will hold it off with you. If we die together. Meanwhile, in outer space, several military satellites with star-spangled banners and cherry blossom logos were locking onto this sea area. Across the ocean, in the underground command center of the Black Palace in the United States, a young man in a pristine white robe held a goblet, swirling the crimson liquid as he watched the disaster unfold on the large screen, letting out a sneer. Is this the advanced military strength of the Xian nation? 3 grandmasters foolishly attempting to withstand divine retribution. Behind the man, faint light wings flickered as he looked on with disdain. Send a message to the Xia nation for me. If they are willing to cede 1/3 of their secret realm resources, I, the Son of Light, do not mind descending once to purify this water snake for them. Laughter echoed mockingly in the command room. However, the laughter lasted only half a second. In the sky over Jin City, the giant snake was less than a kilometer from the breakwater. The one-armed elder let out a heart-wrenching wail, transforming into a burning meteor as he charged towards the 1,000-meter-long giant python. Just as he surged forward for less than 50 meters, a long pale hand suddenly pressed down on his shoulder. An irresistible vast power forcibly suppressed the reversing blood and chi within the elder, even repairing his fractured meridians with ease. The elder's pupils contracted as he suddenly turned around. A rift opened in the void without warning. A young man in a plain white hoodie stood there amidst the raging wind and rain. He released no blood or chi, nor did he use true chi to float. It was as if the laws of this world automatically coalesced beneath his feet into an insurmountable staircase. Step back. Jiang Li uttered 2 words indifferently. His voice was not loud, yet it drowned out the thunder and tsunami, clearly reaching the ears of the 3 grandmasters. Jiang Li passed the 3 men walking alone towards the towering 300-meter water wall. The giant python sensed the unusual aura, its crimson vertical pupils locking onto Jiang Li. It let out a roar that shattered the clouds, opening its massive maw capable of swallowing a football field, engulfing Jiang Li amidst torrents of water. The acrid wind struck his face, making him nauseous. Jiang Li hovered in midair, his gaze unwavering. Not even a transformed serpent. A 4-legged snake, its bloodline mottled, and its flesh likely sour. Jiang Li assessed objectively in his mind. Facing the sky-blocking maw, he slowly raised his right hand. The spatial barrier of Blue Star was too fragile. He dared not use celestial-level laws, fearing that he might inadvertently sink the entire Asian tectonic plate. His index and middle fingers came together, a pure golden light glowing at their tips. Annihilate. Jiang Li flicked his fingers. The beam of light, only as thick as a chopstick, ignored the distance of space and time at the moment of release, directly appearing at the giant python's forehead. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only an absolute destruction that resonated in silence. The golden beam pierced through the giant python's head, then traveled downward along its spine. The giant python's proud hard scales, bones harder than steel, and massive organs were completely vaporized in a millionth of a second. The 1,000-meter-long colossal body vanished, as if an invisible eraser had wiped away a chalk drawing, disappearing without a trace. Not even a drop of blood was left. Immediately following that beam of light continued unabated, smashing into the 300-meter-high tsunami water wall behind. An extreme heat erupted. The vast ocean water instantaneously evaporated into white steam. The originally violent East China Sea was forcefully flattened by this finger. The tsunami disappeared, and even the sea level outside Jin City sank by over 10 meters, exposing the dark rocks of the seabed. As the clouds dispersed and the fog cleared, sunlight once again bathed the breakwater of Jin City. Silence. The world fell into a deathly stillness. The fleeing convoy stopped, and countless civilians climbed out of their windows, staring blankly at the sky. The 3 grandmasters guarding the city hung in midair, their mouths agape, their eyes almost popping out of their sockets. In the underground command center of the Black Palace, the goblet in the hands of the Son of Light slipped from his grip. What happened? Why is the signal gone? The commander looked at the satellite data in confusion, saying, could it be that the Xia nation used nuclear weapons? Jiang Li paid no attention to the shock below. He gazed at the empty sea surface and waved his hand. A fist-sized blue demon pill, exuding a rich aura of water spirit and immense vitality, burst forth from the sea, landing steadily in his hand. Although the meat cannot be eaten, this demon pill can be taken back. After cleansing it of demonic energy with magical power, it can be brewed into tea for the old man and old lady, extending their lives by 100 years or so. When I return from the primordial wilderness, I will let them become immortals as well. Jiang Li contentedly tucked the demon pill into his pocket. Then he stepped forward. Golden light flickered and his figure vanished once again above the East China Sea. In the family compound of the Beijing Military District Building 5 Unit 3, the major had just crouched down, trembling as he picked up the classified document from the ground. The range hood in the kitchen continued to hum with a buzzing sound. A ripple stirred in the air beside the dining table. Jiang Li's figure suddenly appeared, pulling out a chair to sit down. He casually picked up the chopsticks on the table and grabbed a piece of freshly cooked braised pork to eat. He turned his head and shouted into the kitchen, "Mom, this meat is cooked pretty well." Jiang Zhangguo abruptly turned his head, staring at his son, who was leisurely eating, then stiffly turned to glance at the clock on the wall. It had only been 1 minute and 15 seconds since Jiang Li transformed into golden light and disappeared, and now he was back to eat meat. The major dropped the document in his hand to the ground once again. Before the major could speak, the military communicator at his waist suddenly erupted with a piercing buzz. The communication connected, and the hoarse, breaking voice of the total commander of the Jin City defense line shouted, "Report, the crisis is resolved." A divine being. No, an immortal has descended. With a single finger he annihilated the 1,000-meter giant python and even evaporated part of the East China Sea. We are saved. The major listened to the wild shouting from the communicator and slowly turned his head. He looked at the white-clad youth sitting at the dining table, leisurely picking at the star anise with his chopsticks, his legs giving way as he almost knelt on the ground. Jiang Li chewed the meat and glanced at the major. Aren't you leaving? Want to join me for a bite? 1 minute and 15 seconds killing the snake calms the tsunami. The major tumbled out of the room. His mind could not comprehend such an unimaginable event. Jiang Jiangwo held the wine glass, his hand trembling severely. The wine spilled onto the tablecloth. Shall you? Jiang Jiangwo watched as his son picked up a piece of braised pork. This meat is delicious. Mom, your cooking hasn't declined at all. Jiang Li swallowed the meat and casually remarked. Jiang's mother hurriedly took a tissue to wipe her son's mouth, her eyes reddening. She didn't care about any giant python, as she only knew that her son was sitting safely in front of her. Jiang Li casually inquired about the situation of his elders in Yanjing. Jiang Jiangwo nodded repeatedly. Ever since receiving the notice yesterday, the military had sent a special plane overnight to bring them to this most securely defended family compound in all of Yanjing. Everything they needed was top-notch, and they were accompanied by grandmasters for covert protection when going out. The higher-ups are too courteous. Your mother and I feel embarrassed. Jiang Jiangwo sighed. After hearing this, Jiang Li nodded. With the remaining pages of Golden Core Dao he gave to Li Jun, China's advanced combat strength would soon experience an explosion. There would be hundreds of grandmasters, and dozens of divine realm experts would emerge as well. The number of masters and innate experts was countless. In a short time, China was basically stable. Jiang Li calculated that in a few days he would find time to take a circle around the sky above Blue Star. He would slaughter all the slightly larger 4th and 5th tier monsters around. He would also go across the ocean to kill a batch of those Western superpowers who were making noise. Only after thoroughly cleaning up could he return to the primordial world and go into seclusion with peace of mind. Blue Star was ultimately too fragile. Jiang Li put down his chopsticks, flipped his wrist, and 2 blue-green fruits appeared in his palm. These fruits, called Qinglin fruits, were covered with a layer of fine patterns and emitted a refreshing fragrance. As soon as the fruits were taken out, the spiritual energy concentration in the entire living room soared. The withered green plant on the coffee table visibly sprouted new branches. Dad, Mom, eat this. Jiang Li pushed the fruits toward them. Jiang Jiangwo waved his hand. Your mother and I are both of age. What do we need spiritual medicine for? The good stuff you worked hard to obtain in the secret realm should be kept for yourself. You will need it later. Jiang's mother echoed. What your dad said is right. It's a waste for us ordinary people to eat it. Quickly put it away. Jiang Li smiled and directly took 1 fruit to offer it to Jiang Jiangwo's mouth. I've already eaten it. This thing is of no use to me now. Jiang Li spoke plainly. This is the most basic postnatal spiritual fruit from the primordial world. I casually picked thousands of them by the East Sea. Jiang Jiangwo was stunned. Thousands. Jiang Li continued. Over there, these fruits are only suitable for small monsters as food. But placed in Blue Star, an ordinary person eating one can directly undergo a transformation and achieve the divine realm. The living room fell silent. Divine realm. Even if Jiang Jiangwo didn't understand martial arts, he had learned from the news these past few days. Only those above grandmasters reached the divine realm. They were the land immortals who could single-handedly guard a city with a population of millions. The divine realm experts recorded in the entire Xia country could be counted on one hand. Now his son produced 2 food supplies, claiming that eating them could lead to the divine realm. Go ahead and eat. Jiang Li directly stuffed the fruit into Jiang Jiangwo's hand and handed another one to his mother. The 2 elders exchanged glances, hesitantly taking a bite. The fruit melted in their mouths, transforming into a cool flow that slid straight down their throats into their bellies. They didn't even need to digest it themselves. Jiang Li extended his hands, one on each of his parents' shoulders. His celestial-level divine sense reached out, precisely controlling the immense medicinal power of the Qinglin fruits. He did not use any rough methods, but rather the gentlest approach, gradually cleansing his parents' bones and meridians. The black impurities seeped out through their pores, instantly cleaned away by a water purification spell Jiang Li casually cast. Jiang Jiangwo and Jiang's mother closed their eyes, feeling an inexhaustible strength filling their entire bodies. The roots of their slightly gray hair began to turn black, and the wrinkles on their faces rapidly faded. Their heartbeats became as strong as the beating of drums. Boom! A powerful wave of vitality erupted from Jiang Jiangwo's body. Postnatal innate master grandmaster. There were no bottlenecks, no risks of going berserk. Under the pure medicinal power from the primordial world, Jiang Jiangwo's martial arts realm skyrocketed like a rocket. 3 seconds later, a pressure belonging to a divine realm expert directly broke through the roof of Building 5, soaring into the sky. Immediately after, a second divine realm aura erupted from Jiang's mother. 2 pillars of light shot up into the sky, directly scattering the black clouds over Yanjing City. Outside the family compound, the top figure of the military, Li Jun, was listening to the battle reports coming from Jin City. confirming the vaporization of the kilometer-long giant python. Defensive line secure. The communicator's voice trembled. Li Jun clenched his fists. He had bet right. Jiang Li's power far surpassed the so-called Western deities. At that moment, a terrifying wave of vitality erupted from the direction of Building 5. Li Jun abruptly turned his head, staring dumbfounded at the two pillars of light shooting into the sky. Divine Realm. Li Jun's voice was hoarse. Those were two newly born Divine Realm auras. Moreover, the auras were stable and immense, far exceeding the typical newly promoted Divine Realm. The Grandmaster responsible for protection nearby was stunned. Commander Li, that house is Mr. Jiang's. Shut up. Li Jun sharply interrupted. Waves of shock surged in his mind. In the time it took to have a meal, he casually elevated two ordinary people to the Divine Realm. What kind of method is this? Inside the house, Jiang Li withdrew his hands. Jiang Jiangwo suddenly opened his eyes, clenched his fists, and the air around him produced a series of sonic booms. I can kill a cow with one punch. Jiang Jiangwo looked at his hands, his voice trembling. Jiang's mother also stood up, her body light enough to defy gravity. Not only can you kill cows. Jiang Li smiled. You now have 300 years of lifespan. Jiang Li did not stop. He extended his finger and tapped each of his parents' foreheads. The remnants of golden core Dao were directly imprinted in their minds. The Qinglin fruits greatly improved their qualifications, and now Jiang Jiangwo and his wife had surpassed Blue Star's so-called geniuses. In less than 10 minutes, the two touched the threshold of the golden core Dao. Dad, Mom, you can just practice this technique casually at home. Jiang Li casually instructed. Don't mention it outside. Jiang Jiangwo nodded firmly. He understood the gravity of the situation. The family of three sat down again and continued eating the plate of braised pork. Jiang Jiangwo and Jiang's mother's appetites were surprisingly large. In no time, they finished an entire pot of rice. After the meal, Jiang Li stood up. Xiaoli, where are you going? Jiang's mother asked nervously. Fulo, I want to go out for some exercise. Jiang Li walked to the window and pushed it open. His phone in his pocket vibrated. Jiang Li took it out to take a look. It was a group message screenshot sent by his buddy Zhao Lei. It contained an international breaking news. The Son of Light from the United States announces next week they will descend upon China to help cleanse the evil beasts. Jiang Li put away his phone and looked towards the ocean's direction. The Son of Light from the United States. Jiang Li spoke calmly. In the next second, he transformed into a myriad of golden lights and vanished from in front of the window. In the old city of Jinling, Zhao Lei sat cross-legged on his single bed, staring at the screen of his phone. Messages were flooding the class group chat. Principal Sun Zhenxing had just issued a notice to everyone Wang Teng was withdrawing from school for personal reasons. A pile of classmates lined up to ask for the reason, but no one stepped forward to answer. Zhao Lei exited the group chat interface and opened the dialog box with Jiang Li. Old Jiang, did you see the group? Zhao Lei pressed the voice key. That kid Wang Teng's entire family has vanished. He said yesterday that he would wait for you at the school gate, but today he has simply disappeared without a trace. This is all rather strange. That Li Chang from the next class went into the biochemical secret realm and brought back a gene serum, which was directly bought by a consortium for 3 billion. Zhao Lei muttered to himself. Once I cultivate my inner strength, I'll surely make a name for myself. The air in the room rippled. There was no sound of wind. Countless golden light points gathered on the esports chair in front of the desk. Jiang Li appeared out of thin air, leaning against the back of the chair, dressed in a plain white hoodie. Zhao Lei's hand trembled, causing the secret manual to fall onto the blanket. He stared wide-eyed at Jiang Li. What the hell, how did you get in here? Zhao Lei jumped off the bed and walked a few steps toward Jiang Li. There was no sound of wind. Countless golden light points gathered on the esports chair in front of the desk. Jiang Li appeared out of thin air, leaning against the back of the chair. Those experts online say that the Honghuang secret realm is a place of certain death. What's it really like in there? The experts are right. Jiang Li picked up an empty water cup from the table and poured himself a glass of warm water. There are powerful demons everywhere. Just picking one out could flatten the defense of Blue Star. Zhao Lei inhaled sharply. It's fortunate that you returned intact. Zhao Lei pointed at the secret manual, Basic Beggar's Sect Breathing Technique. I've already reached the threshold of the acquired realm. If you ever need help, just tell me, and I will cover for you. Zhao Lei said, lowering his voice. You don't need to worry about Wang Teng anymore. His family offended someone important, and I've heard it's all over for them. No one will dare to mess with you in Jinling from now on. Jiang Li didn't respond. His gaze fell on the Basic Beggar's Sect Breathing Technique, and he flipped through a couple of pages. It was a shallow chi technique from a low martial world. The meridian pathways were intermittent, and some were even reversed. There are too many flaws. Jiang Li pushed the remnants of the manual aside. Even at its peak, it would only make you an acquired practitioner. You might even go into a frenzy with it. Zhao Lei was stunned. This was rated as a clever technique by the nation. How could Jiang Li speak of it so dismissively? Jiang Li flipped his wrist. A blue fruit suddenly appeared in his palm. The surface of the Qinglin fruit was covered in intricate patterns, and a rich fragrance instantly filled the entire room. A pot of nearly dying cactus on the desk visibly turned green again and sprouted new spines. What is this? Zhao Lei sniffed. He felt a surge of the newly cultivated true energy within him tenfold in vigor. A specialty brought back from the Hongwang. Jiang Li tossed the fruit to Zhao Lei. Eat it. Zhao Lei caught the fruit without hesitation and took a bite. The flesh melted in his mouth. A massive wave of heat exploded within his abdomen. Zhao Lei's face instantly turned red, veins bulging on his forehead. His blood boiled and became scorching beads of blood oozing from the surface of his skin. Jiang Li raised his hand, his index finger pressing against Zhao Lei's brow. A celestial-level spiritual sense reached out precisely, controlling the enormous medicinal power of the Qinglin fruit, forcibly expanding Zhao Lei's meridians. Zhao Lei's original trace of true energy dissipated before the Qinglin fruit. A whole new power washed over his bones and internal organs. His bone density doubled, and his muscle fibers were broken and then restructured. Black, foul-smelling impurities were expelled from his body through his pores. Jiang Li's finger moved slightly, casting a cleansing water spell. A flash of water light passed, and all the dirt on Zhao Lei's body was thoroughly cleaned. Boom! A powerful wave of blood energy burst forth from Zhao Lei's body. The desk and computer monitor in the room were all knocked over. The glass windows shattered with a crash, sending shards raining down. Acquired practitioners, innate practitioners, martial arts masters, grandmasters. The barriers of realms were rendered meaningless. The medicinal power of the Qinglin fruit forcefully pushed Zhao Lei into the divine realm. Above Jinling, the clouds roiled and changed. Dark clouds gathered, and a golden pillar of light representing a divine realm powerhouse shot into the sky, illuminating half the city. In the command center of the northern defense line of Jinling, Chu Changtian was examining the progress of the wall's defense array repairs. He suddenly turned his head, his gaze wide with shock towards the old city. The pressure of the divine realm. Chu Changtian exclaimed in surprise. An aide rushed over, his voice trembling. General, a divine realm has emerged in Jinling. Chu Changshan's pupils constricted. Deploy the 1st Armored Division and seal off a 30-kilometer radius around the old city. No one is allowed to approach that building even a step. Anyone who disobeys will be shot on the spot. The aide took the order and left. Chu Changtian looked at the golden pillar of light, his sense of reverence reaching its peak. He knew that was the residence of Zhao Lei, Jiang Li's friend. He had already carefully reviewed all of Jiang Li's information. Zhao Lei was Jiang Li's close friend, and he was very concerned about him. He understood that Jiang Li was using this method to inform the military that he could not only eliminate powerful demons with a single gesture, but also create divine beings at will. The rise of Huaxiao was now unstoppable. In the room, Zhao Lei stood on the ravaged floor. He clenched his fists, the sound of cracking bones echoing like pop. His hearing penetrated through the walls, picking up the sounds of a couple arguing in the neighboring building and the scurrying of rats in the sewers. He tried to throw a punch. The air emitted a sharp sonic boom. The punch directly created a half-meter deep indentation in the opposite wall, exposing the rebar. Old Jiang. Zhao Lei looked at his hands, his voice trembling. What the hell is happening to me? A small opportunity. Jiang Li withdrew his hand, his tone calm. You are now in the divine realm. Zhao Lei was completely dumbfounded. The divine realm. A publicly acknowledged existence of national level in Huaxia. Just moments ago, he had been feeling proud of being an acquired practitioner. After eating a fruit, he had directly become a divine being. Is this really a specialty of the Hongwang? Zhao Lei swallowed hard. Yes. Jiang Li nodded. He did not mention that the Qinglin fruit was merely a snack for small demons in the Hongwang. Jiang Li raised his hand again, his index finger pressing against Zhao Lei's brow. The remnants of the golden core Dao were directly imprinted into Zhao Lei's mind. Zhao Lei closed his eyes. In his mind appeared images of cultivators flying with swords, moving mountains and filling seas, refining essence into chi, refining chi into spirit, forming cores and becoming infants. This entire system completely shattered the existing martial arts theory of Blue Star. The martial arts system of Blue Star is outdated. Jiang Li withdrew his hand. Practice this. Zhao Lei opened his eyes filled with shock. He looked at the remaining pages of the 18 palms of the dragon subduing on the table, casually pinching it. The paper turned to powder. With a direct path to the Dao and the cultivation technique, this thing was too crude to even wipe the table. I'm leaving now. Jiang Li stood up. Where are you going? Zhao Lei instinctively asked. Back to Yanjing. Jiang Li turned and walked towards the window. Some flies abroad are flapping about quite happily, and I just happen to be waiting for them in Yanjing. A flash of golden light flickered. Jiang Li vanished from the room. Zhao Lei walked to the broken window, looking at the sealed street outside and the fully armed troops. He took a deep breath, feeling the vast and boundless power within him. Son of Light. Zhao Lei sneered. He had also seen the headlines on international news. Now he was also qualified to stand at the pinnacle of Blue Star. In the family quarters of the Yanjing Military District, Building 5, Unit 3. The night was deep and dark. In the living room with no lights on, Jiang Li's figure suddenly appeared on the sofa. Both parents were in their rooms in seclusion, familiarizing themselves with the powers of the divine realm. Jiang Li made no sound. He reached for the purple clay teapot on the coffee table and poured himself a cup of cold tea. 10 meters outside the door, a person stood. That individual had suppressed all their qi and blood standing upright, having waited for more than 2 hours. Come in. Jiang Li set down the teacup. The door was gently pushed open. Li Zhen, a divine realm expert from the Chinese military, stepped into the living room and turned to close the door tightly. He looked at the young man in a white hoodie sitting on the sofa, his eyes filled with awe. He was already aware of the reports from the Jin City defense line about the annihilation of demons, as well as the sudden emergence of new divine realm energy within Jinling City. The person before him possessed the power to overturn the balance of the blue star with a single hand. Mr. Jiang, Li Zhen greeted in a low voice. Sit. Jiang Li gestured towards the single sofa opposite him. Li Zhen did not sit, he stood straight and directly got to the point. Mr. Jiang, the Western Divine Alliance has made a move. The American Children of Light have entered the Pacific Ocean aboard a warship with 12 high-level ability users expected to arrive at the East China Sea next Monday noon. They have issued a global announcement offering to assist China in dealing with certain beasts, but in reality, they are eyeing several secret realms that China has been controlling alone. Jiang Li picked up the teacup and took a sip. What was the response from the Chinese military? Jiang Li asked. They did not back down. Li Zhen's eyes flashed with killing intent. There are a total of 21 divine realm experts in the country, 6 of whom are in Yanjing. I will personally take action against the so-called Children of Light. Do you have confidence? From our intelligence, that so-called Child of Light has obtained the angelic inheritance in America's secret realm with strength comparable to the peak of the divine realm. If it were before, I might not have been a match, but now I have specialized in the path of golden core and made some progress in my cultivation. I am not afraid of him. Jiang Li shook his head. Li Zhen's heart sank suddenly. Did Mr. Jiang feel that China had no chance and wanted to take action personally? Jiang Li said nothing. He turned his wrist, and a red light fell from his wide sleeve. The light landed on the thick wool carpet in the living room, making a dull thudding sound. Immediately the red light connected into a mass. Whoosh! Within seconds, a pile of fist-sized, completely red fruits formed a small mountain on the carpet. A rich, exotic fragrance instantly filled the entire living room. The greenery at the edge of the coffee table shot up wildly, with leaves directly reaching the ceiling. Li Zhen was stunned. He looked at the pile of at least 1,000 red fruits, his throat constricting. Mr. Jiang, what is this? Li Zhen's voice was hoarse. Qi Shueguo blood fruit. Jiang Li clapped his hands, his tone casual. The lowest level spiritual fruit from the primordial world. I just picked a few. Li Zhen felt his mind was spinning. Just picked a few. The spiritual energy fluctuations emitted by this pile of fruits were hundreds of times stronger than the top secret medicines stored in the national treasury. What are the effects? Li Zhen's breathing quickened. If an ordinary person eats one, they can forcibly widen their meridians and directly elevate to the Grandmaster realm. If a martial artist who is originally at the peak of the Grandmaster realm eats one, they can without a doubt directly step into the divine realm. Jiang Li leaned back on the sofa watching Li Zhen. The living room fell into a deathly silence. Li Zhen stared fixedly at the red fruit mountain on the carpet. His mind was racing. One fruit creates one Grandmaster. A Grandmaster can enter the divine realm after consumption. There are 1,000 here. Since the founding of China, they have expended national efforts to cultivate only over 20 divine realm experts and hundreds of Grandmasters. And now this pile of weeds casually thrown on the ground by Jiang Li can instantly produce 1,000 Grandmasters or hundreds of divine realm experts. Li Zhen's body swayed, his legs went weak as he nearly fell to the carpet. The commander of the Chinese military, a man of iron and blood who remained unflinching before any storm, now had red eyes and was trembling violently. Mr. Jiang. Li Zhen opened his mouth, but found he could not make a sound. Take these and distribute them to trustworthy individuals. Jiang Li interrupted Li Zhen. By next Monday, those flies will be here. I find them annoying. I do not wish for them to affect my parents' mood during their... There was no need for Jiang Li to personally crush a few flies. He wanted China to stand up by itself, using absolute power to slap the West in the face. Understood. Li Zhen snapped to attention, offering an extremely standard military salute. His eyes were red. Li Zhen unfastened the military high-level storage bag at his waist, squatted down, and began to tremble as he picked up the red fruits one by one. He moved extremely gently. 5 minutes later, Li Zhen secured the last fruit. He bowed to Jiang Li again and strode out of the room. His steps were heavy, carrying an unprecedented confidence and a decisive will. At 2 o'clock in the morning, in the western suburbs of Yanjing, the highest top-secret command center of China, the piercing red alarm echoed across various military district bases. Countless military transport planes took off into the night sky, converging towards Yanjing. In the know, one conference room, the lights were bright. Chu Changtian, wrapped in bandages, sat in the third row. He had just been healed from serious injuries by Jiang Li yesterday and received the highest order to rush overnight from Jinling. Surrounding him were corps generals who had made remarkable contributions in various war zones of China, elite warriors guarding secret realms, and veterans who had been stuck at the Grandmaster bottleneck for years. There were 1,000 people filling the huge conference room to capacity. Li Zhen strode up to the podium. He did not take a microphone or prepare a speech. He directly opened the military storage bag and dumped 1,000 qi shui guo onto the wide table of the podium. The red light illuminated the entire hall. An exotic fragrance wafted through the air. "What is this?" An old grandmaster in the front row exclaimed. After just inhaling a breath of the fragrance, the true qi that had stagnated in his body for 10 years began to circulate on its own. No need to ask the source. No need to ask the price. Li Zhan's gaze swept across the room, his voice carrying an unyielding iron will. "One for each of you. Swallow it immediately. Before dawn, I want to see China produce 1,000 iron rods to smash the bones of the West." No one hesitated. The soldier's duty is to obey. The fruits were distributed to everyone. 1,000 people simultaneously stuffed the qi shui guo into their mouths and swallowed. In the next second, a sudden change occurred. Boom! Chu Chang Tian's qi and blood exploded within him instantly. The immense medicinal power of the qi shui guo directly shattered the hidden injuries he had accumulated over the years, brutally widening all his meridians. The bones throughout his body made cracking sounds like bursting beans. His muscles rapidly expanded, directly tearing his specially made combat uniform. The bottleneck at the peak of the Grandmaster realm shattered instantly. A pressure belonging to a divine realm expert erupted from Chu Chang Tian, piercing through the 100 meters of reinforced concrete defenses underground, soaring into the sky. But this was just the beginning. Boom, boom, boom. Continuous sonic booms exploded in the conference room. The more than 30 grandmasters sitting in the front row almost simultaneously crossed that chasm that had plagued them their entire lives. Over 30 beams of divine realm light shot up into the sky, completely obscured by the underground base. The more than 900 masters and innate warriors behind were similarly experiencing a frenzied surge in their vitality. A few white-haired veterans regained their youth, and the warriors with severed limbs had their flesh and blood reassembled. The fluctuations of vitality from the grandmasters intertwined, forming a tangible red storm that rampaged through the underground base. In the top-level conference room, several elderly men with graying hair stood before a massive electronic screen. On the screen, the light points representing the high-level warriors of Huaxiao were increasing at an exponential rate. 10, 50, 125, 1,103 grandmasters. An elder removed his reading glasses and wiped away the tears that had spilled from the corners of his eyes. He turned his head to look at the latest battle report relayed from the side of the screen. "Li Shuai is requesting an operational plan," the communications officer reported loudly. The elder put his glasses back on, his gaze becoming exceptionally sharp. He looked at the light points of the Western Fleet approaching the Huaxiao Sea area on the big screen. "Notify Li Zhan." The elder spoke slowly. "The national gates are wide open. Go teach the Western guests a lesson." The night wind blew across the balcony of the Yanjing Military District's family quarters. Jiang Li leaned back in a rattan chair, holding a cup of freshly brewed tea. The living room was devoid of any noise. Jiang Jiangguo and Lin Lan had consumed the Qinglin fruit and were currently in the bedroom, closed off to digest the immense vitality and the remnants of the golden core Dao. After tonight, the two elders would surpass 500 years of life, their physical strength sufficient to disregard the direct impact of modern large-caliber firearms. The celestial-level divine sense expanded outward without concealment. Jiang Li's perception crossed the steel and concrete of Yanjing, skimming over the mountains and rivers of Huaxiao, reaching deep beneath the earth in a certain location of Yanjing. 1,000 majestic beams of vitality were secretly gathering there. These were the newly advanced 1,000 grandmasters of Huaxiao. Li Zhan's work efficiency was exceedingly high. Within a few hours, the core combat power of the military had completed a blood exchange and reorganization. Jiang Li withdrew his divine sense and pulled out an old smartphone from his pocket. The screen lit up, showing a red indicating 999 on the WeChat icon. He opened the class group for the third-year class 2. The messages on the screen quickly scrolled, filled with anxiety and excitement. Li Chang, latest insider information: Wang Tung hasn't been reachable. There was a brief pause in the group, followed by an explosion of messages. "Zhou Hao, I went to Wang Tung's estate in the southern suburbs this afternoon. Guess what? There wasn't even a single brick left. It had turned into a deep pit 10 meters wide. The cut surface of the pit was very smooth. The military set up a warning line. The Wang family has been removed. Do you think it could be the class monitor? The class monitor has been in the primordial era for so long. Could he have brought back some treasures?" The group erupted with chatter. Various speculations flooded the screen. Wang Kai nonsense. Jiang Li went to the Primordial Secret Realm. It's a place that global experts deem a guaranteed death zone. If he can come back in one piece, he must have amazing luck. Can he really use his head to crush an innate warrior? Zhou Hao, I also find it implausible. It's likely that the Wang family offended a more terrifying hidden figure and was directly uprooted. The class monitor just happened to be there when the Wang family fell into misfortune. As for Wang Tung's hands, he probably found a passive defensive artifact at the outskirts of the primordial era and brought it back to the real world for self-defense. Li Chang immediately agreed. Zhou Hao is right. External objects are ultimately external. I heard that someone from Yanjing University brought back a genetic agent that sold for 300 million and now it's being mass-produced by a consortium with a supervisor's position directly given to someone in the upper management. The state values explorers like us who have real strength. Relying on scavenged items for self-defense won't get us far. Jiang Li looked at the screen, took a sip of tea, and his expression remained calm. He had no desire to type. Summer bugs cannot speak of ice. Suddenly, a new message popped up at the bottom of the screen. Zhao Lei, a bunch of ignorant fools. Li Chang instantly countered Zhao Lei, why are you so arrogant? You get your hands on a broken foundational technique from the beggar sect. Practicing it for a lifetime would still only make you an innate warrior. What gives you the right to look down on 300 million? Zhao Lei sent a selfie. The background of the picture was an old residential building's bedroom. All the furniture in the room was smashed and the glass windows were shattered. The main subject of the photo was Zhao Lei. He was half a meter off the ground with no support, floating in the center of the room. Outside the window were fully armed soldiers and heavy armored vehicles parked in a row with beams of searchlights shining on the building. Zhao Lei captioned, sorry. I accidentally broke through to the divine realm. Now the military's commander in Jiangnan has arranged an armored regiment downstairs to stand guard for me. You all keep chatting about 300 million. The group fell into silence. For 3 long minutes, no one sent a message. Everyone stared at the image, zooming in and zooming in again. Floating in midair was a feat only grandmasters and divine realm experts could achieve. The armored vehicles below bore the insignia of the Jiangnan military district, unmistakably authentic. Zhou Hao broke the silence. Brother Lei. Which deity edited this picture? Dou Bao. Zhao Lei wasted no time and directly sent a 5-second video in the group. In the video, he smiled at the phone camera, then raised his right hand, grasping at a load-bearing wall 2 meters away. The wall exploded with a thunderous bang, twisted rebar exposed and concrete fragments scattered all over the ground. There were no traces of any special effects. The group chat for the 3rd year class 2 came to a complete standstill. Lu Tingting AI is so powerful now. Wang Kai, how is this possible? Li Chang, if this is real, it'll stand on my head and have diarrhea. Jiang Li quietly watched Zhao Lei show off, not saying much. He then turned off his phone. Monday morning. The weather on Blue Star was somewhat gloomy. People in various countries were going about their daily activity. Suddenly, all major television stations, online streaming platforms, and giant outdoor advertising screens cut off all regular programming at the same time. The screen briefly displayed snowflakes, then uniformly connected to Waxia's military's top-secret high-definition signal source. The image showed the turbulent waters of the East China Sea. A nuclear-powered aircraft carrier flying the American flag was docked at the edge of international waters. At the front of the deck stood a blond man in a white robe. Behind him were 12 high-level ability users in different battle armors lined up, their powerful energy fluctuations distorting the surrounding air. Dozens of fighter jets circled overhead, guarding this fleet, representing the Western Gods Alliance. The blond man raised his head, staring directly at the camera. His voice resonated through the loudspeakers and live broadcast signals, reaching every corner of Blue Star. Huaxia is unable to suppress the mystical realm's beasts, leading to multiple crises in the sea defense line. I, the Son of Light, represent the Western Gods Alliance, and with the Divine, will I have officially come to assist Huaxia in defending the East China Sea defense line. He stood high above Imperius. The world was in an uproar. Western netizens cheered wildly at their keyboards while the people of Huaxia clenched their fists, staring intently at the screen. In the 3rd year class 2 group, Li Chang and others watched the live broadcast, cold sweat soaking their backs. Are these Westerners too arrogant? The camera of the live broadcast slowly panned, crossing over the aircraft carrier and focusing on the skies above the Huaxia Sea area. The space underwent violent turbulence. The raging winds on the sea suddenly ceased. Li Jun, dressed in a crisp black Zhongshan suit, stepped onto the void, walking out from the clouds. With each step he took, the void emitted a dull thud. The Son of Light sneered, Li Jun, as a newly ascended Divine Realm warrior, can you withstand our 12 high-level ability users? Are you seeking death? Li Jun ignored the Son of Light. He halted in midair with his hands clasped behind his back. In the next moment, the sky behind Li Jun turned blood red. 1,000 warriors clad in Huaxia military uniforms simultaneously shattered the clouds, stepping into the void, appearing in the live broadcast frame. 1,000 beams of surging blood energy shot up into the sky, forming a massive blood-red storm that obscured the sun. The violent aura crushed the waves on the surface of the sea, severed the communication antennae on the aircraft carrier, and even the dozen circling fighter jets were violently rocked in the air at risk of crashing at any moment. Grandmasters. 1,000 grandmasters capable of flight. Among them, the 30 or so in the front row exuded a pressure that was even comparable to Li Jun. The arrogance on the Son of Light's face instantly froze. The 12 high-level ability users behind him were weak in the legs, nearly collapsing onto the deck. Everyone watching the live broadcast on Blue Star had their brains completely malfunction. Huaxia's national power only had a few hundred grandmasters. How could 1,000 appear out of thin air now? Li Jun stood before 1,000 troops, not looking at the Western fleet that was terrified. He slowly turned around, facing the direction of Yanjing. This top commander of Huaxia, under the gaze of the entire world, adjusted his collar, bent down, and deeply bowed. The 1,000 grandmasters behind him simultaneously bent at the waist, moving in perfect unison. The voices of 1,000 people converged, shattering the dark clouds above the East China Sea. This battle is for the glory of Huaxia. For Mr. Jiang. Far away at home in Yanjing, Jiang Li leaned back on the sofa, watching Li Zhen bowing on the television screen, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He picked up the remote control and pressed the power button. The screen went black and the living room returned to silence. The show was about to begin. The Child of Light sneered. Li Zhen, I know you, a mere warrior who has just stepped into the divine realm, trying to block my path. You are seeking death. Are you done speaking? Li Zhen replied in a calm voice. The Child of Light frowned. What a thief pretending to be a saint. Li Zhen raised his right hand and slowly formed a fist. Get out of the waters of Huaxia or die. The Child of Light's expression turned cold. Heretic, obstinate, and unyielding. Behind him, 2 pairs of dazzling energy wings suddenly spread wide. The brilliant white light instantly illuminated the dark waters. The Child of Light moved at an incredible speed, streaking towards Li Zhen in a flurry of light and shadow. A massive sword forged from light elements appeared in his hand. The sword sliced through the air, creating a series of sharp sonic booms. The overwhelming pressure of the peak divine realm was unleashed without reservation. The seawater beneath the aircraft carrier was forced down several meters, forming a massive pit on the surface. The Child of Light's eyes were filled with disdain. He was the inheritor of the 4-winged angel from the Western Secret Realm. The energy level within him far surpassed the traditional martial arts chi of Blue Star. Li Zhen, a mere martial artist who had just broken through to the divine realm, could not withstand this strike. He intended to kill Li Zhen in the most brutal manner, thoroughly shattering the morale of Huaxia. Li Zhen stood still, unmoving. Within him, the fragments of the golden core Dao, taught by Jiang Li, were operating frantically. The meridians modified by the blood fruit were exceptionally wide and resilient. The true chi in his dantian was no longer a superficial gaseous form, but had subtly condensed into liquid golden droplets. Li Zhen stepped forward, pulled back his right fist, and unleashed a mighty punch. There were no flashy techniques, only pure refined strength and true chi. The fist met the light sword. A visible shockwave erupted at the point of impact between the two, sweeping horizontally along the surface of the sea. 100-meter-high wall of water shot up. The Child of Light's wrist trembled violently. The surface of the light sword was covered in dense cracks, which then shattered into countless specks of light. He was propelled over 30 meters away, tumbling in the air several times before barely stabilizing himself. Li Zhen remained standing, not even altering his breathing rhythm. How is this possible? The Child of Light's eyes widened as he stared intently at Li Zhen. The quality of the opponent's true chi was absurdly high. In that previous clash, he felt as if he had struck an unmovable solid alloy. Western intelligence clearly stated that Huaxia's martial arts true chi was loose and weak, unable to resist the higher divine inheritance. The live broadcast captured this clash in vivid detail. The barrage of comments on the Western live streaming platform instantly froze. All the Western netizens who had been celebrating fell silent. Meanwhile, Huaxia's internet erupted with overwhelming cheers. In a rented room in Jiangli City, Li Chong held his phone, his hands trembling uncontrollably. In the WeChat group for Class 2 Senior Year, 3 messages refreshed so quickly that the words were unreadable. Wang Kai, damn. Commander Li just punched that birdman away. Huaxia's martial arts are invincible. Zhou Hao, what happened to the foreign sheepdog that said Huaxia was finished? Why is he silent now? Zhao Lei sat in a military jeep watching the messages in the group, snickering. He knew that all of this was Jiang Li's doing. The techniques given by Jiang Li were nothing short of divine artifacts that transcended Blue Star's understanding. On the battlefield in the East Sea, the Child of Light felt a burning sensation on his face. In front of the entire world, he was actually forced back by a native warrior with a single strike. This shattered the pride he held as an inheritor of divine power. Kill him. The Child of Light roared in anger. Among the 12 high-level ability users behind him, an elderly man in a gray robe suddenly vanished from sight. A shadow assassin of the divine realm. This was the hidden trump card of the Western Alliance for this operation. The old man, concealed within the rifts of the void, appeared directly less than half a meter behind Li Zhen. A pitch-black dagger silently thrust toward the back of Li Zhen's head. The speed was at its peak. Li Zhen sensed the killing intent, but did not turn to defend. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 5 piercing sounds erupted simultaneously. In the military formation behind Li Zhen, 5 men dressed in Huaxia military uniforms instantly leaped out. They crossed a distance of 1,000 meters and appeared directly around Li Zhen. The leader was Chu Changtian, commander of the Jiangnan military district. The 5 unleashed their blood and energy simultaneously. 5 solidified red pillars of light shot up into the sky. The violent pressure of the divine realm sealed and solidified the space behind Li Zhen completely. Bang! The Shadow Elder was kicked out of the void by Chu Changtian. He crashed heavily onto the aircraft carrier's deck, creating a 3-meter-deep pit in the reinforced steel. The Elder coughed up blood violently, his chest bones collapsing and fracturing, instantly losing combat capability. 5 Huaxia Divine Realm powerhouses stood to the left and right of Li Jun, their cold gazes fixed on the western fleet below. The Child of Light was dumbfounded. The remaining 11 high-level ability users also retreated in shock. 5 Divine Realm beings. Together with Li Jun, there were a total of 6 solid Divine Realm combatants here. After a brief moment of silence, the Child of Light regained his senses. You all are insane. He pointed at the 6 in the sky, shouting in disbelief. Huaxia only has about 20 Divine Realm beings in total. Did you move all the defenders from the north and west? Are you abandoning your domestic defenses? In the Western perception, Huaxia was certainly going all in. To uphold the facade of the EC defense, they had drained all the high-end combat power from across the nation. They didn't even care about the lives of people in other places. Chu Chantian rolled his shoulders, producing a series of audible cracks. Do we need to mobilize the entire nation's forces to deal with you worthless trash? Chu Chantian curled his lips into a cold smile. Among the military formation behind him, another 10 soldiers stepped forward in unison. 10 presences that were not inferior to that of the Divine Realm erupted simultaneously. The clouds above the East Sea were shredded apart. The once gloomy sky cleared instantly. The Child of Light's heart jerked violently. The alarms on the aircraft carrier blared as they detected an ultra-high energy reaction. Not 6 Divine Realm beings, but 16. Where did Huaxia get so many Divine Realm beings? How dared they hide so deeply? All global livestream signals experienced a momentary glitch due to energy field interference. All the viewers on Blue Star were left dumbfounded. Above the 9 heavens at an altitude of 30,000 meters, Jiang Li stood with his hands behind his back. The raging wind blew through his white hoodie, yet it did not lift a single corner of his clothing. The space within half a meter of him was in absolute stillness. He calmly gazed through the clouds, overlooking everything happening on the surface of the sea below. His celestial-level divine sense captured every movement within several thousand kilometers. He had no intention of intervening. Li Jun's punch just now had already validated the overwhelming suppression of the Western abilities by the fragments of the Golden Core Dao. The medicinal power of the blood fruit had also fully awakened the latent potential of the Huaxia soldiers. What they lacked now was merely the honing of real combat experience. Huaxia now possessed an absolute military advantage. If such a crushing situation required his personal intervention, then his teachings would hold no meaning. Teaching someone to fish is better than giving them fish. Jiang Li understood clearly that the crisis facing Blue Star had only just begun. He raised his head to look at the azure sky above. In dimensions invisible to ordinary people, the spatial barriers of Blue Star emitted faint tearing sounds. 10 years ago, the secret realm of the heavens descended. That was merely the beginning of Blue Star's contact with the other world. Now, as time passed, the degree of integration between the secret realm and Blue Star was deepening geometrically. Currently, the highest tier demon beasts that have descended upon Blue Star are merely tier 4. Beings of this level do not even qualify to awaken their intelligence in the primitive world. But soon those terrifying beings who truly grasp the laws and can turn the tide will squeeze into Blue Star through the increasingly widening spatial rifts. Even those exalted deities from other worlds will descend in their true forms. Huaxia needs its own powerful warriors. It requires a batch of local cultivators who can emerge from the baptism of blood and fire. Li Jun and these 1,000 Grand Masters are merely a spark. Jiang Li aims to forge China into an iron-blooded nation that can stand tall among the myriad worlds even in his absence. The battle on the surface of the sea has erupted completely. The 16 newly ascended Divine Realm warriors of China do not adhere to the notion of unknown combat. They follow the simplest military tactic, using absolute numerical superiority to annihilate the enemy with the swiftest speed. Chu Chantian led the charge. A few surrounded the Son of Light and began a relentless barrage. The four-winged angelic light, which the Son of Light took pride in, was forcibly torn down by Chu Chantian using his true energy. The 12 high-level superpowered individuals could not even last a minute before having all their limbs shattered and being thrown onto the deck wailing. The once mighty Western fleet was utterly defeated. At this moment, Jiang Li had returned home, watching the live broadcast of the East China Sea on television, and then pressed the power button on the remote control. The image of Li Jun bowing with 1,000 men shrank into a small white and disappeared entirely. He tossed the remote onto the coffee table and walked into the kitchen. A few apples were soaking in the sink. Jiang Li picked up a peeler, his fingers moving swiftly, and the apple peels fell in a continuous line into the trash can. He brought the prepared fruit platter back to the living room just as the master bedroom door opened. Jiang Jiangguo and Lin Lan emerged. Their once white hair had fallen away, replaced by a thick dark crop. The age spots and wrinkles on their faces had faded, their skin tightened like that of a man in his 30s. Jiang Jiangguo clenched his fist, producing a dull explosive sound in the air. What the hell is this? Jiang Jiangguo stared at his hands. I feel like I could punch through a load-bearing wall right now. Dad, control your energy a bit. Jiang Li placed the fruit platter on the table. The remnants of the golden core path combined with the Qinglin fruit mean you are now solidly in the divine realm. Though you may not know spells, your physical bodies can withstand an anti-tank missile without issue. Lin Lan walked to the dressing mirror, touching her face with reddened eyes. She turned to her son. You must have suffered quite a bit in that what was it the primordial world. It's definitely not easy to obtain these things. Jiang Li bit into a piece of apple. He couldn't explain that this thing was merely a wild fruit with a bit of spiritual energy in the primordial world. Good luck, I picked it up. Jiang Li chewed the apple. You two better stay indoors for a few days and control the surging power. I'm going out to handle some matters. His parents nodded. They understood that their son now belonged to a realm beyond their comprehension. At this moment, Blue Star was at the center of an unprecedented storm. Although the broadcast signal from the East China Sea had been cut off, the previous images had already spread across the global network through numerous nodes. The proud son of light and 12 high-level superpowered individuals from the Western Alliance were being treated like dogs by a group of martial artists from China who seemingly appeared out of nowhere, having their limbs severed and discarded on the deck. In the United States, the underground strategic command center of the White House. The president slammed his coffee cup against the screen. Brown liquid flowed down the bulletproof glass. Can someone tell me what's going on with those 10 or so divine realm warriors from China? Are the Intelligence Bureau personnel just sitting around? The president roared, scanning the aides at the round table. The Minister of Defense wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Your Excellency, we cannot detect their energy source. The Chinese are quite insidious. These must have been prepared in advance. I don't want to hear this. The president leaned on the table with both hands. Immediately launch a propaganda war. Unite all allies to voice out. The Son of Light came with peaceful intentions while China launched an unprovoked attack. This is a crime against humanity. This is a war crime. 10 minutes later, mainstream Western media pushed out press releases across the internet. All the headlines sang the same tune. The brutal Eastern thug China violates peace agreements, slaughters humanitarian aiders. The most enthusiastic were a few neighboring countries closely aligned with China. In the capital of the country of the devils, the Prime Minister's residence's press conference hall. Prime Minister Anbei stood before the microphone, his expression filled with righteous indignation. The hall was packed with global media reporters armed with long guns and short cannons. China's actions are a trampling of Blue Star civilization. Anbei waved his fist, spitting as he spoke. We strongly condemn this barbaric act. The country of the devils will immediately freeze all of China's assets and cut off all high-tech trade relations. We demand that China surrender Li Jun, the murderer, to face trial in an international court. On simultaneous live broadcasts across the internet, the president of the country of the sticks followed up with a video. After overnight verification by our historians, the martial art technique Li Jun used on the surface of the sea has the same initial stance as our ancient martial art, the great Korean divine art. China not only stole our cultural heritage, but also used it to harm international friends. The Republic of Korea will not tolerate this. Two news stories quickly occupied the top of the global trending search. Western netizens found an outlet to vent, frantically posting on various forums demanding the formation of a joint fleet to attack China. In Yinjing, the highest command center of the military region. On the massive curved screen, split-screen broadcast displayed the rants of the leaders of the country of the devils and the country of the sticks. A dozen core military officers sat in the conference room. No one spoke. The air was thick with oppressive killing intent. Chu Chantian stood at the far end of the long table, still wearing the combat uniform brought back from the front lines of the East China Sea, stained with the blood of superpowered individuals. He turned to look at Li Jun at the main seat. Li Shuai. Chu Chantian stepped forward and stood at attention in salute. I request to fight. Li Jun rested his chin on his crossed hands, calmly watching Prime Minister Anbei on the screen. The golden true energy within him flowed slowly along the trajectory of the golden core path. It was a force that transcended the martial arts system of this world. Dignity only lies at the tip of the sword, and truth only exists within the range of cannon fire. Li Jun stood up, adjusting the cuffs of his Zhongshan suit. He looked at Chu Chantian. Take 5 people. Li Jun spoke in a flat tone, as if he were simply deciding what to have for dinner. Go to those 2 islands to the east. Remember, we do not need to protest or condemn right now. Understood. Chu Chantian grinned, revealing a row of gleaming white teeth. 10 minutes later. The air defense alarms along the eastern coastal region of China showed no response as 6 streams of blood-red energy shot directly upward, breaking the sound barrier and leaving 6 straight white trails in the sky as they sped towards the eastern sea. Above the capital of the country of the devils, the weather was clear. Inside the Prime Minister's residence, Anbei had just finished the press conference and was raising a glass of champagne to celebrate with several cabinet ministers. This time we made a significant impact in front of the Free Alliance. The United States has promised to deliver the latest mech blueprints to us by tomorrow. Anbei took a sip of his drink, his face filled with pride. The defense minister was about to flatter him. Boom. A deafening sonic boom suddenly exploded in the air above the residence. All the bulletproof glass shattered simultaneously, covered in spiderweb-like cracks before bursting into pieces. The fierce wind swept the glass shards into the hall. The alarm emitted a piercing scream. Soldiers from the outer self-defense forces rushed into the courtyard, looking up at the sky. Chu Chantian hovered 50 meters above the Prime Minister's residence accompanied by 2 Divine Realm generals. Without any flying equipment, they stood in midair. 3 solidified pressures of Divine Realm Qi and blood poured down, without reservation. This was no ordinary martial arts Qi and blood, but a destructive energy, washed by the primordial crimson blood fruit and the golden core path. Hundreds of self-defense soldiers in the courtyard let out no screams, being directly pressed to the ground by this overwhelming force. The sound of bones shattering echoed continuously, while the chassis of armored vehicles made from special steel emitted a twisted groan under this pressure, being crushed. Anbei and several cabinet ministers lay on the carpet of the hall, their insides nearly bursting out. He struggled to lift his head, looking through the shattered dome at the 3 figures in the sky that resembled demons. Wah! What the hell? Why didn't the air defense system react? The defense minister spat blood, unable to articulate a complete sentence. Chu Chantian looked down from a high vantage point, surveying the group of politicians. Aren't you here to judge Li Shuai? His voice, infused with true energy, shook the official residence to its core. We're here, and Bei was utterly terrified. He sensed the absolute approach of death, a violent force that disregarded any worldly power, turning his once proud political skills into a mere joke. No, this is a misunderstanding. We can negotiate. And Bei waved his hands desperately. Chu Chantian made no unnecessary movements. He raised his right hand fingers together and pointed downwards towards the hall. This was a simplified application of sword energy taught by Jiang Li. Even a mere surface layer could not be resisted by materials from Blue Star. A golden beam as thick as a barrel descended from the sky, directly piercing through the residence's dome. There was no violent explosion, no raging flames. Where the golden beam passed, reinforced concrete, precious carpets, bulletproof walls, and Bei along with the cabinet ministers were all instantaneously vaporized. The beam lasted for 2 seconds. Chu Chantian retracted his finger, turned, and shattered the void as he returned eastward along the same path. 2 generals followed closely behind. What was once the luxurious core area of the Prime Minister's residence was left with a massive round pit 30 meters deep, its surface as smooth as a mirror. Not a drop of blood was left, not even ashes. At the same time, in the blue house of the Stick Country, 3 other powerful figures from Huaxia floated outside the office building. The president, who was preparing to tweet a second condemnation of Huaxia, was struck down by a general from afar. A massive imprint of true energy flattened the entire office building along with its occupants, creating a deep pit in the ground. The highest command systems of both nations were physically wiped out in less than 5 minutes. The radar of the American military base stationed between the 2 countries only detected the high-energy reaction in the air after the 6 left. A video shot by survivors swept across the global network once again. In the video, the scene of Chu Changshan's finger destroying everything became a nightmare for all Western politicians. The boiling public opinion on Blue Star fell into an eerie silence at that moment. The Western media, which had been frantically shouting just 10 minutes ago, collectively ceased updates. The spokesperson for the White House deleted all previous condemnation tweets and issued a brief statement. Overnight, the Free Alliance calls for all parties to exercise restraint and maintain regional peace. No one dared to mention the word sanction or trial anymore. No one paid attention to those 2 island nations that had lost their high-level officials. Power bowed its head under the absolute force of might. Huaxia Yinjing. Jiang Li walked alone to the back mountain of the family compound. The surrounding forest was tranquil, with the cold night wind rustling the leaves. He did not pay attention to the farcical events on the international stage. The commotion caused by Chu Changshan's actions did not escape his divine sense. He felt no ripple of emotion regarding this outcome. The reshuffling of Blue Star's landscape was precisely the purpose of passing down his cultivation methods. The West had bowed its head. The external threat was momentarily resolved. However, the great demons emerging from various secret realms within the country still occupied the famous mountains and rivers. Until they were eliminated, the energy of the Huaxia military would be severely constrained. Too slow, Jiang Li sighed lightly. By the time Li Zhen and the others grow up to deal with these 4th-tier beasts, it will take at least 3 years. Huaxia cannot afford to wait. Jiang Li stepped forward, blending into the night. The next morning, northeast Greater Xing'an Range. This was one of Huaxia's 3 major forbidden zones for demon beasts. There was not a soul in sight for 1,000 miles. A 4th-tier frost giant wolf occupied this land, having devoured tens of thousands of border residents over the past decade. A blizzard raged. The 3rd Army stationed outside the defense line was on high alert. On the radar screen, a high-energy red dot representing the giant wolf flickered violently. It was hungry. In midair, ripples appeared in the void. Jiang Li, dressed in gray sportswear, appeared out of nowhere. The fierce wind carrying snowflakes melted away automatically half a meter near him. Below, the frost giant wolf, over 100 meters long, raised its head. It sensed the presence of a living being, opened its massive jaws, and unleashed a blast of chilling breath. Jiang Li did not lower his head. To him, a 4th-tier demon beast was merely equivalent to a demon at the Earth Immortal level. It was already at the Celestial Immortal level, and killing them was as easy as slaughtering chickens. He brought his middle and index fingers together and performed a downward flick. A flash of golden light passed. There was no earth-shattering explosion. The chilling breath split apart. The body of the frost giant wolf froze midair, and then a straight red line appeared from its forehead to its tail. Its massive body silently split in two, crashing into the snow below. A demon core the size of a fist floated upwards, landing in Jiang Li's hand. Day 1. Jiang Li tucked the demon core into his pocket and vanished. The entire process took 3 seconds. Yanjing's highest command center. The piercing alarm abruptly stopped. The major responsible for monitoring the greater Xing'an range suddenly stood up, staring intently at the large screen. Report. The SS-level energy source in the core area of the greater Xing'an range has disappeared. Li Jun was drinking tea when he paused at the news. Tea splashed onto the back of his hand. The military, having significantly increased its strength, was preparing to formulate plans to eliminate several major demons within Huaxiao, with the first choice being the frost giant wolf of the greater Xing'an range. Chu Changtian quickly walked to the control panel and called up satellite images. On the snow-covered ground lay only a giant wolf's corpse, evenly cut in half. There were no signs of battle, no residual energy. Is this really a fourth-tier great demon? Chu Changtian swallowed hard. When this wolf had descended, Huaxiao had lost 2 great masters trying to breach its hide. Li Jun set down his teacup and looked out the window. That one has started cleaning up the house. For the next week, the monitoring center of the Huaxiao military became the busiest place in the world. Jiang Li treated demon slaying as a morning workout. Every morning, he would go out once precisely on time. On Tuesday, deep within the Qinling Mountains, the black Sha demon tiger, lurking there, was dozing. Jiang Li descended from the sky and stepped down. The mountain peak within a 10-mile radius sank 3 meters. The demon tiger made no sound and turned into a puddle of flesh. On Wednesday, atop the roof of the world, the blood-feather golden eagle that blotted out the sun attempted to flee. Jiang Li opened his mouth and unleashed a beam of true fire. The golden eagle was incinerated into ashes at 10,000 meters in the sky. On Thursday, in the Shenanjia poisonous miasma zone, a millennium-old venomous serpent just poked its head out of the mire when Jiang Li grabbed it in midair, with one hand directly extracting its tendons and crushing its skull. On Friday, in the Eastern Sea Abyss, a week's time, 7 fourth-tier great demons that had suppressed Huaxia's national fortune were completely cleared out. Apart from a few demon cores, nothing was left. The high-ranking officials of Huaxia could no longer sit still. It was not fear, but ecstasy. The mountain that had pressed down on Huaxia's heart for 10 years was gone. Li Jun stood before the operational map, removing the last 7 black skull flags from it. Currently, the highest-level demon beasts remaining in the country are fewer than 20 third-tier demons. The rest are all first- and second-tier cannon fodder, the intelligence officer reported. Li Jun turned to look at Chu Changtian and the 1,000 newly promoted great masters standing tall in the conference room. The environment has been cleaned up. If we can't even remove the remaining weeds, we might as well collectively slit our throats. Li Jun's voice was cold and hard. All troops mobilize. Reclaim lost ground. Yes. 1,000 voices shouted in unison. The roar overturned the snow piled on the roof. The counteroffensive had begun. This is a crushing victory without any suspense. Chu Changtian led 15 God Realm powerhouses, forming a spearhead unit that specifically targeted third-tier demon beasts. The vitality and blood of the God Realm, combined with the fragmented true chi of the Golden Core Path, could not be resisted by ordinary Secret Realm demon beasts with a single strike. Following closely behind were 1,000 Grandmasters. They dispersed to various battle zones, leading the heavy armored troops to sweep through the occupied areas. For the past decade, humans had been treated as blood food by the demon beasts. Today, the army of Huaxia drove their blades into the throats of the demon beasts. It took 2 days to reclaim the Jiangnan occupied area. Stabilizing the southwestern border took a day and a half. Clearing the heartland of Central Plains took half a day. In just half a month, the red areas on the map of Huaxia rapidly expanded, engulfing all the gray territories representing the demon beast occupied zones. The world was in an uproar. The Western Alliance watched the satellite images return, collectively stunned. They thought Huaxia was mobilizing its national God Realm to demonstrate power in Japan and Korea, expecting the homeland to be vulnerable, waiting to see the demon beasts slaughtering cities. However, Huaxia did not collapse. Instead, it launched an unprecedented counterattack. The once invincible great demons vanished into thin air. The army of Huaxia's martial artists swept through the demon beasts as if they were in an uninhabited realm. The landscape of Blue Star has changed. The U.S. Secretary of Defense said, leaning back in his chair as he gazed at the map with the contiguous Huaxia safe zones. In Yanjing, in the Jiang family's courtyard, Jiang Li sat on a rattan chair peeling an orange. The television was broadcasting news. This morning, our army successfully reclaimed the ruins of Luoqing. The commander of the Jiangnan military district, Chu Changtian, has slain 2 third-tier earth dragons, pushing the defensive line outward by 300 kilometers. Jiang Li tossed an orange segment into his mouth, the juice bursting in his mouth. Huaxia's development has entered the right track. Ordinary waves of demon beasts pose no threat. He patted the orange peel in his hand, preparing to return to his room to meditate and digest the source chi extracted from the demon pills over the past few days. Outside the Jiang family's courtyard, 2 military jeeps quietly parked. Chu Changtian personally dispatched 8 newly promoted Grand Masters to stand guard. No one dared to disturb the tranquility of this courtyard. Across the ocean in Washington, the underground nuclear bunker of the White House was suffocatingly oppressive. The leaders of the 12 nations of the Free Alliance sat around a round table via holographic projection. The U.S. president with deep-set eyes had not slept well in the past half-month. The big screen displayed real-time data from the Huaxiao war zones. Reclamation rate 100%. The Secretary of Defense pointed at the glaring red area on the map. Gentleman Huaxiao has not only quelled all third-tier and above demon beasts within its borders, but they have even built high walls along the borders, driving excess demon beasts into our defensive zones. The room fell silent. Half a month ago, they had been laughing at Huaxiao for going all in. Now Huaxiao had become the only safe nation in the world without any threat from demon beasts. What about the energy source? The British Prime Minister knocked on the table. What about the sudden emergence of 1,000 Grand Masters in Huaxiao and those dozens of God Realm powerhouses that can fly? What kind of cultivation are they practicing? I refuse to believe this is something they concocted behind closed doors. This is the core intelligence we are here to report today. CIA Director Davis stood up and pushed a declassified document to the center of the round table. The exterior of the document was stamped with the bold red letters "Top Secret." Davis cleared his throat. In the past 15 days, 86 of our undercover operatives in Huaxiao were uprooted. However, before the first internal informant was exposed, they transmitted a set of data fragments. After 3 days of cracking by supercomputers, we pieced together the truth behind Huaxia's explosive increase in power. He pressed a remote control. On the screen appeared a blurry identification photo. The young man in the photo had delicate features, dressed in a plain school uniform. Jiang Li, 18 years old, senior student at the 3rd high school in Jiangli. Davis announced the identity. The president frowned. Davis, we are not here to look at a photo of a Huaxiao high school student. What if he was the representative of Huaxiao, who entered the secret realm a month ago? Davis' voice was dry. The French president sneered. Low martial secret realm, magic secret realm, and even those high-tier ability secret realms, whatever they brought back, could at most create a few Grand Masters. How does this explain Huaxia's 1,000-person army? Davis did not refute. He typed a few times on the keyboard. Next to the photo on the screen, a red secret realm code popped up. Exploration area SS level, unnameable forbidden zone, primordial. Survival status alive. Return time half a month ago. Absurd. The U.S. president suddenly stood up, knocking over the coffee beside him. The brown liquid spilled all over the table, but no one bothered to clean it. The 11 leaders in the projection changed their expressions simultaneously. Davis, this joke is not funny at all, the British Prime Minister said with a pale face. What is the primordial? It is the only forbidden ground among all secret realms on Blue Star that has been jointly signed for permanent ban by the 5 permanent members of the United Nations. Years ago, we gathered so many experts and brought heavy firepower into the primordial. The Secretary of Defense's voice trembled, veins bulging on his forehead. And they only lasted 30 seconds. That secret realm is simply not a place that mortals can enter. Even if our country's God realm entered, they wouldn't last 3 minutes. Now you tell me that a Huaxiao high school student stayed in that man-eating forbidden ground for a full 30 days and came out alive, and brought back the opportunity that made Huaxiao invincible. This is a smokescreen thrown by Huaxiao. It's strategic deception. They want to trick us into the primordial, consuming our strength. Every Grand Master and every God realm powerhouse is incredibly precious. Haven't we learned from previous lessons? The basement was in an uproar. The arrogance of the politicians was shattered before the 2 words primordial. They were unwilling to believe, nor dared to believe. Davis stood there, letting the spittle fly around. Only when everyone quieted down did he press the second return key. Gentlemen, I do not want to believe this either. But I believe our most elite operatives do not lie. A code trajectory appeared on the screen. It was the foundational record of the public teleportation channels of all secret realms on Blue Star. He not only came out alive, but on the very day he returned, Huaxia's coastal areas detected energy fluctuations exceeding the God realm by millions of times. That wave of energy wiped out 10,000 demon beasts outside Jiangli City, and then completely disappeared. Davis leaned on the table, surveying the entire room. Immediately afterward, Li Jun broke through, and 1,000 people in Huaxiao advanced. In the East Sea naval battle, our nation's Son of Light was incapacitated. All these time nodes perfectly coincided with the return of this person named Jiang Li. Silence. A suffocating silence. The politicians slumped in their chairs. All the coincidences pieced together, making them somewhat believe. Could it be true that someone from Huaxiao really returned alive from that impossible-to-clear abyss? What he brought back, just a hint of it, was enough to rub the entire Free Alliance's face in the dirt. Gulp. Someone swallowed hard. The U.S. president's hand trembled as he took out a pack of cigarettes, trying to light it multiple times without success. He smashed the lighter on the ground. Regardless of the truth, find him. The president's voice was hoarse. Use all our resources in Huaxiao, whether it be bribery, assassination, or kidnapping. Use whatever means you can. I just want this person. Washington, the underground bunker of the Black Palace. Davis turned off the holographic projection and pushed a newly generated document to the center of the table. Mr. President, the capture plan has been initiated. Davis' voice was cold and hard. We have deployed the S-level ability user Phantom, who is lurking in Yenjing. His ability is spatial phasing, rendering China's radar and martial artist perception ineffective against him. He will bypass the Chinese military and directly enter the family quarters of the Yenjing military district, bringing Jiang Li's parents back as leverage. The president of France tapped on the table. Jiang Li himself should be quite powerful, but won't targeting his family. We have no choice. Besides, Phantom is a grandmaster-level powerhouse. With his means, even a God Realm expert would find it hard to detect him if they're not careful. Furthermore, Jiang Li's strength as an infant won't be too formidable. Our assessment suggests he has God Realm combat power. Phantom is just being cautious. It should be fine. The President of the United States clasped his hands under his chin, his eyes filled with fervor. As long as we capture Jiang Li, we can uncover the secrets of the Primordial. Moreover, notify all members of the 12 Nations Alliance to initiate the ARC plan. Everyone raised their heads. The Chinese were fortunate enough to bring back opportunities from the Primordial. Are we Americans inferior to a Chinese high school student? The President slammed his hand on the table. There are 12 days until the next secret realm opens. Gather all our elite mercenaries, death warriors, and high-level ability users. We need to assemble 10,000 fully armed entering the Primordial in an organized formation. The Prime Minister of Britain swallowed hard. 10,000. That's an SS-level forbidden zone. 10,000 fully armed extraordinary beings equipped with the latest portable nuclear bombs and plasma-cutting guns. The President interrupted him. Even if we have to sacrifice lives, we will surely have one or two who survive for 30 days. We must reclaim our resources. The orders spread globally through encrypted channels. Meanwhile, in Yenjing, late at night in the military district's family quarters. This is the most heavily guarded place in all of China. On the surface, armored vehicles patrol, while 8 newly promoted grandmasters lurk in the shadows. A ripple stirred in the air. Phantom, dressed in a high-molecule stealth suit, passed through the thick composite bulletproof wall without triggering any alarms. He glanced at the positioning coordinates on his tactical mask. Ahead was the no-free courtyard. Intelligence indicated that Jiang Li's parents lived here. 2 ordinary laid-off workers posing no threat. Phantom scoffed. The Chinese military had set up their defenses 5 kilometers away, yet left such a large gap around the target. These martial artists who only know how to cultivate true qi have no understanding of spatial abilities. He raised his hand, and a red light, signaling anesthetic spray, glowed in his palm, piercing through the wooden door of the courtyard. In the courtyard, Zhang Jiangwo, dressed in a loose white Tai Chi suit, was practicing the health preservation fist that Jiang Li had taught him. This is a martial technique from the Foundation Establishment section of Golden Core Dao. He closed his eyes, breathing steadily. A torrent of true qi surged through his meridians. The effects of several primordial blue-scale fruits combined with the dominance of the Golden Core Dao had forcibly pushed this honest laid-off worker to the God Realm. Phantom held the anesthetic gun, peeking out from the void, aiming at Jiang Jiangwo's nape. 3 meters away. Suddenly, Jiang Jiangwo frowned. He felt a chill at the back of his neck. The sensation was strange. It was not the wind, but a kind of impurity that instinctively repelled the true qi within him. These mosquitoes in Yenjing are still this vicious, even in autumn. Jiang Jiangwo muttered. He did not turn around. Instead, he stepped back casually with his right foot stomping the ground lightly, as per the routine of the health preservation fist. Bang! A muffled sound. The God Realm true qi within Jiang Jiangwo erupted with this stomp, surging along the earth veins. The blue bricks in the courtyard remained intact, but the air exploded into a dazzling blood mist. Phantom could not even let out a scream. His proud spatial phasing ability was crushed by the pure true qi of the cultivation system, along with his bones, organs, and high-molecule stealth suit instantly reduced to atomic status. A night breeze blew by, clearing the blood mist entirely. Only an irregular patch of black powder remained on the ground. Jiang Jiangwo glanced back at the black ash on the ground and shook his head. This air pollution is still serious, dropping so much dust. I need to have my wife sweep it tomorrow. He turned back and continued to calmly practice Tai Chi. In the bedroom on the second floor, Jiang Li sat cross-legged on the bed, retracting his scattered divine sense. He glanced at the phone that had fallen on the bedside table. The screen lit up, showing a call from Chu Changtian. Pressing the answer button, Chu Changshan's voice came through with a hint of tension. Mr. Jiang, the Intelligence Bureau has intercepted encrypted signals from the Western Dark Web. An S-level ability user has infiltrated Yenjing, and the target may be your residence. I have already set up a net across the city. No need to search anymore. Jiang Li interrupted him. Did you catch him? No. Jiang Li rolled over, staring at the ceiling. Just now, when my dad was practicing, he accidentally stepped on a cockroach. It might be that person you mentioned. There was a silence on the other end of the phone that lasted 10 seconds. Chu Changtian gripped the phone, his mind blank. Stepped on. A spatial ability user ranked in the top 10 of the Western Dark List killed by a laid-off worker like a cockroach. Mr. Jiang, your father. He wasn't startled, he didn't even realize it was a person. Jiang Li's tone was flat. Just withdraw the people on the perimeter. Don't disturb my mom's early morning shopping for vegetables. Yes, understood. Chu Changtian wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and hung up the phone. Jiang Li tossed the phone aside. The Western probing was nothing more than a joke in his eyes. The real crisis he faced was not external. It was the sound of chopping vegetables coming from the kitchen downstairs. The next day at noon, at the dining table. Braised pork ribs, sweet and sour fish, dry-fried green beans. A full table of dishes. Jiang's mother continuously added meat to Jiang Li's bowl until it formed a small mountain. Jiang Jiangwo held a small glass of liquor, sipping it from time to time. Liar, your mother has been watching the news these days. Jiang's mother put down her chopsticks, her expression becoming serious. That Primordial Secret Realm is opening again in about 10 days, isn't it? Jiang Li took a bite of rice and nodded. Yes, in 11 days. You can't go again. Jiang's mother slammed the table, causing the soup bowl to shake. Jiang Jiangwo also put down his glass, rarely agreeing with his wife. Your mother is right. I heard from that leader of Shao Chu that the place called Primordial is full of man-eating monsters. The fact that you returned intact last time was a blessing from our ancestors. We are living well now. The military has arranged housing for us, and you are already this formidable, we shouldn't take that risk. Jiang Li looked at the worried expressions of his parents and sighed inwardly. He couldn't explain. They couldn't comprehend the dimensional gap of the cultivation system. In the eyes of Blue Star people, the Primordial was just a meat grinder. Dad, Mom, it's really not that dangerous. Jiang Li set down his bowl and forced a sincere smile. Last time I went in, I actually didn't encounter any monster beasts. I fell into a celestial's cave. Jiang's mother stared at him suspiciously. What celestial cave? Didn't the news say that place is 10 deaths without life? That was someone else. I was lucky. Jiang Li fabricated without a blush. That cave was full of treasures, and the fruits I brought back this time were picked from inside. Moreover, he paused and threw out his trump card. This time I want to go back to pay my respects to a master. By changing my master, I can learn the true cultivation spells, the real path to immortality. You two are already at the God realm. Feel the power within yourselves. The 3rd and 4th ranked demon beasts you see do not even qualify to take form in the primordial chaos. In the past, they were considered too bothersome to even be mounts. Jiang Li wiped his mouth with a tissue, his tone calm. If we don't learn some truly earth-shattering skills, don't even mention protecting the country, we wouldn't even have the right to ensure our own safety. I am going this time to take a true master who stands at the pinnacle of the myriad worlds as my teacher. Jiang's mother fell silent. She stared at her son for a long time, her eyes reddening, before finally letting out a sigh. Mom doesn't understand those lofty principles, nor does she care about all of humanity. She pushed a plate of braised pork ribs in front of Jiang Li. Be careful out there. If you can't win, just run. There's no shame in that. Understood. Jiang Li chuckled, picking up a piece of rib and stuffing it into his mouth. 1,000 miles away in Washington, the air in the underground bunker of the White House was chillingly cold. CIA Director Davis was fixated on a red dot on the screen. This represented the life signs of the S-class superhuman Phantom, which had been stationary at the coordinates of the Yanqing Military District's residential complex for a full 10 hours without any movement. There were no signs of battle, no distress signals. The Phantom had vanished like a drop of water absorbed by the sea, leaving not even a ripple, completely evaporated. The holographic projection of the 12 national leaders lit up once again. Davis, is this your pride and joy? The voice of the French president was laced with an uncontainable panic. A spatial superhuman who survived at the center of a nuclear explosion has gone missing in a residential area of Huaxia. In the last second before the signal was lost, the detector captured an extremely weak energy response. It wasn't a technological weapon, nor any type of ability we are familiar with. Davis wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The current power of Huaxia has completely exceeded our understanding. The President of the United States sat in the shadows, his fists clenched tightly. Fear and unwillingness intertwined in his eyes. The failure of the assassination plan meant that they would never be able to unveil the mysterious veil of Huaxia from the inside. Abandon all operations targeting Jiang Li and his family. The President gritted his teeth and issued the command. Withdraw all of our intelligence networks in Huaxia. Then what about our resources? Put all of it on the ARC project. The President suddenly stood up, slamming his hand. The secret realm will open in 11 days. 10,000 fully armed extraordinary beings will take portable nuclear fusion bombs and our most advanced life support systems. That high school student from Huaxia was able to bring opportunities out of the primordial chaos. Our 10,000 elite cannot return empty-handed. We must rely on technology and numbers to unearth all the secrets in that forbidden land. The orders were quickly relayed. The Western Alliance plunged into a frenzy of pre-war preparations. 3 days later, at the Yanqing Military District's residential complex, Jiang Jiangwo went to the park early in the morning to play chess with the old man. Ever since he entered the divine realm, the old man's spirit had grown stronger day by day, overwhelming the entire park's elderly gentlemen in their chess games. Jiang's mother went to the morning market to buy groceries with a cloth bag. The yard was very quiet. Jiang Li sat under the osmanthus tree brewing tea. There was a soft knock at the gate, 2 knocks very light. Li Zhan, dressed in casual clothes and holding 2 unmarked boxes of tea leaves, pushed the door and walked in. This was the most powerful military commander in Huaxiao at present, and he was not even accompanied by a guard. His back straight. Sit. Jiang Li poured a cup of tea and pushed it across the table. Li Zhan did not refuse, lifting the cup and drinking it in one go. Even the scalding hot tea felt as refreshing as lukewarm water to the body of a divine realm expert. The environment has been mostly cleared. Thanks to the techniques and spiritual fruits you provided, the border has been pushed out by 500 kilometers. The demon beast tide has been repelled. Li Zhan set down the teacup, his voice filled with barely concealed excitement. You didn't come just to share good news, did you? Jiang Li refilled his cup with tea. Li Zhan straightened in his seat, his expression turning extremely serious. Mr. Jiang, the secret realm will reopen next week. The intelligence agency intercepted the Western Alliance's top secret plans. They have assembled 10,000 people, all high-level extraordinary beings and death warriors, preparing to enter the primordial chaos in formation. Li Zhan paused, his gaze burning as he looked at Jiang Li. The top military leaders held an emergency meeting overnight. Since there are opportunities in the primordial chaos that can elevate a person to the heavens in one step, we cannot give the initiative entirely to the West. With Chu Chantian leading the team, we plan to select 200 grandmasters who have cultivated the golden core Dao to explore the primordial chaos. We won't go deep, we will collect resources at the edges. With your guidance and the protection of divine realm experts, the risks should be manageable. Jiang Li's hand holding the purple clay pot paused in midair. He raised his eyelids, looking at the determined commander in front of him, and suddenly chuckled. Are you sending 200 people in to die? Li Zhan was stunned. Mr. Jiang, our current strength. Your current strength is considered invincible on Blue Star. But in the primordial chaos, you don't even qualify to be cannon fodder. Jiang Li set down the teapot and leaned back in his chair. Do you know what period the primordial chaos is currently in? Li Zhan shook his head in confusion. This is called the calamity of the witch and the lich. Jiang Li's fingertips lightly tapped on the stone table. In the sky there is not only the moon, but also 10 suns. The demon clan's heavenly court rules the starry sky, while the 12 ancestral witches suppress the earth. These 2 clans coexist in the primordial chaos, their strength formidable and their numbers vast. Even the weakest soldier can devour your entire Yanqing city in one gulp. The ancestral witches and demon saints, with their combat prowess reaching billions of zhong, can unleash shockwaves that tear Blue Star apart. In the end, even the pillars of heaven will be shattered, and the Milky Way will flow backward, leading to the demise of all beings. Li Zhan's breath instantly halted, beads of sweat breaking out on his forehead. He instinctively loosened the button at his collar. The most critical issue is the status of the human race. Jiang Li retracted his smile, his gaze cold. In the current primordial chaos, the human race has only just been born. They possess no means of self-preservation and are the lowest creatures on the food chain. The demon race has discovered that devouring the blood, flesh, and souls of humans not only allows them to rapidly increase their cultivation, but also breaks the formidable physical bodies of the witch race. Therefore, they are capturing and breeding humans all over the world. Jiang Li stared directly into Li Zhan's eyes. You bring in 200 vigorous grandmasters. In the eyes of those great demons, this is 200 walking, all-healing pills. You are gambling on luck. Maybe for a day or 2 you could survive, but after 3,000 years, it would be certain death. Silence. A deathly silence. Leaves fell from the osmanthus tree, landing on the stone table. Li Zhan felt as if his heart was gripped tightly by an invisible hand. He had initially thought that the divine realm had touched the pinnacle of evolution, but the bloody picture Jiang Li painted completely shattered his understanding. I understand now. Li Zhan's voice was hoarse. He stood up and deeply bowed to Jiang Li. I will cancel the military's exploration plans. We will firmly defend the Blue Star line. That's right. Jiang Li lifted the teacup and took a sip. Then, what about that 10,000 from the west? Li Zhan raised his head, his expression complex. Jiang Li's lips curled into a smile. The demon race in the primordial chaos is currently in need of human flesh and blood. The West sending 10,000 extraordinary beings over is just a good opportunity to change the taste for those great demons of the East Sea. The flesh of the Anglos must be quite chewy. Consider it a seafood buffet for the great powers of the primordial chaos. Li Zhan shivered. He did not ask further, saluting once again before turning and leaving in large strides. The 11-day countdown passed in the blink of an eye. On a secret island in the Pacific, 10,000 Western extraordinary beings clad in high-tech battle armor and carrying heavy energy weapons stood in neat rows. The blue glow of the spatial teleportation portal illuminated their fervent faces. For the Free Alliance. Conquer the primordial chaos. The president screamed frantically into the microphone. At the same time, in a small courtyard in Yanqing, Jiang Li changed into a clean blue long robe. He looked up at the swirling teleportation vortex faintly visible in the sky, his gaze seemingly penetrating endless dimensions, seeing the gold turtle island, shrouded in fairy mist, yet fraught with deadly danger. The morning light pierced through the clouds, illuminating the family quarters of the Yanjing military district. The 1-month separation period from the secret realm of the heavens was coming to an end. 1 hour remained before the countdown reached 0. In the courtyard, Zhang Zhangwo, dressed in a white training outfit, wielded his long sword, unleashing a pure strike of true energy. The falling osmanthus leaves in midair were precisely split in half. He sheathed his sword and looked at Jiang Li by the stone table, his tone stiff. The outside is chaotic. Keep your eyes open. Even the preserved meat your mother packed must be eaten, even if it has gone bad. Jiang Li nodded and stored the vacuum-packed food into his storage ring. This was made by him during the prehistoric era. This heavenly artifact, which should have been filled with treasures, was now stuffed with products from Blue Star. Jiang's mother came out wearing an apron, her eyes red-rimmed. She said no more than, "If you encounter danger, hide and run fast." The phone vibrated. Zhao Li sent a text message. "Old Jiang, I've entered the High Martial Secret Realm. This time I must seize the position of the Martial Arts Alliance leader. Go to the high-risk forbidden area, stay low, and avoid trouble. If it really gets bad, find a cave and sleep for 30 days. Jiang Li typed a reply, "Don't die in there." Message sent. He powered off the phone. The courtyard door swung open. General Li Jun of the Huaxiao military strode in his shoulder, reflecting the morning light. He stood at attention and saluted. "Mr. Jiang, all military personnel are on alert. The techniques you left behind will keep Huaxiao occupied for decades. I wish you success in this secret realm." Jiang Li stood up, smoothing the hem of his blue robe. "Ensure my parents are safe. As long as Huaxiao exists, your parents will be fine," Li Jun replied steadily. Jiang Li raised his hand palm, facing the void. The Blue Star teleportation node responded, enveloping him in white light. In the center of the Pacific Ocean, an unnamed deserted island. Alarms echoed across the sea. 10,000 fully armed Western superhumans formed a matrix formation. 3 divine realm powerhouses floated in midair, followed by 12 grandmasters. The remaining personnel equipped with anti-gravity exoskeletons and high-frequency plasma cutters backpacks containing mini nuclear fusion bombs. In the basement of the White House, 12 world leaders appeared on the holographic screen. 10,000 people are equipped with life detectors and geological scanning devices. As long as they survive for an hour, the data return will be sufficient for us to decipher the gravity and spiritual energy composition at the edge of the prehistoric realm. Director Davis reported the data. The President of the United States held a glass of red wine fixated on the teleportation light on the screen. "If Jiang Li can acquire the golden core path within our people, can also bring back extraordinary genes beyond comprehension. Ladies and gentlemen, prepare to welcome a new era." The President of France interjected, "How do we deal with uncontrollable, dangerous creatures? The nuclear fusion bomb's detonation system will clear the obstacles. No carbon-based life can withstand temperatures of 10,000 degrees. Davis spoke with certainty. On the high platform of the deserted island, Commander Arnold activated the loudspeaker and shouted, "Resources, bring everything back. Conquer." 10,000 voices roared, shaking the waves. The sky tore as the azure teleportation beam descended, and the formation of 10,000 vanished in an instant. Off the coast of Donghai, over 100,000 miles in the deep sea surrounding Janeo Island, the water pressure was enough to crush steel into powder. A crystal-clear blind fish flicked its tail as it swam through the rocky crevice. Its dorsal fin brushed against a strand of seaweed. The seaweed bent at an extreme angle. White light flashed. Jiang Li reassembled, maintaining the posture of raising his hand from the Blue Star courtyard. The seaweed snapped back into place, brushing past Jiang Li's robe. The water flow whirlpool showed no signs of stagnation. The time laws of the 2 realms displayed an absolute disjunction. Blue Star had rested for a month, while no time had passed in the prehistoric realm. Jiang Li retracted his hand and surveyed the cave, which was less than 10 yards wide. 10,000 tons of seawater surged in, but stopped half an inch from his skin, resolved by celestial power. He took a deep breath. The rich, innate spiritual energy, mixed with the chaotic air, surged into his lungs. The pain tore through his trachea, yet the golden core path within him erupted with an extreme yearning. "The taste hasn't changed," Jiang Li murmured. He sat cross-legged, his celestial consciousness sweeping across a radius of 10,000 miles. There wasn't a trace of change since he left. On the other side, at the shallows of the East China Sea, space underwent violent distortion. Here reeds grew 100 meters high, and crabs crawling in the mud exceeded 300 meters in length and width. White light flickered. 10,000 elite Westerners fell into the quagmire. The anomaly erupted instantaneously. The gravitational force in the prehistoric realm was tens of thousands of times greater than that of Blue Star. Bang! A series of muffled explosions erupted. The high-intensity anti-gravity exoskeletons collapsed and ruptured, metal piercing flesh and blood merging into dark red marks on the muddy ground. The remaining individuals activated energy shields. The Grandmasters and Divine Realm powerhouses erupted with blood energy, supporting a light blue barrier. Gravity data is completely abnormal. The spiritual energy is toxic. The lungs of the superhumans inhaling the innate spiritual energy exploded, and the blood they spewed evaporated instantly upon contact with the high temperature. Arnold gasped violently within the barrier, looking up to see his limbs entirely frozen. A head emerged from the reed thicket. It was a toad covered in blue-black tumors. Not yet possessing intelligence, it instinctively sought food, its cultivation at the void return stage. In Arnold's sight, its size obscured the sky. Two dark yellow eyes, each over a kilometer in diameter, locked onto the faint energy source below. Fire. Launch the nuclear bombs. Arnold's vocal cords tore. Hundreds of tactical nuclear bombs ignited and ascended plasma blades slicing through the air, aimed at the toad's snout. Bright light exploded on the toad's surface. There was no subsequent sound. The nuclear explosion, capable of destroying a blue star city, failed to evaporate the slime from the toad's skin. The toad opened its mouth. Its oral cavity appeared dark red. Dense toxin glands spewed forth a highly corrosive gas. An extreme suction locked onto a 1,000-mile radius. The muddy ground lifted into the air. A giant crab over 50 meters in diameter waved, its limbs torn apart by the airflow. Arnold's anti-gravity armor emitted an overload warning. Initiate continuous nuclear fusion detonation. He gave his final command. The operator's finger never touched the button. The fierce airflow ripped his arm and metal skeleton apart. 10,000 people were lifted off the ground, swept into the dark throat along with seawater and mud. The inner wall of the esophagus secreted dark green digestive fluid. The blood energy shields of the three Divine Realm powerhouses emitted piercing sounds upon contact with the digestive fluid. The shields shattered and skin, muscle, and bones melted away within half a second. The toad swallowed its fill, ejecting an undigested metal detonator, and turned to submerge into the depths. All 10,000 combatants from Blue Star were annihilated. The entire process took 3 seconds. Jiang Li no longer contemplated whether the Westerners could survive in the prehistoric realm. Even if they did, it mattered little, as all his attention was focused on his own system. His consciousness sank into his mind. A light blue interface appeared. Host Jiang Li Realm, early celestial current enlightenment count 30, current Dao comprehension count 0, current Dao fusion count 2. Jiang Li scrutinized the data panel. Based on memories from his previous life and collected intelligence, the Tongtian teacher would expound on the Qingjing Dao at Janeo Island, scheduled for 4,000 years later. 4,000 years is a long civilization history for Blue Star, but in the prehistoric realm, it is merely a brief retreat from mighty beings. This period is when the system's benefits can be maximized. 1 enlightenment opportunity per year. Accumulating 4,000 times over 4,000 years, he would gain 400 opportunities for Dao comprehension and 40 opportunities for merging with the Dao. This is a trump card rule inaccessible to innate saints across the myriad realms. The threshold for saints to expound is extremely high. One must elevate their realm within 4,000 years, or they will not secure a seat for listening to the teachings. Jiang Li established his goals in his mind. First, consume the first 1,000 enlightenment opportunities to comprehend the Dao of Zhen Yuanzi, aiming to break through to the true immortal level before the saints' teachings. Second, accumulate the times of merging with the Dao, waiting for the commencement of the saints' teachings to gain insight into the saints' Dao. He formed ancient seals with his hands. The route of true energy circulation within him changed. System, consume 1 enlightenment opportunity. A prompt sounded. Consumption successful, now in a state of absolute focus. In the cave, the seawater became still. The innate spiritual energy in the water was forcibly extracted, transforming into visible golden mist flowing into Jiang Li's body through his pores. The barriers of the celestial realm began to loosen, and his aura steadily climbed. Outside, the witch and demon clans contested supremacy, blood staining the mountains and rivers. In this underwater cave, an absolute retreat spanning 4,000 years officially commenced. Time in the primordial chaos is the most worthless of gifts. Within the depths of the vast ocean, the system's light screen flickered wildly in Jiang Li's consciousness. A pale blue stream of data cascaded down like a waterfall, consuming 100 instances of enlightenment. The prompt sounded explosively. The innate spiritual energy was forcibly extracted from the seawater, transforming into a tangible golden mist that permeated his body through his pores. Under the influence of this absolute focus of comprehension, the barriers of the celestial realm began to loosen. Jiang Li was in seclusion at the bottom of the sea, consuming 100 instances of enlightenment every century. The first 1,000 years passed. Jiang Li opened his eyes, and faint golden runes flickered in the depths of his pupils. The seawater around him was repelled by his protective celestial essence, forming an absolute vacuum zone with a diameter of 30 feet. At the peak of the celestial realm, everything flowed naturally. He did not stop. The golden true energy in his dantian was crazily compressed, solidified, and transformed. The chasm of realms that ordinary beings in the primordial chaos would take tens of thousands of years or longer to cross was completely flattened under the forced calculations of the system. The second, 2,000 years passed. A dull rumble of thunder emanated from within Jiang Li. The crimson hue in his blood completely faded, turning into a pure, dark golden color. At the true celestial realm he succeeded. He raised his right hand, pressing his palm against the void ahead, and the seawater within a radius of 1,000 miles halted its flow at his command. This was a preliminary sign of touching and mastering the laws of space. Jiang Li stabilized his aura and retrieved a bead radiating a heavy earthy yellow light from his storage ring. Earth Spirit Pearl, an innate spiritual treasure. It contains the primordial restraints nurtured during the creation of the world. In the primordial chaos, one cannot unleash the true power of a spiritual treasure without refining its restraints. The heavy aura of earth laws filled the entire stone cave. Yellow light enveloped Jiang Li. The third 1,000 years passed. The bead transformed into a streak of flowing light and drilled into Jiang Li's brow, slowly floating in the depths of his spiritual sea. As long as he willed it, he could manipulate the gravity and earth powers of the vast primordial land spanning thousands of miles. In 3,000 years he completed the transformation from celestial to true celestial and initially stamped a more solid personal soul mark onto an innate spiritual treasure. The 30-day countdown for his return to reality reached 0. A beam of white light illuminated the deep-sea cave on time. Space transformed. The air was filled not with innate spiritual energy, but with the familiar scent of automobile exhaust and the fragrance of osmanthus in early autumn. In the family quarters of the Yanjing military district, Jiang Li's feet touched the ground. In the yard, Zhang Jiangguo was watering several pots of gentleman orchids while wearing a white tank top. A sizzling sound of ribs hitting the pot came from the kitchen. The timeline of Blue Star had accurately advanced 30 days. Jiang Li reigned in the aura of the true celestial, suppressing the physical pressure to its limit. The yard door was pushed open. Li Zhan, dressed in a crisp military uniform, walked in briskly, his military boots clicking sharply against the blue bricks. He saw Jiang Li under the tree and his steps abruptly halted. The appearance of the high school student before him had not changed at all, but that aura made him, the top-tier powerhouse of Blue Star, feel an overwhelming sense of dread. It was an instinctual shudder in the presence of a higher dimensional life form. Mr. Jiang. Li Zhen stood at attention and saluted. Jiang Li pointed to the stone bench opposite him. Sit. In this past month, has anything been lacking? Li Zhen sat upright and pulled out a top-secret document from his briefcase, handing it over. His voice carried an unmistakable excitement and fear. While you were lost in the Primordial Secret Realm, the Western Alliance launched the ARC project. 10,000 fully armed high-level superhumans and death warriors carrying a large number of portable nuclear weapons entered the primordial transmission portal. Jiang Li did not take the document, pouring himself a cup of warm water. Li Zhen swallowed hard, continuing his report. From the very second they were transmitted, the first second the gravity detector returned abnormal data. In the second the life sign monitor displayed a massive red alert. In the third second, the large screen went completely black. 10,000 life signals disappeared within 3 seconds. The command center of the Western Alliance collapsed on the spot. The president of France suffered a heart attack and was hospitalized. The top leader of the United States was forced to resign yesterday under pressure from an angry consortium. Now the entire international community has classified the primordial chaos as an absolute taboo among no country dares to mention exploration plans anymore. Jiang Li took a sip of warm water. Just that one word. No sarcasm, no glee. Is there anything else? Jiang Li set down the cup. Li Zhen quickly stood up. Nothing else. The military will continue to clear out the remaining low-level demonic beasts around without disturbing your family's life. He saluted and quickly exited the small courtyard. Facing the current Jiang Li, he felt an unbreathable sense of oppression. In the afternoon, a military jeep stopped outside the yard. Zhao Lei pushed the door and entered. He was dressed in a well-tailored casual outfit radiating an extreme vitality, his every move exuding the demeanor of a martial arts master. Old Jiang. Zhao Lei strode over, plopping down on the stone bench and grabbing the teapot on the table for a big gulp. Jiang Li looked at his childhood friend. How's it going as the leader of the high martial realm? Don't mention it. After a whole month of fighting, I took down 3 cult leaders, and I've unified the martial arts of the Central Plains. Zhao Lei waved his hand, his previously excited expression suddenly dimming. He looked at the teacup in his hand, his shoulders slightly slumping. Su Muqing is dead. Zhao Lei uttered a name. Jiang Li recalled it in his mind. She was the school beauty from their high school, the one he had once secretly admired. She was killed by members of the Mingjiao during the conflict between Amei and the Mingjiao. The yard was very quiet. The autumn wind blew and dropped a few osmanthus petals. A classmate had died. In the peaceful era of Blue Star, this was a devastating tragedy. But what about in the primordial chaos? During the 3,000 years of seclusion, Jiang Li had once scanned the eastern sea's coast with his divine sense. He had witnessed millions of postnatal human beings being devoured whole by a few passing demon generals. That was a true separation of flesh and blood, the blood dyeing the entire sea and the screams piercing through the heavens. He saw the infants of the human race skewered on demon spears, roasted for food, and the souls of the human race being extracted to refine into poisonous treasures. Before that level of meat grinder, a high explosive bomb in the Blue Star Secret Realm was merely a mercy to life. The difference in dimensions had completely severed the perception of life and death. Jiang Li picked up the teapot and filled Zhao Lei's empty cup with tea. Life and death are fated. Dying in the secret realm was her own choice. Jiang Li's voice was devoid of any fluctuation, a statement of absolute rationality. Zhao Lei paused, opened his mouth, and swallowed the rest of his words, raising the teacup and downing it in one gulp. In the following 30 days, Jiang Li completely transformed himself into an ordinary person. He accompanied Zhang Jiangwo to the park for chess and went grocery shopping with Jiang's mother. He blocked out all news regarding the extraordinary realm, refraining from using even a trace of true celestial power. He was savoring this hard-won familial warmth. On the morning after the 30th day, Jiang Li stood by the window of his bedroom. The void twisted and the countdown for transmission ended. White light instantly engulfed him. His vision refocused. The pressure of 10,000 tons of water enveloped him once more. Jiang Li returned to the stone cave deep in the East Sea. He closed his eyes, his heartbeat steady. Within a stone cavern at the bottom of the Eastern Sea, where the water pressure remained immense, Jiang Li sat cross-legged on a stone bed, his eyes shut tight. The data on his system panel flickered silently, the count of enlightenment instances steadily increasing by one each year. 1,000 years remained until the sermon at Janeo Island. The mana of his early true immortal realm cycled through 36 complete circuits within his body before settling into his dantian. Jiang Li opened his eyes and retrieved a bone token glowing with a cyan light from his storage ring. The token's surface was etched with a complex lightning pattern emanating a pure and pristine Shanqing immortal aura. In these perilous depths of the Eastern Sea, this token, bearing the essence of the Jie sect, was the finest protective charm. 1,000 years to a true immortal was but a single prolonged breath. The currents swirled endlessly at the cavern's entrance. Jiang Li severed all distracting thoughts, locking his divine sense firmly within his body, relentlessly consolidating his true immortal foundation. He was in no rush to break through. The saint's sermon was the true catalyst for qualitative change. The deeper the foundation, the more water it could hold. Thus the years flowed by. Dong! A dull, muffled drumbeat suddenly detonated without warning in the depths of his sea of consciousness. The sound did not penetrate the water, nor did it stir the currents. It bypassed physical propagation entirely, echoing instead within the very souls of countless beings across the Eastern Sea. It was the fisherman's drum, the supreme, innate spiritual treasure of Tongtian Jiaozhu. Its call signified the saint summoning all disciples of the Jie sect across the myriad realms of the primordial world, heralding the imminent commencement of his sermon. Jiang Li's eyes snapped open, golden light blazing within his pupils. He rose to his full height and dispelled the concealment array at the cave's entrance. Infusing his entire body with true immortal mana, he pushed off with his legs, transforming into a streak of dark golden light that shot straight upwards through the water. The stolen Jie sect token hung at his waist. A faint ripple of cyan light spread through the seawater. As he ascended, Jiang Li's divine sense detected countless terrifying auras awakening from all directions. 30,000 li to his left, a black dragon over 1,000 li long burst from an oceanic trench, its scales scraping against rock with a piercing screech. 100,000 li to his right, an unidentified dark red mountain of flesh squirmed out of a mud pit, releasing a nauseating stench. These great demons were at least mystic immortal level, with many golden immortals and even a considerable number of Tai golden immortals among them. Any one of them unleashed upon Blue Star could devour the entire planet in less than half a day. 2 sea demons at the Tai stage took notice of Jiang Li, a human. Their greedy thoughts swept towards him, but upon touching the Shanqing immortal aura radiating from his token, they recoiled as if shocked. In the Eastern Sea, the disciples of the Jie sect were absolute sovereigns. No one dared to provoke a saint at this moment. Jiang Li, unmoved by the numerous hostile divine sense probes, continued his swift ascent towards the surface. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. Jiang Li broke through the sea surface. Blinding sunlight pierced through the clouds, scattering across the boundless expanse of the Eastern Sea. In the distant void, an island whose boundaries could not be measured by the naked eye hovered between sea and sky. Above the island, countless auspicious lights cascaded down where the laws of heaven and earth materialized into visible golden lotus apparitions. Janeo Island. Countless streams of light converged from all directions. There were immortals treading auspicious clouds, great demons riding wild gales, and even ancient primordial beasts whose true forms blotted out the sun. The closer one got to Janeo Island, the stronger the oppressive pressure in the void became. All beings without exception descended from their clouds, suppressed their auras, and switched to walking or low-altitude flight as a sign of reverence for the saint. Jiang Li halted on the sea surface 10,000 li from the island. He glanced down at the token at his waist. The next second, he pressed his index and middle fingers together, mana surging. Crack. The token shattered into dust, scattering on the sea breeze. Being this close to Janeo Island, no one dared to recklessly attack another. Everyone who had made it this far was here to listen to the Tao, and fighting here would be a grave disrespect to the saint. Thus Jiang Li gradually stopped worrying about his safety. Using the GSX aura for protection was one thing, attending the sermon with a counterfeit token was quite another. Tontian Jiaozhu advocated that all beings were educable, seizing a sliver of hope from fate. Attending the sermon openly and honestly as a pure human rogue cultivator without entangling oneself in unnecessary karmic ties was the truly foolproof and transparent strategy. Jiang Li took a deep breath, a pure innate human aura radiating from him. He merged into the stream of rogue cultivators flying towards the outer periphery of Janeo Island. The further forward he went, the denser the crowd of beings became. All manner of bizarre demonic beasts occupied the best positions. Several lion demons at the Tai Golden Immortal level released their bloodline pressure, forcibly clearing a space on the crowded sea. Jiang Li did not vie for a front row seat. When a saint preaches, the voice reaches the soul directly. Sitting in the first row or the last row makes no difference to what is heard. The only difference lies in one's comprehension. He walked over to an unremarkable reef. Here a crowd of low-cultivation postnatal beings had gathered, including a few dozen humans like himself. These humans were scantily clad, their faces filled with vigilance, huddled in corners, trembling. At this stage of the primordial world, humanity was merely prey for the myriad races. Reaching this place was entirely due to incredible luck. Jiang Li sat down cross-legged, concealing his aura. Two passing wolf demons glanced at him, licking their lips. But restrained by the might of the saint's domain, they ultimately suppressed their appetite and turned away. Cultivators from Blue Star struggled desperately for scraps, while these primordial natives had to suppress their very instinct to eat people just to attend a lecture. It was tough wherever you went. A wry remark passed through Jiang Li's mind. 3 years slipped by in this oppressive, silent anticipation. Then all sound in the world abruptly ceased. The wind stopped. The waves froze midair. The breath and heartbeats of all living beings were forcibly synchronized by a majestic power. There was no earth-shattering entrance, no world-overawing proclamation. Above the Bo Palace at the highest point of Janeo Island, an indescribably grand apparition manifested from the void. A profound and mystical Tao sound resonated directly within Jiang Li's sea of consciousness. In the beginning, before the primordial, the Tao was foremost, existing and non-existing, gaining the natural. Tontian Jiaozhu began to preach the great Tao. Countless beings around him immediately fell into a state of ecstatic frenzy. Some danced for joy, some frowned in deep concentration, and some even spat out blood, the result of the backlash from forcibly comprehending a Tao that their own bodies could not bear. Jiang Li directly opened the system panel in his mind. Current accumulated enlightenment instances 4,000. System activate enlightenment. Deduct 1,000 instances, first converting them into 100 insights into the Tao. He issued the command in his consciousness. Consumed 1,000 enlightenment instances. Entered a state of 100 consecutive insights into the Tao. In that instant, the saint's profound and obscure Tao sound was forcibly deconstructed by the system. The laws of heaven and earth transformed into clear, readable lines of code and intuitive architectural diagrams before Jiang Li's eyes. The operational pathways of Shangqing immortal arts, the generation and mutual overcoming of yin and yang, and the 5 elements, the interweaving logic of time and space, all of it was converted into pure knowledge and forcefully instilled into Jiang Li's primordial spirit. The true immortal mana within Jiang Li began to surge wildly. As time flowed on, the realm barriers that would normally require countless eons to comprehend were violently breached layer by layer under the brute force of 1,000 insights. Mid-true immortal, late true immortal, peak true immortal. The threshold of the mystic immortal realm collapsed before him. A faint jade-like luster began to glow on Jiang Li's skin. His originally impure postnatal human bloodline, having absorbed the essence of the Shangqing great Tao, began to transform towards an innate flawless physique. All around him, beings struggled desperately, trying to memorize just a few more syllables of the saint's Tao sound. No one noticed that in this unremarkable corner, a human rogue cultivator was undergoing an evolution that defied all common sense in the primordial world. Not enough. Deduct another 1,000, synthesized 10 instances of merging with the Tao. Jiang Li's consciousness remained absolutely calm. He knew that this opportunity to leech off a saint was unprecedented and would never come again. Consumed another 1,000 enlightenment instances. The saint's sermon continued unabated. Jiang Li's cheating was equally relentless. When the final 2,000 enlightenment instances were invested all at once, Jiang Li's bones emitted a resonant rhythmic roar. Right under the noses of countless primordial titans, he forcibly devoured the saint's overflowing Tao resonance using his cheats. Just as Jiang Li was about to immerse his divine sense completely in the final layer of law deduction, the Tao sound emanating from above Bo Palace suddenly hit an extremely tiny pause. The pause lasted less than a billionth of a second, imperceptible to all the beings listening. Immediately after, a gaze devoid of any emotion pierced through layers of space and formations, landing with pinpoint precision on the reef where Jiang Li sat. Tontian Jiaozhu was looking over. The chaotic air currents descended. The ethereal shadow above the Bo palace showed no signs of movement, yet that gaze piercing through time and space saw through Jiang Li completely. The Tongtian master presides over the Jie sect, advocating inclusiveness and seizing a glimmer of hope. Within and outside Janeo Island, countless beings mostly covered in fur and bearing horns are of the moist, egg-laying kind. Amidst this endless demon energy, a pure human aura appeared exceedingly conspicuous. This was not surprising. What truly drew Tongshan's attention was the foundational technique circulating within Jiang Li. The golden core Dao of touching. Tongtian calculated silently. That was the unique skill of his senior brother's father. Although the human before him practiced only a severely incomplete introductory chapter, the origin could not be faked. Moreover, within this small human's sea of consciousness there resided a soil spirit pearl. The heavy aura of earth was forcibly unraveled and imprinted upon the true immortal's soul. This unreasonable method of forced refinement bore a resemblance to the Xinyuanzi of Wuzhuangguan. The Tongtian master closed his eyes, the heavenly secrets flowing at the fingertips of the sage. The great calamity of the primal chaos was approaching, and the operation of the heavenly Dao was obscure. Yet at this moment, he surprisingly perceived a faint causal line from this inconspicuous human loose cultivator. This line subtly tugged at a thread of fate for the future of the Jie sect. Interesting. Tongtian retracted his gaze. The voice of the teaching showed no signs of disruption. The vast sound of the Dao continued to wash over the East Sea. Jiang Li had no idea that he had been thoroughly investigated by the pinnacle giants of the primal chaos. He was immersed in an unprecedented sensation of law-tearing. This feeling was far from pleasant. The rhythm of the sage surpassed the dimensional flow of information. Jiang Li's current state was entirely one of using his limited mental capacity to forcibly engage with the endless laws of the heavenly Dao. Jiang Li poured all his consciousness into the system's disassembly analysis. The outline of the supreme clear immortal method was forcibly translated by the system. Time lost its meaning. Jiang Li thoroughly eliminated the impurities from the remnants of the golden core Dao, converting all true energy within him into pure supreme, clear, immortal essence. The midstage of the Shanxian realm was completely stabilized. Jiang Li smashed down an opportunity for Dao integration. In that moment, his soul briefly detached from his physical body, looking down at the entire East Sea from a divine perspective for a second. He saw the textures of space folding the flow of time's sands and the most primitive structure of the interactions among yin-yang and the five elements. This was an indescribable shock. It was also after this second that Jiang Li's physical body emitted a crisp sound of bone cracking. The impure bloodline of the postnatal human race was completely purified, and he completed a transcendental leap, fashioning a congenital body without flaws. Jiang Li's root bones transitioned from a postnatal human to a congenital human comparable to an ordinary congenital saint. From this moment on, he was no longer viewed as a two-legged sheep by the myriad races of the primal chaos, but rather possessed a truly extraordinary root bone for cultivating Dao in the primal chaos. Uncertain how much time had passed, the sound of the Dao filling the heavens and the earth came to an unforeseen stop. The sage's manifestation above the Bo palace gradually dissipated, transforming into countless golden lotuses falling over the East Sea. The teaching had concluded, lasting a full 300 years. The dead ocean surface, after pausing for a few breaths, erupted into a deafening commotion. Countless beings fell from their state of enlightenment. A great demon howled to the heavens, three flowers converging atop its head, suddenly gaining enlightenment and stepping into the ranks of the Tai golden immortals. More beings clutched their chests and stomped their feet, wailing in despair. Their root bones were too poor, and after 300 years of listening to the teaching, they remembered only the slightest superficialities, failing to even retain a phrase. The gate of the Dao had heavily closed before them. Jiang Li opened his eyes. In the depths of his pupils a hint of azure runes flashed by, quickly returning to calm. He glanced at the system panel. Out of the accumulated 3,000 opportunities for enlightenment, 2,000 had been used. What he gained was the true supreme, clear rhythm in his mind. This was a tremendous profit. Jiang Li brushed off the dust from his azure garments and stood up. At this moment, the periphery of Janeo Island was in chaos. Without the pressure of the teaching, grudges formed over territorial disputes among some beings erupted immediately. Not far away, two wolf demons that had previously fixed their eyes on Jiang Li were working together to tear apart a giant python. Blood stained the rocks. Jiang Li paid no heed to the carnage. He was calculating his next course of action. With the sage's teaching concluded, according to the rules, those who could come to listen had established a good relationship. As long as he was not killed on the spot, he could go to the External Affairs Office at the edge of Janeo Island to claim a waste token as a registered disciple, thereby becoming affiliated with the Jie sect. With this token, even as the lowest tier registered disciple, ordinary great demons would no longer dare to casually regard him as food. In this perilous and deadly primal chaos, surviving until the next 3,000 years arrived and continuing to develop through the system was the most prudent strategy. As for whether the Tongtian master had seen him, Jiang Li did not think much about it. Below the sage, all were ants. Outer sect disciples. Direct disciples. Those were positions reserved for figures like Zhao Gongming and the three heavens goddesses. One must know their place. Just then, dang, the sound of the fisherman's drum resounded once more. The chaotic battlefield on the surface of the east sea instantly fell silent. All beings terrified halted their actions and knelt towards the direction of the Bio Palace. Jiang Li also stopped, bowing his head in the crowd. The Tongtian master's grand and majestic voice, akin to the thunder of the nine heavens, roared in the souls of billions. This teaching shall last for 300 years, and it has now achieved its fulfillment. All who come to listen shall enter the walls of my Jia sect and receive the position of registered disciple. From now on you must strictly adhere to the heavenly Tao, cultivate diligently, and must not tarnish the reputation of my Jia sect. The voice rolled forth, and all beings responded in unison. We shall follow the decree. Thank you for the master's great grace. The sound surged, raising a tsunami. All beings who had listened to the teaching erupted with expressions of ecstasy. Jiang Li also breathed a sigh of relief. His identity was confirmed. Although he was the lowest tier registered disciple in the Primal Chaos, this was a life-saving token. Yet the Tongtian master's voice did not cease. The calamity of heaven and earth approaches, and all things undergo change. I established the Jia sect to seize a glimmer of hope for all beings. Today's teaching, observing the root nature of myriad spirits. Indeed, there is one child with whom I share a master-disciple bond. Upon these words, the atmosphere within and around Geneo Island solidified. Millions of great demons and scattered immortals held their breaths. Even within the inner gates of Geneo Island, several terrifying and unmatched Deluo golden immortal auras suddenly fluctuated. Taoist Duobao, Holy Mother of Golden Spirits, and other core, direct disciples extended their divine senses out of the Great Hall. The master was going to personally take in a disciple. Since the signs of calamity had emerged, the Tongtian master had not spoken of accepting disciples for several yuan meetings. Even the ancient extraordinary beings with heaven-defying talents had not entered the outer sect, merely receiving the status of registered disciple. Today, who was this fortunate one with such extraordinary opportunity? All beings frantically looked around, trying to locate that lucky one. East Sea Reef Group, Human Junior, stepped forward. In just 12 words, devoid of any emotional fluctuations, yet it detonated like a 100-million-ton nuclear bomb, directly exploding in Jiang Li's ears. A pure azure celestial light radiating from the Bio Palace above the nine heavens disregarded the distance of space, precisely hovering above Jiang Li's head. The celestial light descended, enveloping Jiang Li in a dazzling pillar of light. In that instant, heaven and earth, the four seas, and 8 wastelands. Countless pairs of eyes filled with shock, jealousy, and incredulity converged upon this corner. Those postnatal demon clans who had just been jostling with Jiang Li were so terrified that their limbs went soft, rolling and crawling several miles away, forcefully clearing a vast sea area around Jiang Li. 2 Tai golden immortal lion demons who had been competing for territory moments ago were now lying on the water's surface in an extremely comical posture, trembling all over. They looked at Jiang Li in the light pillar, this small human whom they had always regarded as inferior prey. Jiang Li stood in the light pillar, feeling a shiver run down his spine. He had envisioned countless beginnings, yet never expected this scenario. He originally just wanted to secure the lowly status of a registered disciple, but instead was publicly called out for inspection by the top giant of the entire realm. Jiang Li did not hesitate. In the Primal Chaos, when a sage spoke, to refuse was to court death. He took a deep breath, activating his Shenxian powers as he stepped upon the waves slowly ascending. Following the guidance of the azure light pillar, he passed over the crowded demon army, crossing the area of registered disciples on the periphery. He walked step by step toward the towering palace, representing the highest combat power and authority of the Primal Chaos. The Bio Palace, under the gaze of countless powerful beings capable of killing. In the clouds on either side, several figures draped in celestial radiance appeared intermittently. They were the elites of the Jia sect's outer sect. They coldly watched this human with a mere few thousand years of age. Jiang Li did not avert his gaze. He arrived at the towering white jade steps of the Great Hall. Looking up at the end of the hall, a majestic figure sat amidst chaotic air currents, his face obscured, with only the laws of the Tao constantly manifesting around him. Jiang Li knelt down, paying his respects. Human Jiang Li greets the sage. The Tongtian master looked down upon Jiang Li. The great hall was deathly silent. Taoist Duobao and other direct disciples stood on either side, their gazes varied. The Tongtian master slowly spoke. Your roots are humble, yet you harbor innate changes. When entering my Jia sect, listen well to what position you shall be given. Jiang Li lay prostrate on the ground. The voice of the heavenly lord of the primordial beginning echoed through the great hall, devoid of emotion, yet imbued with the absolute will that governs the laws of the Tao. Jiang Li of the human race, born with innate fortune, secretly aligns with the variables of the great Tao. From this day forth you shall be my 5th personal disciple. The voice surged out of Bo Palace, transforming into the celestial tones of the nine heavens, thundering across the entire primordial world. The four seas were inverted, and the void trembled. Within and around Jiang Island, a terrifying silence reigned. Even the sound of flowing seawater was erased by an invisible force at that very moment. After an indeterminate time, the sound of sharp intakes of breath arose from every corner. A personal disciple, the fifth. In the outer sea, the two Tai golden immortal lion demons who had previously coveted Jiang Li rolled their eyes back, their Dao hearts shattered on the spot. Their magical power dispersed, and their bodies sank stiffly towards the seabed. The millions of demons crowded around stared in terror, the word personal disciple wildly echoing in their minds. The sects' countless followers were divided into inner, outer, and nominal disciples. Nominal disciples were as numerous as fish crossing a river, and even outer disciples numbered in the tens of thousands. But a personal disciple, that was an existence who inherited the sage's legacy and shared the core fortune of the Jia sect. Since the founding of the Jia sect, the heavenly lord of the primordial beginning had only accepted 4 personal disciples: Duo Bao Daoist, Golden Spirit Mother, Wudong Mother, and Tortoise Spirit Mother. Were not all 4 of these innate divinities with origins that touched the heavens and pressure that spanned the ages? And now a mere human barely a few thousand years old had vaulted over billions of living beings to stand shoulder to shoulder with those 4 ancient powers. Why? Countless beings roared in their hearts. Jealousy and incomprehension intertwined into a tangible red light churning in the dark currents of the seabed. They dared not question the sage, so their gazes could only fixate on the blue-robed figure before Bo Palace. Had it not been for the sage's overwhelming pressure holding the scene in check, Jiang Li would have been torn to shreds by billions of resentful thoughts by now. Jiang Li knelt on the white jade steps, his expression unchanged. He had anticipated that the heavenly lord of the primordial beginning might accept him as a disciple, but he never imagined the other would play his trump card so directly. The 5th personal disciple. This was equivalent to a high school student on Blue Star going for an internship interview at a multinational corporation, and the chairman directly announcing him as the executive vice president at the general meeting with absolute inheritance rights. This was too overwhelming. He had directly latched onto the thickest thigh. Jiang Li did not cower in trepidation. Instead, he kowtowed heavily and said, "Disciple Jiang Li, thanks Master for the grace of rebirth." As his words landed deep within Bo Palace, the imposing figure seated amidst the chaotic airflow slowly faded. The heavenly lord of the primordial beginning's manifestation vanished completely. The sage retreated. The absolute pressure that had weighed upon billions of beings suddenly lightened. Immediately after, 4 pillars of light shot up from both sides of the great hall, shattering the millions of miles of auspicious clouds above Jiang Island. Deluo Golden Immortal. 4 pure flawless auras of the Deluo Dao fruit pressed down upon the scene. The Tai golden immortals on the periphery, who had just been burning with jealousy over Jiang Li's status, all felt their knees go weak the moment those 4 auras erupted. They pressed themselves tightly against the sea surface, unable to muster even a hint of disrespect. This was the current peak combat power of the Jia sect. The pillars of light dispersed. 4 figures appeared before Jiang Li. At the forefront stood a slightly plump Daoist with a warm smile. He wore a loose brocade robe exuding no trace of sharpness, yet the very space around him seemed to naturally collapse inward as he stood there. Duo Bao Daoist, the senior brother of the Jia sect. To Duo Bao's left stood a woman in golden armor, valiant and spirited, with a cold, decisive sharpness in her brow. She was none other than Golden Spirit Mother, who wielded the dragon tiger Rui. On the right stood a woman in a moon-white Daoist robe, her temperament cold and ethereal, Wudong Mother. The last was Tortoise Spirit Mother, clad in dark green palace attire with deep, unfathomable eyes. These 4 supreme titans of the primordial world were all scrutinizing Jiang Li, who knelt half prostrate on the ground. Golden Spirit Mother's gaze swept over Jiang Li's body. An innate, flawless body. A flicker of surprise passed through her eyes. She knew well that the human race was born from clay in the post-heaven era. Yet this junior had forcibly reversed his very origins during the sermon. Such comprehension was truly monstrous. Tortoise Spirit Mother nodded slightly. Duo Bao Daoist stepped forward, closing the distance in a single stride. His plump face was wreathed in smiles as he extended his fleshy hands and lifted Jiang Li up from the ground. "Junior brother, please rise quickly." Duo Bao Daoist's tone was exceedingly warm, as if he were greeting a long-lost blood relative. "Master has a keen eye. He hasn't accepted a personal disciple in eons, but upon seeing you today, it's clear you are a dragon among men blessed with profound fortune." Jiang Li rose smoothly, not losing his composure due to Duo Bao's affability. He knew very well that this plump Daoist before him was not only a supreme powerhouse of the primordial world, but also the future great son Tathagata of Buddhism, with impeccable cunning and skill. Jiang Li greets the senior brother and the 3 senior sisters. Jiang Li cupped his fists and performed the ritual with meticulous precision. Wudong Mother observed his composed demeanor, and a hint of approval appeared in her eyes. To ascend to a high position without arrogance, to face a Deluo without fear. This temperament is worthy of the title personal disciple. The demons on the periphery witnessed this scene and fell into utter despair. With the 4 great personal disciples personally coming forward to accept him, Jiang Li's status had been irrevocably sealed. From this moment forth across the vast primordial world, no one would ever dare to treat this human as mere prey. To touch the 5th personal disciple of the Jie sect was to make an enemy of all of Jian'ou Island. Duo Bao Daoist took Jiang Li's wrist and turned to point at the ancient boundless great hall behind him, which radiated endless Dao charm. Junior brother, you've just joined the sect and still need to familiarize yourself with many rules and Dao arts. The wind outside is strong. Why not follow me into Bo Palace where we can talk in detail? He'll follow the senior brother's arrangements. Jiang Li complied readily. Duo Bao Daoist led Jiang Li accompanied by the 3 mothers, and they slowly walked through the gates of Bo Palace. The heavy bronze gates slowly closed behind them, completely sealing off the billions of gazes filled with extremely complex emotions from the outside. Inside the great hall, the primal chaos energy flowed. The space was vast and boundless, an independent grand world containing countless smaller worlds within it. Cranes, swords, spirit herbs carpeted the ground, and a great river formed of pure liquefied spiritual energy stretched across the sky. Duo Bao Daoist released his grip, his smile, fading by 3 parts, replaced by a hint of solemnity. He looked at Jiang Li and produced a purple golden token from his sleeve made of neither metal nor wood. The front of the token bore an archaic Jie character, while the reverse featured a lightning pattern representing the origin of Shanqing. This is the identity token for personal disciples. Junior brother, keep it safe. With this token you may access the Jie sect's treasure vault and scripture pavilion, save for the forbidden grounds set by Master. Jiang Li accepted the token with both hands. It was icy to the touch. Thank you, senior brother. Since Master accepted you as a personal disciple, he must have his reasons. The aura of the tribulation is rising and the primordial world is restless. Your cultivation is still shallow, so remain on Jian'ou Island for now. Golden Spirit Mother's cold hard voice rang out from the side. If you lack any heavenly treasures or earthly treasures, come straight to me. The Jie sect's foundation can still support one personal disciple. Jiang Li's heart stirred. He knew all too well how the immortals of the Jie sect were sent to the investiture of the gods in the future tribulation. These Deluo golden immortals appeared lofty and aloof, but in truth they valued loyalty and kinship above all. He'll trouble senior sister for her care. Jiang Li nodded in acceptance. Duo Bao Daoist pointed to a side hall deep within the main hall. That is the secluded cultivation cave specially reserved for you by Master. Master has transmitted the general outline of the Shanqing Dao arts to you. Go into seclusion and stabilize your realm. In 300 years we shall gather again. 300 years. For a Deluo golden immortal it was, but the time it takes to doze off. Jiang Li thanked the 4, clutched the purple golden token, and turned towards that side hall. As Jiang Li's figure disappeared behind the light screen of the formation, Duo Bao Daoist's warm smile vanished. He turned his gaze towards the void outside Jian'ou Island, his eyes narrowing. Within his pupils the Deluo Dao fruit churned, reflecting tens of millions of severed threads of heavenly fate. Senior brother, why did Master make an exception at this time? Wudong Mother lowered her voice. Duo Bao Daoist shook his head. The tribulation is about to rise, and the heavenly fate is in chaos. The workings of the Dao have their patterns. By all rights the Jie sect should have only us for personal disciples. Perhaps Master has seen something that we cannot see. The array's luminous barrier receded to both sides, creating visible folds and dislocations in space. Jiang Li stepped into the exclusive side hall. The interior opened up to a broad expanse. This was no ordinary side hall, but an independent small universe. The sky lacked sun, moon, or stars, and was instead composed of dense clouds formed from pure innate spiritual energy. The ground was paved with purple spirit jade bricks. A river of liquid spiritual energy wide as 100 zhong cascaded from midair, producing a thunderous roar. Around him fragments of incomplete laws floated visibly in the air. Resources at the level of a great Luo golden immortal were directly laid before him. Jiang Li did not rush to sit down. He paused beside the river of spiritual energy, holding the purple gold token given to him by Duo Bao Daoist. His fingers rubbed the lightning patterns on the back of the token. This was proof of his identity as a direct disciple and the highest protective charm for survival in the perilous environment of the primordial chaos. Suddenly, a purple light emanated from the token's surface. A strand of sword energy detached from the token, hovering before Jiang Li. An overwhelming aura transcending heaven and earth exuded from it. That was the summons of a saint. Jiang Li immediately cleared his mind of distractions, straightened his blue robe, and guided by the lightning patterns walked briskly out of the side hall. He passed through layers of restrictions behind the Bo Palace. The spatial array here was complex and intricate. With each step, he took the surroundings transformed hundreds of times. The sword energy led the way, and the array's lethal intent automatically dispersed. After a stick of incense, Jiang Li arrived before a pitch-black ancient hall. The hall lacked a bronze giant door, only a layer of endlessly swirling chaotic airflow, serving as a barrier. Enter. A deep voice resonated in his ears. Jiang Li lifted his leg and stepped into the chaotic airflow. The interior of the hall was exceedingly vast. There were no splendid decorations or seats, only pure emptiness and endless starlight. The master of the celestial teachings sat at the center on a cloud bed. At this moment, he had retracted the overwhelming pressure he exerted during his teachings, his aura now calm. Jiang Li took 2 steps forward, knelt on both knees, and bowed deeply. Disciple Jiang Li pays respects to Master. The master of the celestial teachings lifted his eyelids. Images of the extinction of beings and the collapse of the vast world flashed through his eyes before ultimately settling into tranquility. During your teaching, you used the heavenly sound to refine your body, forcibly reversing the foundation of the postnatal human race. This opportunity and comprehension are rarely seen throughout the ages. However, the method you practice within is derived from the golden core Dao of Ta Ching. The master of the celestial teachings spoke, plainly directly addressing the core issue. Jiang Li lay prostrate on the ground, not voicing any defense. There was no point in concealing anything before a saint. Accepting it calmly was the only way to respond. The Ta Ching method emphasizes non-action, yet it is unsuitable for protecting the Dao in this era of great calamity about to unfold. Having entered my sect, you must cultivate my pure and correct laws. The master of the celestial teachings did not inquire about the origin of the remnants of the golden core Dao. The master of Ta Ching had once preached among the human race. He raised his right hand, pointing his index finger towards Jiang Li's brow from a distance. A blue light entirely composed of pure Dao law shot out and directly entered Jiang Li's sea of consciousness. Boom! A colossal wave surged in Jiang Li's mind. A vast amount of information was forcibly injected into his soul. It was the most primordial Shangqing immortal method, devoid of worldly characters, with only the first Dao sound from the dawn of creation echoing. The system panel flickered with red light. Detected saint-level primordial method, Shangqing immortal method, complete version information overload initiating forced analysis mode. Would you like to consume the current accumulation of comprehension opportunities for analysis? Consume all. Analyze and deduce. Jiang Li roared inwardly. The remaining 1,000 comprehension opportunities on the panel was instantly reduced to 0. The system erupted with dazzling light, forcibly disassembling, categorizing, and reassembling the Dao information that could have burst apart a true immortal's soul, transforming it into a methodical route and the true essence of the laws that Jiang Li could perfectly comprehend. The swelling pain tearing at his soul vanished, replaced by an ultimate clarity. The master of the celestial teachings retracted his finger. He observed Jiang Li, whose aura rapidly returned to calm with a hint of surprise in his eyes. This comprehensive outline of the Shangqing immortal method pointed directly at the primordial Dao. Even Daobao Daoist took a full century to stabilize his mind when he first received the teachings. This newly accepted disciple required only 3 breaths. This method points to the primordial source. Return and focus on cultivating it. Do not rush to break through realms. First transform all of Ta Ching's true energy into Shangqing immortal essence, cleansing the mixed causality within your body. The master of the celestial teachings instructed. Disciple will obey master's orders. Jiang Li bowed deeply once more. He stood up, preparing to withdraw. The master of the celestial teachings suddenly spoke. Do you know why I have made an exception today to grant you the position of direct disciple? Jiang Li halted his steps. He turned back to look at the towering figure who controlled the fate of the primordial chaos. Various interpretations of the investiture of the gods flashed through his mind. Disciples' cultivation is shallow, and I dare not speculate recklessly. But I understand that since I have received this position of direct disciple, I am bound to share the fate of the GS sect, living and dying together. Jiang Li paused, his tone becoming resolute. The Dao has 50, and heaven transforms into Fortinine. Humanity escapes one, capturing a thread of life. This is the GS sect. The master of the celestial teachings quietly watched him for a long time. A soft laugh echoed in the vast hall. Go back and enter seclusion. The master of the celestial teachings waved his hand. Jiang Li bowed and exited the hall until his figure disappeared into the chaotic airflow. The smile on the master of the celestial teachings' face completely retracted. He raised his head, his gaze penetrating the dome of the Bo Palace through the 33 heavens, reaching that endless river of time. Within the river, the golden dragon, representing the fate of the GS sect, originally swept across the mountains and rivers. Yet at some future point it would be entangled by an endless sea of blood-colored malevolence. That was the deadlock established by the heavenly Dao. The GS sect's demise was irreversible. The master of the celestial teachings had deduced it countless times through myriad epochs and could not find a way to break the deadlock. Under the operation of the heavenly Dao, even saints could only comply with the trends of fate. But just a moment ago, with Jiang Li's words, humanity escapes one, the master of the celestial teachings once again stirred the heavenly machine. He was astonished to discover that amidst the inevitable bloodshed, there was an extremely slender causal line entirely beyond the control of the heavenly Dao. This causal line originated from Jiang Li, one end connected to Janeo Island, while the other extended into an unknown dimension that even saints could not perceive. A crack appeared in the ironclad fate of the heavenly Dao, the one that has escaped. The master of the celestial teachings murmured softly, his voice tinged with 3 parts sentiment and 7 parts decisiveness. Teacher Hongjun, perhaps we can play this deadlock once more. Jiang Li returned to the side hall. He directly approached the liquid spiritual energy river and sat cross-legged. His consciousness sank into his dantian. Although his comprehension opportunities had been exhausted, the Shangqing immortal method was already deeply imprinted in his very bones and blood. The river of spiritual energy around him suddenly surged violently. A massive amount of innate spiritual energy was drawn in by the method, flooding into Jiang Li's limbs and bones. The golden power originally cultivated through the golden core Dao instantly disintegrated under the domineering assimilation of the Shangqing immortal method. The power was forcibly torn apart, crushed, and then recombined. The meridians continually expanded amid excruciating pain. Bones emitted a series of explosive sounds. Every inch of flesh and blood underwent reorganization and transformation. The potential of the innate flawless body was thoroughly activated. A drop of blue Shangqing immortal essence gathered in his dantian. Soon after, a second and a third drop followed. The terrifying power contained in this single drop of immortal essence was 100 times that of the previous golden core remnants. Jiang Li severed all external perceptions, entering a deep state of meditation. The cave abode lacked the passage of day and night. The liquid innate spiritual energy surged like a long river, continuously rolling and washing over the purple jade bricks, producing a deafening roar. Jiang Li sat cross-legged by the riverside. His green robe was completely soaked with sweat. Agonizing pain, a pure sense of tearing, occupied all his nerves. The golden magical power of the Ta Ching golden core path surged wildly within his dantian, instinctively resisting the invasion of external forces. It was utterly meaningless. The azure celestial essence of the Shangqing immortal art carried an absolutely tyrannical destructive attribute, directly crushing through the meridians. At the moment the golden magical power touched the azure light, the magic power cultivated from the golden core path ultimately was but a fragment of a fragment, crumbling on the spot and transforming into the most primal spiritual energy that scattered into his limbs. The fragile meridians were repeatedly torn and reshaped between destruction and reconstruction. Jiang Li did not utter a sound. He suppressed his Buddhist instinctive tremors, firmly maintaining clarity in his spiritual platform. His thoughts guided the azure celestial essence, reclaiming control over his body inch by inch according to the operational path of the Shangqing art. The originally gentle and untroubled aura of Ta Ching completely dissipated, replaced by the coexistence of extreme slaughter and vibrant vitality from the source of Shangqing. The foundation has been laid. Jiang Li opened his eyes and wiped away the bloodstains at the corners of his eyes. But this was only the first step. He opened the system panel. Super comprehension system, current available comprehension attempts 0, continue. Jiang Li closed his eyes once more, severing all perception of the external world. This was a profound deadlock. The primal chaos knew no years. Time completely lost its concept in this small world, isolated by formations. As time flowed, the water level of the liquid spiritual energy river visibly decreased. Outside the cave, the demon race around Jin Ao Island changed repeatedly. The ominous aura of the calamity of the witch and demon era thickened in the skies. Even the waters of the 4 seas were stained with a subtle dark red. Inside the cave, Jiang Li sat in silence for 3,000 years. He lost all signs of life, sitting still on the ground, surrounded by a thick layer of azure spiritual energy crystals. Each year the system would automatically accumulate a comprehension opportunity. Jiang Li did not exchange it for higher level comprehension, but directly filled all 3,000 comprehension attempts into the deduction of the Shangqing immortal art. 3,000 years of frenzied dissection. The fundamental principles, intricate formations, lightning techniques, and sword formations contained within the Shangqing immortal art were crushed and forcefully stuffed into a sea of consciousness by the system. The potential of the innate flawless body was completely activated under the massive infusion of spiritual energy. The peak bottleneck of the true immortal silently shattered. Early stage of the Xian immortal. Mid stage of the Xian immortal. Late stage of the Xian immortal. A violent vortex of spiritual energy formed within the cave, scraping countless deep grooves into the jade bricks on the ground. The azure celestial essence emerged from his body, condensing into substantial sword light, continuously cutting through the surrounding spatial barriers until his cultivation stabilized at the peak of the Xian immortal. Boom! The spiritual energy crystals enveloping Jiang Li's body exploded, scattering into powder all around. Jiang Li opened his eyes. The azure light in his pupils vanished, and his aura retracted to the utmost degree. He stood up, and a series of dense cracking sounds erupted from his bones. He casually clenched his right fist, instantly compressing the air in his palm and creating a deafening sonic boom. Peak of the Xian immortal. Only half a step away from the golden fairy realm, which represented longevity. This leap in power level completely overturned his understanding of martial strength formed on Blue Star. Now, even if 1,000 Western children of light stood before him, he would not need to use any spells or divine abilities. Merely releasing the pressure of the Shang-Qing celestial essence would be enough to crush them into a puddle of flesh. Jiang Li opened the system panel, his gaze landing on the red prompt flashing below. Detected that the host has completed a deep retreat. Total time spent, 3,000 years. Anchor point disconnection. The host has missed the short-term return cycle to Blue Star, once a month for Blue Star, every 3,000 years for Primal Chaos. Next return channel countdown 1,800 years. Jiang Li raised his eyebrows. 3,000 years of deep meditation had completely severed his connection to the present world. My parents and Jiao Li have consumed the primal spirit fruit to reach the divine realm, granting them long lifespans. The strength of the military in Huaxia has greatly increased with over 1,000 grandmasters stationed. In a month or two Blue Star won't be lost. Jiang Li quickly calculated in his mind. Since he had become the 5th direct disciple of Jie Jiao, it would be a disservice to not properly utilize this resource to arm himself in light of the grand teaching bestowed by the Tantian cult master. Jiang Li retracted the azure light from his body. The aura of the peak Xian immortal returned entirely to his Qi. In his Dantian, the Shang-Qing celestial essence resembled an ancient well, deep and unfathomable. The void formations outside the cave abode rippled. A cautious divine sense touched the light barrier. Jiang Li raised his hand and pointed, causing the barrier to disperse. A rosy-lipped, white-toothed young attendant with 2 sky-high hair buns stood at the foot of the white jade steps. Dressed in a Taoist robe and holding a whisk, he immediately bowed deeply upon seeing Jiang Li. Greetings, 5th Lord. The attendant of the Tantian cult was of much higher status than ordinary outer disciples. Yet at this moment before Jiang Li, he lowered his posture to the utmost. The position of a direct disciple was the absolute rule of Jinao Island. What is it? Jiang Li asked in a flat tone. Reporting to 5th Lord. Daobao Lord is discussing the Dao with the 3 holy mothers in Daobao Cave and has sent this little attendant to invite you for a conversation. Lead the way. Jiang Li stepped out of the cave. The scenery of Jinao Island had not changed in the slightest after 3,000 years. Spiritual birds circled above, immortal herbs flourished everywhere, and the demon race at the Tai golden immortal level fluctuated in the outer sea, inhaling innate spiritual energy. The water and fire attendant led the way ahead, clouds rising underfoot. The two passed through dozens of layers of folded space, stopping before a majestic mountain bathed in radiant light. On the mountainside, the characters Daobao exuded a profound Dao rhythm that suppressed the heavens. 5th Lord, they are inside. The water and fire attendant bowed and withdrew. Jiang Li stepped into the cave. The heavens and earth transformed in an instant. Without the external river of spiritual energy, only the purest principles of the Dao interwove here. A faint scent of golden sandalwood wafted through the air. In the center of the cave, on the purple golden 8 trigrams platform, 4 figures sat quietly. The aura of the great Luo Dao fruit was retracted to the utmost, leaking not a hint, yet the natural sense of spatial collapse surrounding them still allowed Jiang Li to perceive the absolute chasm in realm. Daobao Daoist opened his eyes. A warm smile immediately filled his slightly plump face as he looked Jiang Li up and down. The junior brother has emerged from retreat. Peak of the Xian immortal, the foundation is indeed so solid the golden immortal realm is within reach. It seems Master has fully imparted the Shang-Qing immortal art to you. Jiang Li took 2 steps forward, hands crossed, and performed a perfectly respectful greeting to his seniors. I pay my respects to the senior brother and the 3 senior sisters. Jiang Li sat cross-legged on the cushion. It all depends on Master's teachings and the blessings of this cave abode. The foundation is extremely stable, showing no signs of recklessly pursuing higher realms and leaving vulnerable. The innate flawless body indeed has some merit. The tone of the golden spirit Holy Mother was tough, but the lines at the corners of her eyes softened slightly. As the female immortal in charge of slaughter, she detested those with weak foundations the most. Jiang Li's 3,000 years of hard cultivation earned her recognition. The unfettered Holy Mother, cold and ethereal, merely nodded slightly in acknowledgement. The turtle spirit Holy Mother, dressed in dark green palace attire, smiled gently and took out a jade box from her sleeve. The little junior brother entered the sect and immediately went into seclusion. Today marks the official welcome for you from us 4. As Master is in seclusion contemplating the heavenly mysteries, this welcoming gift will be first delivered by us, the senior brothers and sisters. With a wave of her hand, the divine turtle Holy Mother sent the jade box gliding steadily into Jiang Li's palm. The lid slid open on its own, revealing 3 crystalline fruits, their surfaces shimmering with a 9-colored stellar radiance. An exotic fragrance instantly permeated the entire grotto heaven. A single breath was enough for Jiang Li to feel the supreme purity immortal yuan within him faintly churning. These are the 9 luminaries' stellar origin fruits born from a postnatal supreme grade spiritual root. The divine turtle Holy Mother explained in a gentle voice. When you break through to the golden immortal realm, consume one of these to ward off the disturbances of inner demons and tribulation thunder. Thank you, senior sister divine turtle. Jiang Li accepted the jade box without protest. The golden spirit Holy Mother let out a cold snort, then withdrew a 3-foot-long sword from her sleeve. The blade was dark red devoid of luster, yet it emanated a bone-piercing aura of blood and slaughter. The very space around the blade's edge was sliced into fine black lines by the baleful aura. I'm not one for such formalities. Take this blood transformation sword. It's a postnatal supreme grade killing treasure. If a true immortal so much as touches it, their flesh and soul will instantly dissolve into pus. Even a golden immortal caught off guard could have several levels of their cultivation slashed away by it. The long sword hovered to a stop in front of Jiang Li. Thank you, Senior Sister Golden Spirit. Jiang Li grasped the hilt. The icy baleful energy tried to invade through his palm, but was forcefully suppressed by the pure supreme purity immortal yuan within him. The silent mother of no one remained silent, but flicked her finger, sending a jade talisman shimmering with water-like patterns flying out. It landed on Jiang Li's knee. The 8 Desolations Water Dominion Array Diagram. Her voice was cool and clear. A postnatal defensive array plate. If you encounter a battle you cannot win, deploy this array. It can block a single full power strike from a Tai Golden Immortal. Block a strike from a Tai. On Blue Star, this thing would be equivalent to carrying an absolutely invincible safe room. Thank you, Senior Sister No One, for the treasure. Finally, the gaze of all 3 holy mothers fell squarely upon Duo Bao Daoren. He coughed dryly, his fleshy hand rubbing the tip of his nose. You 3 have brought out all the good stuff, making me the senior brother look stingy. With a flick of his wrist, a small square seal of profound yellow color appeared in his palm. The moment the small seal appeared, the surrounding gravity increased 10,000-fold. The purple gold 8 trigrams platform beneath them groaned under the unbearable weight. This item is called a replica of the Heaven Overturning Seal. The Sea Covering Seal. Duo Bao Daoren handed the small seal to Jiang Li, speaking with a beaming smile. A supreme grade postnatal spirit treasure. It has no fancy functions. It's just heavy. Once offered up, it transforms into a primordial divine mountain. It's best for smashing people's skulls. Jiang Li received the Sea Covering Seal with both hands. It was extremely heavy, an ordinary person's arms would have been crushed instantly. But he managed to hold it aloft with the sheer power of his innate leakless body. With 4 supreme-grade postnatal treasures in hand, Jiang Li's equipment now surpassed 99% of the wandering golden immortal cultivators in the primordial wilderness. Duo Bao watched Jiang Li put away the treasures one by one, his expression turning slightly serious. Junior brother, don't think us stingy. Prenatal spirit treasures contain the laws of the primordial great Dao. You could search the entire primordial wilderness and not find many. Even in my possession, prenatal items number less than 10. Such treasures are bound by fate. Duo Bao paused, his tone radiating absolute confidence. You are the 5th personal disciple personally chosen by the Master. When you step into the golden immortal realm, the Master will personally bestow a prenatal spirit treasure upon you. For now, use these postnatal ones to protect yourself and guard your Dao. Jiang Li nodded. I will remember the profound kindness of you, senior brothers and sisters. His judgment was clear. These 4 personal disciples of the Jia sect held no hidden agendas, no duplicity. This pure, unreserved protection and guidance was the core cohesion that would allow the Jia sect to attract 10,000 immortals before the god-enfeoffment calamity. This was indeed a safe thigh to cling to. In cultivation, one must not be impatient. Duo Bao Daoren flicked his whisk, steering the conversation back on track. Your supreme purity immortal art has already reached a profound level. Within Duo Bao's grotto, heaven, purple chi swirled thickly. Duo Bao Daoren's smile faded as he raised his right hand. Purple light danced at his fingertips, instantly evolving into 5 primordial elemental masses of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. To reach the golden immortal realm, the most important thing is the 5 chi within your chest. The guidance from the 4 was utterly unreserved. Jiang Li furiously absorbed these cultivation experiences within his sea of consciousness. Duo Bao waved his whisk, dispelling the elemental masses. The Master is in seclusion, so the vast eastern sea is under our collective charge. Duo Bao changed the subject. You are a personal disciple, your status is noble. But the primordial wilderness is deep, and the Jia sect's disciples are a mixed lot. There are a few key figures among the outer disciples you need to know. Duo Bao listed a few names. Zhao Gongming, the senior outer disciple, has already reached the Deluo realm. He is extremely bold and chivalrous. The 3 Xia of Sanxian Island, particularly Yunxiao, possess unfathomable Dao techniques. These 4 you can trust absolutely. Luo Xian is skilled in fire arts, and Hanji Xian is adept in wind techniques. They have fiery tempers, but simple minds, they are worth befriending. The Golden Spirit Holy Mother coldly interjected. Among the 7 attendant immortals, Wu Yun Xian is a true man. But that Longier Dingguang Xian is duplicitous. If you encounter him, just ignore him. If he dares to act presumptuously, you can cut him down with your sword, and he'll handle the aftermath. Jiang Li mentally noted the name Longier Dingguang Xian. He also knew this was the future traitor of the Jia sect. A waterfire boy brought over food and drink. The plate held a crimson flood dragon's liver, radiating pure, dense blood energy. The five of them drank and discussed the Tao. As the spiritual energy entered his body, Jiang Li's foundation at the peak of the mystic immortal realm was thoroughly solidified. 3 days later the feast dispersed. Jiang Li walked out of Duobao's grotto heaven. The erased light screen closed behind him. Standing on the white jade steps ahead was a burly man with a curly beard. He was draped in a green Taoist robe with a pair of whips strapped to his back. The formidable aura of a Deluo golden immortal at the early stage radiated unabatedly. The surrounding void continuously collapsed and reformed under the crushing force of his loss. The man turned his head, his gaze locking onto Jiang Li. Zhao Gongming of the GS sect's outer sect. Jiang Li returned the greeting with a cupped fist. Zhao Gongming burst into loud laughter. The sound scattered several spiritual clouds high in the sky. He strode forward, his right hand laced with the thunderous sound of supreme purity purple cloud divine thunder, and clapped it heavily onto Jiang Li's shoulder. Boom! The power of the thunder penetrated his body. Jiang Li's feet rooted firmly into the white jade steps. His azure supreme purity immortal yuan circulated automatically. The bones of his innate leakless body emitted a sharp grating sound like metal and stone forcibly crushing the thunderous noise. His body didn't sway an inch. Zhao Gongming withdrew his hand, the appreciation in his eyes deepening. Impressive physical cultivation. Your foundation at the mystic immortal peak is more solid than those early Tai primordial beast descendants in the outer sect. Zhao Gongming was blunt. Senior brother Duobao sent me a message to come and meet you. It is an honor to meet you, senior brother Gongming. Jiang Li's attitude was neither servile nor overbearing. No need for such formalities. Zhao Gongming waved his hand. Now that you've been accepted by the master as the 5th personal disciple, you are the senior brother to all of us outer sect disciples. Remember, you must not call me senior brother again. That would breach the rules of hierarchy. I see. Then junior brother Gongming. Jiang Li said calmly. I and the 3 Xia have prepared some immortal tea on Sanxian Island. Some of the outer sect members are gathered there. Everyone wants to meet you. Will you come? I will. Jiang Li nodded. The two soared into the sky on a cloud. The eastern sea of the primordial wilderness was vast and boundless. Fierce winds carrying chaotic currents raged across the surface of the sea. Standing atop the cloud, Zhao Gongming clasped his hands behind his back, letting the astral winds buffet him. Today on Sanxian Island, we have Qiushou Xian Ling Xian and Jingguang Xian. Zhao Gongming explained. Their true forms are a greenman lion, a white elephant, and a golden-haired hoe. Their cultivation bases are all at the early Tai golden immortal stage. They have formidable bodies, but quick tempers. They've been saying privately that they want to test the mettle of you, this human personal disciple. Jiang Li faced the astral wind, his blue robe snapping loudly. In the primordial wilderness, the rule is to settle things with a fight. Their cultivation base far exceeds yours. But you are a personal disciple. If you avoid the fight, your status as a personal disciple will become meaningless on Golden Ao Island. Zhao Gongming looked at Jiang Li. So when the time comes, go all out. With me and the 3 Xia sisters present, no one will truly dare to go too far. Half an incense stick later, auspicious clouds descended. A colossal island shrouded in immortal mist hovered over the sea. At its center stood a white jade plaza adorned with dozens of jade tables. Behind each jade table sat immortals of diverse Yao clans, bizarre, majestic, and otherworldly. Those suppressed by mighty formation erased, their overwhelming Yao energy still choked the air. The moment Jiang Li alighted, all clamor ceased. Dozens of piercing, appraising gazes converged upon him in unison. Seated at the central dais were 3 peerless female immortals, graceful, aloof, and vivacious. Yunxiao, Qiongxiao, and Bixiao. From the first jade table to the left rose a burly man with wild indigo hair and bulging eyes. Clutching a massive wine jar, he strode boldly toward the plaza's heart. The crushing aura of a celestial immortal of the Tai rank locked onto Jiang Li like iron shackles. The giant halted 10 paces away, towering over him. Qiushou Xian, he declared, grinning coldly from above. I hear 5th senior brother has inherited the sect master's true teachings. This junior, though unworthy, wishes to test your mastery of the supreme clarity arts. Dare you accept? Silence fell, absolute suffocating. Sea winds billowed across the white jade plaza at the heart of GS Sect Island, but not a whisper stirred. Hundreds of GS Sect's outer disciple eyes fixed upon Jiang Li alone, his azure robes snapping fiercely in the gale. Qiushou Xian held the wine jar aloft with one hand. His celestial immortal aura coalesced into palpable gales, whipping up celestial grasses and shattered petals from the ground. A brazen, open challenge. The GS sect commanded myriad immortals, but its outer disciples were mostly unruly primordial Yao beasts of the chaotic era. When Tongtian's sect master unexpectedly accepted a human as his 5th direct disciple, none dared question the sage, but resentment flared instinctively toward this sudden 5th senior brother who now stood above them. Zhao Gongming's thick brows knotted in fury. His Deluo immortal aura erupted instantly, scattering Qiushou Xian's Yao wind like smoke. Qiushou Xian, enough! His voice boomed like thunderclaps echoing across the plaza. 5th senior brother's cultivation is still nascent. You A veteran who survived the primordial Dragon Han tribulation, dare challenge him. If battle is what you seek, then fight me. Qiu Xian's face paled under Zhao Gongming's oppressive divine intent, then twisted into a wide defiant grin. Senior brother Gongming speaks too harshly. With a thunderous crash, he slammed the wine jar onto the white jade floor. The base splintered, spilling fragrant spirit wine across the stone. How could this junior dare bully the young? Yet fifth senior brother has received the master's true transmission. Surely he possesses extraordinary prowess. I shall suppress my cultivation to the peak of the Xian immortal realm, thus matching fifth senior brother's current level. Surely such peer-level discourse violates no sect law. A few voices cheered from the crowd. Jing Guangxian and Ling Yixian nodded vigorously behind their jade tables. Peer-level discourse reveals true essence. Indeed, we outer disciples long to witness the profundity of direct disciple arts. Zhao Gongming snorted coldly, about to retort, when Jiang Li raised his right hand and gently pressed it upon Zhao Gongming's broad shoulder. Zhao Gongming turned. Jiang Li's expression remained serene, eyes calm and untroubled, no trace of fear or hesitation. He met Qiu Xian's gaze, voice steady, devoid of inflection. Since junior brother is eager, this senior brother shall offer some guidance. A peer-level exchange, strictly restrained, no injury intended. Hearing the word guidance, Qiu Xian's eyes widened, then burst into bitter, roaring laughter. Excellent. Many thanks to fifth senior brother for this honor. Boom. Before the final syllable faded, Qiu Xian's aura plummeted, plunging from Tai, celestial immortal, down to the apex of the Xian immortal realm. Yet his true form was the ancient monstrous Qing Mao lion. Even with cultivation suppressed, the blood-soaked killing aura amassed over millennia made several golden immortal disciples' scalps prickle with dread. Qiu Xian stepped forward, one foot striking the white jade tiles, which exploded outward in spiderweb fractures. He wielded no artifact, only his colossal arms, muscles coiled like serpents, fingers clenched into fists that tore the air with sonic shrieks, aimed straight at Jiang Li's heart. Brutal, unadorned, the Ye clan's proudest weapon, their physical might. Fifth senior brother, beware. Several female immortals cried out involuntarily. Jiang Li did not retreat. Within him the profound, well-like supreme clarity immortal energy surged, boiling violently. The primordial flawless body perfected through 3,000 system-driven epiphanies activated in full. Jiang Li shifted his right foot half a step back, his spine arched like a celestial dragon. Fists clenched, small yet dense. He hurled a single punch straight into Qiu Xian's colossal millstone-sized fist. Two fists, vast and minute, collided midair. Boom! A muffled, earth-shaking detonation echoed like the thunder god beating his drum. A concussive shockwave erupted from their nexus, flipping over a dozen jade tables. Outer disciples hastily erected defensive auras. Zhao Gongming's eyes flickered with astonishment. In the center, Jiang Li stood unmoved, his azure sleeves rigid as tempered steel amid the gale. Qiu Xian, by contrast, staggered, his massive frame swaying uncontrollably as he recoiled 3 full steps, each heel gouging deep craters into the plaza. Regaining his footing, Qiu Xian stared dumbfounded at his numb right arm, disbelief flooding his gaze. He was the Qing Mao lion. Even suppressed, his corporeal foundation remained unassailable. How could this human, barely millennia into cultivation, overpower him in raw physical combat? Your physique. Qiu Xian's tone hardened, all mockery gone. Junior brother, you're distracted. Jiang Li spoke no more. Azure light flashed beneath his feet. He advanced, supreme clarity arts blazing at their zenith. His form dissolved into a streak of azure lightning, darting inside Qiu Xian's guard. No flashy techniques, only lethal intimate combat. Elbow strikes, knee thrusts, whip-like kicks. Jiang Li moved at blinding speed, each blow landing precisely where Qiu Xian's defenses thinned. The primordial flawless body supplied endless vitality and explosive power. Thud thud thud, a rapid unbroken rhythm of flesh striking flesh. Within mere breaths, Qiu Xian found himself utterly overwhelmed. Driven backward relentlessly, arms raised desperately to shield head and chest. Silence swallowed the plaza. Outer disciples gasped in unison. Impossible. Jing Guangxian cried out. Even at equal cultivation, old lion's body has few peers. How is he being dominated? He is no ordinary Xian immortal. Yin Xiao, until now silent on the dais, spoke at last, her voice cool edged with quiet admiration. His foundation surpasses every soul present. Flawless, immaculate, perfectly harmonious. Is this what it means to be a direct disciple? On the field, Qiu Xian burned with humiliation. To be bested by a mere millennium-old junior. In the very domain he most prized, his physical might. Roar. A half-beast, half-human roar tore from his throat. He threw wide his jaws, spewing forth a torrent of jet-black indigo yao fire, so dense it warped the surrounding air into shimmering distortion, coiling into a fire serpent with gaping maw, lunging for Jiang Li. Outmatched in body, he turned to sorcery. Jiang Li drifted backward, 3 zhong. yet faced the searing Yaofire not with the sacred artifacts gifted moments earlier by the three holy mothers, but with hands drawn behind his back. The synthesized essence of the supreme clarity immortal art deconstructed by the system flowed through his mind's eye. Jiang Li drew a slow, deep breath and uttered a single archaic syllable. Break. Boom. From his dantian erupted an indigo immortal energy, so fierce, so refined it verged on manifesting as immutable Dao law itself. The indigo chi coalesced midair into a 100 zhang spirit sword, formless yet radiating sovereign authority, its edge wreathed in faint violet lightning. It cleaved downward. Annihilation. The roaring black indigo fire serpent struck the blade, and split cleanly down its length severed, as if by heaven's own scythe. Unmoored, the Yaofire scattered into falling embers. The spirit sword's momentum held, its tip aimed unerringly at Xiao Xian's brow. Its razor edge sliced open his forehead, drawing a thin line of golden blood. You have lost. Jiang Li's voice remained calm. The dragon-head immortal stood frozen in place. The instinctive fear of life and death instantaneously overshadowed his rationality. His pride, undefeated for tens of thousands of years combined with the humiliation of a public defeat, filled his eyes with bloodshot fury. I did not lose. The dragon-head immortal roared frantically. His reason snapped. The immense power of the laws belonging to the early stage of the Tai Golden Immortal could no longer be suppressed, erupting like a slumbering volcano. Boom. The originally clear sky suddenly darkened. Violent demonic energy surged into the clouds, and the surrounding spatial barriers emitted cracking sounds under the unbearable pressure. He actually planned to overpower Jiang Li with his greater cultivation level. Shameless. Zhao Gongming shouted instantly, gripping his twin whips, the power of a great Luo Golden Immortal surging forth ready to forcibly suppress the Dragon-head Immortal. Faster than Zhao Gongming was a beam of white light. At the main seat, Yunxiao did not rise. She raised her jade hand, her luminous finger gently pointing. A golden small cauldron the size of a palm flickered and vanished in midair. The aura of the Hunyuan, though it was merely a wisp of a phantom, the terrifying laws that isolated heaven and earth, cutting away the three flowers atop, and the five energies within directly ignored the distance of space, descending upon the Dragon-head Immortal's head. Puff! The Tai Golden Immortal power that the Dragon-head Immortal was about to unleash was extinguished like charcoal doused with ice water. His aura instantly withered. The tremendous backlash caused him to spit out a mouthful of golden blood, and he flew backward like a kite, with a severed string crashing heavily into the mountain wall 100 zhang away. The entire arena fell into dead silence once again. The breaths of all the outer sect disciples halted. Yunxiao lowered her hand, her cold gaze sweeping across the crowd, finally locking onto the struggling Dragon-head Immortal. Dragon-head Immortal, you have lost. These 6 simple words carried an undeniable pressure of authority. Yunxiao's voice echoed across the square. In a match of the same realm, defeat is defeat. You broke through the suppression in the midst of battle, attempting to overpower a Xian Immortal with your Tai realm. You have dishonored the face of my Jie Jiao outer sect. If this reaches Master's ears, will you even keep your path of cultivation? The Dragon-head Immortal's face was filled with despair. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and lowered his proud head. The impulse of that moment had now transformed into deep regret. If Yunxiao had not intervened, he truly would have harmed the newly accepted disciple of the Master. The consequences were unthinkable. Sister's admonition is just. The Dragon-head Immortal cupped his hands towards the main seat, then turned around and deeply bowed to Jiang Li, his voice hoarse. 5th senior brother's cultivation is transcendent, and his foundation is so solid that I have never seen in my lifetime. I concede wholeheartedly. Jiang Li looked at the Dragon-head Immortal, his expression devoid of arrogance. He had not used his trump card earlier. If he truly fought even against an opponent exploding with Tai Golden Immortal power, relying on the insights granted by the system and the supreme innate treasure in his arms, he would not have been immediately defeated. But Yunxiao's intervention had set the tone for this turmoil. Jiang Li nodded. The path is long and obstructed. My junior brother need not take it to heart. As disciples of Jie Jiao, mutual support in the future is the right principle. With the phrase mutual support among fellow disciples, he deftly shifted the situation. It revealed the broad-mindedness of a direct disciple, while also providing a way out for the outer sect. The eyes of the several hundred outer sect disciples surrounding them no longer held the initial mockery and probing. Instead, they were filled with genuine reverence. The world of the wild does not believe in tears, it only respects the strong. Jiang Li had forcibly subdued the Tai Great Demon with his Xian Immortal Realm, which was absolute capital. Zhao Gongming put away his whips, laughing as he stepped forward, throwing an arm around Jiang Li's shoulder. Refreshing. 5th senior brother, your Shanqing celestial method is even more refined than my own practice. Let's go have a drink. Xiong Xiao and Bi Xiao also covered their mouths in laughter from the main seat. 5th senior brother's methods are indeed decisive and clean. Bi Xiao, with a lively personality, was filled with curiosity. Jiang Li was pulled by Zhao Gongming into the banquet. The feast was rearranged. Spirit fruits and celestial brews were served in abundance. This time no one dared to treat Jiang Li as a mere newcomer with luck. Those once arrogant outer sect great demons came one after another to toast. Their postures lowered significantly. After 3 rounds of drinks, the spirit fruits were piled up in the Santian Island Square, and the fragrance of celestial brews wafted in the air. The outer sect demons clinked their cups. The toasting segment gradually came to a close, and the scene became quieter. The dragon-head immortal set down the white jade sea bowl in his hand. He wiped the wine stains from the corner of his mouth, and turned his gaze to Jiang Li at the head table. He accepted his defeat in the martial contest. Skill was inferior, and there were no words to say. Yet he still harbored a breath of indignation. In the years of cultivation, one often counted time by the yuan. As a unique species that survived from ancient times, he had actually been suppressed by a human junior. 5th senior brother. The dragon-head immortal spoke, his voice particularly clear in the open square. All the demons paused their actions and turned their heads in unison. I concede heartily in the martial contest, but in our Jie Jiao gatherings we traditionally have rules for discussing the Tao. I wonder if 5th senior brother is willing to impart some teachings. The atmosphere in the square returned to a deadly tension. Zhao Gongming furrowed his brows about to reprimand, but was restrained by Yangxiu's hand on his arm. Yin Xiao shook her head. Discussing the Tao was a tradition. In the halls of saints, the understanding of the Tao was of utmost importance. However, the chasm between great realms was more lethal than physical combat when it came to discussing the Tao. The Tai Golden Immortal grasped the embryonic form of their own laws. The great Luo Golden Immortal transcended the 3 realms, achieving great mastery of the laws. 4 high realm cultivators, the Tao rhythm they released was an abyss that low realm cultivators could not gaze upon. At best one would be left confused, but worse their Tao heart would collapse, leading to madness. Once the Tai Golden Immortal's Tao rhythm was fully unleashed, an ordinary Xian Immortal would find it difficult to even maintain their composure, let alone discuss the Tao. This was a blatant scheme. He did not want Jiang Li's life. He only wanted Jiang Li to show a sign of fear in front of everyone, to fail to understand and be unable to respond. This was a way to regain face for the ancient species. Good. Jiang Li sat calmly behind the jade table, his voice devoid of any fluctuation. He certainly saw through the dragon-head immortal's scheme. However, he was in need of a catalyst to digest the Shangqing celestial method. With so many Tai and even great Luo realm high-level free private tutors present, it would be a waste not to take advantage of their knowledge, which would be a disservice to the system's function. Please. Jiang Li raised his hand. The dragon-head immortal grinned widely. He no longer suppressed his cultivation. The pressure of the early-stage Tai Golden Immortal erupted violently, transforming into a tangible dark blue whirlwind that swept across the entire venue. This was not combat intent, it was pure great Tao laws. The methods of the Qingmao lion tribe, the devouring and frenzy techniques. In the void, the phantom of a towering blue lion gradually emerged. It opened its massive blood-red mouth, inhaling the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, while the Tao rhythm transformed into countless intricate runes swirling around the dragon-head immortal. He began to explain his insights into the great Tao. Every word resonated like thunder, directly striking Jiang Li's eardrums. Several demon immortals at the golden immortal level around paled hastily, sealing their senses, afraid to listen further. The information brought by the laws was too immense, their spirits could not bear it. The pressure surged towards the main seat. Jiang Li faced this overwhelming Tai Tao rhythm. Hedon. System activate sudden enlightenment. Jiang Li issued the command in his sea of consciousness. Ding. One opportunity for sudden enlightenment consumed. Entering forced analysis mode. Jiang Li's eyes half closed. In his vision, the dragon-head immortal's violent laws of devouring and slaughter instantly changed form. The once obscure Tao sounds under the system's sudden enlightenment mechanism transformed into the most fundamental 5 elements and yin-yang origins. Those runes filled with demonic energy were forcibly stripped of impurities, leaving only the purest trajectory of spiritual energy circulation. In Jiang Li's mind, the Shangqing celestial method operated frantically. The Shangqing celestial essence surged through his meridians, greedily absorbing these analyzed insights. 10 breaths passed. Jiang Li appeared unperturbed. He even picked up the jade cup and took a sip of celestial brew. The dragon-head immortal's voice faltered momentarily. What the hell? This human not only showed no signs of pain or instability of Tao heart, but instead appeared to be enjoying it. Did he understand? How could he possibly comprehend the Tai laws? The old line, your path is too narrow. The Lingya immortal slammed his wine bowl heavily on the table after watching for a while. 5th senior brother, listen to my path. A colossal force of law surged into the sky. The earthy tones of the Tao intertwined with the dark blue tones of the Qiu immortal, forming a more terrifying storm of laws. The 2 Tai Golden Immortals debated at the same time. This was no longer a spar, it was a unilateral clash of laws. You all. Bai Xiao stood up, anger flashing across her small face. Sit down. Yun Xiao coldly reprimanded, her gaze firmly locked on Jiang Li. The storm of laws within the Great Formation was enough to crush an ordinary Golden Immortal. Jiang Li sat at the center of the storm. His green robe didn't even flutter. With the foundation of the Ta Ching Golden Core Dao combined with the innate flawless body refined by the Shangqing immortal arts, plus top-tier comprehension. He wasn't afraid of the saint's teachings, or why fear these? No matter how many came, he would consume them all. He simply closed his eyes and formed the Shangqing seal with his hands. Above his head, 3 feet of clear energy burst forth from the Baihui point. Within the clear energy, 3 illusory lotus flowers began to slowly rotate. That was the 3 flowers at the crown, the hallmark of a golden immortal. Gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the venue. He hasn't even entered the golden immortal realm, yet the 3 flowers already show their outlines. The golden light immortal could no longer sit still. He pushed against the jade table with both hands and shouted, "Count me in." The supreme yang and supreme rigidity laws of the golden-furred hound joined the battle. The 3 early-stage Tai ancient beings unleashed their lifelong insights without reservation. The runes of law nearly filled the center square of the Sancian Island. Heaven and earth rumbled as spiritual energy surged. The 3 illusory flowers atop Jiang Li's head were not crushed by the 3 laws, instead they absorbed these Dao rhythms. With each rotation, a large amount of essence from the laws of Qiu Shou immortal and others was stripped away and merged into the 3 flowers. The originally illusory petals were visibly solidifying. He is using our Dao to nourish his own Dao. Qiu Shou immortal's voice trembled. The tone of the teachings had completely changed. This had already exceeded their understanding. A Xian immortal breaking through using Taiyi's teachings. What sort of monster was this? This is interesting. Zhao Gongming laughed loudly. He was straightforward and respected the powerful and the talented. With a flick of his wrist, the thunder laws of the Deluo golden immortal level surged forth. 5th senior brother, since you want to listen, I will gift you a fortune. The true meaning of the Zixiao divine thunder transformed into a thunder pool directly overshadowing the Dao rhythms of the 3 monsters smashing towards Jiang Li. This was not an attack, it was a pure bestowal of the great Dao. But it was also extremely dangerous. The weight of the Deluo laws could collapse an ancient divine mountain with just a trace. Since Big Brother is joining the fun, we naturally cannot lag behind. Yun Xiao's lips curled into a breathtaking arc. She lightly pointed her finger. The laws of water intertwined with the laws of formation, transforming into the swirling phantom of the Yellow River, flooding into the arena. Xiong Xiao and Bai Xiao exchanged smiles, simultaneously releasing the peak laws of Tai Golden Immortal. The top experts from the outer sect struck simultaneously. The hundreds of demon immortals below were all pressed to the ground by this terrifying mixed Dao rhythm. The might of the Deluo Golden Immortal rewrote the rules of this realm. The sky above the entire Sancian Island was dyed in 9 colors. At the center of the storm, Jiang Li's body emitted waves of rumbling. Ding. Detecting the injection of Deluo Golden Immortal laws. High-intensity analysis underway. The number of insights consumed continues to decrease. Jiang Li's sea of consciousness surged with tumultuous waves. Zhao Gongming's thunder, Yun Xiao's formation water law, the 3 monsters' physical slaughter. Countless laws disintegrated and reformed before his primordial spirit. The Shangqing immortal art operated to the extreme at this moment. Seizing a glimmer of life, Jiang Li silently recited the true words passed down by the heavenly teacher. Everything has its Dao, I take its essence and discard its dross to forge a furnace. He fell into absolute clarity, directly using a chance to merge with the Dao. The violent power of the laws around him not only could not harm him in the slightest, but instead transformed into a massive funnel madly pouring into his body. The residual medicinal power of the 9 stars essence fruit was completely activated. His bones were crystal clear, and a faint golden light flowed through his flesh. The boundary barrier of the peak Xian immortal realm under such lavish infusions of the great Dao was as thin as a window pane. Break! Jiang Li parted his lips, uttering a syllable. Boom! A thunderclap erupted from the ground. The 9-colored clouds above Sancian Island were violently torn apart. A mass of pitch-black calamity, clouds miles wide, materialized out of nowhere. Purple lightning snakes rolled within the clouds, producing a rumbling that sent shivers down the spine. That was the heavenly tribulation descending from the primordial Dao, the golden immortal tribulation. Moreover, it was the extremely rare and overwhelmingly powerful 9 heavens annihilation thunder tribulation. The heavenly Dao does not allow those who defy fate. Jiang Li as a human reshaped his innate flawless body, and now by leveraging the discourse of 10,000 immortals, he forcibly broke through, attracting a sliver of attention from the heavenly Dao. All the demon immortals were dumbfounded. Qiu Shou immortal's mouth slightly opened, utterly speechless. They originally intended to use the discourse to give this newcomer 5th senior brother a taste of reality, to let him know the heights of heaven and depths of earth. And the result, not only did he consume all the laws they cast out, but he also broke through on the spot, attracting such a terrifying heavenly tribulation. What kind of comprehension is this? What kind of genius is this? Zhao Gongming retracted his laws and shouted, "Everyone back away." The voice of the Deluo Golden Immortal carried an unyielding authority. Hundreds of demon immortals rolled and crawled back from the edge of the great formation. The golden immortal tribulation can easily trigger a chain reaction tainting karma, and no one dared to approach. Yin Xiao's expression was stern. With a flick of her delicate hand, she withdrew the illusory formation. Fifth senior brother, the thunder tribulation is perilous. Be very careful. She stared directly at Jiang Li. If they were to intervene forcibly, Jiang Li's golden immortal Dao fruit would be marred. But it was better than dying. Jiang Li slowly opened his eyes. A pure Shangqing thunder light flashed in the depths of his pupils. He did not rise. He picked up the wine cup on the table with one hand and drank the remaining wine in one gulp. He looked up at the swirling pitch-black calamity clouds that were locking onto his aura. The top-grade postnatal spirit treasure, the ocean-covering seal, quietly rested in his embrace, and he showed no intention of taking it out. The 9 stars essence fruit could resist inner demons, and he intended to withstand this physical lightning tribulation with his body. No need. Jiang Li placed the wine cup on the table, his voice cutting through the thunder above. It's just a bit of calamity thunder. I happen to need it to refine my body. As soon as the words fell, the first purple calamity thunder as thick as a water jar struck down, straight down towards Jiang Li's heavenly spirit. Boom. The purple lightning pillar penetrated the heavens and the earth, crashing violently onto Jiang Li's head. The electric light exploded, and the blinding brightness caused the surrounding demon immortals to instinctively close their eyes. The violent thunder attributes of the laws wreaked havoc on the white jade square, shattering the surrounding jade tables and stone steps. As the light faded, Jiang Li stood firm in place. His once fluttering green robe was burned to ashes by the thunder fire, revealing his strong and well-proportioned upper body. His skin glimmered with a faint golden hue, and several arcs of purple lightning danced across his surface, drilling into his body through the pores before being crushed and absorbed by his innate flawless body. Aside from his hair being somewhat disheveled, he was completely unharmed. Gulp. Someone unknown swallowed hard. Qiu Immortal's mouth fell agape, his face blank. That was the first strike of the 9 heavens annihilation thunder tribulation. For an ordinary peak Xian Immortal, even if they summoned defensive treasures, they would have their lives halved. He actually stood there without moving, enduring it with his body. What a formidable physique. The corner of Linjia's eye twitched violently. Boom, boom, boom. The calamity clouds provided Jiang Li no respite. The heavenly Dao was enraged. The second, third, and fourth bolts of tribulation lightning struck in succession, each one twice the thickness of the last. The color of the purple thunder deepened, eventually turning to a nearly black shade of purple-black. It was the epitome of destruction. Beneath Jiang Li's feet, the indestructible Bayou Plaza of the 3 Immortals Island had already been crushed into a large pit. He still did not use any magical treasures. The supreme clear immortal technique operated within him at max. In a state of sudden enlightenment, he clearly sensed that with each bolt of tribulation lightning striking his body, though it tore at his flesh and meridians, the residual medicinal power of the 9 stars origin fruit and the effect of the immortal essence rapidly reassembled him. This was an extremely brutal method of body tempering. The 6th bolt of tribulation lightning struck. A burst of blood flowers erupted from Jiang Li's shoulder, revealing bone beneath. He let out a muffled groan, his legs buckling slightly as he nearly knelt to the ground. 5th senior brother, do not be reckless. Zhao Gongming shouted from afar, his grip tightening on his dual whips, his knuckles turning blue. If Jiang Li truly could not endure, he would take action to disperse this tribulation lightning, even at the cost of incurring karmic retribution. Jiang Li spat out a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva and stood upright. The calamity clouds above churned violently as the 7th bolt of tribulation lightning brewed. That overwhelming pressure made even the golden immortals present feel their divine senses quaking. The limit of the physical body has been reached. Jiang Li made a judgment in his heart. Even the innate no-leak body, despite its strength, was still newly formed. To confront the world-destroying tribulation lightning after crossing 2 major realms was already enough to gain the benefits of body tempering. To endure any longer would be courting death. He flicked his wrist, and something appeared in his palm. The surrounding disciples of the GS sect widened their eyes in unison, trying to see what kind of shocking innate treasure 5th senior brother would summon. Zhao Gongming held his breath. Yang Xiao's gaze was frozen. It was a dark, long-handled iron pan with an "What is that?" Bai Xiao rubbed her eyes, her face filled with confusion. It looks like a defensive treasure. The golden light immortal's eyes nearly popped out. What Jiang Li held was indeed a frying pan. It was the very pan he used when he first invented stir-frying, imbued with a trace of virtuous aura. Boom. The 7th purple-black lightning pillar roared down, splitting the space with a massive black fissure. Without hesitation, Jiang Li raised the iron pan to meet it directly. Are you crazy? Zhao Gongming panicked. Using a mundane iron against the heavenly tribulation. Wasn't that asking for death? However, the moment the lightning pillar touched the iron pan, an unexpected change occurred. The dark iron pan's bottom suddenly erupted with a rich yellow energy. This gas was not blinding, but carried a terrifying aura of profound virtue capable of containing all. When the purple-black destructive thunder struck the yellow energy, it was like raging fire meeting ice water, producing a violent sizzling sound, and its power was instantly reduced by 70%. The remaining 30% of the lightning flowed through the iron pan into Jiang Li, who effortlessly neutralized it. The entire audience fell silent. The demons and immortals outside the storm looked at the iron pan as if it were a monster. The aura of virtue. The usually composed Yunxiao lost her composure, standing up abruptly. This is impossible. The Xuanshou immortal tugged at his disheveled hair. Virtue is ethereal and can only be obtained by those who have made significant contributions to heaven and earth. How could there be such rich virtuous aura on that mundane iron? This is clearly a half-formed virtuous treasure. Zhao Gongming was also stunned. A virtuous treasure. In the primordial era, the strongest defenses were never innate treasures, but virtuous treasures. As long as the virtue was sufficient, even the heavenly Dao's tribulation lightning would automatically weaken, even retreating. Because the heavenly Dao would not strike those who had contributed to heaven and earth. But how could this be just a piece of mundane iron? What earth-shattering deed could a mere human race have done to attract the favor of the heavenly Dao's virtue? Jiang Li paid no mind to the shock of the crowd. The 8th, 9th, and 10th bolts came crashing down like a torrential storm. Jiang Li raised the iron pan, as if holding an invisible giant umbrella. The yellow energy continued to be washed and consumed by the thunder. Even with the virtue weakening it, the residual lightning power that flowed through the iron pan still shook his hands, causing his palms to crack and blood to flow down his arms. But he needed this buffer. Seizing the opportunity granted by the virtuous iron pan, Jiang Li's supreme clear essence surged within him, rapidly repairing the previously damaged organs and meridians. He aimed to break free from his cocoon and be reborn amidst the tribulation. The sky had darkened completely. At the center of the black calamity, clouds of massive purple vortex appeared. From within the vortex, no thunder struck down. Instead, a giant eye purely formed from the laws of thunder slowly extended outward. The eye of heavenly punishment. This tribulation has mutated. Zhao Gongming's expression changed drastically as the aura of a great Luo golden immortal erupted from him. 5th senior brother, the last 2 bolts of tribulation lightning are linked. Your half-virtuous treasure is not yet fully formed, and the virtuous aura has been exhausted. You cannot withstand it. Quickly summon your treasure and retreat into the formation. Crack. The iron pan emitted a crisp, mournful sound, a crack appearing on its surface as the yellow energy completely dimmed. The half-virtuous treasure was ultimately still a step short, unable to protect him from this final world-destroying heavenly punishment. Jiang Li glanced at the iron pan in his hand and stored it back in his spatial pouch. Then he made a move that shocked the entire audience. He did not retreat into the grand formation of the 3 Immortals Island, nor did he summon the top-tier postnatal treasures bestowed by his 4 senior brothers and sisters. He straightened his back, raised his head, and faced the terrifying giant eye of thunder in the sky. Has he gone mad? Bai Xiao covered her mouth. If he can't even withstand a virtuous treasure, does he intend to take the last 2 linked heavenly tribulations with his severely injured body? Xuanshou immortal gasped, feeling that this newly arrived 5th senior brother was simply a madman. Jiang Li, his meridians, flesh and bones, had reached a critical point after enduring the previous thunderous destruction and the reassembly of the immortal essence. He was just 1 spark away. 1 spark that could completely forge him into an unleaking golden body. The heavenly Dao's tribulation lightning was the best furnace. Come. Jiang Li uttered a single word towards the sky. Boom. The heavenly Dao was enraged. 2 lightning pillars, each over 100 feet in diameter, one on the left and one on the right, like 2 roaring purple-black angry dragons, shot down from the eye of heavenly punishment. The surrounding space instantly collapsed into nothingness. The lightning entirely engulfed Jiang Li's small figure. The shockwave of destruction swept outward. For a full 10 breaths, the white light between heaven and earth gradually dissipated. All the demons and immortals stared intently at the bottomless pit in the center of the plaza. No signs of life emanated. It's over, Ling Yao murmured. Zhao Gongming's eyes reddened as he tightened his grip on his dual whips, preparing to rush into the pit. At that moment, from the charred depths of the pit, an extremely crisp sound of cracking suddenly echoed. Immediately after, a brilliant azure immortal light mixed with pure dark golden radiance pierced through the scorched earth of the pit's bottom like a sword soaring into the heavens. Within that beam of light, a pair of indifferent eyes slowly opened. The azure light dispersed the remaining calamity clouds. Jiang Li stepped into the air, slowly rising from the deep pit. The layer of charred dead skin on his surface fell off in flakes. The newly formed skin displayed a dark golden color full of divinity, and as blood surged it faintly echoed the sound of tsunami and thunder. The runes of the supreme clear laws flowed within his bones before retracting altogether. The unleaking golden body was fully completed. The 9-colored rays of light intertwined high above Sanxian Island, eventually coalescing into a pure pillar of celestial energy. The pillar descended from the heavens without obstruction, pouring directly into Jiang Li's body at the bottom of the deep pit. This was the transcendent gift of the heavenly laws. The celestial energy entered his body. The residual power of the raging thunder within Jiang Li was instantly suppressed. His damaged bones and flesh rapidly shed and healed. The newly formed skin shimmered with a flawless dark golden luster. The shackles of the source of life were forcefully torn apart. The boundaries of aging, illness, and death were completely stripped away from Jiang Li. Golden immortal Dao fruit. Golden in nature with an endless lifespan. Jiang Li opened his eyes. The dark golden thunderlight deep within his pupils vanished, completely restoring to a clear distinction of black and white. He exhaled a long breath, and the airflow pierced through the void ahead, producing a muffled sonic boom. The white jade square of Sanxian Island fell into complete silence. Hundreds of disciples from the GS sect stared intently at the tall azure figure, holding their breath. The dragon-head immortal raised his robust arm, wiping away the cold sweat from his forehead. He recalled the last two devastating and earth-shattering thunder tribulations, clearly knowing that if he had stepped into that thunder pit during his Xianxian period, his primordial spirit would have already shattered, leaving no chance for rebirth and cultivation. Is this really a human? The spirit-tooth immortal turned his massive elephant head, his voice hoarse. Just based on that physical body, it's comparable to a postnatal spirit treasure. Zhao Gongming put away the thunder whips with a hearty laugh, breaking the silence. Fifth senior brother, today's thunder tribulation has certainly awakened us old bones. Zhao Gongming stepped forward and heavily patted Jiang Li on the shoulder. The solid rebound force made even the Daoyojin immortal turn his gaze. Yunxiao dispersed the protective formation of the island. She looked at Jiang Li, her gaze still cold, but there was an unusual hint of wariness in her underlying tone. To be able to fight, to cultivate, forcibly breaking through with their Tai laws, such a prodigy was unheard of. Just as everyone prepared to congratulate him, a grand Dao sound descended without warning. Jiang Li, come to the Qingqing Hall to see me. The voice was calm, yet it overshadowed all the sounds of the tides and thunder on Sanxian Island. Instantly, all disciples from the GS sect lowered their heads, clasping their hands in respect towards the direction of Bio Palace. Jiang Li's gaze swept over everyone, returning the gesture with clasped hands without saying more. Then he transformed into a brilliant golden light, heading straight for the main hall of Bio Palace. Bio Palace Qingqing Hall. The vast hall was silent. The master of the heavenly teach sat atop the 9-layered cloud platform, surrounded by a hazy grayish pathway of the Dao. Time and space came to a standstill beside him. Jiang Li stepped into the hall and stood to pay his respects. Disciple pays respects to master. The gaze of the master of the heavenly teach pierced through layers of void, landing on Jiang Li. Willow golden body and innate physique. The foundation is laid very solidly. The master of the heavenly teach slowly spoke. That mundane artifact you hold, although it has accumulated some merit, ultimately has a too thin foundation. It cannot withstand the world-destroying thunder tribulation, whose shattering is inevitable. Jiang Li's expression remained calm, not responding. The sage saw through the past and future of the primordial world. The details of that frying pan could not escape the eyes of the master of the heavenly teach. You forcibly broke through before the great tribulation, reshaping your true self through discussions with the celestial beings. Such methods are very domineering, yet also extremely dangerous. The master of the heavenly teach raised his right hand palm, facing upwards. Since IGSX's direct disciple cannot walk empty-handed outside after your merit artifact is destroyed. Waves rippled through the void. For spheres of light slowly emerged from nothingness, hovering half a step in front of Jiang Li. The rich innate spiritual energy instantly filled the entire Qingqing Hall. The domineering fluctuations of the laws resonated instinctively with Jiang Li's willow golden body, causing his vitality to surge. Jiang Li steadied his mind, clearly seeing the objects within the spheres of light. Jiang Li did not rush to reach out, his gaze sweeping through. In the first sphere of light stood a small flag about an inch long. The flag's surface was blue, with faint white lotus phantoms appearing and disappearing. Merely hanging nearby, it emitted a strange and alluring fragrance. Jiang Li inhaled deeply, and his primordial spirit, having just passed through the thunder tribulation, felt an unprecedented clarity. A top-grade innate spirit treasure, the Eastern Blue Lotus Treasure Flag. The calm voice of the master of the heavenly teach resounded on the cloud platform, devoid of any worldly aura. With the power of the relic, it calms the heart and settles the mind. When this flag is raised, all evils retreat, and no law can invade. In the primordial world, very few can break through the defenses of this flag. Jiang Li's eyelids twitched. One of the 5 flags of heaven and earth. Such a treasure that even Daoyojin immortals would covet to madness, and yet master just casually tossed it out. Your foundation is established, but your means of slaughter are still lacking. The master of the heavenly teach pointed at the second sphere of light. It cracked open. A 3-foot-long azure blade quietly floated, its blade covered in dark golden Dao patterns. There was no excess light or shadow, yet the space around the blade was continuously cracking and healing. A high-grade innate spirit treasure, the slaughtering calamity sword. It is unmatched in sharpness and can slay Daoyuo. The third sphere of light was a dark purple chain resembling dragon bones interlocking in rings. A middle-grade innate spirit treasure, the prison chain of heaven. It primarily confines and seals enemies, locking their Niwen palace and severing their primordial spirit's resonance with the laws of heaven and earth. The final sphere of light contained an ancient scroll, the diagram of the universe star array. The master's gaze pierced through the river of time, looking at Jiang Li. It contains a small world of the 1,000 realms. When this diagram is raised, it can forcibly drag enemies into it, allowing you to slaughter at will. 4 spirit treasures: defense, main, kill point, control, and domain, all equipped. Your previous mundane artifact had some merit, but it is still far from enough. These 4 items are bestowed upon you. The master of the heavenly teach waved his large sleeve. Thank you, master. Jiang Li deeply bowed. He truly felt what it meant to hold on to a big leg. Just a moment ago, he was still pained over that frying pan he had used for 10 years, and the next moment, he directly upgraded to the best weapons. Unreasonably powerful. This is what a sage is like. In addition to the spirit treasures, you should also take these 2. Another storage magic ring fell from the void, lightly landing in Jiang Li's palm. Inside are 365 array symbols I crafted in my spare time. Infusing spiritual power can activate them. There are killing arrays, trapping arrays, and illusion arrays. There are also 3 gourds of celestial pills. 1 gourd solidifies the foundation and cultivates the essence. 1 gourd enhances spiritual power, and 1 gourd can revive the dead and restore flesh and bones. Jiang Li's divine sense swept through, and he instantly tightened his grip on the magic ring. 365 symbols are equivalent to the full-strength strike of a golden immortal or even a Tai golden immortal. This is not just a bestowal of treasures, it's clearly giving him a mobile armory. Go now. The master of the heavenly teach closed his eyes again, and the surrounding time and space once more fell into stagnation. The great tribulation is approaching. The primordial waters are deep. Since you have become the variable in this game, you must have the capital to establish your fate. Stay away from provoking those ancient gods and old demons if you are bullied. The sage paused, his voice turning colder. My Qingping sword is not merely a decoration. Jiang Li's heart shook. He looked up at the cloud platform. The master of the heavenly teach's figure had completely vanished into the grayish pathway of the Tao. No further words were needed. Jiang Li stored the 4 innate spirit treasures and the magic ring into his divine sea space, turned and stepped out of the Qingqing hall. The hall door swung open. Outside on the white jade steps the Taoist of treasures, Holy Mother of Gold Spirit, Holy Mother of No Danger, and Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit had not left. In the distance, Zhao Gongming and the 3 Shaos stood atop the clouds, their gazes all converging. Seeing Jiang Li emerge, the Taoist of treasures smiled. 5th junior brother, the thunder tribulation tempered your body, your Wulo golden body. Congratulations. Before the white jade steps, the glow of dawn gradually faded. Jiang Li stepped out of the Shangqing palace, the dark golden sheen around him not yet fully dissipated, and even though the formidable vitality of his impervious golden body was reigned in, it still caused the surrounding void within 100 zhang to emit faint tremors. 5th junior brother, the thunder tribulation has tempered your body, and you possess an impervious golden body. Congratulations. Taoist Duobao approached with genuine joy on his face. The divine sense of the great Luo golden immortal swept across Jiang Li, yet it could not discern the truth, only sensing a depth as profound as the abyss. His assessment of this newly initiated junior brother rose by 2 levels. It is due to fortune that I have embarrassed the senior brother. Jiang Li clasped his fists, his expression neutral. The Golden Spirit Holy Mother and the Wudong Holy Mother nodded slightly. The Turtle Spirit Holy Mother looked at him with admiration in her eyes. In the distance, Zhao Gongming strode over, laughing heartily. 5th senior brother, your stance against the heavenly tribulation today truly shows no mercy to us old bones. Let's go. The celestial brew from the 3 Immortals Island remains untasted. Come with me to drink 300 cups celebrating your ascension to the Golden Immortal. Yin Xiao stood in the back, not approaching. She looked at Jiang Li, her cold gaze sweeping over the extra storage ring at his waist. A flicker of realization flashed in her eyes, but she tactfully refrained from asking anything. As for the external disciples like the Qiushou Immortal and the Lingya Immortal, they did not dare to even breathe. The Tai laws could not be crushed, the 9 heavens' divine thunder could not kill him. After entering the palace, he emanated several auras of innate spiritual treasures that made their primordial spirits tremble. This postnatal human race had completely become a force to be reckoned with in the Jia sect. I appreciate the goodwill of my senior brothers, I shall remember it in my heart. Jiang Li blocked Zhao Gongming's large hand, reaching out to pat his shoulder, controlling the force perfectly, neither injuring the relationship nor revealing any of his depths. I have just broken through, and my Dao fruit is unstable. Master has transmitted some protective techniques. I must return to my cave dwelling immediately to stabilize my realm. I shall visit again after my retreat. This statement was smooth, indicating his backing from a saint, while also giving face to Zhao Gongming. Indeed, Taoist Duobao waved his hand. Cultivation knows no time. You may go into seclusion. If any small pests dare to disturb your tranquility, just shatter the communication jade talisman. Jiang Li nodded and bid farewell to his fellow disciples with a clasp of his hands. He turned, raising his right foot, just about to leave the Shanxing Palace. His foot had yet to touch the ground. Whoa! A piercingly mournful wail unexpectedly erupted from the far distant horizon, surging through the spatial rifts, directly pouring into everyone's mud-pill palace. The wind ceased. The sea quieted. Jiang Li's raised right foot hung in midair. The Shanxing celestial essence within him spiraled uncontrollably, and the severing calamity sword emitted a vigilant hum within his sea of consciousness. The once azure sky turned a nauseating dark red in an instant. Great torrents of blood rain inexplicably formed from the void, crashing down towards the eastern sea. Each drop of blood rain contained extreme heat and the pure aura of solar true fire. Upon contact with the sea, the water instantly boiled, producing a white mist that obscured the sky. The celestial beings of the Jie sect were taken aback. "Protect the island formation," Yin Shao shouted sharply, and the illusory figure of the primordial golden dipper rose into the sky. Daoist Duobao formed a hand seal. The laws of the great Luo golden immortal explosively erupted forcefully, dispersing most of the blood rain over golden Ao Island. Who is wailing? Bixiao summoned the golden Jiao scissors, looking up at the sky, her delicate face pale. The tremor that came from the depths of her bloodline was not a suppression of realm, but rather the heavens themselves were weeping. Jiang Li abruptly turned around, fixating on the eastern sea. No response was needed. In the next instant, at the pinnacle of the primordial starry sky, that ancient sun star violently distorted, erupting with a burst of blinding white light capable of blinding a golden immortal. Immediately after, a furious roar that overshadowed the 3,000 laws of heaven and earth surged across the vast primordial continent, rolling in Hoi. "How dare you kill my golden crow offspring? Die!" Each word was like a blade, tainted with the madness of a god weeping blood. The moment these three words were uttered, millions of towering peaks in the central primordial continent collapsed with a thunderous roar. Countless fragile beings shattered their souls under this furious shout. Pinnacle of the Quasi Saint, the war god of the demon clan, Eastern Emperor Tai. This was a killing intent released at any cost, igniting the essence of the golden crow. Jiang Li's pupils constricted suddenly, his right hand clenched tightly. He knew what this roar signified. 10 suns soaring in the sky, Qua Fu chasing the sun, ultimately drawing out the great shaman, Ho Yi of the Wu clan. Drawing the bow and knocking an arrow, he shot down the 9 golden crows. This was the most brutal and irrevocable incendiary event during the calamity between the Wu and Yao clans. Jiang Li's breath became heavy. Before the Jie sect's celestial beings could recover from Taiyi's fury, another voice echoed through the heavens. Dong. Just a single sound. No extra syllables. It was the sound of a bell. Huang Zhong de Lu. No. This sound was ancient and desolate, carrying the unmatched tyranny that suppressed the primordial chaos. The innate supreme treasure, the Chaos Bell. At this moment, the Chaos Bell was urged to its utmost by a Quasi-Saint golden crow driven mad by the loss of its offspring. Visible gray sound waves rippled out from the center of the primordial continent. It was too fast, so fast that the space did not have time to ripple, directly crushed into complete nothingness. The gray sound waves swept across the land, severing the great shaman's roar, turning billions of demon and shaman troops into powder within the sound waves. Heaven and earth began to collapse. The sound waves surged like an unstoppable force rushing towards the eastern sea. The waters of the eastern sea no longer boiled, entire sections simply vanished. The spatial barriers cracked like broken ice, making a cracking sound, and enormous black spatial rifts twisted like giant serpents. Not good. Daoist Duobao's eyes widened, his hair standing on end. The pressure of the great Luo golden immortal was unleashed without reserve. He pressed his palms together, desperately channeling his power to reinforce the formation of golden Ao Island. Zhao Gongming crossed his twin whips in front of him, his face ashen. The Quasi-Saint pinnacle, urging the power of the innate supreme treasure, was far too powerful. Even just the residual waves could heavily injure a great Luo golden immortal. The gray sound waves approached. Just as the sound waves were about to collide with golden Ao Island in a life and death moment. Deep within Bio Palace, Zheng, a clear and melodious sword cry resonated calmly. Without the presence of smoke and fire, with no violent pressure, only a faint azure sword, Chi Phantom soared into the sky, slanting and hovering above golden Ao Island. The Qingping sword phantom emerged. The laws of the holy path descended, transforming into a gentle yet immovable azure light curtain enveloping the entire golden Ao Island and the surrounding millions of miles of sea. Boom! The gray chaos sound wave crashed violently against the azure light curtain. There was no earth-shattering explosion. The sound wave was like a tempest striking an unyielding mountain, forcefully cleaved in two and sliding outward along the sides of golden Ao Island. Outside the light curtain, monstrous waves soared 30,000 zhang high, and thunder split the sea surface. Within the light curtain, a gentle breeze blew. Aside from the infinitely weakened echo of the bell, there was no other anomaly. The Master of Heaven did not even reveal his face, merely relying on a single thread of chi to quell this catastrophic disaster. The scene fell into silence. After a long while, the Lingya immortal finally collapsed to the ground, drenched in cold sweat, his entire robe soaked, as his trunk trembled uncontrollably. Was that Eastern Emperor Tai? The golden light immortal swallowed hard, his voice dry and tense. What happened? Why did the demon emperor suddenly go mad? Hui, is he the great shaman from the Wu clan who uses a bow? The Chiosho immortal touched his bald head, looking utterly bewildered. Did he kill the offspring of the Golden Crow? The prince of the demon clan was slain. Daobao Daoist retracted his spell, his expression gravely serious. He raised his head to gaze at the blood clouds that had yet to disperse in the sky, his tone unprecedentedly solemn. The heavens are in chaos. The aura of the calamity has completely overshadowed the heavenly secrets. The disciples of the Jia sect exchanged glances, their discussions gradually intensifying. They only knew of the fury of the demon emperor, yet they did not grasp the profound implications behind this upheaval. To these immortals who had long listened to the Tao and disregarded worldly affairs, this might just seem like a slightly larger conflict among the higher-ups. Jiang Li stood in place, not participating in any discussions. His gaze pierced through the blood clouds, firmly locking onto the direction of the primordial continent. His right hand, hidden within his sleeve, slowly stroked the ring containing 365 array symbols. Everyone was intoxicated, yet he alone remained sober. What localized conflict? What great shaman slaying the prince? That was merely the blood-soaked curtain rising for the great battle of the shamans and demons. From the sound of the bell ringing, the heavenly court of the demon race would fully emerge, and the 12 ancestral shamans would summon all the shaman clans across the primordial land. The great array of the constellations would clash with the 12 capital heavenly gods' great array. Heaven and earth would be shattered, Mount Bujo would collapse, and even the saints would descend to the scene. The blood clouds loomed overhead, and the waves outside Janeo Island surged with fury. The celestial beings of the Jia sect were still engulfed in immense shock and confusion. Tai's rage and the residual waves of the chaotic bell completely disrupted the heavenly secrets. 9 suns had fallen. Jiang Li's gaze swept across, ultimately locking onto a streak of light in the far east. It deviated from the center of the primordial world, crashing towards a desolate sea trench on the shores of the East Sea. It was the corpse of a solar golden crow. To the mighty of the primordial world, it was a hot potato that could ignite the war between shamans and demons. But for Jiang Li, it represented the pinnacle of fire-type essence in the world. He could comprehend the true fire of the sun, peel away the laws of fire, and even forge top-tier treasures of slaughter using the feathers of the golden crow, which had been tempered by the calamity. This corpse was a treasure in itself. Heaven grants it not, and one would suffer for it. Brothers and sisters, Jiang Li withdrew his gaze, his voice steady. The external world is changing, and the aura of calamity is surging. My cultivation is still shallow, so there may be setbacks. I shall return to the cave and enter seclusion to stabilize my golden, immortal Dao fruit. Daobao Daoist retracted his gaze towards the heavens and nodded. Go on. If the sky falls, your master will uphold it. Your own Dao foundation is of utmost importance. Rest assured, 5th senior brother, no one in Janeo Island dares to disturb you during your seclusion, Zhao Gongming declared loudly. Jiang Li clasped his hands in gratitude and strode down the white jade steps. Without any hesitation, his figure transformed into a streak of dark gold light, directly merging into his exclusive side hall. The hall door closed heavily behind him. The storage ring shimmered with light. 12 top-grade array symbols bestowed by the heavenly master floated in midair. Open! Jiang Li urged, his fingertips forcing out celestial essence as he tapped 12 times. Illusion arrays, trapping arrays, and sky-covering arrays were activated in succession. Heavy mist rose within the side hall. From the outside, the celestial energy within the hall surged, appearing as a manifestation of a recently breakthrough golden immortal, frantically inhaling and exhaling the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to stabilize his Dao fruit. Having completed these tasks, Jiang Li did not stop. With a thought, a small azure flag about an inch long appeared in his palm. It was a top-grade, innate spiritual treasure, the Azure Lotus Treasure Flag. Infusing it with magical power, the flag expanded in the wind, and numerous white lotus phantoms flickered in the void. A strange fragrance spread, greatly obscuring Jiang Li's aura, causality, and even his form. As long as he did not actively crash into the divine sense of a quasi-saint, even in the primordial world, a great Luo golden immortal would find it impossible to discern his movements. Fortune lies in danger. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Jiang Li's eyes. Clad in the Azure Lotus Treasure Flag, he melded into the jade vein at the bottom of the side hall, silently penetrating through the lower formation of Janeo Island. The moment he left the protection of the Qingping Sword's light, a terrifying heat wave nearly toppled Jiang Li. The East Sea erupted. Hundreds of millions of tons of seawater were evaporated by the residual power of the true fire of the sun, and boiling water rained from the sky. Countless corpses of enormous beasts floated on the surface of the sea, all with their bellies turned up. Jiang Li did not fly through the air. The sky was too eye-catching. He skimmed close to the rolling waves, alternating between water escape and earth escape his figure, becoming a blurred streak of water heading straight for the shores of the East Sea. The direction of the primordial continent echoed with sounds of slaughter. Even from millions of miles away, Jiang Li could still see the terrifying murderous aura that connected heaven and earth. The ancestral shaman phantoms, towering billions of feet high, roared upon the earth, tearing apart the clouds of the demon race's heavenly court. With each toll of Taiyi's chaotic bell, hundreds of thousands of stars shattered and fell. The war between shamans and demons had fully erupted. The gazes of the mighty were all focused on Mount Buzhou and the heavenly court. This was precisely the opportunity Jiang Li sought. Having broken through to the golden immortal realm, his speed greatly increased, and after several hours Jiang Li arrived at the shores of the East Sea. The position of the original coastline had completely vanished. In its place was a terrifying deep pit spanning tens of thousands of miles. The seawater surged into the pit, yet the moment it touched the bottom it dissolved into nothingness. At the edge of the pit all the rocks had crystallized. The high temperature distorted and folded the space. Jiang Li stood on the edge of the crystalline rocks at the deep pit. The azure lotus treasure flag cast down strands of white lotus light, blocking the scorching heat that could incinerate a golden immortal. He looked down into the pit. A massive, three-legged giant bird as large as a mountain lay quietly in the dark red lava. Its feathers exuded a pure dark golden hue, each one swirling with patterns of destruction. Despite the loss of life, the noble and ferocious aura that belonged to the royal family of the demon race still pressured the surrounding laws into inaction. A black bone arrow lodged diagonally in its neck had destroyed all its vitality. It was the arrow of the great shaman Hui. It was entwined with rich, extreme, malevolent energy, eroding the remaining true fire of the golden crow, producing a piercing hissing sound. Found it. Jiang Li's breath grew slightly heavier. He did not leap directly down. It was too quiet here. With such a commotion, how could there be no demon or shaman in the place where the golden crow fell? Jiang Li's eyes gathered golden light, his impervious golden Buddhist perception amplified to the extreme. In the magma lake at the bottom of the pit, a layer of ashes floated. Those were the remains of at least 100 demon race true immortals and mysterious immortals. They had attempted to approach the golden crow's corpse to seize its essence, only to be directly incinerated to ash by the true fire of the sun. Such intense flames, anyone below the golden immortal will surely perish upon contact. Jiang Li's heartbeat was steady. With the protection of the azure lotus treasure flag, and his impervious golden body enduring the residual true fire, filled with death energy, was not a difficult task. He flipped his wrist, and the Qiankuan star array map slid into his palm. This treasure, containing a small 1,000 worlds, was sufficient to completely collect this mountain-sized golden crow corpse. With a shake of his figure, Jiang Li, cloaked in the white lotus light, leaped into the deep pit. The wind howled by his ears. The temperature soared exponentially. He was still 1,000 feet from the pit's bottom. 500 feet more. 300 feet. Just as Jiang Li prepared to deploy the Qiankuan star array map, he suddenly twisted his waist. The slaughtering sword instantly emerged from his sea of consciousness, trailing a dark gold sword light that tore through the void and struck fiercely against the left wall. Clang! Sparks flew. A bone spear 100 feet long shot out from the rock wall, colliding fiercely with the slaughtering sword. The terrifying force rebounded, causing Jiang Li's blood to surge. Using the momentum, he rolled several times in the air, landing steadily on the massive skeletal wings of the golden crow. The rock wall collapsed. A creature covered in black scales, resembling a giant ape, but possessing 6 arms, slowly stood up from the scorching lava. It stood 1,000 feet tall, surrounded by a nauseating aura of blood and malevolence. Even under the scorching heat of the true fire of the sun, its scales only appeared reddened, not shattered. A shaman general of the golden immortal realm. Jiang Li tightened his grip on the slaughtering sword, his gaze icy. A lowly post-heaven human. How dare you touch the spoils of the great shaman? The voice of the 6-armed shaman general was like 2 grinding stones rubbing against each other, filled with unrestrained disdain and brutality. If you can withstand my spear, your flesh is not bad. I imagine it would be quite chewy. Jiang Li didn't respond at all. The villain died from too much talk. He knew in his heart that Hui had long since been reduced to ashes under the wrathful strike of Dong Huang Tai. His foot stomped heavily on the skeleton of the golden crow. The unleaked golden body erupted completely, emitting a muffled sound from the dark golden bones beneath him. Jiang Li transformed into a streak of lightning, darting into the vicinity of the 6-armed giant ape, seeking death. The shaman general roared simultaneously, drawing 6 bone spears with its 6 powerful arms, sealing off all of Jiang Li's escape routes and driving them down viciously. The principles of Tai pressed down, completely locking the surrounding space. A dual crushing force of pure power and laws. Jiang Li didn't even lift his eyelids. His vacant left hand suddenly raised. A mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, the prison skylock. Although he had just obtained it, with his extraordinary comprehension, he managed to refine 1 or 2 innate restrictions similar to the earlier Qinglian treasure banner. The dark purple dragon bone chains surged like living beings, disregarding the obstruction of those bone spears, and directly wrapped around the shaman general's main head following its aura. Lock! Jiang Li shouted coldly. With a crisp snap, the shaman general's frenzied aura came to an abrupt halt. The golden immortal laws within it were forcibly severed, and the 6 bone spears it held in midair lost their law enhancement, drastically reducing their speed. This was the dimensional reduction strike of an innate spiritual treasure. Jiang Li had been waiting for this moment. The sword of calamity in his right hand erupted with a blinding dark golden light. The supreme clear immortal law operated frantically, pouring 70% of his immortal essence into the sword body. Open! The sword light shot forth like a river, without any fancy techniques, only extreme sharpness. The 6 bone spears broke simultaneously. The sword of calamity with its unparalleled cutting power sliced through the shaman general's chest, and all the way up, directly cutting its enormous head in half along with its tough scales. The dark blood of the witch tribe gushed out, evaporated clean by the surrounding true fire of the sun before it could hit the ground. Bang! The massive corpse crashed heavily into the lava lake. A single strike to annihilate the combat strength of a golden, immortal-level shaman general. Jiang Li sheathed his sword, casually beckoning the prison sky lock to fly back into his sleeve. I can't stay in this wretched place for long. He quickly walked to the front of the golden crow's head, feeling the scorching heat that could ignite the world up close. The true fire was reined in with intricate patterns. Jiang Li summoned the Qiankuan star array diagram, forming seals with his hands. The diagram unfolded in the air, transforming into a massive black hole, generating an overwhelmingly powerful suction that dragged the golden crow's remains as massive as a mountain inch by inch into the small thousand world. The earth trembled violently. The lava lake began to surge wildly due to the lack of the golden crow's corpse to keep it in check. Finally, as the last tail feather sank into the diagram, the array closed and returned to Jiang Li's hand. Done. A smile curled at the corners of Jiang Li's mouth as he turned to leave. Just as he turned, the lava at the bottom of the deep pit suddenly split open from the center. A red-hot orb only the size of a fist, but radiating heat 1,000 times more terrifying than the golden crow's corpse, slowly rose from the deepest part of the ground. Within the orb, an illusory 3-legged firebird eager to take flight was gestating. Even from 100 zhang away, half of the moisture within Jiang Li's body instantly evaporated. The life essence demon pill of the sun golden crow did not shatter with the fall of its flesh. Jiang Li's gaze was firmly fixed on that orb. If the golden crow's corpse was a top-tier resource, then this intact life essence demon pill was an unparalleled opportunity, pointing towards the Tao. The life essence demon pill of the sun golden crow. The heat waves distorted the space within a 10-mile radius. Jiang Li did not hesitate and shook open the Qiankuan star array diagram once again. The star formation on the diagram operated at its peak, unleashing a fierce pulling force. The demon pill seemed to sense the binding, and the illusory 3-legged firebird within it suddenly flapped its wings, trying to break free. Collect! Jiang Li shouted softly. The supreme clear immortal essence surged into the star array diagram like a torrent, while the unleaked golden body firmly resisted the rebounding high temperature. A flash of light. The demon pill was forcibly pulled into the small thousand world, firmly suppressed at the deepest part of the star array diagram. The heat at the bottom of the deep pit instantly decreased by 30%. Jiang Li's gaze swept across the surface of the lava lake. The 6-armed shaman general split in two, was rolling and undulating with the lava. The witch tribe did not possess a soul. All their cultivation was within their flesh. The flesh of the golden immortal level witch tribe was highly beneficial for tempering the body. Jiang Li spread his 5 fingers and reached out, with an invisible force forming a large hand that scooped up the 2 halves of the shaman general's corpse and tossed them into the storage space of the Qiankuan star array diagram. The loot was finished. Next comes the cleanup. The methods of the ancient powers are sky-high, and deducing the past and future is but a single thought. Although Jiang Li had the Qinglian treasure banner to conceal the heavenly secrets, the residual aura at the scene remained a hidden danger. Especially after having fought here. Jiang Li's eyes narrowed slightly as he suddenly changed his hand movements. The supreme clear immortal law was forcibly suppressed. He mobilized the blood and qi of his body, as well as the martial true qi deep within his meridians, which he had initially learned on Blue Star. These were martial arts techniques collected by the Blue Star military from other secret realms, which he had previously practiced, and were now perfectly applicable. Boom! Jiang Li swung a punch. The pure martial dark energy combined with the explosion of true qi smashed violently against the remaining crystallized rock wall. There were no fluctuations of laws, no celestial energy swirling, only simple and brutal physical destruction. Bang bang bang. Jiang Li's figure split into dozens of afterimages at the bottom of the deep pit. The cloud-pushing palm 18 dragon, subduing palm's wind god leg. These low-level martial techniques from Blue Star, akin to child's play in the ancient times, showcased terrifying power when unleashed by a golden immortal using the unleaked golden body. Large sections of rock layers collapsed. Those corners that might have retained the aura of the supreme clear immortal and innate spiritual treasures were shattered to pieces by pure martial true qi and rubble, filled the entire pit bottom anew. Using the low Martial True Chi system from Blue Star to destroy the scene, even if a Kwasa Saint were to investigate, they wouldn't uncover any clues. Jiang Li clapped his hands. Such a cultivation system had never appeared in the ancient times. In the eyes of the native powers, it was merely a chaotic display of brute force. The only remaining hidden danger was the saints. The soul of a saint is bound to the heavenly Dao. Once the heavenly secrets are forcibly uncovered by a saint, no disguise will work. The fall of the Golden Crow concerns the fate of the demon race. The only one capable of deducing this matter would undoubtedly be the demon race, Saint Nuwa. Dear Nuwa, at least, I am one you molded. Isn't it reasonable for me to ask for a roasted chicken to replenish my strength? Jiang Li thought to himself. Nuwa is the saint of the demon race, but also the mother saint of humanity. Jiang Li is a pure postnatal human with clean roots. Moreover, he now bore the title of the fifth direct disciple of the heavenly teacher. Even if Nuwa deduced that he had picked up a bargain, as long as he didn't flaunt it brazenly, the saint would likely turn a blind eye. After all, it wouldn't do to risk the wrath of the most temperamental heavenly teacher over a dead junior. With this relationship in mind, Jiang Li felt completely at ease. Let's go. The Qinglian treasure banner glowed brightly. The illusory white lotuses completely enveloped his figure, severing all causality and aura. Jiang Li utilized water escape, merging into the backflowing seawater. Silently, and without a trace, he drifted towards the direction of Jinao Island. This outing lasted less than a day. The gains, however, were equivalent to what others would achieve through 10 cycles of grueling cultivation. The sounds of slaughter on the primordial continent continued, growing increasingly fierce. The entire sky was torn in half by the malevolent aura of the ancestral witches and the starlight of the demon court. The blood rain showed no signs of stopping. It was a true meat grinder of formidable powers, where even a great Luo golden immortal would be stripped to the bone. Jiang Li gathered his focus, pushing his speed to the utmost. Half an hour later, the shimmering light of the Qingping sword spanning the East Sea appeared in sight. Jiang Li deftly sank into the depths of the seabed beneath the jade vein, using the cover of the Qinglian Bao's flag to silently penetrate the array's lower layers, returning to his exclusive side hall. Inside the side hall, the illusionary array and the sky-covering array he had set up were still operating smoothly. Mist swirled as the figure of Jiang Li, who was stabilizing his Dao fruit, remained seated in meditation. Jiang Li dispelled the illusion and removed the Qinglian Bao's flag. He exhaled a long breath of foul air and sat down in front of the mat. With a flip of his palm, the Qinquan star array map spread across his knees. Jiang Li's divine sense delved into it. Within the small 1,000 worlds, the massive corpse of the sunbird lay quietly, its dark golden feathers shimmering with a mysterious luster. On the other side, the corpse of the six-armed giant ape in the golden immortal realm resembled a small mound. At the very center of the formation, the crimson life demon core spun slowly, firmly imprisoned by the power of the stars. He struck gold. A flicker of suppressed excitement flashed in Jiang Li's eyes. With these items in his possession, his upcoming retreat would no longer be a mere stabilization of his realm. The true fire of the sun could be used to temper the flawless golden body, elevating this physical form to new heights. The origin of the Golden Crow could extract laws and integrate them into the Shangqing celestial technique. The flesh and blood of the witch generals could replenish vast amounts of qi and blood consumption. System panel. Jiang Li silently intoned. Host Jiang Li, available comprehension opportunities 642, available Dao understanding opportunities 0, available merging Dao opportunities 0. After listening to sermons and retreating, the accumulated foundation of thousands of years was nearly exhausted. Yet Jiang Li remained utterly calm. What he lacked the least was time. In this side hall of the Bo Palace, no one dared to disturb him. With the terrifying density of spiritual energy on Golden Ao Island, accumulating insights once a year was a guaranteed profit. He'll set a small goal. Jiang Li gathered the Qinquan star array map, his gaze becoming profound. Next time I emerge from retreat, I must at least reach the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm. Though even in this cataclysmic era, he would still be a mere cannon fodder. However, the Tai realm required cultivating the 5 energies within one's chest, gathering the 3 flowers atop the head, which was still far from his current self. Jiang Li slightly closed his eyes, initiating the operation of the Shangqing celestial yuan through one great cycle after another. Meanwhile, at the shores of the East Sea, the great demon of the heavenly court finally arrived at the deep pit where the Golden Crow had fallen. He looked at the empty pit bottom, his face turning ashen, with only the crystallized rocks shattered by some violent force remaining. Where's the corpse? The demon god roared in anger, the terrifying demonic aura evaporating the incoming seawater. Where did the great prince's corpse go? Several Tai realm demons trembled in fear. Lord Demon God, aside from the great prince's origin aura, we found no traces of spells at the scene. Only some extremely bizarre points of power destruction remain, which do not belong to the witch clan's malevolent aura nor to celestial powers. Useless. The demon god swatted away the reporting demon. Go investigate. Even if we have to scour the entire East Sea, we must find the scum that stole the great prince's remains. The undercurrents of the East Sea began to surge wildly with the loss of the Golden Crow's corpse. The battle fluctuations in the sky grew increasingly intense. Inside the side hall, the fire of the earth flickered. Jiang Li sat cross-legged, the Qinquan star array map suspended before him. The crimson demon core throbbed violently, its internal three-legged firebird phantom emitting a soundless cry. It had originally been imprisoned by the Qingtian lock, yet at this moment it seemed to be responding to some deadly summoning, violently crashing against the barriers of the star formation. Jiang Li raised his gaze toward the dome of the great hall. His vision pierced through the layers of array mist, reaching the vast primordial sky. The sky had completely changed color. One half was a viscous ink-like blood red, while the other half was blindingly bright starlight. Did you sense the dissipating fortunes of the demon race? Jiang Li pressed down on the violently trembling Qinquan star array map. Outside, Ho-Yi's shooting down of the 9 great golden crows had thoroughly ignited the long-standing powder keg of hatred between the witch and demon races. Dijun and Donghuang Tai had completely descended into madness. The vast army of demons poured out of the heavenly court, oppressing down upon the primordial land like a net. At the same time, 11 roars that shook the heavens echoed from the depths of the primordial land. Ho-Yi was a great witch, the future bulwark of the witch clan. Tai struck out in fury, erasing him in a single blow, directly touching the reverse scale of the 11 ancestral witches. The space was violently torn apart. The space ancestral witch Di Jiang revealed his massive true form with 6 legs and 4 wings, smashing down the southern heavenly gate of the heavenly court with a single punch. The fire ancestral witch Zhu Rong stepped on 2 fire dragons, igniting the vast clouds. The battle between the witch and demon races began without any prelude, commencing with a deadly struggle that could destroy heaven and earth. In this battlefield, even the great Luo golden immortals had no chance to protect themselves. Blood rain. True blood rain. The heavens and earth were filled with dense blood-red droplets falling like goose feathers, each drop containing the wails of fallen immortals. Golden Ao Island shook violently. Had it not been for the Qingping sword energy of the Tongtian Patriarch firmly covering the entire island. In the main hall of the Bo Palace, the Tongtian Patriarch stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at the brutal slaughter in the center of the primordial world, his brow deeply furrowed. The calamity had completely erupted, the heavenly secrets turned into a tangled mess. Even the saints could not easily predict the future. This is fate. The Tongtian Patriarch sighed softly. His divine sense instinctively swept over Golden Ao Island, momentarily pausing at Jiang Li's side, hall, a hint of peculiarity flashing in his eyes. Inside the side hall, Jiang Li did not care how many immortals had perished outside. He pressed his hands firmly on the Qinquan star array map on his knees. System activate comprehension. Deducting comprehension times 10. Remaining times 632. In an instant, clarity returned to his mind. The soul-piercing pain caused by the demon core's agitation vanished completely. But this was still not enough. Jiang Li's gaze pierced through the void, locking onto the heavenly court. Dijun had completely unfolded the river map and Luo book. 365 great Zhoutian star banners waved in the void as billions of demons infused their magic power into them. The daylight, originally obscured by blood clouds, instantly transformed into an absolute darkness. 365 ancient main stars lit up in the deep space. The vast power of the stars converged into an endless galaxy, bearing the might to crush everything as it descended upon the primordial land. The great Zhoutian star formation. The blood within Jiang Li began to boil. The Qinquan star array map on his knees resonated with a humming sound. This small 1,000 worlds array map inherently contained the principles of star rotation. At this moment, facing the authentic and first killing formation of the primordial world laid down by the demon emperor himself, it felt both fear and yearning. Observe its trajectory clearly. Jiang Li bit his tongue, swallowing a mouthful of crimson. Deducting comprehension times 100. Remaining times 532. The system's emotionless prompt echoed. A layer of silver-white halo instantly enveloped Jiang Li's eyes. The destructive starlight, capable of shattering the minds of ordinary beings, was forcibly unraveled into countless intricately complex threads of laws in Jiang Li's pupils. The Taiyin and the sun served as the focal points. The spiritual energy of the 365 main stars circulated. Jiang Li did not attempt to comprehend the entire formation. It was beyond his current realm. He merely focused on the node where the Taiyin and the sun converged. It was at the moment he captured this node. On the vast primordial land, the malevolent energy coalesced into a tangible black pillar soaring towards the heavens. 11 ancestral witches, along with the substitute for the vacant position, simultaneously spewed forth their life essence. Moreover, a slightly weaker Grand, which also coughed up blood, and in an instant 12 divine flags of the celestial slaughter danced wildly in the wind. The boundless malevolent energy gathered. A vague yet immense figure too large to be described in words slowly stood up amidst the malevolent energy. He had no facial features, only a body of muscles twisted like mountain ranges. The true form of Pangu. He lifted his head facing the descending galaxy and slowly raised his right arm. A phantom of a divine axe forged from the malevolent energy of heaven and earth took shape in his palm. Flash! The axe light emitted no sound. Yet at the moment this axe was swung, all living beings in the primordial world temporarily lost their hearing. Inside the side hall, Jiang Li's ears bled and darkness swirled before his eyes. That oppressive force spanning millions of miles and penetrating the sage's formation shattered several of his meridians. Now is the time, Jiang Li roared suddenly. He did not attempt to repair his meridians. Instead, he harnessed the extreme pressure generated when Pangus Phantom swung the axe, transforming his Qinghua, Xian Yuan, into an invisible hammer and striking fiercely at the completely uncontrollable golden crow demon pill. Crack! The surface of the crimson bead cracked with countless fissures. The three-legged firebird phantom let out a desperate wail, crushed directly by Pangus' overwhelming pressure across time and space. The demon pill shattered. The purest source of the sun surged forth like a wild horse, bursting out of the Qian Kuan star formation and directly pouring into Jiang Li's limbs and bones. Boom! Jiang Li was enveloped by a golden flame. The sun's true fire, which could have reduced him to ashes, now became the finest material for body tempering. Pangus' residual malevolent energy pressed from the outside, while the true fire of the sun burned from within. Jiang Li gritted his teeth tightly. The Shangqing Xinfa operated wildly. The impervious golden body emitted a series of explosive sounds. The broken meridians were reborn under the nurturing of the sun's true fire, now several times sturdier than before. Mysterious patterns representing the laws of fire began to emerge on the surface of the dark golden bones. While others struggled during the tribulation, he was reaping the benefits from the two celestial formations. In this primordial realm, the bold thrived while the timid perished. The bottleneck of the early golden immortal was shattered in an instant. A massive whirlpool of spiritual energy formed above the side hall, unnoticed by the outside world due to the concealment of the sky covering formation. The energy contained within the golden crow demon pill was too enormous. Even a single remnant from a Deluo realm golden crow was an immense boon for a golden immortal. Jiang Li's aura began to ascend rapidly. Mid-golden immortal, the flames rolled over his body, burning his green robe completely clean. His exposed skin displayed a flawless dark golden hue. He did not stop. The Qian Kuan star formation unfolded entirely. The previously absorbed six-armed witch's corpse was directly thrown into the sun's true fire. The flesh and blood of the golden immortal witch clan were instantly refined into the purest blood energy, which Jiang Li inhaled, swallowing it all into his abdomen. The blood energy surged. The Xian Yuan trembled, uncertain of how long it had been. When the last trace of sun fire was pressed back into his dantian, transforming into a dark golden lotus mark, Jiang Li suddenly opened his eyes wide. A glimmer of golden light pierced through the void from his eyes. Late golden immortal. He stood up and casually clenched his fist. The sound of bones grinding was like muffled thunder. Not only did my realm break through 2 stages, but the Qian Kuan star formation also absorbed the true laws of the celestial bodies. Jiang Li stowed away the formation diagram. This gamble had paid off immensely. He casually donned a brand new black robe from his storage ring. Approaching the edge of the hall, he looked once more at the primordial sky. At this moment the world was even more broken than before. The clash between Pangus' true form and the Zhou Star Do formation had reached a white-hot stage. The southern heavenly gate of the heavenly court had been completely reduced to ruins. The 33 heavens were shaken to their core. The ancestral witches were also blinded by fury. As Jiang Li pressed the sun's true fire, which had coalesced into a dark golden lotus mark, into his dantian, the tiles of the entire side hall emitted a sound that made one's teeth ache from the friction. This was not a tremor caused by a tsunami, but the space itself quivering. Outside, the black pillars of malevolent energy from the 12 divine slaughter formations that soared toward the heavens suddenly collapsed one. Next was the second, then the third. The Zhou Star Do formation has stopped. Jiang Li walked to the hall's entrance and looked up. Beyond the light curtain formed by the Qingping sword Qi, the boundary between day and night had completely collapsed. The originally brilliant 365 ancient master stars in the sky dimmed and shattered like extinguished candle flames. There was no sound of mourning or joy in the world, only a suffocating silence. Suddenly, dong, a soul-rending bell toll penetrated the sage's formation. Jiang Li grunted as ripples surged across the surface of his impervious golden body, forcefully resisting the indiscriminate sonic shockwave. Vaguely, the broken phantom of Dong Huang Tai, looking down upon the ages, flashed across the sky before exploding into a rain of light. The chaotic bell that suppressed the fate of the demon race emitted a wail, transforming into a beam of light and vanishing into the endless void, never to be seen again. Dong Huang Tai is dead. Jiang Li's pupils constricted. Immediately after, a gentle, yet weak sigh spread throughout the primordial realm. The patterns of the innate 8 trigrams shattered in the void and Fuxis aura dissipated. Di Jiang Zhu Jiu Injuro. Those ancestral witches who once reigned supreme with bodies strong enough to clash against innate spiritual treasures had their auras extinguished one after the other like flames in the wind. In the primordial heavens, a true rain of blood began to fall. The droplets were dark red, and upon hitting the ground, they corroded massive pits. This was the heavenly Daos response to the fall of top-tier powers. In the extreme west at the end of the world, a figure so immense it obscured half the sky shattered the void, crashing down onto the earth amidst an endless sea of blood. He was drenched in blood. The true form of the ancestral, which capable of withstanding innate spiritual treasures, was now riddled with cracks deep enough to see the bone. Dark red blood cascaded to the ground like a waterfall. The ancestral witch of water Gong Gong. The dual emperors of the demon court perished together, and all of their kin fought to the death. Gong Gong did not seek spoils of war nor attempt to flee. His eyes filled with madness and despair fixated firmly on the center of the primordial earth. There stood the supreme divine mountain Buzhou Mountain, which upheld the entire sky, transformed from Panga's spine. This primordial world was born from our father's essence. His hoarse, violent, and infinitely sorrowful roar shattered the chaotic thunderclouds beyond the 9 heavens. Gong Gong ran wildly with his broken body. With each step he took, the earth sank, creating abysses tens of thousands of miles wide. If we cannot exist, then nothing should exist. Desperation, a true sense of mutual destruction. Jiang Li stood at the entrance of the side hall, his eyelids twitching violently. It's coming. Without hesitation, Jiang Li immediately retreated 2 steps, his entire Xian Yuan flowing backward, and he summoned the Qian Koan star formation he had just stowed away, guarding it tightly in front of him. At the same time, he slapped his palm onto the central point of the side hall's ground, activating all defensive array symbols. The next second, boom. No words could describe that impact. That was a rupture at the level of the rules. The entire primordial earth froze for a fraction of a second, like a glass panel struck by a giant hammer, then plunged into a horrifying distortion. In the extreme west, that massive mountain body which supported countless yuan meetings of the sky, it broke. The heavens are collapsing. Jiang Li stared fixedly at the sky beyond the green lotus formation. In his field of vision, a rift of immeasurable vastness tore open across the northwestern heavens. Frigid, profound, and deathly silent chaos winds howled through the fissure. Following close behind was the 9 heavens, weak water as heavy as a galaxy. Rush! This was no rain but the Milky Way cascading down. Each drop of the weak water could corrode the protective immortal aura of a golden immortal. They converged into an endless ocean pouring down through the celestial rift. The earth lost its support from the celestial pillar, and the entire primordial continent began to tremble violently. The heavens tilted to the northwest, and the earth sank to the southeast. The eastern sea. The sea surface, calm for countless eons, swelled to an unimaginable degree in an instant. Tens of thousands of undersea volcanoes erupted simultaneously. The crimson magma barely surfaced before being crushed by the deluge of weak water and seawater. Poisonous miasma billowed up, blotting out the sun. The entire eastern sea turned into a boiling cauldron of venom. Golden Ao Island rocked violently amidst the monstrous tsunami. The protective green lotus sword chi barrier was battered, heated by the weak water, flickering unsteadily with a grating hiss. This was the Dao field of a saint. If even the saint's array was being consumed so fiercely, what kind of cleansing were the ordinary creatures of the land, the remnants of the demon race hiding in caves, and the fragile postnatal humans facing? This was an absolute annihilation, leaving no living being a sliver of hope. All disciples of the Jie sect hear my command. The mighty and majestic voice of the heavenly Lord of the Way of Communion thundered above the azure Tor Palace, dispelling the fear from his disciples' hearts. Hold your respective cave abodes, array cores, and stabilize the Dao field. By my decree, no one is to step a single foot off Golden Ao Island. The saint's mana transformed into billions of azure sword chi that pierced the heavens and earth, madly reinforcing the island, protecting grand array being scoured by the heavenly river's weak water like stitching up a tattered cloth. Even the saints felt the immense karmic force of heaven and earth, capable of destroying all beings. At this moment, anyone who dared to run around and court such karma would be instantly crushed to death by the heavenly Daos rules, even a perfected golden immortal. This was an apocalypse. The next second, 6 indescribable pressures tore through the chaos winds and descended simultaneously over the ruins of Buzhou Mountain. The saints had acted. Purple chi surged eastward for 30,000 li. Laozi, riding his green ox, cast the Taiji diagram from his hand. The black and white halo instantly encompassed half the sky. The Taiji diagram transformed into a colossal golden bridge, forcibly spanning beneath the celestial rift. The rampaging earth, fire, water, and wind crashed against the golden bridge, were instantly harmonized by the yin and yang energies and dissipated into the most primal spiritual energy. The primeval Lord of Heaven stood in the void, his countenance majestic. He fiercely shook the Panga banner in his hand. A stream of chaos sword chi powerful enough to split heaven and earth surged against the current, cleaving into the celestial rift. The chaotic meteors falling within the weak water were ground to dust by the sword chi. The three treasures Rui hung above his head, shedding myriad auspicious lights, shielding all the famous mountains and great rivers under the Chan sect. The heavenly lord of the way of communion let out a cold snort. He pointed his finger like a sword towards the vault of heaven. Clang! The four immortal-slaying swords shot through the air, traversing most of the primordial world, embedding themselves at the four cardinal points of the Buzhou mountain ruins. The four ultimate sword chi interwove into a sky-piercing net, forcibly catching the brunt of the weak water's aftermath pouring towards the eastern sea. Jiang Li watched this scene, his eyes blazing. The saint's methods had no flashy techniques, only the purest suppression of loss. He raised his hand to his brow. System consume 100 insights to analyze the trajectory of the Taiji diagram's yin-yang flow. The system panel flickered. On Jiang Li's retina, Laozi's action of casting the Taiji diagram was infinitely slowed down. The threads of the yin-yang law were forcibly stripped away and imprinted into his sea of consciousness. The supreme purity immortal art circulated on its own, fusing this sliver of enlightenment into his flawless golden body. A mysterious yin-yang Dao pattern emerged on his dark golden bones. The Buddha of the Western paradise with a face of profound suffering sat atop the 12-petaled golden lotus of merit. The lotus bloomed firmly, protecting the barren lands of the West. The Buddha of the future wielded the 7 treasures wonderful tree. With each sweep, he not only cleared the chaotic currents, but also sent colossal sky-covering golden palm prints diving into the ruins of the primordial world below. The giant hands scooped up batches of dying demon remnants, fragments of the Wu tribe, and even rogue cultivators of great power, stuffing them directly into the Western faith's universe bag. Fellow Taoist, you have a connection with the West, and shall enjoy ultimate bliss. The future Buddha's grand voice spread across the ruins. In the side hall, Jiang Li's mouth twitched. They were profiteering off a disaster zone. These two baldies, nominally saving lives, were in truth frantically enriching the foundations of the Western faith. At this juncture, when all great powers were dead and all creation was in despair, this move was the ultimate act of looting a burning house. He didn't mock them. In the primordial world, this was the law of survival. Although the 3 pure ones had temporarily blocked the weak water from the heavens, this was not a long-term solution. Laozi's Taiji Golden Bridge emitted a dull tremor, and the primeval lord's Panga banner also failed to completely seal the rift. The world continued to tilt towards the southeast. A sorrowful sigh echoed across the primordial world. Nuwa didn't use any divine artifact to block the weak water, but instead looked down at the earth below. Her gaze met a sea of blood and floating corpses. The postnatal humans she had molded with her own hands, who had been reduced to mere blood food in the sorcerer demon war, now turned into bleached bones in the weak water. All signs of life were extinguished. The resentment and lamentations of countless beings coalesced into a vast karmic force of heaven and earth, enough to make even the saints frown slightly. Yet Nuwa did not avoid it. She allowed that karmic force to settle upon her. At that very moment, the confusion in her eyes vanished completely. The Tao of creation is one of endless growth and renewal. Since heaven and earth were broken, she would reshape them. Nuwa raised her right hand palm upward. A 3-legged bronze cauldron exuding an ancient and vast aura materialized out of thin air. The cauldron's surface was engraved with the sun, moon, stars, mountains, and rivers. A wave of creative energy far surpassing that of a top-grade, innate spiritual treasure instantly flooded the entire Buzhou mountain ruins. The Qinkuan cauldron, capable of returning all things to their origin and refining all creation. Fellow seniors, lend me your strength. Nuwa's voice was cool and clear. She waved her delicate hand. The remaining essence of the 5 elements in the primordial world, Eastern wood, Southern fire, Western metal, Northern water, and Central earth, was forcibly extracted by her immense saintly power, transforming into 5 divine pillars that pierced heaven and earth, madly surging into the Qinkuan cauldron. Laozi, without a word, flicked a ball of 8 trigrams Dao fire into it. The primeval lord of heaven channeled a beam of jade purity, immortal light. The heavenly lord of the way of communion struck a bolt of supreme purity, divine thunder from afar. The 2 Western saints also cast their mystic techniques, stabilizing the space around the cauldron. The essence of the 5 elements boiled within the cauldron. Jiang Li's heart pounded violently. This was the moment he had been waiting for. Analyzing the Taiji diagram was just an appetizer. Nuwa refining stones to mend the heavens was the ultimate display of the Tao of creation since the very beginning of the world. System. Jiang Li's gaze was fanatical. Invest all remaining insight points, convert them into union with the Tao, uses no upper limit, and comprehensively analyze the Qinkuan cauldron's refining methods and Nuwa's creation Tao. Insight points deducted 500. Insight points zeroed. Obtained 5 uses of union with the Tao. Boom. Jiang Li's sea of consciousness utterly exploded. The side hall, the eastern sea, even heaven and earth vanished from his sight. All that remained in his vision was the Qinkuan cauldron standing tall in the sky, and the ball of 5-colored divine light gradually solidifying within it. The sharpness of metal is refined by fire, the softness of water envelopes the heaviness of earth, and the wood attribute provides an unending catalyst. The five elements interact with each other, completely breaking the boundaries of matter under the return to origin of the Qinkuan Ding. This method of refinement transcends all crafting techniques. It is a direct manipulation of the underlying codes of the Tao. The moment the body merges with the Tao state is activated, Jiang Li's consciousness is infinitely elevated. The azure bricks of the side hall, the poisonous miasma of the east sea, the violent weak water, and even the mournful cries of the entire primordial world are all stripped away from his perception. In his line of sight there remains only an ancient giant cauldron filled with the divine light of five colors, encompassing heaven and earth. No, he has become that cauldron. Every creation spell cast by Nuwa Laozi's Doshui fire, Yuanqi's Yuqing celestial light, and Tongshin's Shangqing divine thunder are now all acting upon Jiang Li's consciousness. Ordinary golden immortals who dare to gaze directly at a saint casting spells would have their souls instantly shattered by the vast stream of information. Yet the Tao merging state provided by the system forcibly constructs a perfect buffer zone. In the first second, Jiang Li clearly saw how the essence of the five elements was shattered. The material of the five elements transformed from metal, wood, water, fire, and earth into countless jumping fragmented threads of rules. In the second, the law of creation forcefully intervened, reweaving these incompatible threads. Now is the moment. Jiang Li frantically operated the Shangqing celestial method. Consciousness observes from the heavens while the physical body is replicated in the side hall. The yin and yang patterns parsed from the Taiji diagram previously now awaken on the dark golden skeleton. Yin and yang circulate, forcibly simulating the initial environment of returning to the origin within the Qinkuan Ding. Boom! Jiang Li's stanchions surged. The dark golden lotus imprint blossomed, and the sun's true fire, filled with a sense of destruction, was enveloped by the dual energies of yin and yang, transforming into his own heaven refining fire. Then Jiang Li opened his mouth and expelled a yellowish round pearl, the innate spiritual treasure Earth Spirit Pearl. Since the interception, Jiang Li had only refined the outermost restrictions. At this moment, leveraging a glimpse of understanding from the Qinkuan Ding, he directly tossed the Earth Spirit Pearl into his dantian. The sun's true fire burned while the dual energies of yin and yang grounded. The essence representing the pure law of earth was forcibly extracted, transforming into a heavy yellow flow of light circulating through his limbs and bones along the extraordinary meridians. Excruciating pain, a tearing sensation more violent than that experienced during the tribulation, swept throughout his body. Jiang Li gritted his teeth, not letting out a single groan. The threads of the law of creation were gradually stripped from his retina, forcibly imprinted deep within his bones. The bones of his left arm recorded vitality, while those of his right arm recorded destruction. At the center of his sternum, the yin and yang patterns intersected with the newly condensed creation patterns, forming a bizarre and mysterious vortex. Remaining body merged with Tao times 4. The system prompt flashed wildly on his retina. Each time count fluctuation represented a treasure trove of Tao secrets that Jiang Li had seized enough to drive a great Luo golden immortal mad. Outside, above the ruins of the Buzhou mountain, the Taiji golden bridge shook violently, and Laozi's expression darkened significantly. The chaotic sword energy of the Panga banner began to show signs of collapse. The impact of the weak water geometrically increased over time. Sister Nuwa, the sky is about to completely collapse. Yuanshi Tianzuan shouted sternly. Even the combined efforts of the saints could not stop the structural collapse of the primordial world. Consolidate. Nuwa's cold voice pierced through the chaos. The Qinkuan Ding erupted with a burst of colorful light that pierced the 9 heavens. The cauldron lid was flung away, and 366 blocks of radiant divine stones shot into the sky. The divine light of 5 colors interwove, instantly illuminating the dim and shattered primordial continent. That was the pure power of creation. Inside the side hall, remaining body merged with Tao times 0. Jiang Li's consciousness abruptly fell from the 9 heavens, crashing back into his physical body. He opened his eyes with alternating flashes of 5-colored divine light, and the yin-yang dual fish in his gaze. The transformation of his bones had ceased. The Earth Spirit Pearl shrank by a full circle, its surface dim and unpolished, having been retracted into his body, completely refining its core restrictions. His realm still lingered at the peak of golden immortal, showing no improvement. Yet the aura emanating from him caused the protective array symbols in the side hall to emit the sound of unbearable cracking. That was the law pressure unique to Tai Golden Immortal and even Great Luo Golden Immortal. Ordinary Golden Immortals cultivate magical power, while Great Luo Golden Immortals cultivate loss. Jiang Li crossed the chasm of 2 major realms forcefully, paving a shortcut to heaven using the system. This is a huge gain. Jiang Li stood up, removed the tattered defensive array from his body, and looked up at the heavens. At the edge of the horizon, Nuwa revealed her form of a human head and snake body. She abandoned all defensive treasures, allowing the weak water of the 9 heavens to crash against her sacred body. She extended her hands, lifting the 366 blocks of 5-colored stones inch by inch against the reverse-flowing river of heaven, flying towards the menacing heavenly cavern. This was an immensely tragic sacrifice. The 5 colored stones merged into the edge of the heavenly cavern, and under the impetus of the law of creation began to forcibly stitch together with the chaotic gusts of wind. Nuwa's sacred body emanated an undeniable fatigue. 366 blocks of 5 colored stones, not more or less, used 365 blocks, perfectly filled the heavenly cavern. Nuwa's sacred body emanated an undeniable fatigue. 366 blocks of 5 colored stones, not more or less, used 365 blocks, perfectly filled the heavenly cavern. In her palm, she still cradled the last fist-sized divine stone. It had not been refined into the heavens, but had absorbed the essence of the 5 elements and the source of creation within the Chinkuan Ding. Nuwa lowered her head, her gaze penetrating through the rolling clouds. A saint's thought can see through the past and future. She sensed the fate of this stone after endless ages. Without hesitation, Nuwa flicked her fingertip. The 5 colored stone transformed into a shooting star tearing through the sky and directly fell onto the peak of a fairy mountain by the east sea of the primordial world. Inside the side hall, Jiang Li looked up at the falling light tail, and the corner of his eye twitched. Huagua Mountain by the east sea. A place name quickly flashed through his mind. This is the monkey that will later jump out from the stone. Does the current state of Monkey Brother count as me witnessing his birth? Before he could think more, a violent sense of weightlessness suddenly enveloped the entire Janeo Island. Crack! The Taiji Golden Bridge of Laozi emitted a sound that was grating to the ears. Although the heavenly cavern had been patched up, the weak water no longer flooded in. But the consequences of the rupture of Buzhou Mountain were far from over. Losing the only support that held up heaven and earth, the pure chi above and the turbid chi below began to attract each other. Heaven and earth were visibly closing in. The ruins of the 33 heavens pressed down, casting a massive shadow over the entire primordial world. If heaven and earth truly closed up again, even a saint would completely perish under the pressure of chaos. Not good. Yuan Shi Tianzhen's expression darkened, and the Panga banner erupted with countless chaotic sword energies attempting to hold up the descending heavens. The 2 saints of the west hurriedly put away their bags for collecting autumn wind, manifested their golden bodies, and raised their hands to support the heavens. But the grand momentum of heaven and earth cannot be resisted by a single person's strength. Even if all 5 saints emerged, they could only slow the closing speed by a third. We need to establish a new pillar of heaven. Laozi's voice was mighty as the Taiji diagram spun wildly, extracting the dual energies of yin and yang with great effort. Tontian stood in the void, eyes tightly closed. The vast divine sense of the saint spread out like a net, instantly sweeping across the 4 seas and 8 desolates along the Dao Law. In the next second, he suddenly opened his eyes, and a sharp sword energy shot out from the depths of his gaze, shredding the 300 miles of void before him. There is an ancient mysterious turtle in the North Sea. Its size is sufficient to hold up heaven and earth. He spoke no words. A blue ancient long sword coalesced in Tongshan's hands. Qingping's sword. The blade bore no extravagant runes, embodying only the purest intent of destruction and interception. Tontian did not employ any divine abilities. He simply raised his arm and casually swung the sword towards the direction of the extreme north. In the side hall, Jiang Li's eyes suddenly sparkled with piercing golden light. Use all comprehension instances and convert them into harmonizing instances. Jiang Li bit his tongue, stimulating his nerves with intense pain, bravely enduring the tearing sensation from the depths of his soul. That was his master, the highest combat power of the Jie sect, who struck with a sword before the eyes of the entire world. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no black hole tearing through space. Tongshan's sword was the ultimate embodiment of the sword path, transcending physical distance. The moment the sword light left Golden Ao Island, it was already at the bottom of the abyss in the North Sea. In the depths of the North Sea, a gigantic tortoise larger than the stars was sleeping. It was so massive that even the slightest movement would trigger a super tsunami that could engulf the North Sea. It was precisely because of this transcendent size that it was bound by the heavenly Tao, unable to transform for its entire life, doomed to sleep at the bottom of the sea. The old tortoise suddenly opened its murky giant eyes, flashing with terror and sorrow. It had lived for far too long enough to witness the calamity of the Dragon Han era and the struggle between the Wu and the Yao. It knew why it would die. Having a treasure invites disaster. A thin thread-like blue sword line silently passed through the massive limbs of the old tortoise. There was no struggle. The vast life force of the Xiangui was severed in an instant. Tontian stood above the East Sea, reaching out with his left hand. Rise. The waters of the North Sea surged towards the sky. For sturdy limbs as thick as ancient mountain ranges emerged from the sea, stained with dark red blood, forcibly imprisoned by an invisible force above the ruins of Buzhou Mountain. The Qiankuan Ding trembled once more. Nuwa activated the residual creation power, refining the 4 limbs of the Xuangui, stripping away flesh and blood, leaving only the hardest bones. Then the 4 sages worked together. Established the 4 poles. Boom! 4 towering bone pillars crashed down at the ley line nodes of the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest of the primordial world. The tops of the bone pillars firmly held back the descending heavens. The convergence of heaven and earth came to an abrupt halt. The tremendous shockwave radiated through the entire primordial world. The ley lines began to reorganize, and the chi of the five elements ceased its turmoil. The heavens, forcefully supported by the yin-yang dual chi, finally stabilized under the support of the four Xiangui bones. Heaven and earth became steady. Deep within the sky, vast expanses of brilliant yellow and black chi surged forth. This was the immeasurable merit bestowed by the heavenly Tao, responding to the sage's rescue of the primordial world. The largest mass fell into Nuwa's body, while the rest transformed into a golden fine rain showering down upon every living being that contributed. The yellow and black chi at the horizon gradually faded away. The golden rain of merit finally ceased. Within the cave dwelling exclusive to Jiang Li on Golden Ao Island, the protective array's radiance dimmed one by one. Jiang Li sat cross-legged on a jade green mat, slowly exhaling a breath of turbid air. He did not receive any merit. This was the only reasonable outcome. Jiang Li sat cross-legged on a jade green mat, slowly exhaling a breath of turbid air. He did not receive any merit. This was the only reasonable outcome. The yin-yang dual chi flowed in his palm. Then the creation chi derived from it. Without needing to cast any incantations, the surrounding agitated spiritual energy automatically calmed and transformed into the purest celestial essence flooding into his body. On the system panel, the comprehension instances turned to 0. Jiang Li was unconcerned. The foundational codes of the heavenly Tao obtained during the harmonizing state far outweighed tens of thousands of ordinary comprehension instances. Next, it was time to digest the spoils. Jiang Li brought his two fingers together and pointed at his brow. The Qian-Kuan star array diagram flew out from his sea of consciousness, hovering in midair. The star map unfolded, creating a space of its own. The remains of the golden crow lay quietly within the starlight. The pressure emanating from it at the level of a great Luo golden immortal caused the space of Su Mi to tremble. This golden crow had been pierced through the heart by Ho Yi's bone arrow before its death, filled with resentment. The residual true fire of the sun on its corpse was still capable of easily incinerating an ordinary golden immortal. Jiang Li did not rashly touch it. The physical structure of a great Luo golden immortal was extremely solid. If forcibly dismantled, it would definitely trigger a backlash from the true fire. Creation laws returned to the origin. Jiang Li murmured to himself. He formed seals with his hands. It was the method he observed from Nuwa when she activated the Qian-Kuan Ding during the harmonizing state. Though he had only grasped a tiny fraction, it was enough to deal with the corpse. The dark golden bones within Jiang Li, the creation Tao patterns lit up. A beam of celestial light containing the principles of the five elements generation and restraining shot from his fingertips, striking the body of the golden crow. Multicolored light enveloped the surface of the golden crow's body. The violent true fire of the sun began to gradually cool upon encountering this creation power. The originally indestructible golden feathers showed signs of loosening in the closely arranged five-element structure. Jiang Li suddenly brought his hands together. Resolve. The body of the golden crow trembled violently. Jiang Li's fingers, like a sword, transformed the pure celestial essence into a sharp blade, cutting along the muscle texture of the golden crow's back. No blood flowed out. The blood had long been dried up by the true fire of the sun. Jiang Li grasped the pair of dark golden wings that spanned thousands of feet wide. The Taiji phantom within his dantian operated. The yin-yang dual chi climbed up his arms to the roots of the wings. With a forceful pull, a dull cracking sound of broken bones resonated. The two enormous wings of the golden crow were forcibly ripped off by him. Two dark golden feathers quietly floated in front of Jiang Li. Each was just over a foot long, yet the surface shimmered with a viscous, true fire of the sun. The high temperature distorted the void within the side hall. These were the wings of the prince of the demon race at the great Luo golden immortal level, condensed from pure origin. Jiang Li did not reach out to catch them. He flicked his fingers, and the pure celestial essence transformed into hundreds of cold, dark blue runes densely adhering to the surface of the feathers. The true fire was temporarily sealed, and the golden light retracted. Good materials. Jiang Li stored them in his storage ring. These two wings, with just a few innate spiritual materials, could be refined into an extraordinary fan-shaped spiritual treasure. In terms of lethality, they would not be inferior to the renowned 5 Fires 7 Birds fan of later generations. Within the star map space, the dismembered remains of the golden crow still exuded a terrifying pressure. The blood and bones of a great Luo golden immortal contained enough energy to explode an ordinary golden immortal. Jiang Li gazed at the enormous dark golden corpse. Ordinary demon race flesh and blood were useless to him, but the pure-blooded, three-legged golden crow at the great Luo level was the top-tier refining material in the primordial world. The supreme clarity immortal method cultivates the primordial spirit and comprehends the great Tao, yet it ultimately falls short in the physical refinement. The true protective divine skill of the Tao sect is the 8-9 mystic art, which is derived from the true body of the Pangu of the witch race. This skill currently exists only in the deductions of the three purities and has not been formally passed down. When I find an opportunity to obtain the 8-9 mystic art from my master, this walking chicken will become an available resource for breaking through specifically reserved for physical cultivation. Jiang Li's thoughts moved and the Qiankuan star array diagram closed. The remains of the golden crow were completely sealed within the deepest part of the star map. The spoils had been accounted for. Jiang Li sat upright with his hands crossed over his dantian. The pure celestial essence within him surged like mighty rivers. His cultivation at the late stage of the Golden Immortal had been thoroughly stabilized after enduring the apocalyptic pressure from the broken Buzhou mountain and the extreme operation of forcibly analyzing the Qiankuan Ding. On the dark, golden, flawless body, the yin-yang Dao patterns and creation Dao patterns faintly flickered. Next it was time to arm himself. Jiang Li raised his hand and touched his brow, for streams of light flew out from between his eyebrows, hovering in midair. They were the Eastern Azure Lotus Banner, the Calamity-slaying sword, the Heaven-prisoning lock, and the Cosmos Star Array chart. 4 innate spiritual treasures. Such wealth would drive even the most powerful golden immortals in the outside world to madness with envy. In the primordial wilderness, treasures were not something one could simply wield upon acquisition. Within each innate spiritual treasure lay the innate restrictions conceived by the great Tao. Without refining these restrictions, one could only unleash their physical properties as divine weapons. Only by breaking through the restrictions layer by layer and branding them with one's own primordial spirit imprint could one awaken the power of the laws hidden within. An ordinary golden immortal would need tens of thousands of years to refine just the first layer of an innate spiritual treasure. Previously, Jiang Li had only managed to refine a couple of restrictions through the system's epiphany opportunities, barely enough for his own use. Now he intended to properly refine them all. The first to hum was the calamity-slaying sword. This ancient blade trembled, and within it the 36 innate restrictions representing slaughter and obstruction breaking were laid bare before the system. Jiang Li sent a sliver of his primordial spirit along the path opened by the system, charging straight in. The first layer broken. The second layer broken. The fifth layer broken. There was no bottleneck whatsoever. With the vast immortal essence of his latest stage golden immortal cultivation, Jiang Li smashed through the restrictions with unstoppable momentum. Time in the primordial wilderness was endless, and cultivation knew no cycles of years. The tsunami outside Golden Ao Island gradually subsided, and the mended sky once again rained down sunlight, moonlight, and starlight. The outer disciples of the Jie sect emerged from their caves one by one, beginning to repair their cultivation grounds. Only the side hall where Jiang Li resided remained sealed tight, not even a wisp of aura leaking out. 3,000 years. Time slipped away like sand between fingers during his motionless meditation. Inside the side hall, Jiang Li opened his eyes. Deep within his pupils, flashes of azure black and silver light flickered and vanished. The 4 innate spiritual treasures revolved slowly around his body, as if they were alive. In 3,000 years, with the system's high-intensity assistance, Jiang Li had fully refined the first 12 layers of restrictions on all 4 treasures. The Azure Lotus Banner unfurled, and a phantom of a 12-petaled Azure Lotus shrouded his head, rendering him immune to all spells and severing all karmic ties. The heaven-prisoning lock transformed into a streak of black light, coiled around his left arm, ready to tear through the void and bind powerful foes. The calamity-slaying sword hovered in his dantian, where the Shangqing sword intent and killing aura merged perfectly. The Cosmos Star Array chart sank into a sea of consciousness, resonating with all 365 acupoints throughout his body. His power had skyrocketed. If he were to face Qiushou Immortal again, Jiang Li wouldn't even need to resort to schemes. With the sheer force of smashing with 4 treasures alone, he could contend with ordinary Tai Golden Immortal experts. But not a trace of complacency showed on Jiang Li's face. This level of power didn't even qualify him to be cannon fodder in the face of the impending investiture of the god's catastrophe. After Golden Immortal came Tai. Tai cultivators refined the 5 Qi, and to attain the great Luo realm, one must comprehend a law that was uniquely their own. Beings of the primordial wilderness often began touching the fringes of laws at the Tai Golden Immortal stage, seeking the path most suited to themselves and following it to the very end. The law of fire, the law of water, the law of the sword. Mastery in one thing leads to divine understanding. Jiang Li put away his treasures and opened the system panel displayed on his retina. Current accumulated epiphany count, 3,000 years of seclusion, with the unwavering 1 epiphany per year, had conveniently rounded off to a clean number. Ordinary people comprehended laws through fortune, talent, and countless eons of arduous struggle. 10 epiphanies exchange for 1 Dao enlightenment, 10 Dao enlightenments exchange for 1 Dao unification. Jiang Li stared at the panel and issued the command, without hesitation: deduct 2,000 epiphanies, synthesize 20 instances of body Dao unification. The numbers on the panel jumped wildly. Remaining epiphany count 1,000, current body Dao unification count 20. Jiang Li took a deep breath. What law should he cultivate? In his mind flashed the image of Lao Tzu casting the Taiji diagram, dividing dusk and dawn with yin and yang, Yuan Shi Tianzuan wielding the Panga banner, bringing about primordial chaos and destruction, Tantian Jiao's single sword strike, that severed the four legs of the black turtle embodying pure annihilation and extremity, and even the seemingly shameless, yet perfectly karmic great hand seals of Jiang and Juani. Primordial natives feared biting off more than they could chew because their lifespans and comprehension had limits. But I have the system. Children make choices. But I want to try all the saints' paths. A wild glint flashed in Jiang Li's eyes. Use 5 unification counts. Target the residual Dao rhymes of the 5 saints heaven mending recorded in my sea of consciousness. Boom. His consciousness was forcibly elevated once more. The side hall vanished. Jiang Li's soul appeared in a void space. The first to descend was Lao Tzu's yin-yang law. The black and white fish expanded within Jiang Li's sea of consciousness. This was not mere imagery, but the most fundamental code of rules. Yin and yang flowed, generating and overcoming each other. On the dark golden bones within Jiang Li's body, the original yin-yang Dao patterns instantly lit up and began spreading madly, etching themselves along the meridians of the left half of his body. Immediately after Tantian Jiao's sword law descended. Without any transition, the pure intent of destruction and severing of life force materialized into a Qingping sword that spanned the heavens, slamming heavily into the right half of Jiang Li's body. His bones trembled. Sword Dao patterns forcibly imprinted themselves onto his right arm and ribs. Yin-yang on the left, destruction on the right. The two diametrically opposed extreme forces collided violently in his dantian. Tearing. Intense pain instantly shattered Jiang Li's threshold for enduring agony. Blood gushed from his 7 orifices. His flawless golden body emitted a series of bone-cracking sounds under the unbearable strain. Law rejection. The Dao rhymes of different saints could never be compatible within a single mortal frame. This was the iron law that prevented primordial beings from cultivating multiple laws. Suppress it. Jiang Li gritted his teeth, pressing forward instead of retreating. Invest another 5 unification counts. Target Nuwa's creation law. Multicolored auspicious light was born from the void. The phantom of the Qinkuan cauldron crashed down, enveloping Jiang Li's collapsing body entirely. The origin of creation was endless and self-renewing. The flesh torn apart by the yin-yang and destruction laws healed instantly under creation's nourishment. The moment it healed, it was torn apart again in an endless cycle. Destruction rebirthed the flow of yin and yang. 3 completely different threads of law under the system's overbearing Dao unification state were forcibly thrown into a single furnace and kneaded together. Jiang Li was like refined steel subjected to millions of hammer blows on an anvil. Blood scab fell off and flowed again. After an unknown span of time, the repulsion in his dantian began to weaken. An extremely bizarre energy vortex took shape in the center of his dantian. Black represented destruction, white represented yin-yang, and multicolored represented creation. The 3 forces intertwined and coiled, no longer conflicting, instead forming a strange equilibrium. Jiang Li's eyes snapped open. The Dao unification state receded. He gasped for breath, his pristine white Taoist robe long since stained dark red by dried blood scabs. Yet the aura emanating from him had undergone a fundamental transformation. He had not broken through to Tai, but the pressure Jiang Li now released carried a trace of vastness and dominance that made all things submit. It was an aggregation of laws bearing the true essence of 3 saints simultaneously. Even if it was just a sliver of understanding, this completely shattered the conventions of the primordial great Dao. Success. Jiang Li grinned. Although he hadn't touched upon the Dao rhymes of Yuan Shi Tianzuan or the 2 saints of the West, the fusion of these 3 laws had already shown him the path to an invincible realm beyond Great Luo. Just as he prepared to rise and cleanse the blood from his body, a violent stabbing pain suddenly erupted in the depths of his sea of consciousness. This pain was different from law rejection. It did not belong to the primordial heavenly Dao. The cosmos star array chart materialized on its own, its starlight flickering wildly. In Jiang Li's vision, a string of extremely familiar blue garbled code appeared. Then an irresistible spatial pulling force, ignoring the saint's formation, protecting golden Ao island, locked precisely onto Jiang Li's primordial spirit. Jiang Li was momentarily stunned, then a glint of sudden realization and fierceness flashed in his eyes. Calculating the time, another 5,000 years had passed. Jiang Li had already missed 3 return windows for Blue Star. The next return time would be 1,000 years later in primordial time. This meant that on Blue Star, Jiang Li hadn't returned for 3 months. Fortunately, he could still chat with people on Blue Star through the Myriad Heaven's secret realm system, keeping abreast of some events happening there. Jiang Li planned to quietly consolidate his cultivation and wait for the return in 1,000 years, which corresponded to 10 days on Blue Star. A deathly inescapable demonic cavern. Contestants from various nations flaunting their martial arts grandmaster realms. Jiang Li patted his Taoist robe, still carrying the pressure of a golden immortal. Time to go back. Time to show those frogs at the bottom of the well some primordial wilderness intensity. Within the exclusive cave of Jiao, island time lost its meaning here. The gathering spirit formation in the hall operated ceaselessly, drawing in the purest innate spiritual energy from the East China Sea, transforming it into visible spiritual mist. Jiang Li sat cross-legged on the mat. His breathing was exceedingly long. With each intake and exhale, the surrounding spiritual mist surged and ebbed like ocean tides. 3,000 years have passed since the catastrophe known as the Heavenly Repairing Calamity, which shattered the unbreakable mountain and tore apart the primordial world. In these 3 millennia, Jiang Li had not stepped out of the side hall even once. He had thoroughly consolidated his flawless golden body at the late stage of the golden immortal realm, while continuously deducing and integrating the 3 distinct saintly laws within him. Yin and Yang, destruction, creation. The 3 forces formed a perfect closed-loop vortex at his dantian. Although Jiang Li had yet to break through the threshold of the Tai golden immortal, his current body already possessed a terrifying foundation that transcended the concept of a golden immortal. On his retina, a system panel popped up automatically. Current accumulated comprehension times 2,000. Looking at the numbers on the panel, a smile crept across Jiang Li's lips. In 1,000 years, aside from using his comprehension times, the system's basic income and other sporadic rewards had replenished his comprehension times. Before he could close the panel, a faint blue light suddenly enveloped his entire field of vision. The return window of the Heavenly Secrets Realm has opened. Countdown 000959. Jiang Li stood up, having missed the previous 2 return windows. This time he decided to return to Blue Star. He brushed off the non-existent dust from his Dao robe. The 4 innate spiritual treasures around him silently melded into his body. Confirm return. After being tense in the primordial world for thousands of years, it was time to relax a bit on Blue Star. The moment he spoke, a surge of blue light erupted. Even the protective array set by the heavenly leader outside Jiao Island could not prevent the spatial pulling force from the system's lower levels. Flashes of light flickered. The side hall was empty. In Yinjing, within the military family compound, the bulletproof windows on the 2nd floor were half open and the curtains swayed gently with the early autumn breeze. In the center of the living room, the space distorted without warning. There was no turbulence in the air, nor were there any flashes of thunder. Jiang Li's figure appeared out of thin air, his feet landing steadily on the wooden floor. At the moment he returned, Jiang Li's brow furrowed slightly. Gravity, air composition, spiritual energy concentration. The drastic switch between the 2 realms caused a momentary discomfort in his flawless golden body. Compared to the thick, liquid-like innate spiritual energy of the primordial world, the air on Blue Star at this moment felt like water filled with chemical waste. Jiang Li closed his eyes, allowing his divine sense, forged by his mastery as a golden immortal, to suddenly expand outward. Boom. The formless divine sense surged out from Yinjing, sweeping like a tsunami. This was not the blood and chi perception of a martial artist, but a high-dimensional perspective belonging to a celestial being. In just 1 second, the entire geography and demographic distribution of China reflected clearly in his mind. In 2 seconds, his divine sense spanned across the vast ocean, covering the territory of the Western Alliance. In 3 seconds, every corner of the globe from 10,000 meters in the air to the depths of the crust revealed no secrets. The concentration of spiritual energy has increased by at least 1 magnitude since I last returned. Jiang Li stroked his chin. The information returned by his divine sense was immensely vast. He saw that the number of martial artists within Yinjing had multiplied several times, and on the streets, he could even spot young extraordinary beings momentarily levitating using their true chi. In several secret military bases, he detected a few relatively decent auras. These were practitioners who had condensed golden cores, or martial artists who had broken through to the divine realm. Even in the primordial world, they would be comparable to the earthly immortal realm. Wang Jun, Chu Changtian. These familiar faces seemed to have benefited greatly from the returns of the Heavenly Secrets Realm during this time. Yet in Jiang Li's eyes, they still appeared as rough as a 3-year-old child wielding a heavy hammer. His divine sense continued to sink. Deep beneath the Himalayas, Jiang Li saw a beast over 100 meters long, sleeping, its scales shimmering with icy blue light. At the very bottom of the Mariana Trench, a massive black shadow was writhing along the seabed, the surrounding seawater boiling as it was corroded by the venom it emitted. Moreover, in the forbidden zones of the Western Alliance, and deep within the tropical rainforest, there were over a dozen powerful life signs lurking. Where did these monsters come from? How did the fusion of the Heavenly Secrets Realm and Blue Star occur? Beasts comparable to the earthly immortal realm, I didn't notice them before I left Earth. Did they really appear in just a month? Jiang Li pondered, then quickly assessed the strength of these creatures in his mind. Within the existing combat power system of Blue Star, if these monsters were to awaken, it would undoubtedly be a world-ending disaster. Even a formidable being like Wang Jun would be signing his death warrant by confronting them. Only a golden core expert transcending the divine realm could withstand their might. Though they're not enough for a small demon to swallow in the primordial world, they would be capable of annihilating the heavens and earth on Blue Star. Jiang Li withdrew his divine sense, completely sealing a trace of the law's pressure that had diffused across his body. Crack. At that moment the sound of the door lock turning reached his ears. Jiang Li turned around to look at the living room. The door was pushed open and Zhang Jiangguo entered with 2 bags of freshly bought vegetables, while Zhang Cuifan followed closely behind, holding a set of keys. The moment the two raised their heads upon entering, their movements froze simultaneously. The plastic bags dropped to the floor, and several tomatoes rolled out. Son. Zhang Cuifan's voice trembled as her eyes turned red in an instant. Dad, Mom. I'm back. Jiang Li smiled and stepped forward. He bore no airs of a disciple personally taught by the heavenly leader, nor did he exhibit the coldness of a mighty golden immortal. At that moment he wore only a simple blue long robe, his gaze warm. Zhang Cuifan quickly approached, grabbing Jiang Li's arm and examining him up and down, tears streaming down her face. You dead child. You know to come back. It's been a whole 3 months. No word at all. I had the military contact you through the secret realm system. Why didn't you respond? Do you know how worried your dad and I have been? As she cried, Zhang Cuifan reached out to pat Jiang Li's back. Jiang Li allowed his mother to pat him, subtly channeling a trace of celestial essence into Zhang Cuifan, nurturing her spirit, which had been somewhat damaged from anxiety. Mom, I'm perfectly fine. Jiang Li gently reassured her. The signal is poor in that place, and I lost track of time while in seclusion. Seclusion? Can cultivation be your only sustenance? Zhang Cuifan wiped her tears. Jiang Jiangguo stood by, his eyes slightly moist, but he forced a stern face, saying, All right, it's good that you're back. Crying like what? It's already dangerous enough for a child in the secret realm. Jiang Li looked at his father. After 3 months apart, the qi and blood within Zhang Jiangguo had grown even more abundant, firmly establishing his divine realm cultivation. He had learned how to control this power, and the qi and blood no longer rampaged through his meridians. Dad, has anything happened at home in the recent period? Zhang Jiangguo sighed, bending down to pick up the tomatoes on the floor. Nothing much at home. The military has been protecting your mom and me well. As he said this, Zhang Jiangguo lowered his voice, his brow furrowed. But something major has happened outside. Jiang Li, the world has changed dramatically in the 3 months you were gone. A massive rift to a secret realm suddenly appeared in the East Sea last month. The military dispatched 30,000 elite troops to seal its suffering heavy casualties. General Li Jun personally led the team, and it is said he returned only after sustaining severe injuries. Later, over a dozen divine realm experts were deployed. If it weren't for someone breaking through at the critical moment, it would have been a dire situation. Now it's not just us, the Western Alliance is in an even worse predicament. I heard a secret realm called Abyss has directly descended upon a city with a population of over 1 million. All the people in the city vanished overnight. The news reports it daily. Experts say that the spiritual energy density of Blue Star has reached a critical point again. Those even more terrifying monsters from the realms are about to descend on a large scale. Jiang Li listened quietly. So that's how it is. No wonder when I scanned with my divine sense earlier, I found the spiritual energy density of Earth had doubled. With the accelerated revival of spiritual energy, the frequency of secret realm descents will naturally increase. Abyss monsters. East Sea Rift. Jiang Li recalled the minor spirits he saw earlier in the ocean depths, and high plateaus, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. General Chu Chantian visited yesterday, wandering around our building for quite a while before finally, sighing and leaving. Zhang Cuifan added. I saw that half of his hair has turned white. Jiang Li walked over to the sofa, picked up a glass of cool water from the coffee table, and took a sip. No need to worry. Jiang Li spoke in a calm tone. If the sky falls, there will be taller people to hold it up. What do you understand? Zhang Jiangguo glared at his son. This time is different. The monsters that emerged before could still be handled by grandmasters. The ones coming from the East Sea, it is said that missiles can't even leave a mark on them. General Li Jun has already issued the highest red alert. As soon as Zhang Jiangguo's words fell, a shrill and piercing air raid siren suddenly rang out over the skies of Yanjing City. The sound pierced through the clouds, bringing with it a suffocating sense of oppression. Outside the family compound, the sound of hurried footsteps and the roar of armored vehicle engines instantly filled the air. Zhang Cuifan's face turned pale as she instinctively grasped Jiang Jiangguo's arm. Jiang Li slightly turned his head to look out the window. Without needing to use his divine sense, his vision, which far exceeded that of ordinary humans, pierced through the 100-mile clouds. On the skyline east of Yanjing City, a massive black rift had opened in the sky. A strong, nauseating odor wafted over from over 100 kilometers away. Vaguely visible, a beast the size of a mountain with 6 wings was struggling to squeeze its body out from the rift. The violent pressure shattered the clouds below. The military's fighter jet squadrons had already taken to the skies with missiles trailing, flames raining down, but against the beast's protective aura, they felt as powerless as fireworks. The phone rang abruptly. Jiang Li looked at the flashing screen of the phone on the table, the caller ID reading Chu Changtian. He picked up the phone and pressed the answer button. Jiang Li, you're back in the country. The system shows your life signs are in Yanjing. On the other end of the line, Chu Changshan's voice was hoarse, filled with deep despair. Hurry, take your parents to the underground shelter. High-dimensional beings from the East Sea Secret Realm have descended. General Li Jun is severely injured, and of the 3 Golden Core experts left in the country, 2 have rushed over. Only 1 is left in Yinjing. Just in case, you should take your parents to the underground shelter first. General Chu. Jiang Li interrupted his shouting. He stood up, walked to the window, and looked at the imposing 6-winged beast in the distance. There was no fear in his eyes, only annoyance at being disturbed from his peaceful dream. It's ruining my mother's dinner. Jiang Li pushed open the window with one hand. He'll go take care of it first, and we can chat later. I'll be right back. He looked at Zhang Jiangguo and Zhang Cuifan. Zhang Cuifan instinctively reached out to pull him, but her fingers grasped at empty air. Jiang Li's figure had already completely vanished from the spot. Zhang Jiangguo pressed his hand firmly on his wife's shoulder, staring at the spot where his son had just stood. In the air, only a faint scent of blue lotus lingered, with no fluctuations from any burst of true qi nor any sound of spatial tearing. Let him go, since he dares to say that he must have confidence, Zhang Jiangguo said in a deep voice. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, the wind howled. Jiang Li appeared out of thin air, his blue robe flowing with the wind. He stood on top of the clouds, looking down at the earth below. The air raid siren in Yinjing City continued to wail, its piercing sound echoing between the steel and concrete. On the main road, traffic was stopped, and a large crowd surged toward the underground shelter. Several streaks of light rose from various military districts, those being the remaining Divine Realm and Golden Core warriors in Yinjing of the Dragon Nation. In Jiang Li's vision, the energy levels of these streaks of light were extremely low. Their auras, at any moment, could collapse and sever. He turned his head, his gaze piercing through the void, locking onto the East Sea defense line hundreds of kilometers away. Over the East Sea, the waves churned to heights of over 100 meters. A 6-winged beast over 500 meters long had already squeezed most of its body out of the space rift. Black slime dripped from its body, splashing onto the sea surface and instantly boiling up a large area of sickly green toxic mist. The sky was completely shrouded in dark clouds, while dozens of the latest model Shinbird fighter jets wove a dense web of firepower. Depleted uranium armor-piercing shells, high-altitude interception missiles, and high-yield explosives rained down madly on the beast's back. Flames erupted, shockwaves overturning the clouds. After the smoke cleared, the dark red scales of the beast were left with not a single white mark. Below, the aircraft carrier's deck was deformed and cracked. General Li Jun of the Huaxiao military sat in the distance, coughing up a mouthful of blood mixed with pieces of internal organs, his eyes fixed on the colossal creature in the sky. Several Divine Realm experts surrounded him, their true qi exhausted, their bodies trembling involuntarily. We can't break through. This monster's protective aura is completely immune to thermal weapons. A Grandmaster roared, his eyes bloodshot. The beast let out a roar that pierced the clouds. It raised its front claw covered in bone spurs and smashed down towards the sea surface. The massive water pressure transformed into a tangible shockwave, violently shaking the aircraft carrier fleet as alarms resonated throughout the sea. In the 10,000-meter high sky, ripples appeared in the void. Jiang Li stepped forward, directly crossing hundreds of kilometers in distance, hovering in the stratosphere directly above the beast. He looked down at the rampaging monster, his eyes showing no emotional fluctuations. A peak Earth immortal cultivation, no wonder the Golden Core realm can't handle you. Jiang Li quickly assessed the strength of this beast in his mind. In the primordial world, such a level of monster couldn't even withstand the residual effects of the treasures of the outer disciples of the Golden Ao Island. But in the current blue star, it was an insurmountable deity. Jiang Li raised his right hand, forming a sword with his fingers. A wisp of upper clear celestial essence gathered at his fingertips. As long as he unleashed this strand of Qingping sword energy, the beast's body, along with its primordial spirit, would be completely erased in a thousandth of a second. Just as the sword light was about to shine, Jiang Li halted his movements. He retracted his fingers, looking down at the island nation across the East Sea. In recent years, countries around Blue Star have exerted pressure on Huaxiao, internationally benefiting from the feedback from secret realms. The country of the devils has repeatedly provoked along the maritime borders, even openly accepting extraordinary beings from the Western Alliance to station there. Since this beast needs to devour living beings to replenish its energy, it must be provided with suitable food. The beast's instinct is to chase after higher-tier spiritual energy and the source of laws. The 3 sacred laws of yin-yang, creation and destruction, within Jiang Li's body are to it the most deadly temptation, a desire for evolution etched deep within its genes. Jiang Li turned around, taking 2 steps forward. Jiang Li's figure crossed the vast sea, directly arriving above the capital of the East Japan island nation. Below, the bustling city of Tokyo was ablaze with lights. Jiang Li hovered above the tip of the Tokyo Tower, forming a hand gesture with one hand, removing the layer of blue lotus concealment array covering his body. Deep within his dantian, the 3-colored vortex trembled slightly. A wisp of extremely subtle creation laws qi emanated from his meridians. This qi did not destroy any physical environment, but triggered an energy tsunami sweeping through the entire plane on the level of the rules of heaven and earth. On the East Sea battlefield, the six-winged beast was preparing to completely smash Wuxia's aircraft carrier. Its movements suddenly froze midair. In its six blood-red compound eyes, an extreme greed and madness exploded in an instant. It abruptly turned its head, staring intently towards the direction of the country of the devils. Roar! The beast descended into utter madness. It completely abandoned the nearby Chinese fleet, its six sky-obscuring wings beating frantically, whipping up a Category 12 sea tornado. Its colossal body transformed into a black meteor, tearing through the air as it hurtled towards Japan. On the deck, Li Jun and the other Chinese Divine Realm powerhouses stood frozen in place. They watched the monster abandon its attack and flee from Chinese waters without a backward glance, leaving them all utterly bewildered, their minds a blank. It ran away. The Grandmaster murmured to himself, swallowing hard. Above Tokyo, Jiang Li withdrew his aura, his form vanishing once more into the clouds. 2.5 minutes later, a piercing sonic boom echoed from the edge of the sky. A massive black shadow blotted out the sun over half the city. Its oppressive might shattered the glass curtain walls across an entire district. Only now did the air raid sirens begin to wail in earnest. Jiang Li sat cross-legged atop the clouds, elbow resting on his knee, observing the scene below with cold detachment. A colossal forepaw crashed down, collapsing several hundred-story skyscrapers. The harrowing screams were drowned out by the thunderous roar of crumbling structures. The six-winged beast opened its maw, inhaling violently, drawing tens of thousands of people along with cars and steel girders into its gullet. Eat. A well-fed beast yields a better inner core. Jiang Li watched the carnage, his tone utterly devoid of emotion. The six-winged beast circled above Tokyo's Shinjuku district. Its massive head twisted, six crimson compound eyes locked onto the concrete jungle below. A black corrosive breath spewed forth, melting the neon signs of the entire commercial street into molten metal. It couldn't find it. The source of that fatal allure, the origin of the law, had erupted here just moments ago, even offering a glimpse of evolution across species boundaries. But now that aura was completely severed, not even a trace of residual Dao rhyme left behind. For an Earth immortal level beast, driven by instinct to chase higher dimensions, this emptiness of having gained and lost ignited the savagery deep within its genes. Roar! The sound wave materialized into a visible, transparent ripple, sweeping outward in all directions. Within a 10-kilometer radius, every glass curtain wall shattered in the same instant. Countless people collapsed silently into pools of blood, their eardrums and internal organs ruptured by the sonic blast. The beast landed. Its six bone-spiked claws crushed 3 office towers, beginning a rampage of indiscriminate destruction across the city center. It was determined to force out the hidden source of creation. The air raid sirens had been wailing for 10 minutes. The Japanese counterattack finally arrived. 15 F-35 stealth fighters took off from Yokota Air Base, diving in 3 formations through the cloud layer. Fire control radars locked on. 30 of the latest bunker-busting missiles, trailing white exhaust, streaked towards the beast's broad back. Boom, boom, boom. The blaze of explosions engulfed half the district. Before the smoke could clear, a pair of sky-obscuring black wings beat violently. A fierce gale erupted from the ground. The blast of pure energy sliced through the explosion's shockwave, and without losing momentum slammed into the fighter formations above. The high-strength aerospace alloys proved fragile as paper. The 15 costly jets, without even executing an evasive maneuver, disintegrated midair into a storm of flaming debris. Damn it. The latest conventional munitions can't even scratch it. Get the warrior squads up there. Inside an armored command vehicle, the frontline commander of the self-defense forces roared into his communicator. At the end of the street, a dozen figures wreathed in dense, glowing life force raced towards the beast. These were martial grandmasters cultivated with the nation's full resources from secret realm treasures. The 3 leading them had even stepped into the divine realm. Ayajutsu slash. The leading divine realm swordsman bellowed. His life force surged, and the katana forged from special secret realm metal erupted with a blinding 30-meter blade aura aimed directly at the beast's rear ankle. Simultaneously, 2 Onmyoji formed seals, summoning 2 10-meter-tall shikigami from thin air, flanking the beast to seal off its escape routes. It was a perfect kill formation, proven effective against the low-grade beasts that had spilled out of the East China Sea. The beast lowered its head, glancing at the ants charging towards it. It didn't even bother using a skill. It simply raised a forepaw and took a casual step forward. Crack! The 30-meter blade aura shattered inch by inch, and the secret realm katana snapped. The giant paw flattened the entire intersection. The divine realm swordsman, along with his vaunted life force shield, was ground into paste. The 2 shikigami were obliterated by a single casual swipe of the beast's paw. The backlash instantly killed the 2 Onmyoji, blood pouring from their 7 orifices as they collapsed. The remaining grandmasters froze in place, their legs trembling uncontrollably. Their faith shattered, their will to fight gone. The beast opened its maw, unleashing a terrifying suction that pulled the warriors along with the very ground beneath them into its stomach. It chewed a couple of times, spat out a few bloody bones, and continued its rampage. Above the clouds, Jiang Li sat cross-legged. He reached out and grasped the void, condensing moisture into a crystalline seat that held him steadily. He didn't look down. His divine sense had already relayed the grim scene below into his mind. So crude, Jiang Li gave his verdict. The way these warriors utilized their life force to him, who had been tempered by the Shangqing immortal art, was a profound insult to energy itself. No comprehension of the laws, no borrowing of heaven and earth's momentum, just a pure inelegant stacking of raw power. This cultivation system couldn't even hope to contend with a peak earth immortal beast, let alone stand against a mere nascent soul acolyte from the outer sect of Golden Ao Island, who could suppress them with a single magic artifact. As for this beast, Jiang Li had roughly discerned its origins. It possessed a trace of ancient Xiongxi bloodline, focused purely on physical cultivation with zero affinity for the Dao. In the primordial era, this would have been cannon fodder. But on Blue Star, where spiritual energy had just begun to recover its peak earth immortal physique, was enough to sweep through any existing human military force. Let the bullets fly for a while. Jiang Li closed his eyes. The three law vortices of creation, yin-yang, and destruction spun steadily within him. He was in no rush to act. The more living beings and extraordinary energy the beast devoured, the higher the quality of its inner core. It would make a fine tonic for cleansing his parents or the military brass meridians. 300 meters beneath Tokyo, National Crisis Management Center. Red alarm lights flashed frantically. On the massive LCD screen, the blocks representing population density and structural integrity were turning black at an alarming rate. The defense minister's shirt was soaked with cold sweat. He gripped the table, staring intently at the casualty statistics in the top right corner of the screen. Prime Minister. The defense minister's voice was dry and hoarse. The Imperial Guard Division is annihilated. The 3rd Escort Unit is annihilated. None of the masters from the 3 great swordsmanship families who went to fight have survived. The Japanese Prime Minister, seated at the head of the table, had a face ashen with fury. He watched the black beast slaughtering the city on screen, his fingers digging tightly into the armrests of his chair. Evacuate the civilians underground. All self-defense force heavy weaponry is authorized to fire without further request. The Prime Minister issued the order, then turned to the Chief Cabinet Secretary. Contact the White House. Contact the USFJ headquarters. We need the 7th Fleet support. We need their superhero squad. The secretary quickly picked up the phone and dialed the highest level secure line. 2 minutes later, the call connected. What came through the speaker wasn't an anxious inquiry, but the sound of mellow jazz music and the crisp clink of ice against the glass. Mr. President, this is Tokyo. We are under a devastating attack from an SS-class secret realm monster. Please immediately order the 7th Fleet at Yokosuka to sortie, or half of Tokyo will be wiped off the map within 2 hours. The Prime Minister snatched the phone and shouted into the receiver. On the other end of the phone, the president of the ugly country leaned back in his executive chair in the Oval Office, holding a glass of bourbon whiskey. He watched the satellite live broadcast on mute. In the footage, the capital of the enemy country was engulfed in flames. My dear ally, I have witnessed this. It is a heartbreaking tragedy. The president's voice was tinged with formulaic regret, yet devoid of any sense of urgency. So what are you waiting for? The carrier battle group of the 7th Fleet is less than 50 kilometers from Tokyo. This monster is immune to conventional weapons. We need your nuclear weapons and the highest level extraordinary beings, the Prime Minister roared. This is a very complex procedural issue, Mr. Prime Minister. The president leisurely took a sip of whiskey. You know, Congress has recently stalled the military budget. The 7th Fleet's aircraft carrier is currently facing a severe energy shortage. To be honest, they don't even have fuel to set sail. The Prime Minister was taken aback. No fuel for the aircraft carrier. A nuclear-powered aircraft carrier without fuel? This absurd excuse was brazenly stated at such a critical moment. Moreover, the president continued. Our superhero team also requires substantial allowances to mobilize. These extraordinary beings have big tempers. Without sufficient compensation, the Pentagon cannot command them. This is extortion. This violates the security treaty. The Minister of Defense could not help but shout angrily from the side. Calm down, gentlemen. This is commercial logic. The president put down his glass, his tone turning cold and direct. The treasury is in deficit. We need to fill it. Your country has just secured a medium-sized spiritual mineral vein in the celestial realm, and the high-purity spirit stones produced should be the most sought-after strategic resource on Blue Star. Furthermore, regarding military expenses, 500 trillion yen in emergency aid is a reasonable price. 500 trillion. And you want our spiritual mineral vein. The Prime Minister felt dark before his eyes, his chest heaving with anger. This spiritual mineral vein was a trump card seized by the enemy country at the cost of losing a powerful being and several grandmasters. It represented the hope for a decade of overtaking. 500 trillion yen would directly drain the treasury's already limited liquidity. The other side clearly did not wish to save lives. They only wanted to exploit the opportunity of the enemy country being battered to the bone, draining the last bit of value from them. I will give you 5 minutes to consider. The president watched as another foot of the beast crushed a sports stadium. In the footage, his tone relaxed. However, the monster is advancing rapidly. Perhaps in 3 minutes the price of 500 trillion will rise to 800 trillion. Silence reigned in the underground bunker. Only the sound of static from the loudspeaker and the Minister of Defense's hurried breaths could be heard. The Prime Minister slumped in his chair. National dignity was worthless at this moment. Without power, one can only be at the mercy of tyranny. Agree to his terms. The Prime Minister closed his eyes, his voice laced with utter fatigue. Transfer the mining rights of the spiritual mineral vein to the military of the ugly country and instruct the Ministry of Finance to immediately transfer 500 trillion in foreign currency. But Prime Minister, that spiritual mineral vein. The Minister of Defense urged. There are no buts. If we can't protect Tokyo, we don't even have the qualification to exist. The Prime Minister suddenly opened his eyes and shouted sternly. Immediately notify the Black Palace, the deal is done. The orders were passed down layer by layer. 3 minutes later, the foreign funds flowed into the account of the ugly country, and the highest authority key for the spiritual mineral vein was sent to the Pentagon's server. Inside the Oval Office, the president looked at the incoming confirmation message that popped up on the computer screen, revealing a satisfied smile. He pressed the red call button on the desk connecting to the U.S. Military Command in Japan. General, you can start working. Activate the War God Extraordinary Team to cooperate with the 7th Fleet and drive that ugly bug into the sea. Understood, Mr. President. The hunt begins. In Tokyo waters, the piercing battle alarm rang throughout the port. The 7th Fleet, which had been lying in wait, began large-scale maneuvers. 2 Nimitz-class nuclear-powered aircraft carriers sailed towards the deep sea, surrounded by escort ships. On the deck, 12 fighter jets armed with special spiritual energy weapons produced in the celestial realm prepared for launch. Meanwhile, deep within the base, 4 blonde, blue-eyed extraordinary beings emerged from their life pods. They emanated an aura several times more violent than that of the enemy country's powerful beings. This was the product of combining modern genetic agents from Blue Star with cultivation methods from the celestial realm. Each possessed combat power at the late stage of the powerful being realm. The cities of the Easterners are truly fragile. The burly man, codenamed Captain, cracked his neck, producing a loud sound of bones grinding. Let's go earn our bonus. The situation on the battlefield seemed to be turning around. The combination of the pinnacle military strength and extraordinary power of this stage on Blue Star officially intervened in the battlefield. High above, Jiang Li opened his eyes, his gaze penetrating the clouds, precisely landing on the movements at the Yokosuka base. He saw those 4 so-called super soldiers and the massive carrier fleet on the sea. The small schemes and underhanded tactics of the ugly country were utterly exposed under the coverage of his divine sense. A smirk curled at the corner of Jiang Li's mouth. You think you can do good deeds after taking the money? The hegemonic game of Blue Star seems too laughable in front of me, a direct disciple of the Jia sect. He flicked his finger. The trace of the Dao Law energy that had been completely retracted within him was enveloped by his Qingxian Yuan, directly aimed at the direction of the Yokosuka base. The energy of the law dissipated in midair, evenly covering the deck of the 7th Fleet's aircraft carrier and the 4 extraordinary beings. This aura had no effect on humans, but to the monster it was akin to a searchlight in the darkness. The 6-winged monster wreaking havoc in downtown Tokyo suddenly halted its movements. It abruptly lifted its head, its 6 compound eyes locking onto the direction of the Yokosuka base. That deadly desire surged up again, even more intense than before. It was convinced that the opportunity for evolution lay within that sea area among those few recently emerged humans. Roar. The monster abandoned the Nauru in Tokyo, its black wings tearing through the sound barrier. Its massive body changed direction, charging towards the Yokosuka U.S. military base with the momentum to destroy everything. Jiang Li shifted to a more comfortable position, continuing to watch the show. Come on, let me see how tough your aircraft carriers are. In the Yokosuka waters, 12 fighter jets equipped with the latest spiritual energy weapons ascended to altitude, while their fire control radars simultaneously locked onto the massive figure in the distance. 4 Western super soldiers walked across the waves. Leading them was James, codenamed Tyrant, his muscles bulging, golden hair flowing wildly, wielding a giant axe forged from high-strength titanium alloy and spiritual minerals from the celestial realm. Let's show these Easterners what the power of a Blue Star hegemon looks like. James grinned, his body erupting with violent energy fluctuations at the late stage of the powerful being realm. The surrounding seawater was pushed aside by the energy field, creating visible depressions. The fighter jets opened fire. Dozens of special spiritual energy armor-piercing missiles trailing long tails of flame howled as they covered the airspace where the 6-winged monster was located. The explosions were deafening, the flames illuminating the entire sea area. Roar. A roar devoid of any pain, only pure greed and fury tore through the fiery curtain. The wisp of creation law aura that Jiang Li flicked away utterly ignited the primal instinct buried deep within the beast's genes. Its 6 compound eyes locked onto the tantalizing figures of James and the others, along with the long steel fleet ahead. It was not merely hungry. It craved devouring to evolve. A fierce gale howled. Ignoring the searing heat and shockwaves, the beast's colossal body crashed straight through the wall of fire. Dozens of armor-piercing shells, each costing over 100 million, ricocheted off its dark crimson scales, leaving only faint white scratches. The beast's front claw lashed out, and a sudden sonic boom tore through the air. "Encircle it! Seal off its limbs!" James roared, his massive axe cleaving a blood-colored crescent of energy dozens of meters wide, aimed directly at the beast's throat. 3 other super soldiers flanked from the sides, weaving energy beams and sword auras into an inescapable net of annihilation. The beast did not dodge. It opened its maw wide and took the combined strike of the 4 divine realm warriors heeded. The energy net shattered instantly within its mouth. Then it violently whipped its head. Crack! A super soldier on the left was snapped in half. Without even a scream, his torso and entrails splattering across the sea surface amidst a spray of blood. James' pupils contracted. Before he could react, the beast's colossal black wings swept outward, compressing the air into a solid blade of wind. 2 late divine realm powerhouses on the right were cleaved in twain, their vaunted protective aura as flimsy as paper. 3 seconds. In just 3 seconds of contact, 3 super warriors hailed as the West's pinnacle combatants were slain. Jameis' blood-colored crescent struck the beast's neck, merely chipping off 2 dark red scales. A bead of black toxic blood oozed out. A scratch. That flicker of pain drove the beast into a complete frenzy. It stomped down with its colossal foot. Bang! Jameis' bones shattered across most of his body as he was hurled into the sea like a tattered sack swallowed by churning waves, his fate unknown. High above, amidst the clouds at 10,000 meters, Jiang Li reclined on a throne of condensed ice crystals, gazing down. An Earth immortal physique barely passes muster. Mortals wielding toys forged from scraps of stone aren't fit to scratch its itch. Jiang Li shifted his gaze to the fleet anchored on the sea below. Having swatted away the flies, the beast set its sights on the aircraft carrier deck, radiating that aura of creation. It dove sharply, its 6 wings beating furiously, whipping up winds exceeding force 15. Waves surged 100 meters high. The commander of the 7th Fleet screamed orders to open fire. CIWS guns spat tongues of flame. Boom. The beast slammed onto the deck. The 100,000 Nimitz-class nuclear-powered carrier snapped in half. High-strength aviation steel was shredded like paper by its giant claws. Several jets yet to be launched were crushed into scrap metal. Then the beast opened its maw and unleashed a jet-black energy breath into the reactor compartment at the carrier's rupture point. A blinding white light flared as the nuclear reactor detonated. The violent shockwave capsized every escort vessel in the vicinity. A colossal mushroom cloud rose over Yokosuka Bay. The second carrier caught in the blast collapsed at its island superstructure, listed violently, and began to sink. The U.S. 7th Fleet, which had dominated the world's oceans for decades, couldn't last 10 minutes against this Earth immortal tier primordial beast. Jiang Li gave a slight nod and withdrew his gaze. "Let's see what else you've got." The White House. Underground bunker. Bourbon swirled in a glass, then shattered against the carpet with a sharp crack, scattering shards everywhere. The president shot to his feet, staring at the screen, showing Yokosuka Bay swallowed by the mushroom cloud, his hands trembling uncontrollably. The entire crisis management center was dead silent. The Secretary of Defense and several cabinet members were ashen-faced. "Our fleet. Gone. 3 members of the War God Squad fallen, and James severely wounded or missing." The president's voice was hoarse. That was their trump card, forged from trillions in military spending and countless secret realm resources, shattered by a single monster. "Mr. President, our assessment of that creature's power was completely wrong. It's not something the current divine realm. It was originally heading for China, but suddenly veered toward Japan for some unknown reason. It seemed drawn by something, and then it flew into a rage." The defense secretary kept wiping cold sweat from his brow. "Shut up," the president bellowed. "I don't care what. Give me Pacific Command in Hawaii. Mobilize all remaining supernaturals, load portable nukes, and reinforce. Also, Japan has something good that lured that beast over. Have our people investigate it immediately." "Yes, sir." The president took 2 deep breaths, forcing down the panic. His politician's instincts kicked in, rapidly calculating gains and losses. The 7th Fleet annihilated, the War God Squad crippled. This disastrous loss could never be pinned on his administration. Someone had to pay the price. He turned back to his desk and pressed the dedicated red line to the Japanese Prime Minister. The call connected. "Mr. Prime Minister, I trust you've seen the footage as well." The president's tone was grim, laced with naked greed and shamelessness. On the other end, the Japanese Prime Minister's voice trembled. "Mr. President, your fleet. Our fleet made immeasurable sacrifices to defend Tokyo." The president cut him off. That beast's power underwent an unexpected mutation. The previous 50 trillion and the spirit or vein only count as the initial deposit and compensation for the first fleet deployment. The Prime Minister froze, then erupted in furious outrage. "Deposit? Your forces didn't even scratch the monster's hide before being wiped out. It's still rampaging through our territorial waters, and you dare demand more. This is outright robbery. Think what you will, Mr. Prime Minister." The president glanced at his watch. The Pacific Fleet's supernatural units are on standby. They require the highest grade spiritual weapons. I need to see another 100 trillion yen transferred in foreign exchange. Otherwise we'll have no choice but to let that monster sink the entire archipelago to the bottom of the sea. You're absolutely. Click. The president hung up. He watched the beast still rampaging on the screen, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes. Anderson Air Force Base, Guam. A piercing siren tore through the night. 6B-21 stealth strategic bombers laden with the latest spiritual annihilator earth-penetrating missiles soared into the sky, trailing azure flames. Pacific Fleet Command, Hawaii. 3 white men in special alloy battle armor boarded a military transport plane. Their blood energy blazed like furnaces, warping the very light around them from energy overload. Divine Realm Peak. The Judgment Squad, the Pentagon's ultimate strategic deterrent, was deployed in full force. Target Japan. The scene shifts back to China. East Sea Fleet Command Center. The atmosphere was the polar opposite of the U.S. Almost celebratory. The screen looped footage of the 7th Fleet being swallowed by the mushroom cloud. Beautifully done. A Grandmaster slammed his hand on the table, leaving a clear palm print in the alloy surface. Those bastards always flaunted their carriers on the high seas. Today they got their just deserts. We were ready to deploy our first-tier strategic reserves, but it seems this beast went berserk halfway. Laughter and cheers filled the command center. Only Li Jun, the military titan, standing at the forefront, wore a deep frown. He wasn't laughing. He stared at the energy waveform on the screen, pulling up the 3 seconds of data before the beast changed course. Too abrupt. Li Jun pointed at the trajectory on the holographic projection. An Earth Immortal Demon King has intelligence rivaling humans. It abandoned a target right at its doorstep in China and forced a turn despite sonic boom damage. That defies biological instinct. Unless... A sharp glint flashed in Li Jun's eyes. Unless something from a higher dimension was reeling it in like a fish on a line. He glanced at the calendar on his wristwatch. Today marks the return window of the Celestial Secret Realm. A name buried deep within his heart suddenly sprang forth. Jiang Li, the madman who resolutely stepped into the desolate secret realm where death was certain. During the previous return windows he had shown no signs of life, and many speculated that he had already become the excrement of a demon beast. But what about this time? Li Jun quickly dialed the secure line of Chu Changtian, the commander of the Jiangnan military district. Old Chu, go to Jiang Li's home right now. Right away, immediately. On the other end of the line, the sounds of military personnel moving about mixed with Chu Changshan's voice. Old Li, I was just about to report to you. The scouts responsible for the outer security of the Jiang family reported back that Jiang Jiangguo and his wife suddenly canceled all their appointments today, laughing and chatting at home while buying a lot of groceries. Jiang Li is highly likely to have returned. Li Jun suddenly clenched his fists, breathing heavier. You go bring the highest level special supplies. See if Jiang Li has returned. Understood. In Jinling City, within the military district compound, the aroma of food wafted from the Jiang family's small villa. Jiang Li emerged from the kitchen carrying a plate of braised ribs, placing it steadily on the dining table. The figure watching the drama above Tokyo was merely a manifestation he conjured using a strand of transformative celestial essence. His true self had quietly returned home long ago through the water escape technique. Mom, this is delicious. Over the years on Janeo Island. Cough, this is what I miss the most. Jiang Li said with Jiang Jiangguo at the peak of the divine realm, stared at his son, his gaze filled with inquiry. He could sense that there was not a trace of true energy fluctuation coming from his son, just like an ordinary person. But the instincts of a warrior were screaming warnings. The smiling young man before him was extremely dangerous. That feeling was akin to a mortal standing at the edge of an abyss. Just one more glance could shatter their soul. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Jiang Jiangguo stood up to open the door. Outside stood Chu Changtian in full military uniform, flanked by 2 Grandmaster aides carrying various rare spiritual fruits and high-grade exotic beast meat. General Chu, Jiang Jiangguo said with a smile. Chu Changtian waved his hand, his gaze directly bypassing Jiang Jiangguo to lock onto Jiang Li, who was sitting at the dining table gnawing on ribs. Found him. Chu Changtian strode into the living room. As he got closer, the blood chi that he prided himself on, which was at the half-step divine realm, suddenly trembled uncontrollably. There was no oppressive force, no aura. Yet in Chu Changshan's perception, the figure sitting there was not a person at all. Instead, it was an endless starry sky, the manifestation of the laws of life and death. Chu Changtian felt his legs weaken, the true energy in his meridians instantly stagnating, almost causing him to kneel on the spot. What realm is this? A Grandmaster. Divine realm. No, even the legendary Earth Immortal wouldn't exude this soul-crushing pressure. Jiang Li pulled out a tissue, wiped the corner of his mouth, and turned to look at Chu Changtian. He slightly restrained a trace of the law's rhythm of the peak, golden, immortal within him. Who? Chu Changtian felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. He took a deep breath, his tone involuntarily infused with utmost reverence. Mr. Jiang Li, welcome home. Jiang Li pointed to the empty chair across from him. General Chu, please sit. Haven't you eaten yet? Chu Changtian dared not sit down. He forced himself to remain calm and reported, Mr. Jiang Li, a six-winged exotic beast of the earth immortal realm, has descended over the East Sea. For some reason it turned towards the east, even annihilating the 7th fleet of the Ugly Nation. But the Ugly Nation has already deployed nuclear-level forces. No need to worry about it. Jiang Li interrupted Chu Changtian, picking up a piece of rib and placing it in his mother's bowl. Chu Changtian was taken aback, hurriedly explaining, if that beast devours the souls of the East, its power will certainly break through again. If it retaliates the coastal areas of Huaxia, it won't be able to return. Jiang Li placed his chopsticks down, his eyes showing no ripples, as if stating a trivia. That creature is only tough on the outside. Once it finishes consuming the pests of the Ugly Nation, the quality of its inner Dan will be nearly at its limit. Chu Changshan's pupils trembled violently, suddenly grasping the main point in his words. You mean? Jiang Li tugged at the corners of his mouth, revealing a gentle, yet chilling smile. I threw out some bait to play with it. The living room fell into a dead silence. Chu Changtian stood frozen in place, his mind exploding like a nuclear bomb with a megaton yield. Playing with it. That beast had thrown the entire world into chaos, forcing the East to face annihilation and the Ugly Nation's fleet to be completely wiped out. In his mouth, it was merely a dog that he was walking. What exactly had he experienced in that so-called certain death? At this moment, Jiang Li looked out the window, his gaze seemingly penetrating the vast sea. Calculating the time, the trump card of the Ugly Nation should be arriving. Jiang Li's fingers lightly tapped on the dining table. This show isn't over yet. The night sky was pitch black. Heavy cumulonimbus clouds churned above Tokyo Bay. 6 B-21 strategic stealth bombers broke through the clouds. The bomb bay doors opened. The fire control systems fully locked onto the enormous creature, wreaking havoc below among the ruins. Coordinates confirmed. Instructions issued. Spiritual energy destroyer disengaged. 12 special underground missiles equipped with high-concentration spiritual energy warheads shot out with a howl. The plasma tail flames drew 12 dazzling blue trails in the night. This was the devastating trump card developed by the Ugly Nation's military, disregarding international treaties, specifically targeting high-tier secret realm beings. Each missile cost enough to arm a top-tier destroyer. The six-winged exotic beast halted its chewing. Its 6 compound eyes turned, simultaneously fixating on the light spots falling from above. A sense of crisis caused its dark red scales to stand on end. It abruptly spread its wings wide, a violent wind lifting up a massive amount of debris, its colossal body attempting to take to the sky. The missiles activated their terminal tracking programs in midair, locking onto the high-intensity inner Dan energy source within the beast. Boom. Series of explosions erupted along the shore of Tokyo Bay. The blinding white light instantly deprived the military satellites of their visual feeds. A chaotic spiritual energy current formed a massive vacuum sphere, violently pulling the surrounding space before abruptly expanding outward. The seawater was pushed back. A 100-meter-high tsunami mixed with debris surged toward the already devastated urban area. Even before the smoke cleared, a heart-wrenching roar pierced the clouds. The sound waves transformed into tangible ripples, shattering the glass of skyscrapers within a 10-mile radius into powder. The exotic beast charged out from the sea of flames. A gaping blood hole several dozen meters wide was blasted open on its back, dark red scales shattered in large patches, and purple-black blood poured down like a waterfall. The highly corrosive blood dripped onto the reinforced concrete, emitting pungent white smoke. It was injured. The brutal survival laws of the depths of the desolate realm were etched into its bones. Being wounded would not instill fear in it, instead it would provoke its desire for mutual destruction. The exotic beast's long tail swept across. The last remaining large crane at the Tokyo Bay port was severed in half, the heavy steel frame crashing into the sea. It opened its massive maw, spewing forth a pitch-black toxic breath with a diameter of over 100 meters, directly melting several cargo ships that had yet to sink into molten iron. Above the clouds, the B-21 formation was maneuvering to change course. The second wave of spiritual energy destroyers was released from their racks. This time the exotic beast did not sit idly by. It raised its head, the 6 compound eyes emanating a brutal red light. Its mental energy manifested as tangible energy waves, colliding violently with the first 3 missiles in midair. Brilliant light reappeared. The 3 missiles were detonated prematurely. The enormous body of the exotic beast twisted in midair into a posture that defied the laws of physics, evading the other 5 missiles. However, the remaining 4 missiles precisely sealed off its escape route. No way to avoid it. The exotic beast roared, its 3 black wings on the left suddenly closing and slashing towards the missiles. The shockwave from the explosion tore apart the sky. The left side wings of the beast broke apart on the spot, a rain of black feathers accompanied by blood pouring down. It lost its balance and crashed heavily onto the unfinished artificial island of Tokyo Bay. The entire island was shattered into pieces. The sea boiled. 3 streams of light tore through the horizon, hovering above the artificial island. The highest combat force of the Ugly Nation, the Judgment Team, had arrived. The leader, a burly white man codenamed Odin, was clad in silver-white mystical alloy battle armor. He held a spear entwined with lightning, unleashing the pressure of a peak divine realm without reservation. Its energy waveform has decreased by 40%. Beside Odin, a tall and thin man codenamed Azura looked at the detector on his wrist, his tone cold. The president has issued the highest order, obtain its inner core to compensate for the losses of the 7th Fleet. Attack. As soon as the words fell, 2 figures flew in from the skyline again. They wore the traditional martial arts attire of the Stick Nation, with true chi emanating to form a golden energy shield. Warriors of the great cold underworld have come to assist our allies. One of the martial gods from the Stick Nation shouted loudly, wielding 2 long blades forged from mystical black iron. Only our supreme sword techniques from the great cold underworld can suppress such a monster. The spoil should be distributed by us. Odin cast a cold glance at them, offering no rebuttal. The cannon fodder had come to him, and he could not have wished for more. Amidst the ruins, bricks and stones exploded. 2 of the last remaining divine realm powerhouses of the Ghost Nation soared into the sky. They were covered in blood, their eyes bloodshot, staring at the alien beast with utmost madness. Their country had been reduced to ruins, and all they wanted now was the creature's life. 7 divine realms thoroughly sealed off all escape routes for the alien beast. The sea breeze carried a strong stench of blood. The alien beast lay amidst the rubble, its broken wings oozing black blood. It gazed at the 7 humans floating in the air. Then it moved. Without warning, its massive body erupted with a speed that belied its size. Sonic booms erupted behind it. Form a formation. Odin shouted. The martial god from the Stick Nation, eager to claim credit, directly broke away from the encirclement. He gripped his blades, channeling true chi into the mystical iron sword, striking out a golden blade of light, extending 100 feet. Mountain-splitting strike. The alien beast did not dodge or evade, charging directly into the blade of light. The mystical iron sword struck the intact, dark red scales of the alien beast, sparks flying. Immediately after, a sound of teeth-chattering fractures rang out. The sword, said to be able to sever mountains, shattered in 2. The martial god from the Stick Nation's pupils contracted, his mind blank for a moment. The alien beast opened its massive jaws. Its upper and lower jaws snapped together. Half of its body was bitten off. Its entrails, mixed with shattered bones, fell into the sea. In one move, a divine realm fell. Chuelao, another martial god from the Stick Nation's eyes filled with rage, true chi surging as he attempted to fight back. The alien beast completely ignored him, its thick tail tearing through the air, sweeping towards one of the ugly nation's divine realm powerhouses with terrifying momentum. The air was compressed into a wall of pressure. The martial god could not even scream, instantly turned into a mist of blood in midair. In less than 10 seconds of battle, the entire Stick Nation's support force was wiped out. Odin's expression changed completely. The intelligence was wrong. Even if severely wounded, this was definitely not something an ordinary peak divine realm could handle. Restraining its movements, Odin roared. The 2 divine realm powerhouses from the Ghost Nation let out beast-like roars, directly abandoning defense. One on the left, one on the right, they tightly wrapped around the alien beast's hind limbs. Burning true chi, they attempted to lock down the creature with their flesh. The alien beast thrashed wildly, its massive paws stomping on the remnants of the artificial island, shattering large areas of land. Now's the time. Odin raised the lightning spear above his head. A lightning bolt as thick as a barrel descended, striking the spear. He gathered all his true chi, transforming it into a silver lightning bolt aimed directly at the blood hole on the alien beast's back, created by a missile. A lightning bolt as thick as a barrel descended, striking the spear. He gathered all his true chi, transforming it into a silver lightning bolt aimed directly at the blood hole on the alien beast's back. The spear pierced the blood hole. The alien beast let out a wailing cry that shattered the sea surface. The power of thunder coursed through its blood, wreaking havoc within its body. It sensed the threat of death. 6 compound eyes bulged simultaneously. The 2 compound eyes on the left side exploded with a bang. This was not injury, but a self-detonation. A violent mental force mixed with a unique foul energy instantly swept across the battlefield. A mental storm engulfed the area. The 2 divine realm powerhouses holding onto the alien beast's hind limbs were the first to bear the brunt. Their protective true chi shattered instantly, the foul energy invading their brains. Blood poured from their 7 orifices as their heads exploded like ripe watermelons. The headless corpses fell into the sea. The alien beast did not stop its movements, suddenly turning its head, its intact front claw reaching out, ignoring the cutting of the energy chain, slamming down on one of the ugly nation's divine realm powerhouses' chest. The vibranium armor collapsed. The divine realm powerhouse's ribcage shattered entirely, his body flying back at speeds exceeding 10 Mach, crashing into the sea, creating dozens of towering water columns, sinking to the bottom, his fate unknown. Another divine realm powerhouse from the ugly nation was swept by the alien beast's broken wings. Half of his body was stripped of flesh, screaming as he fell into the ruins. Odin coughed up blood, his hands tiger mouths, deeply bruised. He gripped the thunder spear tightly, trying to deliver a fatal blow. The muscles on the alien beast's back suddenly contracted, forcing the spear to jam. Then using the downward force from Odin, it shattered the rocks beneath its feet and dove into the pitch-black depths. The seawater surged back. A massive whirlpool swallowed the shattered artificial island. Purple-black blood stained large areas of the sea, only to be dispersed by the waves. On the surface of the sea, only Odin remained, holding half of the broken spear, suspended in midair. He gasped for breath, his silver armor in tatters. Without obtaining the inner core, the Judgment Team suffered 1 death and 2 severe injuries. The 7th Fleet was annihilated alongside the Divine Realm powerhouses of the Stick Nation and Ghost Nation. In the face of this injured alien beast, the martial realm of Blue Star faced a crushing defeat. The alien beast was not dead, it had escaped. In Huaxia at the Yanjing Military District compound, the holographic screen in the living room was divided into dozens of images sourced from military spy satellites and reconnaissance aircraft. Chu Changtian stood straight, cold sweat dripping down to his military uniform collar. He stared intently at the Tokyo Bay area rolling with black blood, his mind spinning. 7 divine realms. The peak combat forces of various countries in Blue Star, equipped with the most advanced technological weapons, could not stop an injured monster. They were even devoured alive for at a time. Chu Changtian swallowed hard. He felt a profound sense of power. If this monster had not gone to the Ghost Nation, but had instead headed straight for the shores of Huaxiao, then Jiang Li would likely have been reduced to ashes by now. Sitting on the sofa, Jiang Li put down the celadone teacup in his hand. The bottom of the cup tapped against the glass coffee table, producing a soft sound. Chu Changtian shuddered, turning to look at Jiang Li. Jiang Li leaned back against the sofa, idly flipping through an old photo album beside him. The apocalyptic scenes on the television seemed less captivating than an old photograph. It escaped. Chu Changshan's voice was hoarse, laced with unmistakable panic. It devoured several divine realm martial artists, and once it digests that energy and recovers from its injuries, it will surely return. No one on Blue Star can stop it now. Jiang Li lifted his eyelids, glancing at Chu Changtian. Escape. Jiang Li tugged at the corner of his mouth, revealing an extremely faint smile. He set down the teacup and raised his right hand. His index and middle fingers came together, gathering a point of azure light at their tips. This was the highly restrained essence of the upper clear sword intent. Jiang Li's expression was calm as he pointed his index finger at the air ahead. The void trembled. A circle of transparent ripples rapidly spread out from the tip of his finger. The space was directly cut open, creating a gap. The azure light point slipped into the fissure, vanishing from sight. In the depths of the East Sea, at the bottom of a trench light could not reach. The seawater was icy cold. A gigantic 6-winged monstrous beast lay hidden in the mud of the seabed. Dark red blood flowed from the wounds on its back, staining a large area of the surrounding water. It kept its eyes tightly shut, and the dark red inner core within its body accelerated in circulation. The flesh and blood of 4 divine realm warriors melted as they moved against the stomach wall, transforming into energy that flowed through its meridians to its limbs and bones. The broken wings slowly began to reorganize. Countless flesh buds erupted from the massive wound on its back. This ancient beast retained a primitive logic of survival within its brain. Heal its wounds, grow stronger, and devour the transformative aura that attracted it. In the end, it would tear apart all the insects that stood in its way. It opened its remaining 4 compound eyes. The dark currents at the seabed ceased to flow. Tinjiang above the seawater violently parted to the sides. A tumtor-long spatial fissure silently opened. There was no warning of energy fluctuations. A green light shot out from the fissure. The beast's pupils contracted sharply. It wanted to raise its head to summon its chi, to awaken its instinct for survival, to defend itself. Everything was too late. The green light pierced through the seawater and struck its forehead. There was no loud noise, no explosion. The hard dark red scales could not withstand even a moment. The destructive laws of the heavenly Tao at the bottom of the wilderness poured into its forehead, obliterating all its nerve centers along the way. The spirit within the sea of consciousness was directly shredded by the upper clear sword intent, turning into pure void. The massive body of the beast suddenly stiffened, the brutal light in its compound eyes extinguished in an instant, turning into a dull gray. It emitted no death throes. From the fissure a hand extended. It was fair and well-defined. The surface of the palm was covered with a thin layer of transformative celestial essence, counteracting the surrounding water pressure. The hand opened its 5 fingers and reached out towards the belly of the beast's massive corpse. The solid flesh tore apart to the sides, and a dark red inner core the size of a fist and covered in cracks burst forth, landing precisely in the palm. The hand retracted. The spatial fissure closed. The seabed returned to silence. The gigantic corpse crashed heavily onto the ocean floor, stirring up clouds of mud. The lurking deep-sea mutant creatures sensed the disappearance of the pressure and began to rush madly towards the body rich in immense energy. In the Jiang family's living room, Jiang Li withdrew his right hand. His fingers slightly closed, and in his palm lay a dark red orb. The surface of the orb was covered in intricate natural patterns with violent energy surging within it. Chu Changshan's words stuck in his throat. He stared at the orb in Jiang Li's hand. The moment the orb appeared, a destructive pressure filled the entire living room. The bones in Chu Changshan's body cracked loudly. A tremendous gravitational force pressed down on him, forcing the chi of his half-step divine realm back into his dantian. He had felt this aura before when he traveled to the East Sea. It was even more violent than that shown on the screen, with no distance to weaken it. That was the energy core of the monstrous beast. Jiang Li glanced at Chu Changshan's trembling legs and twisted his wrist. The transformative laws flowed through his palm, directly sealing off the pressure of the inner core. Chu Chantian gasped for air, his military uniform completely soaked through. There are too many impurities, it's not even fit to be the base material for refining weapons. Here you go. Jiang Li shook his head, his tone revealing unmasked disdain. He casually tossed it to Chu Chantian. The inner core of the beast, which had instilled fear in the global elite and caused the deaths of 7 divine realm warriors, rolled half a circle across the glass coffee table, stopping in front of Chu Chantian. Chu Changshan's mind went blank. He raised his head, looking at the inner core on the table, then at Jiang Li, who sat on the sofa with an expression as calm as ever. Mr. Jiang, this is... Chu Changshan's voice was dry. He didn't even notice the extreme reverence in his tone. That beast's inner core. Jiang Li took a tissue to wipe his hands. How could it be? It was clearly in the deep sea of Tokyo Bay. Chu Chantian stuttered. Jiang Li leaned back against the sofa. I left a bit of transformative aura on it, intending to let it kill a few ugly countrymen and refine the inner core to be purer. But it was too useless, unable to withstand even a few iron lumps injuring its origin. Keeping it is just a waste of air. Thousands of miles away, lurking in the deep sea. A finger to kill. A grasp to take the core. In the martial arts system of Blue Star, divine realm warriors were not even worthy of being stepping stones before this hand. Chu Chantian remembered what Jiang Li had said earlier to toy with it. This was not arrogance, it was an absolute strength that surpassed the entire world's understanding. Jiang Li glanced at the inner core on the coffee table. This thing has too mixed energy, a direct absorption will cause an explosion. Take it back and have the academy dilute it, set up a formation, and it might be able to create 100 Grand Masters for your military district. Chu Chantian suddenly stood up straight. From the forceful movement, the muscles in his thighs cramped. 100. With the resources of the entire nation of Huaxia, it took decades to cultivate a little over 1,000 Grand Masters in the military, which also included the contribution of the spiritual fruits Jiang Li sent last time. The scraps casually thrown out by Jiang Li could increase the number of Grand Masters in Huaxia by 100. Mr. Jiang. Chu Chantian did not hesitate, raising his right arm and performing a standard military salute. His eyes were red. On behalf of the Huaxia military, I thank you. Jiang Li waved his hand, stopping Chu Chantian from continuing. No need to thank me, this is my home too. Jiang Li took a sip of the now lukewarm tea. Beside him, Zhang Jiangguo looked at his son, his mouth twitching as he forcefully swallowed the questions that rose to his lips. He knew that his son now stood at a height he could no longer reach. At the same time, in the ugly country, in the underground command center of the Pentagon, the shrill alarm suddenly stopped. The president stared at the huge red dot on the screen that represented the high-energy reaction of the beast. The red dot flickered twice and then extinguished without warning. What happened? Is the radar malfunctioning? The Minister of Defense loudly questioned the technicians. Report. The detector is functioning normally. Target. The target's life signs have completely vanished. The operator's voice was extremely sharp. Vanished. Did it escape? It didn't escape. It is dead. The life wave dropped to 0 in an instant with no struggle involved. No energy dissipated. The president slumped in his chair. The monstrous creature that had just annihilated the 7th Fleet and had been overpowering the judgment team in the water had died silently. In the waters of Tokyo Bay, Odin hovered in midair, the half-length thunder spear in his hand, emitting a faint electric glow. The detector showed that the terrifying energy source at the seabed no longer existed. He immediately dove down, plunging into the icy sea water. Minutes later, Odin found the corpse of the beast in the trench's mud, but its massive body had already been almost completely devoured by other beasts, and no clues as to its cause of death could be found. An icy chill surged from the soles of Odin's feet straight to the crown of his head. An unknown powerful being had crushed this monster right before everyone's eyes and taken the spoils. The headquarters of the Chinese military command. Li Jun looked at the data report on the screen, his brow furrowed tightly. The dedicated phone line rang. The voice of Chu Chantian came through, filled with uncontainable excitement. Chantian, is there something happening over at the East China Sea? The life signal of that monster has disappeared. Li Jun interrupted. Mr. Li, the monster is dead. Chu Changshan's fingers turned pale as he gripped the phone. Has the cause of death been determined? Who did it? It was Mr. Jiang Li. The line fell into silence. After several seconds, Li Jun's heavy breathing came through. What level of extraordinary weapon did he bring back? Was he injured badly? There were no weapons. He was sitting on his sofa at home and just pointed at it with his finger. Chu Chantian glanced at the person sitting across from him. The monster is dead, and he even casually grabbed its core and placed it on the coffee table in front of me. A loud crash echoed. The sound of a chair falling over came from the phone. Li Jun slammed the phone down hard. In the Jiang family living room, Jiang Li set down his cup. General Chu, this core is just a gift for our meeting. Jiang Li turned his head, his deep gaze piercing through the walls, looking towards the East China Sea. There a new rift in the secret realm was brewing high in the sky. Monsters of this level do not even qualify to be at the bottom of the food chain in the primordial times, so I have already lost interest in them. Chu Changtian cradled the dark red core in his hands. The intricate patterns on the surface of the orb radiated an intense heat. He took a deep breath and placed the core into a specially designed bomb-proof magazine at his waist, locking it in. This orb was crucial for the future strategic layout of the Chinese military. Chu Changtian stood at attention and saluted Jiang Li again before turning to walk towards the door. The sound of military boots echoed on the wooden floor. He stepped outside and boarded the armored SUV that had been waiting for a long time. The engine roared as the vehicle drove out of the military compound. The living room fell silent again. The sliding door to the kitchen opened. Jiang's mother came out carrying a pot of steaming rib soup, placing it in the center of the dining table. Jiang Jiangwo withdrew his aura of spiritual energy and pulled out a chair to sit at the main seat. It's time to eat. Jiang Jiangwo picked up his chopsticks. Jiang Li walked to the table and sat down. On the table were braised pork, steamed base, and several plates of stir-fried vegetables. He picked up his chopsticks and took a piece of braised pork into his mouth. The meat was tender and rich in flavor. The long-term nourishment of the pure yang immortal essence had allowed his physical body to already transcend the need for food, yet the mortal food filled the void of earthly flavors that had been missing for thousands of years. Jiang Jiangwo took a couple of bites of rice, put down his bowl, and stared directly at Jiang Li. That primordial secret realm is classified as an SS-level absolute zone in military files from various countries. Jiang Jiangwo's tone was serious. 10 years ago, a foreign consortium hired 3 early-stage experts in the realm of gods with a high price, bringing a fully armed elite force of 10,000 into the fringes. They encountered a giant black bird. The giant bird opened its mouth and swallowed everyone. Since then, the primordial realm has become globally recognized as a death zone. The last time you came out, a Western alliance went in to explore, and they all died. How did you survive in there? Jiang Li swallowed his food and took a sip of water from his cup. That was an ordinary golden fairy beast wandering at the edge of the East China Sea. Jiang Li spoke calmly. Beasts of that level belong to the lower tier in the primordial realm. I did not stay in the fringes. Jiang Jiangwo frowned. I went to Janeo Island. Jiang Li continued. That is a cultivation paradise deep within the East China Sea. There is a sect on the island called Jiejiao. I joined the Jiejiao sect. Jiang's mother paused with her chopsticks, a look of worry in her eyes. A sect? Won't those mighty beasts harm you? They wouldn't dare. Jiang Jiangwo had no concept of these names. He was only concerned about the higher-level combat power. What level is the leader of your Jiejiao sect? Is he stronger than that monster in the East China Sea? Jiang Li stopped chewing. He looked at his father and paused for 2 seconds. My master is the Tongtian Jiao master, one of the 6 saints of the primordial realm. Jiang Li's voice was not loud, but each word was clear. Saints endure countless tribulations without perishing, becoming entwined with cause and effect, yet remaining untainted. When they speak, the laws follow, reshaping the elements of earth, water, fire, and wind. Jiang Jiangwo was stunned. He tried to understand these words through the martial arts system of Blue Star, but his brain could not process information of this level. That thing with 6 wings in the East China Sea wouldn't even qualify to turn to ashes in front of my master. Jiang Li added. The dining table fell into silence. Jiang Jiangwo and Jiang's mother exchanged glances, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. The meal ended swiftly. Jiang's mother cleared the dishes and walked to the kitchen. Jiang Li stood up, wiped his hands, and walked to the center of the living room. He activated a strand of creation immortal essence and waved his right hand over the storage ring on his left hand. A blue scroll appeared in his palm. The scroll was neither gold nor jade, with a faint layer of radiance flowing over its surface. Dad, Mom, come here. Jiang Li called out. Jiang Jiangwo walked over from the dining table. Jiang's mother also dried her hands and came out of the kitchen. Jiang Li held the top of the scroll with one hand and flicked his wrist. The scroll unfurled downwards. A painting over a meter long hung, suspended on the white wall of the living room. The painting was not fixed with nails, relying entirely on spiritual energy for support. In the painting was the back of a figure clad in a blue Taoist robe. The person stood with their hands behind their back, a long sword hanging at their waist. 4 giant sword phantoms, exuding a sense of destruction, surrounded them. The figure seemed ordinary, but just staring at it for 3 seconds caused a stinging pain in the eyes. What is this? Jiang Jiangwo stared at the painting, the spiritual energy within him operating uncontrollably, feeling sluggish. This is a portrait of my master. Jiang Li stepped back half a step to make room. The martial arts techniques of Blue Star have a low upper limit. Beyond the realm of gods, the path is severed. You join the Jiejiao sect, and I will teach you the orthodox Shanqing immortal method. Jiang Jiangwo's body shook. Jiang's mother fidgeted nervously, rubbing her hands. Jiang Li brought his 2 fingers together, gathering pure spiritual energy from heaven and earth at his fingertips. The energy compressed into 3 blue incense sticks. The tips ignited with a faint blue flame, emitting a strange fragrance that could calm the mind and soul. Jiang Li handed the incense sticks to his father. Kneel down. Bow 3 times. Jiang Li instructed. Jiang Jiangguo did not ask further. He took the incense sticks, giving one to his wife, and holding 2 himself. The 2 elderly people, both over 50, knelt down on the floor in front of the painting. Jiang Jiangguo held the incense with a solemn expression. He led his wife in bowing their first head before the painting. The moment their foreheads touched the floor, the radiance on the surface of the painting rippled like water. Visible folds appeared in the surrounding space. The 2 stood up and bowed their second head. In a distant, unknown dimension deep within the primordial Genao island, the Tantian Jiao master opened his eyes while seated on a 12th grade pure world white lotus. His divine sense crossed endless chaos and barriers, locking onto that thread of cause and effect. This kid actually comes from another world. Interesting. The Tantian Jiao master smiled slightly. The 2 bowed their third head. The painting on the white wall of the living room erupted with dazzling blue light. The light completely enveloped Jiang Jiangguo and Jiang's mother. The outside world detected no energy fluctuations, all light and laws were confined within this small space. The blue light penetrated their skin, seeping into the meridians of the 2 elderly people. At the moment Jiang Jiangguo's martial arts energy came into contact with the blue light, it directly collapsed. Higher-level laws of creation took over his body. The blocked meridians were forcibly widened, the hidden injuries on the surface of his bones healed quickly, and vibrant bone marrow began to grow again. Jiang's mother's head of silver hair turned black at a visible speed, and the wrinkles on her face smoothed out. Her skin regained the firmness of her youth. This was the recognition of a saint. A cleansing of essence and marrow that transcended the myriad worlds. The cleansing of essence and marrow across the myriad realms. The brilliance subsided. The scroll returned to tranquility, quietly hanging on the wall. Jiang Jiangguo stood up from the ground. He clenched his fists, feeling the surge of newfound power within him. This power did not belong to martial true qi. It was denser and purer than true qi. He looked at his wife and found that Jiang Mu seemed to have rejuvenated by 20 years. This is too incredible, Jiang Jiangguo's voice tightened. He glanced at Jiang Li, a hint of concern flashing in his eyes. Jiang Li, your mother and I are getting old and Earth's qualifications are lacking. If we simply join the sect under a sage, will it bring shame to you and your master? Jiang Li walked in front of his parents. The teachings of the Jie sect state that there are 50 paths of the Tao and 14 of heaven's transformations, seizing a thread of life. Jiang Li looked into his parents' eyes. My master advocates for inclusivity. Background, age, and qualifications are not the standards for disciples in the Jie sect. You are now registered disciples of the Jie sect. After dispelling his parents' concerns, Jiang Li raised his hands. His index fingers respectively touched Jiang Jiangguo's and Jiang Yu's foreheads. The foundational practice of the Shanxing immortal method transformed into 2 streams of information directly imprinting into their sea of consciousness. There was no need to comprehend the complex classical incantations. The essence of the immortal method directly turned into bodily memory. The 2 unconsciously sat cross-legged on the floor and closed their eyes. The spiritual energy in the living room began to surge. Centered around the 2, a small vortex of air spiraled in the atmosphere. Jiang Li stepped down, and a barrier formation enveloped the entire room, cutting off external spiritual energy detection. He stood quietly to the side, watching his parents officially step into the realm of cultivation. In the military district of Yinjing, 300 meters underground, the highest-level strategic research facility. The pressure relief door emitted a dull sound as it slid open to both sides. Chu Chantian quickly walked into the sterile laboratory. Zhang Xingyuan, the chief expert on spiritual energy weapons in Huaxia, was conducting tests with a group of researchers. The elderly man's hair was grizzled, and his eye sockets were deeply sunken. Chu Chantian approached the experimental table covered by 8 layers of explosion-proof quartz glass and unfastened the special magazine from his waist. Old Zhang, stop what you're doing. Chu Chantian pressed down on the magazine clasp. Zhang Xingyuan turned his head, showing displeasure. General Chu, the front line is under pressure, and we are working overnight to produce spiritual energy shields. We don't have time. Click. The clasp sprang open. Chu Chantian poured the dark red inner core of the exotic beast onto the insulating tray. The laboratory suddenly dimmed. A blinding red light erupted from within the inner core, and the room temperature skyrocketed. A large spiritual energy particle detector nearby suddenly emitted a piercing beep, and the red pointer on the dial smashed against the extreme scale with a loud bang, directly jamming and smoking. The electronic recorder in Zhang Xingyuan's hand fell to the ground, the screen shattering into pieces. He scrambled toward the glass isolation shield, pressing his face against it, staring intently at the inner core covered in intricate natural patterns. What level of energy source is this? Zhang Xingyuan's voice was hoarse, trembling all over. The purity is too high. The internal spiritual energy concentration is 1,000 times that of existing top-grade spirit stones. No, it's 10,000 times. the inner core of that six-winged monster from the East Sea. Chu Changshan's expression was calm, yet his hands behind his back could not stop shaking. The laboratory fell silent. Several young researchers gasped, their legs going weak. That was the kind of cataclysm that forced the ugly nation to deploy nuclear weapons and crushed 7 God Realm powerhouses. Did you kill it? How did you do it? Did you use antimatter weapons or space-based orbital cannons? Zhang Qingyuan suddenly turned his head, his eyes reddening. Chu Changtian remained silent for 2 seconds. Someone crushed it from 1,000 kilometers away with 2 fingers. Zhang Qingyuan froze in place, his brain crashing. Chu Changtian stopped explaining, pointing to the inner core on the tray. The person who provided the inner core mentioned that this thing has 2 mixed energies and many impurities. Let's set up a formation to dilute it. What did he say exactly? Zhang Qingyuan swallowed hard. He said that after dilution it could allow our military to produce 100 grandmasters. He wants you to take charge immediately. Zhang Qingyuan's mouth fell open. Too many impurities. Mixed. This priceless treasure that could iterate the energy system of Blue Star was seen as mere scrap by that person. 100 grandmasters. The backbone of Huaxia can stand tall. Quick. Initiate the highest level closed protocol. Retrieve the diagrams for the polymer energy suppression formation. Zhang Qingyuan shouted angrily like a madman caught in a frenzy. Even if it costs me my life, I must extract this energy pool. Chu Changtian looked at the busy researchers, sighed in relief, and turned to leave. He had to go to the Jinling military district to arrange the next strategy. At the same time in Yinjing, in the living room of the Jiang family villa, the vortex of spiritual energy in the air slowly dissipated. Jiang Jiangguo opened his eyes. A pure green light flashed deep within his pupils. He took a deep breath, a thunderous sound echoing in his chest. This was not a martial artist's internal chi, but the Shangqing heavenly essence more in tune with the principles of heaven and earth. Merely the foundational practice of the Shangqing immortal method had completely reshaped his roots. It stinks. Jiang Mu covered her nose. Jiang Jingguo looked down and discovered that he and his wife's exposed skin was covered in a thick layer of dark brown filth. This was the impurities and martial injuries expelled from the cleansing of marrow and essence. He casually clenched his fist, the joints cracking crisply. He had a feeling that the current him could shatter 10 versions of his former self with a single punch. Go take a shower. Jiang Li, donning a clean black casual outfit, leaned against the handrail leading to the second. The method is just an introduction. The spiritual energy on Earth is thin. You just spend half an hour every morning to the east for breathing exercises. When I return next time, I will get you some decent cultivation resources. For Jiang Li now, it was easy to procure some primordial treasures for his parents. His parents hurried upstairs. Jiang Li walked to the sofa and sat down. He rummaged through a drawer under the coffee table and found an old model smartphone covered in dust. He plugged in the charging cable and pressed the power button. The screen lit up, stuttering for a full 2 minutes. It had not been turned on for 10 years, and the time in the bottom right corner was already distorted. The moment the network connected, hundreds of text messages and green messages popped up frantically. Most were missing person notices sent by his parents from a few years ago. Scrolling down, there was an account with the avatar of a Siberian husky which had sent the most messages. No Jiang Li. This was Jiang Li's high school best friend. The most recent message was from 3 days ago. Old Jiang, it's time to come back, right? If you haven't died in the belly of a monster, remember to tell me in a dream. If you need money down there, your brother will burn it for you. Jiang Li's lips curled up slightly, a curve even he did not notice. After 3,000 years of cultivation, accustomed to the camaraderie among GSX's myriad immortals, he also saw through the brutal law of the jungle in the primordial world. This somewhat crude brotherly bond in the secular world seemed even more precious. He tapped the screen lightly and dialed the voice call. It rang 3 times before connecting. Who is it? On a weekend, go die if you're selling insurance. The voice on the other end was cursing with heavy metal music and the sound of punching a sandbag in the background. It's me. Jiang Li's voice was calm. The voice on the other end fell silent instantly. The sound of heavy punches also ceased. 2 seconds later. What the hell? Zhao Lei's voice cracked in extreme shock and disbelief. Old Jiang. Jiang Li. Is it really you? It's me, I'm back. In Jinling, at the top-tier Xinglan Extraordinary Martial Arts Academy, the VIP training room on the upper floor spans 800 square meters with walls constructed from military-grade energy-absorbing composite materials. Zhao Lei stood bare-chested at the center of the testing field, crimson, divine aura swirling around his body, with muscles bulging like granite. Old Jiang, where are you? I'm coming to find you right away. Less than 2 hours had passed since the call ended. A supersonic fighter jet emblazoned with the Xinglan Martial Arts Academy emblem broke through the sound barrier and landed on the exclusive helipad of the Yanjing Military District. Zhao Lei directly boarded the military vehicle arranged by Chu Changtian, heading straight for the Jiang family's villa. Without seeing anyone, he first heard a voice. Old Jiang. The front door was pushed open. Zhao Lei charged into the living room like an iron tower. He immediately spotted Jiang Li sitting on the sofa. The crimson divine aura around Zhao Lei surged, causing the leather sofa in the living room to creak under the strain. He exerted force through his legs, intending to give Jiang Li a bear hug, while showcasing the results of his 3 months of hard training. Jiang Li remained seated without moving. He raised his right hand and lightly pointed with his index finger. A gentle breeze swept by. The divine aura that Zhao Lei was so proud of instantly dissipated. The momentum powerful enough to shatter an armored vehicle was abruptly halted by an invisible, yet unshakable force. Zhao Lei's feet lifted half an inch off the ground as he struggled in midair for a moment before finally landing steadily on the floor. What the hell? Zhao Lei's eyes widened as he looked up and down at Jiang Li. What kind of trick is this? I am using the dark energy of the 9 levels Thunderblade, which is formidable even in Jinling. You didn't even touch me yet you stopped me. Sit down and talk. Jiang Li gestured towards the sofa across from him. Zhao Lei sat down with a thud, skillfully picking up an apple from the coffee table and taking a bite. What have you been through, you brat? What is going on in the primordial era? Jiang Li poured a cup of tea for Zhao Lei. Only 3 months have passed since Earth, but I spent 9,000 years there. As the tea poured into the cup, there was no splash, and the surface shimmered with a faint azure light. Zhao Lei picked up the teacup and gulped it down. Just as he was about to speak, his eyes widened in shock. A pure and exquisite spiritual energy exploded within his limbs and bones. The latent injuries in his muscles from training with genetic primal energy healed instantly. The somewhat unstable foundation of his divine aura was unexpectedly solidified. This tea. Zhao Lei swallowed hard. Just ordinary white tea. Jiang Li leaned back on the sofa. I carved a miniature gathering array at the bottom of the cup. Your foundation is too rough. I'm helping you refine it. Zhao Lei set the teacup back on the table, his expression turning serious. Old Jiang, what kind of opportunity did you encounter in there? My divine aura now ranks as planetary level in the devouring dimension. I spent 3 months over there learning swordsmanship from a fierce man named Hong and killed a few royal-level beasts. I've seen the world. I can't comprehend your methods. Jiang Li chuckled. The devouring dimension focuses on genetic transitions. Jiang Li spoke calmly. The primordial era is different. How different? Zhao Lei leaned in closer. It is a place of slaughter. Jiang Li's gaze was deep. I just went through a great calamity known as the Lich Cataclysm. Jiang Li described the most terrifying scenes in the most mundane tone. Heavenly pillars shattered, the Milky Way overflowed. Countless beings turned to pus in the dark water. The demon clan controlled the heavens, the witch clan governed the earth. The 2 clans fought, and both the ancestral witches and the demon emperors perished. The life forms of the entire primordial era were nearly wiped out. Zhao Lei's breath hitched. What about the human race? The human race was treated as materials to forge the witch slaughter sword by the demon clan, subjected to mass slaughter, nearly facing extinction. Jiang Li tapped his fingers on the table. However, the calamity has passed. The current human race in the primordial era is in a rapid development phase, rising from the ashes. This will also be a key focus of my future plans. Wait, what tier does your current strength rank in the primordial era? Zhao Lei couldn't help but ask. Jiang Li raised his left hand. A point of pure golden light shone in his palm. There was no earth-shattering pressure, only an ancient and enduring essence. My current realm is known as Golden Immortal. Jiang Li's fingers closed and the golden light retracted. The so-called Golden Immortal possesses an indestructible nature with endless lifespan. As long as one does not entangle with significant karma, theoretically one can live until the end of the universe. Zhao Lei's mouth dropped open and the half-eaten apple in his hand fell to the ground. He had worked hard to cultivate, and his lifespan was only a maximum of 1,000 years. His buddy went to a secret realm and returned with immortality. Then with your strength you must be a big shot in the primordial era, right? In the eyes of the mighty, a golden immortal is merely an ant. Jiang Li shattered Zhao Lei's illusions. The strength classification system of the primordial era includes Earth Immortal, Heaven Immortal, True Immortal, Mysterious Immortal, Golden Immortal, Tai, Golden Immortal, Great Luo, Golden Immortal, Quasi-Saint, and Saint. With each realm Jiang Li named, Zhao Lei's heart twitched. I have just joined the Jia sect where there are Tai and Great Luo above me. As for saints, Jiang Li paused. Saints endure countless tribulations without perishing. A single thought can reshape the elements of earth, water, fire, and wind. Do not even mention planets of Earth's caliber. Even in the devouring dimension you went to, a saint needs just a glance to return it to chaos. Zhao Lei slumped on the sofa. The divine cultivation he prided himself on was nothing more than dust in the face of the world-destroying power structure of the primordial era. Jiang Li did not elaborate further. He took out his smartphone and quickly tapped on the screen. He was organizing intelligence regarding the primordial era. Classification of realms, trends of great calamities, distribution of various forces, and levels of innate spiritual treasures were all compiled into an encrypted file. Ding! Chu Changshan's exclusive communicator rang. Far away in the command room of the Jinling military district, Chu Changtian opened the file. 3 minutes later, Chu Changtian rushed into the top-secret communication room with a pale face and connected to the video line of the Yanjing headquarters. On the screen, Li Zhen was reviewing a research report on a spiritual energy shield. Oldly, Mr. Zhang has sent a top-secret dossier regarding the desolate demon abyss. Chu Changshan's voice trembled. Li Zhen looked up. Read it. The true name of the secret realm, Primordial Era. The power system. Great Luo golden immortals can traverse time and overturn karma. Saints can manifest their words and live forever. Current situation: the calamity of the Lich and Demon has ended and the heavens and earth have been restructured. In the underground command center of the Yanjing military district, the azure light from the large screen illuminated Li Zhan's face, revealing the fine beads of sweat on his forehead. The entire command room was silent. More than a dozen staff members stared at the top-secret dossier on the large screen, even suppressing their breaths to the lowest frequency. The screen displayed no complex formulas, only lines of text refined to the extreme. In the Earth, immortal realm lifespan is 100,000 years, capable of flight. In the Primordial Era, this is considered a low-level being, often becoming food for powerful demons. In the Golden Immortal Realm, the nature is indestructible, with a lifespan equal to that of the heavens. Many scattered cultivators along the East Sea belong to this realm. Saints manifest their words, and a single thought can destroy entire realms. Li Zhan's gaze lingered on the phrase, becoming food for powerful demons. Yesterday, the six-winged aberration that plunged the entire blue star into panic was at the peak of the Earth Immortal Realm. In the Primordial Era, it was merely food. Li Zhan pressed the communicator button, his voice dry. Changtian, classify this dossier as top secret. Understood. Chu Changshan's voice came through the military district's dedicated line. The line is connected. Mr. Jiang Li, this is Li Zhan. Hello, old Li. In the living room of the Jiang family's villa, Jiang Li leaned on the sofa, holding the smartphone with one hand. Sitting opposite, Zhao Lei had stopped chewing on his apple, looking at him with curiosity. Mr. Jiang, thank you for eliminating external threats for Huaxia, as well as for that inner Dan. That dossier is crucial for Huaxia's understanding of the Honghuang's secret realm. Li Zhan went straight to the point. Jiang Li gazed out at the night sky, his eyes penetrating the atmosphere. The Honghuang secret realm is classified by you as an SS-level absolute danger zone, which is quite accurate. I know that my actions this time, along with that inner Dan, will create delusions in many people, making them think that Honghuang isn't that terrifying, believing that as long as humanity sends enough people, they can always find opportunities. This mindset is a death sentence. The current Honghuang has just emerged from the calamity of the witch and demon, and the malevolent energy between heaven and earth has yet to dissipate. The Deluo Golden Immortal is less than a dog, and the Tai Golden Immortal is everywhere. The Divine Realm warriors you take pride in don't even qualify to step into the lowest spiritual pressure area of Honghuang. You wouldn't even qualify to deliver takeout there, Jiang Li added. Zhao Lei nodded vigorously from across the table. When Jiang Li was explaining the great calamity to him earlier, he had completely abandoned the thought of traveling to Honghuang. The top levels of the government have their own considerations. Li Zhan grasped the phone. The current blue star is merging with various secret realms. The degree is increasing, and the strength of the beasts appearing is also growing stronger. If we don't advance, we will retreat. There is no need to go to Honghuang. Jiang Li interrupted Li Zhan's words. Haven't you noticed the changes in blue star's own territory? Li Zhan frowned. Changes in the local area? The arrival of the various secret realms is not a one-way passage. Jiang Li stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. Blue Star is undergoing a reshuffle of multiverse integration. The spiritual energy from the secret realms is flooding back in. How many times has the spiritual energy concentration of Blue Star increased since the first secret realm opened 10 years ago? Li Zhan quickly turned to a nearby aide. The aide immediately struck the keyboard, pulling up a set of data reporting. Old Li, over the past decade, the global average spiritual energy index has risen by 400%. Especially in the last 3 months, the rate of increase has been accelerating. This is just the beginning. Jiang Li's voice echoed throughout the command room from the speakerphone. During the process of multiverse integration, the concentration of spiritual energy in Blue Star will experience a magnitude leap every few months. Under the explosive tide of spiritual energy, Blue Star itself is the greatest opportunity location. Jiang Li turned around and looked at Zhao Lei. There is no need to fight desperately in Honghuang. Those lower and middle martial secret realms can serve as training grounds. But Huaxia's future strategic focus must be on the development of Blue Star's territory. We must safeguard the foundation and prepare for the upcoming surge of spiritual energy. Once someone among you can condense a golden core or cultivate a nascent soul in this environment, then consider other matters. Li Zhan pondered for a full minute on the other end of the line. I understand. I will immediately draft a top-secret strategic report to the highest authorities, applying for a complete blockade of the entrance points to Honghuang and redirecting resources to establishing a local defense line and developing lower-tier secret realms. Li Zhan made a decisive decision. A smart person. Jiang Li hung up the phone. Zhao Lei watched Jiang Li throw the old phone back onto the coffee table. Old Jiang, aren't you being a bit too bold, directly giving instructions to the Huaxia military? Zhao Lei swallowed hard. This isn't guidance, it's informing. Jiang Li sat back on the sofa. A Deluo Golden Immortal observing mortals would not have too many emotional fluctuations. He simply didn't want to see his compatriots die in vain. What about me? Am I still going to devour dimensions? Jiang Li pointed to his own nose. That place is quite nice, suitable for someone like you who has muscles in your brain. Jiang Li picked up his teacup. Continue going. However, the cultivation method I just transmitted to you needs to be practiced daily. Don't practice any genetic original energy. Instead, focus on honing your physical body and follow the path of the witch tribe. Jiang Li's eyes lit up. Just now Jiang Li had directly implanted a fragment of a text titled 9 Transformations of the War Body into his mind. Even if it was just a fragment, as soon as he activated it, the blood and energy within him surged like a torrent, far more intense than anything he had learned before, like the ninefold thunderblade. Old Jiang, what level are you at now? Are you truly invincible in the world? Jiang Li leaned in to ask. Jiang Li looked at the clear tea in his cup, not answering. Invincible in the world. Naturally on Blue Star. But in Honghuang, everyone below the sage is but an ant. With his current golden immortal cultivation relying on the system's plundered law power, he could at most exchange a few moves with a Tai golden immortal. A single slap from a Deluo golden immortal could shatter him. He needed more moments of enlightenment. And enlightenment points require time. Fortunately, time is the one thing Honghuang has in abundance, while in Blue Star the strength of the emerging beasts is growing ever stronger. Jiang Li pressed the smartphone off and casually tossed it onto the coffee table. Jiang Li held the teacup, the blood and energy within him still surging, digesting the shock brought by the 9 transformations of the war body. Jiang Li did not speak again. He closed his eyes, the power of the nascent soul at the peak of the golden immortal realm circulating in his sea of consciousness. A circle of formless and intangible law ripples spread out from the living room of the villa. The ripples penetrated the walls, crossing the steel jungle of Yinjing, swiftly expanding in all directions. Under the analysis of divine sense, the facade of space faded away. In Jiang Li's vision, the entire land of Huaxiao transformed into a colossal map woven from spiritual energy veins. Over the past decade, Blue Star has been continuously rubbing against and merging with various secret realms. The concentration of spiritual energy here has increased dozens of times since he left. This surge of energy has birthed martial arts powerhouses and has become an excellent hatching ground for foreign species. Divine sense swept over the northwestern Kunlun Plateau. 5,000 meters below the permafrost, a massive ice-blue energy source was pulsating rhythmically. It was a frost giant python with a single horn, its belly already swollen with 4 bulges. Peak Earth Immortal. It was preparing to transform into a dragon using the spiritual energy of the Kunlun Earth Vein. If it really breaks through the ground, the entire northwest 5 provinces will be sealed in extreme cold. Divine sense scanned toward the southwest. In the depths of Shenanjia, where poisonous miasma lingers year-round, a centipede over 100 meters long was coiled. Mid-Earth Immortal. The local beasts within hundreds of miles had been devoured by it, and countless spirits lamented in the miasma. The gaze shifted to the northeast Changbai Mountain. The bottom of Tianxi connects to a micro-spatial fissure. Behind the fissure, a 4-winged monster fish lay in wait in the black water. Late Earth Immortal, its aura extremely volatile. In the center of the Taklamakan Desert, a giant sandworm with a diameter exceeding 30 meters was gnawing at the underground natural gas pipelines. Jiang Li's expression was indifferent as he continued to channel his nascent soul. His divine sense crossed the borders of Huaxia, traversing the 4 oceans, instantly covering the entire Blue Star. More blinding energy points lit up in his sea of consciousness. At the bottom of the Mariana Trench in the Pacific Ocean, near a submarine volcano, tens of thousands of crustacean aberrations were densely clustered. The leader emitted fluctuations at the peak of the Earth Immortal realm. Beneath the Antarctic ice sheet, a massive humanoid creature lay in slumber, its aura ancient, reaching the level of half-step heavenly immortal. As for the ugly nation on the other side of the Atlantic, at a depth of 10,000 meters in Area 51, a passage connecting to the Western mythological secret realm was forcefully opened, and 3 high-level energy bodies radiating intense light were peering from behind the passage. Quite chaotic indeed. Jiang Li picked up the teapot and poured himself a cup of water. The GS sect advocates inclusivity. Blue Star is his hometown, and naturally he wishes to leave a lineage of the supreme purity inheritance there. The high-ranking officials of the Chinese military possess integrity and boundaries. They are decent partners for cooperation. However, he will not take action to eradicate all these beasts. No cultivator capable of withstanding a great tribulation can thrive in a greenhouse. Since the revival of spiritual energy is a certainty, the Chinese must evolve through conflict. What he aims to do is to level the ceiling that exceeds the current limits of humanity, thus leaving some resources for China to fight back and survive. Jiang Li glanced at Jiang Li. Old Jiang, what's wrong? Jiang Li immediately straightened his back. The look in his eyes towards Jiang Li was akin to that of a devotee gazing at a deity. You need to return to Jinling. Jiang Li raised his right hand. He gently sliced the air with his fingertip. A black spatial rift appeared out of nowhere. Jiang Li reached into the rift and rummaged for 2 seconds in the storage cave of Janeo Island. A section of a completely blackened bone emitting a pungent burnt smell was pulled out. This was a broken toe bone he had extracted from the great golden crow. The residual true sun fire had already been absorbed, but the Golden Crow clan's natural affinity for the laws of fire was still present. Jiang Li felt an indescribable high temperature wash over him. The temperature alarm in the living room short-circuited instantly, and the wallpaper on the walls began to crack and yellow. Jiang Li flicked his finger. A serene and ethereal aura of supreme purity enveloped the toe bone, isolating the terrifying heat. Old Jiang, what is this? It looks like a wild chicken's claw. Jiang Li wiped the sweat from his forehead. It's a toe bone from a foolish bird. The fire attribute energy contained within is sufficient for the existing spiritual energy weapons of China to undergo 10 iterations. Jiang Li casually tossed the nearly half-meter-long black bone onto the coffee table. The hard explosion-proof glass table shattered with a spiderweb of cracks. Jiang Li then took out a piece of ordinary primal spirit stone. This type of stone is commonplace along the shores of the East Sea. He pointed with his fingers like a sword and quickly etched designs on the surface of the spirit stone. Stone shards flew everywhere. In 3 seconds, a basic array pattern of supreme purity combining gathering spirit and concentration was completed. Take these 2 items to Chu Chantian. Jiang Li threw the spirit stone to Zhao Lei. Zhao Lei fumbled to catch it. The moment he touched it, he felt a rhythmic pulsation from the spirit stone's surface, and the surrounding spiritual energy, within 10 meters, began to surge towards him wildly. The bottleneck of his stagnant divine realm surprisingly showed a slight loosening. This stone should be placed in the training ground of the military headquarters. Any soldier who reaches the master realm and practices beside this stone will definitely break through to the golden core within a year. Jiang Li spoke calmly. The divine realm. This was the new goal Jiang Li set for martial arts in Blue Star. Relying on true energy for combat was too inefficient. Only by forming a golden core and stepping into the divine stillness realm could one survive in this grand reshuffling of worlds. Understood. Zhao Lei carefully stuffed the spirit stone into his pocket and ripped off the couch cover to securely wrap the toe bone from the golden crow. There's one more thing. Jiang Li pulled out a piece of notepaper from the side and quickly wrote down 4 coordinates. Kunlun Shenangjia Changbai Mountain Taklamakan. These 4 locations are home to powerful monsters above the earth immortal realm. Have Li Jin classify these 4 areas as red zones, prohibiting anyone from entering to meet their demise. Zhao Lei took the note, glanced at it, and felt his scalp go numb. One Earth immortal had decimated the ugly nation's fleet. There are actually 4 hidden in China. What about you? Zhao Lei asked. I will handle some peripheral troubles to prevent them from disturbing China's training. Jiang Li stood up. Zhao Lei did not dare to ask further. Carrying the wrapped toe bone, he rushed out of the villa. A helicopter had long been waiting on the open ground outside the community. Half an hour later, Jinling Military District, the highest underground combat center. Li Jun via holographic projection stood before the delivered toe bone of the Golden Crow alongside Chu Chantian. Zhang Qingyuan led a team of top physicists and material scientists from China gathered outside the isolation platform. All the detection instruments overloaded and blacked out the moment they were activated. This is impossible. Zhang Qingyuan pressed his hands on the glass, his eyes bloodshot. Zhang Lao, have you identified its composition? No composition. The existing periodic table of humanity is ineffective against it. This is not a product of our universe's dimension at all. Zhang Qingyuan spoke incoherently and turned to grab Chu Changshan's arm. The atomic structure inside this bone is completely locked, but the energy it radiates, if fully harnessed, would be enough to power all heavy industries on Blue Star for 100,000 years. This is a miracle. Li Jun gazed at the image in the projection, taking a deep breath. Jiang Li offered a bit of support to China. He thought it was just some advanced martial arts manuals. Instead, Jiang Li directly threw over a bone from an unknown creature, significantly raising Blue Star's energy ceiling. And this stone? Chu Chantian pointed to an ordinary spirit stone placed on another tray. Just now, 2 master-level instructors were only 10 meters away from it, and their 10-year-old internal injuries healed instantly. Mr. Jiang said this thing can help us mass-produce divine realm practitioners. Li Jun clasped his hands behind his back, gripping tightly. He turned to look at the chief of staff behind him. Send the order down. The 4 coordinates given by Mr. Jiang will be immediately designated as the highest risk restricted zones in China, with 3 spiritual energy defense lines constructed within 100 miles prohibiting anyone from approaching. Additionally, initiate the Sword-Bearer Plan. Fully integrate the resources provided by Mr. Jiang. Starting today, China's strategy towards the outside world will shift from defense to preparation for war. Li Jun's gaze was sharp. With Jiang Li as a formidable support, China no longer needed to bow to others in those secret realms. At the same time, Jiang Li pushed open the villa door and walked into the yard. The evening breeze blew past. He raised his head, his gaze crossing layers of space, locking onto the 2 energy sources in the Mariana Trench and Antarctica. The rapid reproduction of the crustacean beasts in the Mariana Trench and the malevolent energy emitted from beneath the Antarctic ice would interfere with the Earth's veins. These 2 threats had already exceeded the scope of mere sparring. Jiang Li raised his right hand, bringing his index and middle fingers together. The supreme purity spiritual essence coalesced at his fingertips. A miniature intent of the Qingping sword transformed into a streak of flowing light. Go. The flowing light split into two and instantly vanished into the air. Deep in the Pacific Ocean, countless crustacean beasts were feasting on a sunken nuclear submarine. The peak beast king of the Earth immortal realm suddenly raised its head, extreme fear flashing in its compound eyes. Not even a ripple was created in the surrounding seawater. A slender blue sword light appeared out of nowhere, silently piercing through the beast king's head. 1 second later, all the beasts in the entire underwater canyon turned to dust simultaneously, finer than flour. The seawater instantly washed them clean, along with the inner core of the peak Earth immortal, which also turned to nothingness under the sword intent. Antarctica ice cap. Deep within the thousands of meters thick ice, an ancient creature suddenly opened its eyes and let out a roar that shook the earth. The moment the sound escaped its throat, a second blue sword light penetrated the ice layer. The massive body of the ancient creature stiffened and then collapsed inch by inch from the inside out. No energy leaked, no explosion occurred. It vanished as if erased from existence, like a sand painting wiped clean from this world. In just 2 breaths, the 2 most dangerous hidden threats to Blue Star were completely eradicated. Far away in Yinjing, Jiang Li let his hand fall. Such a level of attack barely counted as warming up for him. Just as he was about to turn around and head back inside to plan his parents' upcoming training schedule, his footsteps suddenly halted. The keen intuition of a golden immortal allowed him to detect an extremely faint, yet unusual fluctuation. It was neither demonic energy nor spiritual energy, but an ethereal will of incense and prayer. The source of the fluctuation was not in the deep mountains or the sea ice, but within the urban area of Yinjing. To be precise, it was 30 kilometers away at the Panjiayuan antique market. Jiang Li narrowed his eyes slightly. This well was chaotic, yet profoundly ancient. Most critically, he was very familiar with this method of condensing well. This was a unique means of worshipping deities from. Due to the cultural disconnection, Blue Star has no legends of the primal sealing of deities. Even if secret realms from various heavens descend, the people here are entirely ignorant of the myriad gods and Buddhas. Jiang Li's gaze deepened. But how could something infused with authentic primal incense and prayer will exist in Panjiayuan? A mischievous smile curved at the corner of Jiang Li's mouth. It seems that this Blue Star is not as simple as it appears. Jiang Li stepped forward. The space rippled outwards. His figure instantly vanished from the spot. In Yinjing at Panjiayuan, the antique market at night has shed the clamor of the day. The ancient-style buildings on both sides of the main street blend into the darkness, illuminated only by a few dim streetlights casting a cold glow. This is the largest second-hand market in the country, bustling with people during the day, where counterfeit goods and genuine items coexist. By night, only a few shops engaging in offbeat businesses quietly open their doors. Jiang Li appeared out of thin air at the entrance of a brick alley. There was no spatial fluctuation, even the stray cats in the alley remained undisturbed. He raised his gaze towards the depths of the alley. A shop with a wooden sign reading Jia Zhai had its door half closed. A faint red glow seeped through the crack, mixed with a very subtle scent of sandalwood. Jiang Li did not rush inside. He stood still, a faint blue light flashing in his eyes. In the divine sense vision of a golden immortal, the superficiality of the material world was stripped away. In that shop of less than 50 square meters, a murky dark red energy was coiling. The energy swirled like a vortex, constantly pulling at the thin spiritual energy around it, while emanating an emotional fluctuation that was restless, greedy, and bloodthirsty. Interesting, Jiang Li said with a mocking curve of his lips. This is the power of incense and devotion. In the primordial world, it is the foundation of divine cultivation. The 2 bald heads from the Western Church love to play this game, converting souls and collecting faith. However, even for the Western Church, absorbing the power of devotion requires filtering through the 8 treasures merit pool to wash away the 7 emotions and 6 desires of the believers. The toxicity of incense and devotion is a consensus among the primordial cultivators. The desires of mortals are too chaotic. Absorbing them directly, without purification, can lead even a great Luo golden immortal to go mad. The power of devotion before him was crude and inferior, not only unfiltered, but actively merging with the negative emotions of the believers, forcibly kneading the malicious energy and incense together. Even the lowest earth deity in the primordial world would disdain such trash cultivation. Jiang Li stepped forward, heading towards Jia Zhai. The interior was filled with an ancient charm, with shelves on both sides lined with porcelain and bronze wares. However, in Jiang Li's divine sense, it all appeared as scrap metal produced by an industrial assembly line. The only energy fluctuation came from a black wooden box on the redwood tea set. Sitting at the main position of the tea set was a middle-aged man dressed in a black tank suit. The man had his hair slicked back, wearing a high-quality jade ring on his thumb. He was leisurely brewing tea. Opposite him sat a burly bald man. The bald man's forehead bore a scar, his muscles taut as subtle currents of qi flowed in and out of his mouth and nose. He was a grandmaster of martial arts. In the current system of Blue Star, he could be considered a prominent figure. Master Chen, can this thing really help me break through? The bald man stared intently at the black wooden box, his voice hoarse. Master Chen poured a cup of tea for the bald man and pushed it over. Leader Zhao, you know the rules. Sincerity brings efficacy. As he spoke, Master Chen reached out to lift the lid of the black wooden box. Inside was a palm-sized statue, neither metal nor wood, entirely dark red. The statue depicted a monster with 8 arms and 3 eyes, its face grotesque, grasping various severed limbs. As the statue was revealed, the temperature in the room plummeted. The bald warrior shivered. He widened his eyes in shock, and when his gaze met the 3 eyes of the statue, it was as if he was magnetically drawn, unable to look away. His chi and blood began to surge uncontrollably, and the martial arts bottleneck that had stagnated for years actually showed a hint of loosening. However, along with that came a surge of frenzied, killing intent in his mind. Excellent. Truly excellent. The bald man's face flushed red as he reached out to grab the statue. Master Chen, quick-witted, clapped the wooden box shut with a snap. Leader Zhao, looking is fine, but touching is not allowed. Master Chen twirled the ring on his finger, a smile that was neither a smile nor a sneer on his face. A divine object bestowed by the saint cannot be desecrated by mere mortals. You just felt it too. As long as you offer your essence blood daily in as short as 3 months, or as long as half a year, you will surely condense a golden core and step into the divine realm. The bald man panted heavily, his eyes reddening. How much? Name your price. Talking about money is vulgar. Master Chen leaned back in his chair. This statue is not for sale. However, if you are willing to join our new god society, I can lend it to you for a year, as long as you submit 10 pure embodies blood as offerings on time. The bald man's gaze wavered, his reason clashing violently with his desires. But he had lingered at the peak of the master level for too long. The temptation of the divine realm was enough to make him sell his soul. All right, I agree. Creak. The old wooden door was pushed open and cold wind rushed into the room. The sudden sound interrupted the bald man's words. Master Chen frowned, a flicker of killing intent flashing in his eyes. He was conducting a confidential business tonight, and the shop had a closed sign. How could someone barge in? The bald man also turned around suddenly, his true chi surging, glaring at the doorway with murderous intent. Jiang Li walked in with his hands in his pockets, a relaxed expression on his face. He didn't even glance at the glaring grandmaster, walking straight to the tea set, pulling out an empty chair and sitting down. Continue your conversation. Jiang Li shot a glance at Master Chen. Don't mind me. The room fell into a deathly silence. Master Chen sized up Jiang Li from head to toe. The aura of an ordinary person with not a trace of true chi fluctuation on him. Yet having roamed the martial world for many years, his instincts told him that this young man was not ordinary. Friend, you've come to the wrong place, haven't you? Master Chen's fingers rested on the table, a black iron nail quietly sliding into his palm. Jia Zhai is closed for today. If you're looking to buy, please come back tomorrow. The bald leader Zhao sneered, his fingers curling into claws as he suddenly reached for Jiang Li's shoulder. Why waste words with him? If he heard something he shouldn't have, just leave him. Bang! Leader Zhao's hand was still half an inch away from Jiang Li's shoulder. Jiang Li merely tilted his head, slightly glancing at him with just a look. The bald leader Zhao felt as if struck by lightning. He sensed an immense mountain crashing down on his sea of consciousness. His bones let out a series of cracking sounds as his chi and blood surged backwards. Uffed! The bald man spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing straight down at Jiang Li's feet. His knee smashed into the hard floor tiles, blood flowing profusely. He couldn't even let out a scream, his eyes rolled back as he fainted. Master Chen's pupils trembled. A single move to kill a grandmaster. And he hadn't even moved his hand. Divine realm. He must be a divine realm warrior. Master Chen sprang to his feet, the black iron nail in his hand flung towards Jiang Li's forehead. At the same time, his other hand quickly struck the black wooden box, urgently reciting a complex and difficult incantation. The iron nail whistled through the air, reaching Jiang Li's face in an instant. Jiang Li did not even raise an eyelid. An invisible layer of blue-green sword chi enveloped his body. The iron nail struck the sword chi, not even sparking a single ember, instantly turning into a fine iron powder that gently fell onto the table. At the same time, the black wooden box exploded. The dark red, 8-armed statue floated in midair. A nauseating smell of blood spread. The 3 eyes of the statue simultaneously glowed red, and a tangible mental pollution surged towards Jiang Li like a tsunami. Master Chen's face turned pale, clearly expending immense energy to activate this object. He roared sharply, "You ignorant thing! How dare you disrupt the affairs of the new god society? Whether you are in the divine realm or not, become nourishment for the saint." New god society. Saint. Jiang Li sat in his chair, allowing the dark red negative willpower to crash against his body. These mental pollutants, capable of driving the top martial artists of Blue Star insane, crashed against Jiang Li's flawless golden body like a gentle breeze brushing against a steel plate, causing not a single ripple. Jiang Li looked at the statue in midair and sighed. Packaging dog shit and daring to call it divinity. He raised his right hand and gently flicked his finger against the statue's forehead, playing with incense and devotion. "Do you think you are worthy?" The crisp sound of shattering echoed. A pure vast essence of celestial energy imbued with endless destructive aura flowed into the statue from Jiang Li's fingertips. The murky dark red energy inside the statue was instantly evaporated as if it had encountered the molten lava, leaving no room for resistance. The three eyes on the surface of the statue emitted a sharp scream, and then the entire statue turned to ash. Thud! Master Chen San was repelled by the backlash of the formation, crying out in agony as he fell to the ground. He clutched his chest, spewing black blood mixed with chunks of internal organs, looking at Jiang Li with disbelief. Impossible. The Holy Lord's artifact. How could you crush it with your bare hands? Master Chen San shrank back in despair. This was the trump card bestowed by a celestial-level powerhouse. It was enough to slay someone at the pinnacle of the divine realm. Yet in the hands of this young man, it was as fragile as a plastic toy. Jiang Li bent down, took a tissue from the table to wipe his hands, his tone as calm as if he were asking for direction. Such a lowly, vengeful will, that Holy Lord you speak of, is he a great demon emerging from some lowly secret realm, or a creature from another world who proclaims himself a god? Master Chen San trembled all over, gritting his teeth as he fixed his gaze on Jiang Li. What do you understand? The heavens are descending and Blue Star is destined to be cleansed. The Holy Lord has mastered the ultimate power. Only by believing in the new god can one survive the apocalypse. If you kill me, the Holy Lord will immediately sense your coordinates. You can wait for death. Jiang Li laughed. He had deliberately crushed the statue without severing the causal line, waiting for this moment. Is that so? Then let him come. Jiang Li extended two fingers and suddenly pulled in the void. A dark red causal line, visible only to him, was forcefully extracted from the ashes on the ground. This line connected to Yinjing, crossing thousands of rivers and mountains, directly merging into the heartland of the Northwest Plateau. Jiang Li closed his eyes and forcefully projected his divine sense along the causal line. His vision traversed thousands of kilometers. Deep within the Kunlun Mountains, a massive artificial underground cave appeared in Jiang Li's sight. In the center of the cave stood a bone altar towering 100 meters high. Tens of thousands of human warriors were chained below the altar, being drained of their essence and spiritual power like livestock. At the top of the altar sat a figure clad in ancient attire, entirely shrouded in bloodlight. Sensing Jiang Li's intrusive divine sense, the figure suddenly opened its eyes, unleashing a terrifying pressure at the peak of the celestial level. Impudent! Who dares to spy on this master's domain? The voice exploded in Jiang Li's sea of consciousness along the causal line. Jiang Li opened his eyes, released his fingers, allowing the causal line to dissipate. He gazed at Master Chen San, who lay collapsed on the ground, his smile gradually fading, replaced by an icy cold. Using the lives of the Huaxiao people to forge blood pills in this world, the crucial point is what you are daring to call yourself, the Holy Lord. Oi. Jiang Li stood up and crushed Master Chen San's throat with a single step, erasing his soul in the process. Since you are so fond of myths and legends, Jiang Li turned to walk towards the door, his figure gradually becoming ethereal in the night wind. Then I shall show you what a true myth is. Deep within the Kunlun Mountains, the wild wind whipped through the snowflakes at the mountain's peak, while thousands of meters below the surface lay a starkly different dark realm. Inside a massive cave that had been forcibly hollowed out, a thick smell of blood hung like a tangible mist. In the center of the cave stood a bone altar towering 100 meters high. Tens of thousands of human warriors were pierced by thick steel chains suspended like livestock around the altar's stone pillars. Dark red patterns spread along the stone walls, continuously draining the blood and life force from these warriors. Wails echoed in the vast underground space. At the top of the altar, bloodlight coiled like a cocoon. A figure clad in a wide dark red robe sat cross-legged, surrounded by 9 blood-colored dragons that moved as if alive. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and bloodlight shot out from his gaze. A rift in space opened without warning. There were no violent spatial currents nor blinding light. Jiang Li, with his hands in his pockets, calmly walked out from the rift, landing steadily at the edge of the bone altar. He glanced at the tragic scene around him, frowning slightly. You have some guts. The blood-robed figure slowly stood up, looking down at Jiang Li. The 9 blood-colored dragons roared, shaking the entire cave as stones fell. I have returned from the secret realm beyond the domain, established the new God Society, and passed down the immortal methods. You are the first in this Indo-Phlegacy era to dare to intrude into my domain alone. The blood-robed figure raised both hands as the overwhelming pressure of a celestial being transformed into layers of visible blood-red ripples, crushing towards Jiang Li. Those locked on the stone pillars could not withstand this pressure, spewing blood in a frenzy. To breach the mountain protecting formation outside without a sound, you must possess a treasure that conceals celestial secrets. Hand over the treasure, kneel and bow, and I will show mercy and take you as my sword-holding disciple. Jiang Li did not look at him, only lowering his head to examine the bone patterns beneath his feet. The causal line connects here. This formation is poorly set up, with malevolent energy leaking and spiritual power dissipating to it, can only be used to fool those who have just stepped into martial arts. The blood-robed figure completely ignored twitched at the corner of his eye, and murderous intent erupted completely. "You ignorant fool. I am." He suddenly formed a seal, preparing to unleash the ultimate killing move of this blood sea formation, while announcing his name that shook the secret realm. Too much talk. Jiang Li raised his right hand, bringing his index and middle fingers together and casually waving them forward. There was no earth-shattering spectacle, only an extremely restrained clear light. This clear light contained the essence of celestial energy and a trace of the law of destruction. The blood-robed figure's voice came to an abrupt halt. He was horrified to find that his proud peak celestial domain was like butter being cut by a hot knife before the 9 blood-colored dragons didn't even have time to scream before they vaporized. The 3 top-grade spirit artifacts protecting him shattered one after another. No, this was the last half-syllable left by the blood-robed figure in this world. The clear light swept past. His body began to disintegrate from his legs inch by inch. Bones, meridians, and flesh all transformed into particles smaller than dust under the law of destruction. In less than a breath, the peak celestial powerhouse who had just been boasting was completely reduced to ashes. In midair, only a group of souls radiating a ghostly green light remained, writhing in terror, desperately trying to tear through space to escape. Jiang Li's fingers clenched. The surrounding space was instantly locked. That soul was pulled before Jiang Li by an irresistible force. The physical body is gone, but the soul remains relatively intact. Jiang Li looked at the struggling light ball in his hand, his expression indifferent. A faint trembling thought emerged from the soul. "Please spare me, immortal. I am willing to serve as a slave for eternity. I know the coordinates for unlocking the greatest treasure in that secret realm." Jiang Li ignored the noisy begging. He glanced around, his gaze landing on the tattered black banner at the top of the altar used to gather the blood aura. The banner was stitched from human skin and vengeful bones, emanating a chilling aura. The sect of the cut path acts with inclusivity. Crushing your soul directly would be a waste. This artifact isn't great, but with some refinement, it can still be used. Jiang Li waved his hand, and the black banner flew into his grasp. A strand of pure golden creation fire ignited at his fingertips. The flames instantly engulfed the black banner, refining the blood aura, resentment, and human skin bones. Accompanied by a piercing, sizzling sound, all the nauseating impurities were completely eliminated. Jiang Li drew upon the remaining spiritual energy in the underground cave to reweave the formation. In just 10 seconds, a flag about 2 meters long, radiating a noble light purple color, appeared in Jiang. The flag's surface shimmered with sacred and pure spiritual light, adorned with ancient primordial script depicting mountains and rivers, with faint celestial sounds echoing. It appeared to be an unparalleled sacred object of righteousness. "Since it is meant to gather souls and cleanse sins, I shall name you the Sacred Emperor Banner." Jiang Li was quite satisfied with this casually crafted magical artifact. With a single hand clap, he directly stuffed the blood-robed man's soul into one of the formation nodes of the Sacred Emperor Banner. "Oh!" A piercing scream immediately echoed from within the Sacred Emperor Banner. The creation immortal fire was purging the malicious thoughts from his soul, a process akin to grinding the soul on a millstone repeatedly. As the first spirit of the Sacred Emperor Banner, he would forever be responsible for dealing with the wandering souls that would be collected in the future. Having completed all this, Jiang Li divided a strand of divine sense and forcefully invaded the memories of the spirit that was being punished. A multitude of fragmented information flashed through Jiang Li's mind. Zhao Fuguet. Jiang Li uttered a name. This was the true name of this sacred master. 10 years ago, Zhao Fuguet was merely a smuggler trading medicinal materials on the western frontier. During an escape from pursuit, he inadvertently entered a primordial secret realm. It was a high martial realm known as the Bloodshot Realm. He had barely survived for 20 years inside, fortuitously finding the storage bag of a deceased outer disciple of the Bloodshot sect, which contained a fragmented cultivation method called Blood God Transformation Technique. Over the course of 10 years, by devouring low-level demonic beasts within the secret realm, he managed to cultivate this demonic technique to great success, achieving a realm equivalent to that of an Earth Immortal. 3 months ago, when the passage of the secret realm reopened, he returned to Blue Star. Faced with the decline of martial arts and the recent revival of spiritual energy on Blue Star, Zhao Fuguet became arrogant. He renamed himself Sacred Master of the Underworld, gathering followers underground and establishing a new cult. By teaching a simplified version of a low-quality incense method, he wildly harvested the beliefs and lives of mortals, attempting to condense the so-called true godfruit position. The cultivation method is incomplete, and it lacks even the filtering formation for condensing incense. Consuming this toxic willpower raw, even if I don't kill him, he will explode and die within 3 years. Jiang Li shook his head. The understanding of cultivation among the people of Blue Star was truly too impoverished. A trash cultivation method from a desolate secret realm could provoke a god-making movement here. However, as his divine sense continued to delve deeper, Jiang Li discovered some valuable information. In the recent memories of Zhao Fuguet, a group of Westerners clad in full-body exoskeleton armor appeared. These individuals belonged to the Deep Space Gene Consortium of the Ugly Country. They contacted Zhao Fugui through secret channels, providing the new cult with a large number of high-energy spirit stones and precise locations of Huaxia warriors, helping Zhao Fugui capture these warriors as sacrifices. In exchange, the core node of the massive altar built by Zhao Fugui underground in Kunlun did not point towards himself, but rather towards an unknown coordinate outside the atmosphere of Blue Star. The Deep Space Consortium. Spatial beacons. Jiang Li's gaze turned cold. Zhao Fugui was merely a fool being used as a pawn. Those Western forces were not helping him cultivate, but rather using his blood sacrifice formation to provide spatial beacons for a larger and higher dimensional existence to descend upon Blue Star. That fluctuation was extremely subtle. Had Jiang Li not already touched the edge of the Grand Dao, he truly would not have discovered the micro-spatial folding technology hidden beneath those crude bloodshot formation patterns. Cooperation from within, and without preparing to reshuffle Blue Star. Jiang Li stored the Sacred Emperor banner. He turned around and looked at the warriors within the cave who were barely hanging on. A drop of concentrated creation immortal essence appeared at his fingertip. The essence exploded in midair, transforming into a rain of fine droplets, precisely falling into the bodies of each warrior locked to the stone pillars. The steel chains instantly rotted and broke apart. The warriors fell to the ground, and their injuries healed at a visible speed under the nurturing of the laws of creation, restoring not only their peak state, but also allowing many to directly break through long-standing martial bottlenecks. Don't ask me who I am. Follow this passage out and notify the military district troops to come and clean up. Jiang Li left behind a sentence without turning back. Then his figure transformed into a breeze and vanished from the spot. At this moment, in the underground command center of Yinjing, a piercing red alarm echoed throughout the hall. Li Jun and Chu Changtian stood before the massive holographic screen, their faces pale. Report. The anomalous energy source deep within the Kunlun Mountains suddenly spiked 2 minutes ago and then completely disappeared. The satellite detected intense fluctuations of spatial loss. An intelligence officer reported quickly. Disappeared. That is the red zone designated by Mr. Jiang. Could it be that the Earth Immortal Great Demon has emerged? Not only that, Li Jian called up another top-secret document and projected it onto the screen. 3 minutes ago, our overseas intelligence network received news. The Ugly Country, the European Alliance, and the Country of the Devils suddenly announced the activation of the Noah Project. Their 123 secret realm outposts around the globe have all entered the highest state of combat readiness. Chu Changtian turned sharply. What are they planning? The holographic screen suddenly flickered into static, and then an encrypted public channel communication forcibly accessed the Huaxia military's network. On the screen appeared a Western man wearing a silver mask. Dear friends of Huaxia, the initial stage of spiritual energy revival has ended and Blue Star is about to welcome true deities. The man's voice was electronically synthesized, exuding absolute arrogance. Give up your feudal resistance and surrender control of the Yinjing defense line. In return, the Deep Space Consortium will allow you to retain a population quota of 10 million to enter our underground shelters. Li Jun let out a cold laugh just as he was about to forcefully cut off the communication. The holographic screen suddenly flickered violently, and in the background of the silver-masked man, alarm bells blew. A lazy yet penetrating voice directly pierced through the opposing firewall, resonating simultaneously in the command center of Yinjing and in all military bases receiving this signal. Deity. In the image, the electronically synthesized voice of the silver-masked man carried unabashed mockery. People of Huaxia, some powers do not belong to you. The masked man raised a wine glass of red wine from the table. The blood sacrifice coordinates are completely locked. The Noah Project is activated and the Lord of the Abyss, Master Raphael, is about to descend. You have only 10 seconds left. Beneath the Kunlun Mountains, the 100-meter white bone altar erupted with blinding red light. The recently freed warriors rushed to the passageway, only to be suddenly forced to the ground by a tremendous gravity. A spatial rift tore open directly above the altar. Thick black miasma gushed forth from it. As the miasma touched the rock walls, the hard rocks were instantly corroded into nothingness. A massive claw covered in black barbs gripped the edge of the rift. The spatial barrier emitted a sound of unbearable fracture. Accompanied by a low roar, 100 feudal six-winged demons squeezed through the spatial passage. He had black flames burning atop his head, and destruction-level fluctuations of celestial beings surrounded him. Satellites outside the atmosphere detected peak energy levels. In the underground command center of Yinjing, all holographic screens suddenly turned a blinding red. The sharp alarm drowned out the heartbeat sounds in the hall. Energy levels surpassing the limits of Earth immortals. Celestial level. This is the legendary Celestial. The intelligence officer's face was filled with despair, his voice hoarse. Li Jun gripped the edge of the control console tightly, the metal surface being crushed under his grip. Chu Changshan's forehead was bulging with veins, his eyes bloodshot. In the Ugly Country's Black Palace, the president and senior members of the Deep Space Consortium watched the broadcast, raising their champagne glasses. Praise the Abyss, the old order of Blue Star should come to an end. The masked man slightly bowed towards the screen. Deep beneath the Kunlun Mountains, the six-winged demon Raphael lowered his head, gazing down at Jiang Li upon the bone altar. The demonic language laced with psychic force reverberated through the underground cavern. Wretched native, surrender your soul, and I shall grant you the boon of becoming a ghoul. Raphael opened his maw, and a pitch-black breath of celestial immortal-grade fire rapidly condensed within his throat. The surrounding space melted from the sheer heat. Jiang Li looked up at the six-winged demon and let out a sigh. The god those people from the U.S. went through so much trouble to summon is just a mongrel birdman with bat wings. Jiang Li grasped the pale purple imperial sovereign banner, not even bothering to use the true primordial spiritual treasure in his possession. With a flick of his wrist, the banner's surface expanded violently in the wind. A soul of this quality would be a downgrade even for this banner. But I happen to be short a few artifact spirits for sweeping and cleaning. You'll do for now. Jiang Li did not draw his sword, nor did he employ the Shanqing immortal arts. He simply raised his right hand, fingers curling as if grasping something. The power of a golden immortal's laws surged forth. The entire space of the Kunlun mountain range was sealed shut. Raphael's black flame half spat from his throat, stalled as the surrounding laws ground to a halt. His celestial immortal body was completely frozen, not even a single finger could move. Within the demon's burning pupils, an emotion known as utter terror instantly flooded his gaze. His celestial immortal body was completely frozen, not even a single finger could move. Within the demon's burning pupils, an emotion known as, no, what power is this? Raphael's psychic waves oscillated wildly in a mad plea for mercy. Jiang Li closed his fingers. A crisp, muffled sound echoed. There was no energy explosion, no flashy light effects. The towering 1,000-zang-tall six-winged celestial immortal demon's physical body collapsed into nothingness under Jiang Li's grasp. All the bones, scales, and blood disintegrated into fundamental particles, fading into the void. The world fell silent. The red alert at the Yanjing Command Center abruptly ceased. Li Zhan's mouth hung open, robbed of speech. In the U.S. Black House, the champagne glass slipped from the president's hand, shattering on the floor. The masked man stared intently at the screen, his legs trembling violently. That's it. Jiang Li spoke towards the hovering surveillance drone. He then shook the imperial sovereign banner. The banner erupted with pure primordial cleansing light, directly ensnaring Raphael's celestial immortal soul as it attempted to flee. A heart-wrenching scream echoed from within the imperial sovereign banner. The primordial immortal fire began to sear away the impurities within the soul. Jiang Li closed his eyes, sending a sliver of his divine sense into Raphael's soul, forcibly rifling through his memories. Information about the abyssal secret realm unfolded in his mind. It was a plane composed of 13 layers of abyss. Raphael was merely the lord of the 7th layer. The supreme abyssal sovereign at the highest layer commanded tens of billions of demons. Jiang Li quickly analyzed the limit of the abyssal sovereign's aura. After all, that the highest combat power of the 13-layer abyss is just at the mystic immortal level. Jiang Li curled his lip. The imperial sovereign banner had just been reforged, and its internal array nodes were in dire need of soul essence to fill. The abyssal realm's combat power was trash, but the number of demons was more than enough. You really enjoy descending on Blue Star, don't you? Jiang Li stared straight into the broadcast camera, his voice piercing through all frequencies. Deep Space Consortium and the Western high-ups behind you, am taking your backer. Watch closely. Jiang Li turned, facing the slowly closing spatial rift. He raised his foot and kicked out into the void. The spatial node that was about to heal was blasted apart by sheer force. The crack, once large enough for a single person, was violently expanded into a colossal star gate thousands of zhangs tall. Behind the star gate, a thick stench of sulfur and the roars of billions of demons poured through. Blue Star is not your playground. Holding the imperial sovereign banner, Jiang Li stepped into the star gate. Jiang Li of the GS sect, heading to the abyss today for a restock. All idle persons stand aside. His figure vanished into the depths of the star gate. The public channel signal was completely severed by the law impact. The holographic screens went dark. A 3-minute silence fell over military bases worldwide. At the Yanjing Command Center, Li Zhan wiped the cold sweat from his brow, his voice trembling as he looked at Chu Changtian. Old Chu, what did he say he was going to do? Restock. Chu Changshan's Adam's apple bobbed. Mr. Jiang went to the abyss to restock. Restock what? I don't know. De-escalate the highest combat readiness level. Contact the foreign ministry and convene a press conference. If the Deep Space Consortium doesn't compensate China will impose sanctions on them according to its own laws. Li Zhan slammed his fist on the console. At the U.S. Black House, the masked man tore off his mask, his face ashen. Shut down all facilities of Project Noah. Sever all coordinate links to the abyss. Go pull the plugs. The president slumped in his leather chair, eyes vacant. Too late. That Easterner has already gone in. The Deep Space Consortium has provoked an existence we cannot comprehend. 7th layer of the abyssal secret realm. A dim yellow sky pressed down upon the land while endless black volcanoes spewed sulfurous poison gas. On the scorched earth plains, tens of millions of demonic troops stood in orderly formations. They awaited the stabilization of the spatial passage, ready to conquer a new world under their Lord Raphael. In the sky, 36 Earth immortal-level abyssal commanders hovered, maintaining the blood-red star gate with bone staves. The star gate was rotating smoothly. Suddenly it began to tremble violently. Its edges shattered into a vast expanse of black nothingness, and a blinding, cleansing light shot forth. The abyssal commanders were utterly bewildered. Lord Raphael's soul aura had vanished into thin air. The star gate exploded, and Jiang Li stepped out, hovering above the heads of the million-strong demon army. Jiang Li surveyed the black ocean below. The violent negative emotions radiating from the demons were prime materials for refining artifacts. The air here is terrible. Jiang Li raised the Imperial Sovereign banner in his right hand. The pale purple flag fluttered noisily in the abyssal gale. The 36 commanders snapped out of their stupor. This was not their lord, this was an invader from another world. Vile human, tear him apart, the horned demon commander roared. The million-strong demon army let out a deafening roar, their black, demonic energy converging into a sea that surged towards the sky. Jiang Li's expression was indifferent as the Shangqing immortal yuan within him surged into motion. Imperial Sovereign banner, dinner time. Jiang Li hurled the banner high into the air. It expanded in the wind to a size of 10,000 zhongs, blotting out the sky and completely covering the heavens of the seventh layer. The mountain, river, sun, and moon patterns on the banner's surface erupted with boundless divine light. A massive vortex formed at the center of the Imperial Sovereign banner, generating an irresistible law-based suction force. The demonic army below couldn't even struggle. Their physical forms disintegrated inch by inch under the divine light. Millions of demon souls turned into streaks of light, forcibly pulled into the vortex of the Imperial Sovereign banner. The Earth immortal-level abyssal commanders were horrified to find their demonic power completely stalled. The abyss laws were being rewritten, the heavenly Dao directly suppressed. This was a one-sided dimensional harvest. Jiang Li stood beneath the 10th Santang banner, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze cold as he watched everything. The collapse of the 7th layer's laws alerted a presence deeper within the plane. At the 13th layer of the abyss, a pair of enormous dark red eyes vast enough to cover half the plane snapped open at the very bottom. The terrifying pressure of a peak mystic immortal pierced through 12 layers of space, locking firmly onto Jiang Li. How dare you? Who is this wretch that dares to destroy the abyss foundations? A majestic demonic voice tore through the plane's barriers, striking directly at the soul. Jiang Li sensed the mystic immortal fluctuation, and a satisfied smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Casually he pulled up the coordinate records of the Deep Space Consortium's high-ups colluding with the abyss, branding them into the void. The buyers you all picked were too poor. Jiang Li's voice echoed back to Blue Star through the void. Today I'll establish a rule in this abyss. Then he looked down at the abyssal passage beneath his feet, pointing towards the 13th layer. Hey, you expendable thing down there. Stay put. I'm coming down to see you right now. The 8th layer of the abyss. Poisonous marshes abound with tens of millions of plagued demon tribes forming a defensive array. 3 celestial realm demon lords stood in the void, chanting ancient incantations to summon the essence of the abyss in an attempt to suppress Jiang Li. Jiang Li did not pause in his steps. He tossed the Holy Emperor banner into the air. A radiant purple light erupted, spreading the banner's surface and enveloping the dome with a towering phantom. A terrifying suction suddenly exploded, causing the poisonous marsh to boil. Tens of millions of demons did not even let out a cry. Their bodies instantly collapsed, their souls transforming into a black river of light, all drawn into the banner. The abyss essence, which the 3 celestial realm demon lords took pride in, collided with the transformative pure light and was instantly dissolved. The first batch of consumables. Jiang Li retracted the Holy Emperor banner, not even glancing at the ruins of the 8th layer, and stepped into the spatial node leading to the 9th layer. The spatial barrier before him was as fragile as paper. In the 9th layer, the bone forest plain. The army of the dead was reduced to ashes, and 2 celestial realm lords entered the banner. In the 10th layer, the shadow maze. The stealthy demons had nowhere to hide as millions of remnants filled the array's focal points. The 11th layer. The 12th layer. Jiang Li maintained a steady descent, the power of the golden immortal enveloping him, repelling all the heavenly Dao pressure from the abyss dimensions. He resembled a farmer harvesting fruit in his own backyard. After absorbing hundreds of millions of demon souls and over a dozen celestial realm lords, the purple surface of the Holy Emperor banner revealed dark golden patterns. This was a sign that the postnatal spiritual treasure was about to birth its own spirit. The transformative celestial fire burned fiercely within the banner, incinerating vast impurities and leaving only the purest essence of the soul. Accompanied by a thunderous rumbling of space, Jiang Li broke through the boundaries, his feet landing in the 13th layer of the abyss. Here there was no land, only a surging crimson sea of blood. A black demon sun hung high in the sky. You have crossed the boundary. The demon sun trembled violently, its deep voice resonating throughout the blood sea. The heavenly Dao of the dimension boiled, countless crimson chains extending from the void, locking Jiang Li in place from all directions. In the center of the blood sea the water surged upwards, condensing into a colossal demon body towering at a height of 100,000 zhang. The demon body bore hundreds of arms and thousands of eyes with a core embedded in its forehead that radiated waves of destructive energy, a peak, Xuanxian Asmod. An indigenous being from a low-level dimension relying on a treasure to break through 5 layers of the abyss. Asmod's thousands of eyes opened simultaneously, red light blasting forth, tearing the space apart with countless black fissures. Surrender your treasure and offer your soul, and I will allow you to retain a strand of true spirit for rebirth. Jiang Li looked up, his gaze sweeping over that 100,000 zhang demon body. Quite a large figure, but unfortunately hollow inside. Jiang Li twisted his wrist, positioning the Holy Emperor banner in front of him. The pressure of the golden immortal no longer restrained itself and was released without reservation. The pure celestial energy burst forth, transforming into a towering green light column. The heavenly Dao rules of the entire 13th layer of the abyss let out a mournful cry before collapsing directly before this power. The crimson chains broke apart inch by inch. Asmod's thousands of eyes widened simultaneously, the peak Xuanxian's senses frantically warning him. Fear. An absolute suppression from the realm of life and dimensional hierarchy. You are not a being of the mundane world. This power. How is this possible? What kind of power is this? Asmod roared madly, all 100 arms forming seals as the blood sea surged into a raging wave, transforming into a blood-red shield inscribed with abyss runes to block before him. Jiang Li did not draw his sword. He raised his right hand, pointing towards the void. Break. A single finger fell. The pure celestial law Tai Chi thunder sound. There was no dazzling light or earth-shattering roar. Only a green finger imprint ignored the distance, directly piercing through the blood-red shield. The heavy abyss defense crumbled like tofu. The finger imprint lightly touched the magic core embedded in Asmod's forehead. Crack. The crisp sound of shattering echoed in the silent abyss. The hard magic core at the peak Xianxian level showed a network of cracks before exploding with a thunderous boom. The 100,000 zhang demon body lost its core support, collapsing like an avalanche. Asmod's Xianxian primordial spirit had just fled and had not yet torn open the space to escape when it was enveloped by a layer of gentle, transformative pure light. Senior, spare my life. I am willing to offer the essence of the abyss. The primordial spirit struggled wildly, letting out a mournful wail. Jiang Li, expressionless, drew the Holy Emperor banner before him with one hand. As he spread the banner, he directly drew this Xianxian primordial spirit into the main focal point of the array. The transformative celestial fire burned fiercely. The Holy Emperor banner emitted a deep hum, its entire body retracting purple light, completely transforming into dark gold, its grade approaching that of a postnatal spiritual treasure. Its internal space was thoroughly opened with hundreds of millions of demon souls led by Asmod chanting scriptures day and night, providing an unending stream of pure will. The main material is ready. This procurement has been quite satisfactory. Jiang Li put away the Holy Emperor banner and surveyed his surroundings. The entire 13th layer of the abyss had dried up, the spiritual energy severed, and the laws shattered. This secret realm had completely transformed into a dead star. He closed his eyes, his divine sense penetrating through layers of spatial barriers, beginning to search for that thread of causal connection to Blue Star. A few seconds later, Jiang Li opened his eyes. Do you think cutting off the power supply can sever the causal connection? A cold smile crept across his lips as he thrust his hands into the void and forcefully tore outward. The spatial barrier let out a piercing shriek as a rift leading to Blue Star was forcefully torn open by bare hands. Jiang Li stepped into it. Ugly Country, New York. 300 meters underground at the headquarters of the Deep Space Consortium. Inside the circular conference room, holographic screens flickered with ghostly blue light. A dozen core directors of the consortium were seated on genuine leather sofas, swaying their champagne glasses. The silver-masked man sat at the head, looking at the words, "Physical connection has been severed," displayed on the screen, exhaling deeply. Just a false alarm. A blonde-white director wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Fortunately, we activated the emergency plan. As long as we cut off the altar signal from Kunlun Mountain, remove the underwater optical cables and satellite beacons, even the demon king of the abyss cannot cross the dimensional barrier. A monster has emerged from the Huaxiao people, but it doesn't matter. The masked man drank half a glass of champagne, his eyes regaining their arrogance. He is forever trapped in the abyss. There is only endless slaughter and destruction. Once Lord Raphael's true body tears him apart, the ruler of the abyss will still re-establish the coordinates. The dominion over Blue Star is still ours. Cheers to the restart of the Noah project. A dozen goblets clinked together. The crisp sound of glass had not yet faded. Suddenly, the thick 10-meter special explosion-proof steel plate on the conference room ceiling emitted a piercing, grinding sound. Alarm. Spatial curvature anomaly. Alarm. High-energy reaction has breached detection limits. The central intelligence brain frantically flooded the screen with red light, the synthesized female voice becoming exceedingly sharp. Everyone looked up. The special steel plate did not explode, instead it silently transformed into a pool of molten iron dropping down. A dark golden banner slowly descended from the melted hole. A rich atmosphere of destruction and transformation intertwined, instantly filling the entire underground space. The air in the conference room ceased to flow, and the gravity system was completely out of control. A dozen directors were pressed to the ground by this pressure, their bones creaking under the unbearable load. Champagne spilled across the carpet with shattered goblets scattered everywhere. The masked man supported himself on the floor, his eyes bloodshot, gazing in terror at that banner. From the shadow of the banner, Jiang Li slowly descended, his feet hovering in midair. Spotless, not even a wrinkle on his clothing. Cut off the coordinates. Jiang Li's voice echoed in the underground air raid shelter, cold and piercing. As long as I follow the causal line, wherever you are, I can open the door there. The masked man trembled violently, looking at Jiang Li as if he were a monster defying the laws of the universe. You actually returned from the abyss. Where is Lord Raphael? Where is the ruler of the abyss? Jiang Li casually snapped his fingers. The dark golden Holy Emperor banner trembled slightly. The banner projected a holographic image. In the image, hundreds of millions of demons were kneeling in the sea of fire, howling, while over a dozen celestial realm lords were pierced by chains through their bones. And in the very center of the array, the peak Xianxian Asmod's primordial spirit was being scorched day and night by the transformative celestial fire, letting out wails more mournful than those of vengeful spirits. Those once regarded as deities by the Deep Space Consortium, who were prayed to for blessings, had now all become consumables within this banner. Silence enveloped the conference room. The directors gaped, even forgetting the pain in their bodies, their brains completely crashing. I have brought back all your... Jiang Li looked down at the masked man. At the headquarters of the New York Deep Space Consortium, 300 meters underground, in a nuclear shelter, a dozen board members did not even have time to scream before their bodies disintegrated under the transformative light of the Holy Emperor's banner. The soul of the masked man was forcibly extracted, merging with the billions of demons from the abyss, filling the core of the main array. The underground fortress turned into a desolate wasteland. Jiang Li did not glance back, raising his hand to tear open the void. The spatial rift instantly healed, sealing the heavy stench of blood beneath the twisted earth. In Yinjing, at a courtyard, a gentle breeze of late summer brushed against the courtyard walls, and a few fallen leaves twirled into the yard. A ripple flashed in the air, and Jiang Li's figure appeared out of thin air, his feet firmly touching the ground. In the courtyard, his father Jiang Jiangguo sat cross-legged beneath the ginkgo tree, absorbing the freshly cultivated Shangqing celestial energy. His mother hummed a tune by the pool while washing vegetables. Everything was as calm as a typical evening. Jiang Li pulled over a wicker chair, laid back, closed his eyes, and his divine sense spread out like an invisible tide in all directions. 10 minutes ago, while scanning the globe, he saw not only the abyssal demons drawn by the Deep Space Consortium, but also several violent auras lurking around Huaxia. Those were ancient beasts that had absorbed the benefits of the first wave of spiritual energy recovery, breaking into the Earth immortal realm. The black centipede from Shenangjia, the white python beneath the Kunlun Glacier, and the thing from the Tianxi in Changbai Mountain. Jiang Li lightly tapped the armrest of the wicker chair with his fingers. Keeping them around was always a hidden danger affecting his parents' peaceful sunbathing in the courtyard. Jiang Li's right index finger lifted slightly, flicking 3 times into the void. 3 streams of Shangqing sword intent, undetectable to the naked eye, crossed millions of miles in an instant. Deep within Shenangjia, a black crystal centipede over 100 meters long opened its bloody maw, preparing to devour an exploration team that had wandered into the forest. Suddenly, a ray of green light descended from the sky without a sound. The centipede's head and tail disintegrated before the terrified eyes of the exploration team, as if made of sand, with even its demon core ground into nothingness by the sword chi. In the Kunlun Glacier, an Earth immortal level ice python breaking free from the ice was pierced through its 7-inch point by a ray of green energy. The 10th of sandy-year-old profound ice instantly sealed, its divine soul sinking it directly into the ground fissure. At the Tianxi of Changbai Mountain, as dozens of feet-high whirlpools began to form on the water's surface, an invisible sword intent slashed down, causing the entire water surface of the Tianxi to bizarrely collapse 3 meters, with the monster at the bottom disappearing without a splash. With 3 flicks of his fingers, all remaining Earth immortal level hidden threats within Huaxia were completely erased. Jiang Li opened his eyes and took a sip of the cool tea on the table. The courtyard's main gate was pushed open from the outside. Zhao Lei, sporting a shaved head, swaggered in. After training with the remnants of the 9 turns battle body, this guy had visibly bulked up his muscles, stretching his t-shirt to the brink of tearing, radiating an aura comparable to a grandmaster. Old John, your courtyard has a truly strange feng shui. Oh, I felt refreshed the moment I stepped in. Zhao Lei plopped down on a stone bench and grabbed an apple from the table, ready to bite. Put that down. Jiang Li swatted his hand away. What's wrong? Is eating an apple too much to ask? Zhao Lei grumbled, rubbing the back of his hand. Ignoring him, Jiang Li flipped his wrist, revealing a dusty cloth bag in his palm. It was a storage bag he had sewn together from scraps during his boring retreat on the Hongwang Golden Ao Island. He untied the string and poured its contents onto the stone table. Clatter. Dozens of fruits the size of infants' fists rolled out. They looked like plums with a purplish red skin lacking dazzling brilliance or enticing fragrance. But the moment the fruits left the bag, the air in the courtyard suddenly became thick. The spiritual energy was so rich that it turned into a fine mist of rain. What is this? Zhao Lei's eyes widened, and his throat involuntarily moved. The 9 turns battle body within him was going haywire as his biological instincts craved the high-level energy. Wild fruits picked carelessly from the back mountain of Hongwang. These are postnatal spiritual fruits. They're just a thirst quencher in Hongwang, but here eating one can elevate a mortal directly to the earth immortal realm. Hearing the commotion, Jiang Jiangwo opened his eyes from his meditation just in time to catch the phrase directly to the earth immortal and nearly choked on his own saliva. Earth immortal. Jiang Jiangwo's feet slipped. As far as I know, old Chu and the military have spent over 100 billion resources just to barely cultivate a few divine realms, and that was with your help back then. Can this lousy plum really make someone an earth immortal? The realm is too low. Saying earth immortal might scare you. The true innate spiritual fruits of Hongwang can elevate someone to immortality with just one bite. That's not an earth immortal, but a golden immortal, or even Tai De Luo. Jiang Li tossed 2 fruits to his parents and stuffed one into Zhao Lei's hands. One for each of you. Hurry up and eat before the seal on the skin dissipates and the medicinal effect fades. Zhao Lei didn't need any persuasion or driven by instinct. He swallowed it whole, pit and all. Boom. His clothes exploded into tattered strips. A violent surge of spiritual energy erupted his skin, displaying ancient bronze-like, witch clan markings. His originally divine realm aura skyrocketed as if he had just boarded a rocket. Latest divine realm pinnacle, divine realm. Dark clouds of tribulation began to gather in the sky. Jiang Li furrowed his brow and looked up. Dissipate. With a single word, the thunderclouds dispersed instantly. The law of the heavens retreated in response to his command. In just half a minute, Zhao Lei's aura stabilized at a terrifying level. He incredulously clenched his fists, feeling the power capable of moving mountains and filling seas within him. With a single punch, he could obliterate a mountain in Yanjing. Old Jiang, does this make me a Superman? Zhao Lei stuttered. What a joke. Your physical strength barely matches a toenail of a great demon from Hongwang. Jiang Li scoffed. Control your strength, don't break my tiles. At that moment, hurried screeching brakes sounded from outside. Xu Chantian and Li Jun nearly crashed through the courtyard door as they rushed in. Half an hour ago, the Yanjing Command Center received secret intelligence that the high-ranking officials of the ugly country's Deep Space Consortium had collectively evaporated within a minute, leaving not a single intact brick in the nuclear shelter. Following that, the vital signs of the 3 most troublesome Earth immortal-level life forms within Huaxia all vanished. The 2 were so frightened that their hearts skipped a beat, their first reaction being that Jiang Li had returned and was in a killing spree. Mr. Jiang. Li Jin saw Jiang Li lying on the wicker chair, and the tension in his heart finally eased. No, it was finally back in his stomach. Regarding the abyss and those several forbidden zones. Chu Chantian gasped for air. I took the liberty of cleaning them up a bit to spare you the daily shocks. Jiang Li pointed to the nearby stone bench. Sit. The 2 highest combat powers of Huaxia's military, who could cover the sky, with one hand now sat side by side on the stone bench like obedient elementary school students. When Chu Changshan's gaze swept over Zhao Lei, who was only wearing shorts, his eyes nearly popped out. Earth immortal realm. Chu Chantian suddenly stood up, staring intently at Zhao Lei. After not seeing him for a while, this young man's aura was even more terrifying than that 6-winged monster from Donghai. Li Jun was so shocked he couldn't find his voice. Jiang Li waved his hand across the table, gathering the remaining 47 purplish red fruits into a black plastic garbage bag, and casually tossed it to Chu Chantian. What is this? Chu Chantian clumsily caught the plastic bag. Local specialty. Jiang Li rested his hands behind his head. He just ate one of these. There are 47 inside. Take them back and figure out some plan for distribution. The courtyard was engulfed in a deathly silence. Even Li Jun, who was accustomed to tempests, felt his legs weaken. He trembled as he untied the knot of the plastic bag, glancing at the purplured plums rolling inside. More than 40 of them, each capable of creating a celestial being. This meant that the Chinese military would gain 47 unparalleled celestial beings tonight. Let alone the extraordinary beings of the ugly nation. Even if all the forces of Blue Planet were combined, they would be no more than ants before this power. This, such a precious item. Packed in a garbage bag. Chu Changshan's voice trembled as he tightly clutched the plastic bag, fearing even a hint of scent would escape. What else? Should I get you a sandalwood box to offer it up? Jiang Li scoffed inwardly. This item was everywhere on Golden Turtle Island, not even worthy of a glance from Master Tongtian. Mr. Jiang's great kindness. China remembers. Li Jin stepped back, deeply bowing to Jiang Li with utmost seriousness. Chu Chantian followed with a 90-degree bow. Enough with the formalities. Jiang Li waved his hand. The abyss coordinates of the ugly nation have already been uprooted by me. Now with these celestial beings, the rules of Blue Planet will be set by you from now on. Understood. A fierce light erupted in Li Jun's eyes. China will never let you down. Those trivial national border disputes and remnants of alien consortiums, do not bother me with them. Jiang Li's tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. I returned to Blue Planet not to be a babysitter. If you cannot handle these trivial matters, then you might as well not eat the fruits of your labor. Rest assured, Mr. Jiang, Chu Changtian declared firmly. It was no joke. With 47 celestial beings, if they couldn't clean up this mess on Earth, he would rather end his life right then. The two carefully cradled the plastic bag, retreating from the courtyard, gently closing the door, as if a primordial dragon were sleeping inside. The courtyard fell silent once more. Jiang Li's parents returned indoors to consolidate their cultivation, while Zhao Lei went to the backyard to acclimatize to his surging power. Jiang Li still lay on the rattan chair, but his gaze penetrated the atmosphere, looking into the deep space beyond Blue Planet. He could sense that the concentration of spiritual energy on Blue Planet was even denser than when he returned 2 days ago. 10 years since the arrival of the heavenly secret realm to Blue Planet, the world viewed it as a carnival of evolution, yet no one explored the underlying logic. Blue Planet was merely a low-dimensional plane devoid of spiritual energy, and how could it possibly withstand the physical connections of tens of thousands of secret realms? Not to mention it was mixed with an overwhelmingly primal world. When Jiang Li was on Golden Turtle Island, he had perused the chronicles of all realms, borrowed from Master Tongtian. For worlds with vastly different dimensional disparities, forcibly establishing a passage would require energy capable of draining hundreds of great thousand worlds. Someone was laying out a grand scheme using Blue Planet as a chessboard, or perhaps hidden within the source of Blue Planet's great Dao was something even the primal saints had not noticed. Old Jiang, it's time for dinner. Zhao Lei called out, half of his bald head showing from the kitchen, wearing an apron. Jiang Li snapped back to reality. There was no rush. He had plenty of time to accompany these chess players for a leisurely game. At the same time, deep within the northwestern Taklamakan Desert, a fierce wind swept up yellow sand, darkening the heavens and the earth. 47 Chinese soldiers dressed in black combat uniforms sat cross-legged on the sand dunes. They were the core members of the Sword Bearers, personally selected by Li Jun and Chu Changtian. Li Jun stood 3 kilometers away on a high slope, gripping the black plastic garbage bag tightly, his palms drenched in sweat. First batch, 5 people stepped forward. Chu Changtian shouted into the megaphone. 5 elite soldiers strode forward, each taking a purplured spirit fruit from Li Jun's hand. Without hesitation, the 5 raised their heads and swallowed. Boom. 5 blinding columns of blood energy shot up from their heads, tearing through the swirling yellow sand. The previously clear desert sky was suddenly overshadowed by thick black clouds. Purple lightning churned within the clouds, the heavenly might overwhelming, nearly causing Li Jun and Chu Changtian 3 kilometers away to kneel. They really attracted the heavenly tribulation. Li Jun's lips trembled. The 5 felt their bones crack, their muscles reshaping at a visible rate, their aura crashing through the thresholds of divine realms, wildly soaring towards the legendary celestial being realm. The catastrophe clouds in the sky brewed to their climax, and thick lightning bolts fell with a resounding crash. For a full 3 hours, the lightning illuminated the entire northwestern desert. After the lightning tribulation, 5 figures, charred black, yet radiating a terrifying pressure, stood up from the sand pit. Celestial beings achieved. Li Jun rubbed his face vigorously, laughing towards the sky. Continue. Second batch. Over the next 3 days, within China, the celestial phenomena went haywire. The first day, thunderstorms raged in the northwestern desert. The second day, lightning storms surged along the eastern coast. The third day, calamity clouds covered the Kunlun Mountains. 47 individuals had nearly driven Blue Planet's heavenly Dao to the brink of depression. Each gathering of calamity clouds represented the birth of a celestial being-level energy body. Such fluctuations could not be hidden from the global monitoring networks. In the ugly nation, in the core strategic room beneath the Pentagon, the massive holographic screen on the wall flashed blinding red lights, and the shrill alarm echoed throughout the hall. Warning. An extraordinary energy source has been detected along the eastern coastal region of China. Warning. 5 extraordinary energy sources have been discovered in the northwestern inland. Warning. Radar overload. The current highest commander of the ugly nation, General Johnson, stood before the screen, his cigar falling onto his combat boots. He felt nothing, his eyes fixed on the dense crimson light points flashing on the screen. These represented alpha-level energy signals surpassing divine realms. In the ugly nation's top secret archives, this signal had another name, celestial being. Can someone tell me what? Johnson slammed his fist on the console. 5 appeared the day before yesterday, 15 yesterday, and now over 20 today? Have the Chinese stumbled upon God's armory? The dozens of intelligence officers in the hall fell silent. The sound of keyboard typing ceased. A blonde female intelligence officer swallowed hard and pulled up a data report. General, after the collapse of the Deep Space Consortium, we lost all our high-level insiders in China. But according to the energy spectrum comparison from satellite cloud maps, the mutation process of these energy bodies is strikingly similar. What does strikingly similar imply? It implies mass production. The female intelligence officer's voice trembled. The Chinese military has mastered a substance that can ignore cultivation bottlenecks and guarantee 100% breakthrough to the celestial being realm. The entire place fell into silence. Mass-producing celestial beings. Even Raphael, who descended from the abyss, was merely at the level of a heavenly being capable of suppressing their high-ranking officials. Now, with China producing 47 celestial beings in 3 days, how could they possibly fight? One person could easily crush the 7th Fleet. Immediately contact the Western Alliance. And the ugly nation. Johnson's eyelids twitched. This must be related to that forbidden heavenly secret realm. 10 deaths and no life. All nonsense. The Chinese must have found loopholes inside. 2 hours later, a high-level encrypted online meeting was convened on the terminals of global leaders. In the virtual conference room, projections of the British Prime Minister, the Prime Minister of the ugly nation, and the heads of various Western financial consortiums all appeared. Everyone's faces were as gloomy as if they could drip water. Gentlemen, you have all seen the energy monitoring reports from China. Johnson stated bluntly. 47 celestial beings. If we do not take action soon, within a week Blue Planet will not need the existence of other countries. What action? The Prime Minister of the ugly nation replied bitterly. We can hardly muster a few divine realm warriors. Should we protest to China? Or demand they disclose their technology? Protesting is futile. The British Prime Minister replied coldly. The only explanation is that Jiang Li. He brought back something from the heavenly secret realm. At the mention of the heavenly secret realm, everyone held their breath. The world recognized globally as the SS-grade absolute death zone is a place where even 100 billion consortiums with 10,000 people cannot make a ripple. An elderly leader of an old financial consortium slowly spoke. There is an ancient saying in Huaxiao, wealth and nobility are sought amidst danger. Since the Huaxiao people can obtain treasures that can create gods in bulk from within, it indicates that the wilderness is not impossible to explore. I propose to restart the Prometheus project. A glint of madness flashed in Johnson's eyes. A divine realm team composed of the top divine realms from the ugly country along with advanced spiritual energy weapons will wait to enter the wilderness next month. Additionally, we will send another 20,000 people below the royal realm into the wilderness, relying purely on luck. If they die, they die. Perhaps someone can survive and find some opportunities. Agreed. Agreed. These titans accustomed to plunder and hegemony quickly reached a consensus amidst the intertwining of extreme fear and greed. They stubbornly believed that as long as there were enough people and firepower coupled with the precedent of Huaxiao people surviving, they too could bite off a piece of flesh from the wilderness. Yinging in a courtyard, Jiang Li finished his meal and moved a small stool to sit at the door, enjoying the breeze. Zhao Lei was washing dishes, humming an unknown tune. After eating a fruit, his physical body had completely transformed into a primary, clan battle body capable of punching through 10-meter-thick steel plates. He crushed several plates while washing the dishes. Li Zhen's call reached Jiang Li's phone. Mr. Jiang, all 47 members of the Sword Bearer have successfully transcended their tribulations without any losses and have broken through to the early stage of the Earth Immortal Realm. Li Zhen's voice came through the receiver a bit distorted with excitement. As expected, Jiang Li replied flatly. The realm forcibly elevated by the postnatal spiritual fruit is unstable. They should refrain from using spiritual power for the next few months and focus solely on body training to solidify their unstable realm. Understood. Additionally, our Skynet system has detected that multiple countries around the globe are assembling heavy troops and high-level martial artists at the northwestern border. They seem to be preparing to enter the wilderness when the secret realm opens. Hearing this, Jiang Li chuckled softly. Let them go in. The wilderness isn't that easy to navigate. This group of natives from Blue Star had turned reedy upon seeing a few Earth immortals created by postnatal spiritual fruits. They had no idea that in the wilderness world, beings of the Earth immortal level were only fit to serve as bath attendants for the turtles at the edge of the East Sea. Even the celestial immortals dared not breathe loudly when venturing out. Don't mind them. Jiang Li leaned against the doorframe. If they want to go and seek death, let them. It saves us the effort of cleaning up the trash. Li Zhen on the other end of the phone understood. I see. The Huaxia military will remain still and watch the changes. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Li raised his head. His deep gaze penetrated the neon lights of the city, passed through the thick atmosphere, and fell upon the vast starry sky. He sensed a hint of anomaly. The simultaneous birth of 47 Earth immortals triggered a resonance of the heavenly Dao and an energy tide, increasing the concentration of spiritual energy on Blue Star. The simultaneous birth of 47 Earth immortals triggered a resonance of the heavenly Dao and an energy tide, increasing the Outside the courtyard, Li Zhen stood upright, his expression solemn. Mr. Jiang, the passage has stabilized. The ugly country has taken the lead, and the Western Alliance has assembled a pioneer corps of several tens of thousands. Inside, there are 3 newly created divine realm beings using gene agents equipped with the most advanced spiritual energy matrix weapons preparing to enter the wilderness at coordinate 13 in an hour. Jiang Li dusted off non-existent dust from his clothes and stood up from the rot-tan chair. Coordinate 13. He recalled the wilderness map in his mind. That is the edge of the North Sea. The miasma obscures the sun, and the mountains and waters are treacherous. Even the Deluo golden immortals would feel nauseous from the toxic mist there. His tone was flat without a hint of fluctuation. Let them go. The poisonous insects and fierce beasts there have just experienced a calamity and are starved, so it's just right to deliver a batch of takeout to them. Jiang Li turned to look at his parents, and Zhao lay behind him. Jiang Jiangguo and Jiang's mother had reined in their breaths, having thoroughly rooted the laws of creation within their bodies. Zhao Lei had also grown significantly, with the Witch clan's magical patterns on his body coiling like a dragon, exuding a savage and fierce blood aura. "I'm leaving. You all keep an eye on the rules of Blue Star, just don't bother me." There was no sorrowful farewell. Jiang Li took a step forward, and a pitch-black spatial crack tore open in the void without warning. His figure flashed and disappeared into it. The crack closed instantly, as if nothing had happened. In the next moment, the wilderness East Sea Golden Ao Island. Inside the cave where Jiang Li was in seclusion, the Jiang Li who was originally sitting cross-legged on the mat suddenly opened his eyes. The two consciousnesses crossed dimensions and perfectly merged in an instant. In the timescale of the wilderness, he had never left. He took a trip to Blue Star, and even laid down a plan to control the world here. It seemed as if his primordial spirit had merely taken a brief nap. Boom. Jiang Li waved his sleeve, pushing open the heavy stone door. The thick primordial spiritual energy surged in almost liquid inconsistency. Completely different from the thin coarse energy of Blue Star, the spiritual energy of the wilderness intertwined with complete ancient and oppressive Dao laws. This is what it feels like to be alive. Jiang Li stretched his limbs, and the power of his latest golden immortal resonated like thunder through his body. "Senior brother Jiang, you've come out of seclusion." A hearty laugh came from above in the clouds. Zhao Gongming descended from the sky on a black tiger, holding a radiant wine, gored the smell of alcohol surrounding him, but unable to mask the sharp brilliance of a Deluo golden immortal. "Junior brother Gongming." Jiang Li slightly clasped his hands. Zhao Gongming sized up Jiang Li with a flicker of surprise in his eyes. "Your aura, how has it condensed so much? Could it be that you gained insight into the Dao just by sleeping in the cave?" "Just a little gain." Jiang Li chuckled lightly, keeping his composure. The two walked side by side to the edge of the cliff on Golden Ao Island, overlooking the boundless East Sea. On the surface of the sea, huge waves surged. A deep-sea giant turtle several thousand feet in size rolled out of the water, stirring up a spiritual energy storm that reached the heavens. Just casually pulling one of these out would be enough to crush the so-called Seventh Fleet on Blue Star like a snack. Recently, the wilderness has been very chaotic. Zhao Gongming took a sip of wine and sighed as he gazed at the rolling sea. The witch and the undead clans have been completely crippled. The 11 ancestral witches have all fallen, and Emperor Jun and Tai Yi have perished. Even Mount Buzhou has been broken by Gonggong. If it weren't for the intervention of Master Nuwa to mend the heavens, the world would have collapsed by half. Now that the two major overlords have exited, those countless races that have been suppressed for millions of years in the wilderness have all emerged to stake their claims. It's been a chaotic mess. Jiang Li listened, his eyes deep. During the power vacuum period, causal entanglements caused the collapse of the order of heaven and earth. But this chaos is destined not to last long. The true moment of reshuffling is about to arrive. Ding! A bell rang, exploding in the depths of the souls of Jiang Li and Zhao Gongming. This bell sound did not rely on air for transmission, disregarding spatial barriers, resonating directly above the true spirits of all mighty beings in the wilderness. The bell sound was vast and distant, carrying a majestic celestial might that made it impossible for anyone to resist. Zhao Gongming trembled all over, nearly dropping the wine gourd in his hand. He suddenly looked up at the 33 heavens, his face filled with horror. "Is this the purple cloud's bell? The Dao ancestor has rung the bell." Jiang Li's gaze instantly turned cold. When the purple cloud's bell rings, there must be a decree. In the next moment, deep within Janao Island, towards the direction of the Bio Palace, a sharp sword, intent capable of cleaving through the ages, soared into the sky. The void shattered as the Tongtian cult leader, clad in a green Taoist robe, manifested midair. With eyes like swords and a piercing aura, the overwhelming pressure of a sage caused the sea surface within a 10th sand-mile radius to fall into an immediate stillness. The Tongtian cult leader's green robe billowed as he hovered above the Bio Palace. The sage's divine gaze turned towards the 33 heavens. A distant bell tolled 3 times, audible only to the 6 saints and top-tier powerhouses. "The Dao ancestor rings the bell, summoning us to the Zhixiao Palace for a meeting." The Tongtian cult leader glanced at Jiang Li. The battle between the witch and demon has ended, leaving heaven and earth without a master. This time the Zhixiao Palace opens, undoubtedly heralding a monumental event. "Duobao, you shall remain stationed at Janao Island. All members of the Jia sect will heed your command." Disciple obeys, Duo Bao replied, cupping his hands. The Tongtian cult leader nodded, waving his sleeve to tear through layers of chaos, stepping into the void before vanishing. Zhao Gongming wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and turned to Jiang Li, Jr. Brother, how many Yuan meetings has the Dao ancestor not rung the bell? Even Master appears serious this time. The primordial chaos may be facing a great upheaval. Jiang Li took a sip of the cool tea on the stone table. He was well aware that both the witch and demon clans had suffered heavy losses, with the demon clan's heavenly court shattered and the heavenly emperor Dijuan and Dong Wangtai dead without a trace. With no rulers left in the three realms, Hongjun Laozu summoned the six saints to redivide the highest power of heaven and earth and establish a new heavenly emperor. Meanwhile, those corporations and presidents on Blue Star were still fighting fiercely over a single island and yet in the deepest part of this starry sky, these few great figures seated on their meditation cushions were already in a meeting to allocate the leadership of the entire universe. The situation was different. Outside the 33 heavens and the chaotic void, an unadorned Dao palace floated amidst the turbulent chaotic energies. The characters Zixiao Palace were inscribed on the gate. Inside the hall, fragrant smoke swirled, and 6 meditation cushions were aligned in a row. Taiji Laozu sat at the forefront, his eyes slightly closed, and his expression devoid of emotion. Yuan Shitian Zun wore a robe woven with golden threads, his body radiating the light of the Chan sect, his demeanor haughty. The Tongtian cult leader was the third to enter the hall, taking his seat, without even glancing at Yuan Shitian Zun. Mother Nuwa's expression was somber, still bearing the exhaustion from mending the heavens, the decline of the demon clan deepening her loneliness. On the 2 meditation cushions at the far west, the Taoist of guidance wore a bitter expression, sighing repeatedly. The Taoist of proficiency's eyes sparkled with shrewdness as he constantly assessed the 4 saints from the east, calculating his own gains from the west. There were no pleasantries exchanged. As the 6 saints gathered, the temperature in the hall plummeted. In the core area directly ahead, the void flickered slightly. An elder clad in a gray Taoist robe materialized out of thin air. Without any celestial phenomena or fluctuations of magical power, he was the spokesperson of the heavenly Dao in this universe, Hongjun Daozu. I pay my respects to my master. The 6 saints rose simultaneously to pay their respects. Hongjun waved his hand, signaling everyone to sit down. The calamity of the witch and demon has passed, and the fate has been reshuffled. Hongjun's voice was cold, devoid of human emotion. The demon court has fallen, and the 3 realms are without a master. The order of heaven and earth has collapsed, with the sun, moon, and stars lacking divine guidance, and the yin and yang along with the 5 elements in utter chaos. I have summoned you here today to establish a new heavenly court and select a heavenly emperor to lead the primordial chaos and act as a conduit for the heavenly will. The expressions of the 6 saints shifted simultaneously. Heavenly Emperor. This is not an ordinary divine position. It is the ultimate power platform controlling the primordial universe. Whosoever's disciple becomes the heavenly emperor will monopolize the vast fortune of the primordial chaos. For the saints' fortune was the foundation for the longevity of their sect. Yuan Shitian Zun spoke first. Master, the position of heavenly emperor concerns the face of heaven and earth. It must be held by someone of clear lineage, noble background, and profound blessings. My eldest disciple Guangqingzi is the first disciple of Kunlun Mountain, possessing deep morals and is fully capable of assuming the role of heavenly emperor. The Tongtian cult leader let out a cold laugh. Guangqingzi. He is narrow-minded and rigid. He cannot even tolerate a few different cultivators. How can he lead the myriad clans of the primordial chaos? I Duo Bao Taoist of the Jie sect possess profound Taoist skills 100 times stronger than Guangqingzi. Yuan Shitian Zun turned his head, his gaze stern. Tongtian. Your Jie sect is filled with mere hatchlings. How can they sit in the position of the ruler of heaven and earth? Do not disgrace the position of sect leader. The virtual image of the Qingping sword appeared beside the Tongtian cult leader. Yuan, sure, if you are unconvinced, let us spar in the chaos. Let us see whether your Panga banner is mightier or my extermination sword is sharper. The Taoist of proficiency seized the opportunity to interject. Brothers, do not quarrel. The East has undergone a great battle, leaving countless lives in despair. My disciple Methriel from the West is kind-hearted, possessing great wisdom, and is just the one to come to the heavenly court to guide the masses and heal the rifts in heaven and earth. Mother Nuwa spoke coldly. The West is barren. Let your disciple stay in the desert to recite scriptures. Do not reach out to the East. Laozi, sitting at the forefront, lightly coughed. I have only one disciple, Xuandu, who cannot bear such a great responsibility.